Tips: a little bulldozer, mainly cow, some preparation before watching. Xiao Fan, what are you doing? It's working hours now. You are actually playing games. Are you worthy of your salary? In the office area, the supervisor scolded Xiao Fan, who was drawing cards with an ugly face. I have nothing to do now, so I took out my mobile phone to check the time. It's not a big deal. Why are you so loud? Xiao Fan's face did not change, and he continued to draw 10 times in a row. He must draw a new character today, otherwise he will feel uncomfortable. The supervisor was extremely angry at this moment. Facing the unscrupulous Xiao Fan, he really wanted to swear, but he finally held back. He was not born in the 1970s, nor in the 1980s, nor even in the 1990s, but in the 1995s. It's useless to scold him. You work overtime today, just 1 hour, and you can leave work after you finish the report for me. The supervisor said helplessly, my name is Chi-Chi, and I am a zombie. Damn, my little guarantee. Withdrawing is a good thing, but withdrawing Chi-Chi is not a good thing. When Xiao Fan saw Chi-Chi, he almost vomited. Did you hear what I said? The corner of the supervisor's mouth twitched. The post-95s are really lawless now. Supervisor, it's 5 o'clock now. If you have anything, let's talk about it tomorrow. I'm going to get off work. Xiao Fan glanced at him, then packed up his things and prepared to get off work. I have a document here that I need urgently. You can work overtime for an hour. The supervisor almost couldn't catch his breath. He is the supervisor, but this guy doesn't take him seriously at all. I have something to do after get off work, so I can't work overtime. I'm very sorry, but I will definitely help you get it done tomorrow. It is impossible to work overtime. As a post-95s, Xiao Fan doesn't care so much. At worst, he won't do anything. 30 yuan for an hour of overtime. The supervisor was prepared. Overtime pay didn't exist originally, but the post-95s are different from the post-00s. If they don't give it to them, they won't get it. Xiao Fan paused for a moment, quickly calculated, then shook his head and said, Manager, 8 hours a day is already very tiring. I have to go back early, I'm sorry. Xiao Fan, you are not motivated at all. Don't you want to think about your future? The manager was really speechless. What kind of person is this if he doesn't work overtime, even if he is paid overtime? Manager, I don't buy a house, a car, or get married, so don't talk to me about the future. I just want to live a good life now. After packing up his things, Xiao Fan left without hesitation. The manager's face was very ugly. This Xiao Fan didn't give him face at all, but as Xiao Fan said, people don't have high desires, so there's really no need to give him face. With a belly full of anger, he came to a post-80s employee and threw the document on the table with a snap. Work overtime tonight. This document must be done. Manager, I have something to do tonight. If you don't work overtime, your salary will be deducted and your commission will be deducted by 10%. Do you want to add more? I will definitely do it, but the overtime pay. The post-80s employee had no choice but to agree. He couldn't be as cool as Xiao Fan. What overtime pay? There is no overtime pay. Hurry up and get it done for me. The supervisor glared at him and left quickly. On the other side, Xiao Fan had already ridden his electric scooter and was on his way home. Looking at the cars stuck on the road along the way, he couldn't help humming a song. In big cities, there are a lot of cars going to and from get off work, and traffic jams are very normal. In this case, electric scooters are much more convenient than cars. Make way, make way. Just when Xiao Fan rode to a turn, he suddenly heard a shout. He subconsciously looked and found that it was a girl riding a bike, rushing straight towards him. Bang! There is no doubt that driving in an irregular manner will not only make your wallet cry, but also suffer physical pain. The two electric scooters collided with each other. Fortunately, Xiao Fan reacted quickly and supported the car in time so that his car did not fall down. But the girl was a little miserable. She flipped over and fell to the ground. Are you okay? Although it was the other party's fault, Xiao Fan parked the car and hurried to help the other party up. Sorry, I was distracted by mistake just now. The girl looked embarrassed and her face turned red. It's okay, I'm fine. Xiao Fan rubbed his calf. It was a little painful after being touched just now. The girl observed very carefully. Seeing Xiao Fan rubbing his leg, she hurriedly said, Why don't you go to the hospital to have a look? No, I'm leaving first. It was not a big deal, so Xiao Fan was ready to leave. He was not a serious person. That won't work. Let's add a contact number. If there is any problem, tell me. The girl said hurriedly. Okay then. Xiao Fan took a look at the girl's face. She was pretty. It would be okay to add a contact number to the warehouse. Soon the two added their contact information, and then Xiao Fan left directly. He earned more than 3,000 yuan a month and would never pay attention to the girl. Don't I look good today? Yu Shuwen felt a little depressed. She took out a small mirror and found that she was pretty. As a beauty, she has been pursued by boys since she was a child. Many boys try their best to create opportunities to pursue her, but the attitude of the boy just now made her feel frustrated. The other party seemed to not want to know her at all. Otherwise, she must add a contact number. Maybe the other party will leave directly. Of course, if the other party is an ordinary boy with average looks, she will not care. But the other party is handsome and looks gentle. Such a boy ignores her and can't wait to stay away from her, which makes Yushuan feel unconvinced. In fact, Xiao Fan is very moved, but he knows that he can't afford to support such a beautiful girl. Since he can't afford it, it's better not to have any ideas. He rode his bike directly back to where he lives. Xiao Fan lives in an old-fashioned community. The rent here is relatively cheap. He can have his own small space for 800 yuan. After returning home, he first took out Yunnan Baiyao and sprayed it on the wound, then ordered a takeaway, and then turned on the computer to play a game. But just as he sat down, his eyes suddenly blurred, and then a virtual screen appeared in front of him. Ding! The Shenhao System is successfully bound. Congratulations on obtaining the assistance of the Shenhao System. As a Shenhao, your existence is valuable, so you can get rewards every second. The dividend reward is 1 cent per second. Experience required for upgrading. Note, every time you spend money, you can get experience. The conversion ratio is 1 yuan to 1 point. System? Xiao Fan held his breath instantly, and his heart beat at a very fast speed. As a salted fish, he originally thought that this was how his life would be, but he didn't expect to get the system at this time. This is a system in a novel. If he gets the system, can he reach the peak of his life and become a big salted fish? The excitement in his heart made Xiao Fan's body heat up quickly, and he couldn't calm down at all. Finally, he could only quickly enter the bathroom, turn on the shower, and force himself to calm down with cold water. The CPU finally calmed down slowly under the heat dissipation of cold water. Xiao Fan, who had regained his ability to think, immediately began to calculate. 1 cent per second, 6 cents per minute, and 36 yuan per hour. 36 yuan per hour is indeed not high, but he has this much for 24 hours, which means that he has an income of 864 yuan a day. With such a high income, he can just lie down and don't need to go to work. More importantly, the system is only level 1 now. After the system level is upgraded, will the income per second increase again? After the calculation, Xiao Fan became excited again. Fortunately, there is a shower to continuously cool the CPU, otherwise he would not be able to calm down again. 864 yuan a day is about 26,000 yuan a month. Although it is a little difficult to buy a house with this money, it is still very simple to live a carefree life. And after the system level is upgraded, maybe the income can be increased, and it will be much easier to buy a house at that time. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan immediately knew what he should do now. The current system upgrade only costs 10,000 yuan, which is not a lot of money. With his savings, he could definitely complete the upgrade. As long as he completed the upgrade once, he would know whether the upgrade would increase his income. Without hesitation, he immediately returned to the room. He didn't have time to wipe off the water stains on his body. He immediately found his mobile phone. He opened the Zhibaobao app and immediately saw his balance, which was a little over 10,000 yuan. This money was what he barely had left. He earned about 3,700 yuan a month. In addition to food and rent, the rest of the money was used to buy things and recharge. The more than 10,000 yuan was originally used for emergencies, but now it seems that it is not necessary. At present, upgrading the system level is obviously more important, so Xiao Fan is going to go out and spend money. Of course, he must take a shower before going out. After taking a shower, he took his mobile phone and went out directly. 10,000 yuan is actually very little, and it is not hard to spend. He plans to buy a new mobile phone and then buy a set of clothes and shoes. It cost 50 yuan to take a taxi to a shopping mall. This mall is very large. There are ordinary items for sale, luxury goods, and mobile phones and digital products. After entering the mall, Xiao Fan went straight to the clothing area on the 3rd floor with a purpose. Men don't buy things like women do. They just buy whatever they want. There is no need to waste time shopping. When he came to the men's clothing store, he told the clerk his requirements. The clerk quickly took him to the suitable men's clothing. After a simple selection, he spent 3,500 yuan to buy a set of casual men's clothing. After buying men's clothing, he spent more than 2,000 yuan to buy a pair of shoes. In less than 15 minutes, he had spent almost 6,000 yuan. He only needed to spend more than 4,000 yuan to upgrade the system. Without hesitation, he went directly to the Huawei store and prepared to buy a Huawei mobile phone. It happened that Huawei had just launched the 40, so he bought one without hesitation and spent 6,300 yuan. In fact, he had wanted to change his mobile phone for a long time. The one in his hand was already terminally ill. Except for making calls, it was stuck and could not be used at all. In China, there are only Huawei and Apple high-end mobile phones. Both brands are very good, especially Apple's chips, which are really good. Apple is very good, so he chose Huawei. Although he is just a salted fish, it does not prevent him from supporting domestic technology. After buying the phone, he spent a total of 12,000 yuan, which had reached the system upgrade requirements, so he turned on the system. System level, level 2. Dividends are paid out every second for 1 cent. Experience required to upgrade, 2,000 100,000. Note, you can get experience every time you spend money, and the conversion ratio is $1 to 1 point. After the system upgrade, the income actually increased tenfold. In other words, now he can earn more than 8,000 yuan without doing anything every day, more than 200,000 yuan a month, and more than 2 million yuan a year. It's great, very great. Xiao Fan was extremely excited. In less than 2 hours, he went from a small salted fish to a super big salted fish. Salted fish with an annual salary of 1 million and salted fish with an annual salary of tens of thousands are not at the same level, and the pot they lie on is different. With such a high return after only 2 levels, Xiao Fan can't wait to continue upgrading. However, the next level will cost 100,000 yuan, and it will take about 12 days to calculate at more than 8,000 yuan a day. 12 days is not a long time, but Xiao Fan is already a little impatient. In fact, he has a way to get money, but the system has a set of rules, and crooked ways don't count. Ding, the system upgrade is detected, and now a lucky draw opportunity is given. Do you want to draw the lottery? Lucky draw? Xiao Fan was stunned for a moment and then hurriedly asked, "What prizes are there?" The system did not reply, but a large turntable appeared, with various prizes on the turntable. Xiao Fan looked carefully and found that there were cars, houses, airplanes, cash, consumer coupons, and cruise ships on it. There were all kinds of things. The small turntable was densely packed with various prizes. If you want to draw good things among so many prizes, it depends entirely on your luck. Fortunately, there is no thank you for patronage. After confirming that there was no thank you for patronage, Xiao Fan did not hesitate to start the lottery directly. The big turntable rotated at a very fast speed. After it started to rotate, it was completely unclear what was on it. A few seconds later, the high-speed spinning turntable stopped instantly, and Xiao Fan also saw clearly what he had drawn. It was not a house, nor a car, cruise ship. Ding, you will get a shark fin card for your contribution. This card can be recharged and consumed. The face value is 1 million. Thank you for your patronage. Xiao Fan knew very well what shark fin was. He would watch live broadcasts when he had nothing to do, and shark fin was the currency of a large live broadcast platform. 1 million shark fins was equivalent to recharging 1 million soft girls, which was a lot of money. Unfortunately, shark fins could only be consumed online. Compared with other rewards on the turntable, shark fins were really not worth mentioning, but his luck in drawing prizes had always been average, so he gladly accepted it. He was already very satisfied with the money given by the system every day, and this 1 million was just the icing on the cake. Yu Xuan limped back to the dormitory with a painful look on her face. She didn't expect that her legs would suddenly hurt halfway, which made her very helpless. "Xiao Wen, why are you here? I see you don't look very well. What happened?" The roommates in the dormitory noticed something was wrong and asked, "It's okay, I accidentally fell when I was riding my bike back. Just spray some Yunnan Baiyao." Yu Xuan shook her head, still quite strong. "I have Yunnan Baiyao here, spray it quickly or go to the hospital." The other roommates took out Yunnan Baiyao and sprayed it for Yu Xuan. "No need to go to the hospital." Yu Xuan shook her head and rejected the proposal. She had encountered this kind of thing before, and it would be fine in 2 days. "Okay, then you should be careful." The roommate did not persuade her, but changed something else. "By the way, your boyfriend came to see you just now. It seems like something happened. Why don't you call him back?" "Why did he look for me?" Yu Xuan frowned slightly, very dissatisfied with her boyfriend's behavior, of coming to the dormitory to find her without permission. "I don't know about this. Ask yourself." The roommate shook her head and picked up her phone to watch a soap opera. Yu Xuan took off her shoes and socks, took out her phone and hesitated for a moment, then called her boyfriend. Wen, you finally called me back. I just called you. Why didn't you answer?" The call was quickly connected, and her boyfriend's voice came from the microphone. The roommates who were originally playing with their phones pricked up their ears at this moment. "I just had something to do. Why are you looking for me?" Yu Xuan then remembered that her boyfriend did call her, but at that time she had a car accident with a strange handsome guy, so she subconsciously hung up. "Hey, are you free this weekend? Let's go out and play together?" "No, I have to work on weekends, and you don't just want to play, you are already a junior." "It's not hard for me to want to play. We haven't gone out to play for several months. Without waiting for her boyfriend to finish, Yu Xuan hung up the phone directly. She was not interested in going out to play. Work is more important now. After hanging up the phone, Yu Xuan opened WeChat, and she thought of the handsome guy she bumped into. She was in pain, and the other person must be feeling bad. After finding the other person's profile picture, she secretly clicked on the moments, but there was nothing there. She had no choice but to send a message. "Hello, my name is Xiao. I'm very sorry for what happened just now. Are you okay?" After sending the message, she waited for a while and found that no one replied. This made her helpless and she had to put down her phone and wash her face. On the other side, Xiao Fan had just returned home after shopping. After he changed his phone, he found that someone had sent him a message. As a salted fish, no one had sent him a message on WeChat before. It was rare that someone took the initiative to send him a message today. He opened WeChat and found that it was the girl who added WeChat in the afternoon. He instantly remembered the girl's appearance. Before obtaining the system, he had no interest in the girl at all, because the money he earned could barely support himself, so women were fine. But now it's different. With a bulging wallet, he has more thoughts. After all, men are full and want more. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan replied with a message. "My legs are about to break. You hit me too hard? After I got home, I found that I couldn't move. Poor thing." "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it. Why don't you go to the hospital and I'll reimburse the medical expenses?" When Yu Xuan saw this message, she immediately became anxious. "That's not necessary. I've already sprayed Yunnan Baiyao. By the way, you should have had it too. If it hurts, just spray some Yunnan Baiyao. Also, don't use the white bottle or the red bottle by mistake." Xiao Fan is not really good at chatting with girls, so he can only chat based on his feelings. "I've also sprayed Yunnan Baiyao. Are you sure you're okay? Why don't you go to the hospital?" Yu Xuan felt that the handsome guy opposite was quite gentle. He was in so much pain, but he still cared about her. "It's really okay. It will be fine in a few days." "Okay then. By the way, what's your name?" Soon Xiao Fan started chatting with Yu Xuan. Perhaps because both of them were handsome men and beautiful women, or because of the car crash, the two chatted happily. Just when Xiao Fan was about to get to know her better, the system's prompt sounded suddenly, forcing him to stop chatting. Although beautiful women are good, they are still far inferior to making money. Taking the initiative to end the chat with the other party, Xiao Fan opened the system and took a look, and found that the system issued a task. In the task area of the system, there are currently 2 tasks. Task 1, as a rich man, how can you be unknown? Please let a host call you dad 3 times, and you will be rewarded with a lottery draw. Task 2, as a rich man, you must be generous and treat your friends to a meal worth no less than 10,000 yuan, and you will be rewarded with a lottery draw. Isn't this asking him to show off? People like to show off. Xiao Fan doesn't mind this. If he can, he also likes to show off. It's just that I didn't have the strength before. Sometimes when I saw a big brother watching a live broadcast, I could only say sourly that he was stupid and had a lot of money. But he knew very well that if people could give so much money, they would definitely live a more luxurious life. To put it bluntly, they could make so much money, which was much better than those who could only be sour. He now had a shark fin card worth 1 million yuan, so it should not be difficult to complete the first task. As for the second one, he would wait. He definitely did not have that much money today. He had just finished spending and had less than 1,000 yuan on him. The system would not settle the account until 12 o'clock today, so the second task could only be put aside. After checking in on the Big Fish live app, Xiao Fan began to look for anchors who could help him complete the task. There were really many anchors these days, and it was an industry with very fierce competition. Many professional women changed their careers after seeing the rise of the anchor industry, which made the internal competition very serious. In order to keep the big brother, many anchors tried their best. It was for this reason that young people who watched live broadcasts were very popular, and Xiao Fan was no exception. In the past, when he was bored, he would watch live broadcasts to kill time. In his follow list there are more than 30 beautiful anchors, all of which he carefully selected before following. So after opening the app, he first looked at his follow list. If you want the anchor to help him complete the task, then you must choose the right anchor. It is too difficult to make the anchors with high levels call you daddy in the live broadcast room. Xiao Fan's 1 million shark fins are not enough. Those women have big appetites, so he must not choose the target among them. In comparison, those anchors with low levels and tepid popularity are easier to cooperate with. Xiao Fan's target is this kind, especially the anchors whose monthly consumption does not exceed 10,000 or 20,000. The monthly turnover of this kind of anchor is barely around 30,000 or 40,000. After deducting the platform share and the guild share, the monthly income of several thousand yuan may not be as high as that of a normal job in many cases. This type of anchor, because they have tasted the sweetness, is very attentive to live broadcasting. The most important thing is that this kind of anchor is still very good looking, and there may be many suitors in reality. It's just that they all have the dream of earning $1 million a month, so they are deeply rooted in the bottomless quagmire of the live broadcast industry. Dreams are beautiful, but reality is really cruel. The population base of our country is too large, resulting in too many practitioners in this industry. Beauty is just the most basic thing. Beauty does not necessarily make you popular. You also need luck and strength. If you want to stand out among the millions of anchors, you need a lot of strength and luck. The bottom of the pyramid is the largest, and the top of the pyramid is the smallest. The same is true in the live broadcast industry. After all, only a small part of the anchors can be at the top of the pyramid. Most anchors can only be in the middle or in a tepid situation. A long period of tepidity will make the anchors very conflicted. They will be anxious, worry about their future, and be very confused about their future. The most important thing is that they are reluctant to give up this industry. Under various factors, they will desperately grab the opportunity when they see it. It is difficult to make people call daddy, but it is still very simple to make them call daddy. As long as there are enough shark fins, it is not difficult to have friendly and in-depth exchanges sometimes. Lin Xiu is a full-time anchor. After graduating from college, she did not find a satisfactory job, so she has been looking for a job. But she has no income, which is really unbearable. Later, by chance, she heard her sisters talking about how being an anchor is easy and can make money. So with curiosity, she studied this industry and found that it is indeed profitable and not tiring. She only needs to sit in front of the camera every day to sing and chat. In this industry, many people who are not good-looking and have had plastic surgery can make money. She believes that she can definitely make money. After all, even if she does not open the skin grinding, beauty and face slimming, she is still a great beauty. A natural beauty can definitely beat those who have plastic surgery. She feels that she has a great advantage. This wave is a sure win. Even if she can't make a lot of money, she should be able to make a small amount of money. With the dream of earning tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of yuan a month, Lin Xiu joined the live broadcast industry. After a month of live broadcasting, she met a lot of friends. Many viewers praised her for her beauty, saying that she was more beautiful than celebrities, etc., and said that she would definitely become popular. At first, she didn't believe these compliments, but gradually she believed them because her income in the first month was more than 10,000 yuan. You know, it's not easy to earn more than 10,000 yuan a month. Many of her classmates still have a salary of several thousand yuan, and they are exhausted every day, which is a big gap compared to her. The income gave her confidence. In order to earn more money, she extended the time of live broadcasting and took the initiative to learn music and dance. She wanted a higher income. With her efforts, her income increased in the next 2 months. In the 4th month, her income reached more than 50,000 yuan, which really made her ecstatic. Just chatting and dancing in front of the camera every day, she can earn 50,000 yuan a month. This is too exaggerated. In order to reward herself, she bought herself good bags and cosmetics. Just when she thought she would rise step by step, the situation changed in the 5th month. Her turnover began to decrease, and there were fewer people giving her tips in her live broadcast room. In the 5th month, her income was directly halved to just over 20,000 yuan, which made her a little panicked, but she still comforted herself that it was an accident. However, when she waited for the 6th month, she couldn't hold it anymore. Compared with the 5th month, the 6th month's turnover dropped more seriously. When she received her salary, she found that her income in the 6th month was less than 10,000 yuan. Such a gap made her panic. She hurriedly learned about the situation and found that the big brothers who had given her gifts had gone to other people's live broadcast rooms to give gifts. This discovery made her silent. After 5 months of live broadcasting, she also understood some principles and rules. In the past 2 months, there have been big brothers who asked her out for dinner. She knew very well what dinner meant, so she found reasons to refuse every time. She originally thought she was very smart, but now it seems that the big brothers are not stupid. After seeing that she didn't give up, the big brothers lost their patience and stopped giving her gifts one by one and turned to look for other anchors. After understanding this situation, Lin Xiu was really wronged. She regarded the big brothers as family members, but they had other purposes. Since the big brothers were so cruel, she would no longer pay attention to them and continue her daily live broadcast. She believed that there would always be real big brothers who would not do that kind of thing. With this belief, she continued to live broadcast for 2 months and then was severely taught a lesson by reality. Reality is very cruel and will not show mercy just because she is a beauty. In the past 2 months, her income has continued to decline, and finally she can only maintain about 6,000 yuan a month. The reason why it has not fallen is that she is really beautiful. So there are still people who give her tips. There are many people who give her a few yuan or more than 10 yuan in her live broadcast room every day, but there is definitely no big brother. This month, her monthly ranking is only less than 3,000 yuan, which is really unreasonable compared with the previous few months. 6,000 yuan a month is actually not very low, and the most important thing is that the work is easy. But Lin Xiu has earned 50,000 yuan a month. How could she be willing? On this day, she had been broadcasting for more than 3 hours, but the gifts she received were only a little more than 4,000 yuan. If the 4,000 yuan were all tips from the audience, it would be okay, but 2,000 of these 4,000 yuan were tips from her. In order to increase the popularity of the live broadcast room, she gave herself a super hot tip of 2,000 yuan. Gifts need to be divided. There are 5 levels on the platform and 2 levels on the guild. She only has 3 levels, which means that she earned 1,1200 yuan today. After deducting 2,000 yuan from 1,1200 yuan, she not only did not make any money today, but also lost 800 yuan. Lin Xiu was in a very bad mood. I am really a fool. Lin Xiu cursed her stupidity in her heart. She was stupid for nothing, to learn from big anchors to increase her popularity. After cursing herself, Lin Xiu fell into confusion. She could not see her future. She felt that if she continued like this, she would be finished sooner or later. She was wondering if she was wearing too much. If she wore cooler clothes, the situation in the live broadcast room would definitely be much better. As a girl with a firm heart, she began to waver at this moment. She was thinking about whether she should retreat a little bit and wear cooler clothes during the live broadcast and not be too conservative. Would it be better if that were the case? It should be. Looking at the VIP area of the live broadcast room, there were only a dozen people, and each of them had limited rewards. Lin Xiu was struggling in her heart. The popularity of her live broadcast room is actually over 100,000, but popularity is fake. What really reflects strength is the VIP area, and her VIP area is really hard to describe. Today's task has not been completed yet. Everyone, please help the anchor to complete the task, otherwise the anchor will be scolded again. Please. Sighing, not thinking about that problem for the time being, Lin Xiu acted cute in the live broadcast room, hoping to get more gifts from the audience. Unfortunately, the audience didn't seem to buy it. When she acted cute, more than a dozen people were immediately missing from the live broadcast room, and the number of people in the VIP area dropped from more than a dozen to single digits. Xiu has already given all the tips she should have given today. She doesn't have much money left. You'd better not count on it. I even gave you the money I used to buy my wife lipstick. I've been squeezed dry and have no money left. Oh my God. Your task requires 3 rockets to complete. We are all poor and can't complete it. Ahem. My wife has been very strict recently. I really don't have any money. I'll give her a reward next month. I will definitely give her a reward next time. Many comments were floating in the live broadcast room, all expressing their suffering. Looking at the comments floating by, Lin Xiu said with a bitter face, pitifully, "If this goes on, I'm really going to be in trouble. Can you bear to see a beautiful and lovely anchor like me being in trouble? Please support me and let me complete the task." Faced with the poor anchor, the audience fell silent. They had no money to give more rewards, so they could only choose to play dead. What's the benefit of the anchor helping you complete the task? If there is a benefit, I can help you complete it. Xiao Fan had actually been in the live broadcast room for a while. When he saw the anchor's request, he decisively sent a bullet screen. When seeing this bullet screen, Lin Xiu bit her lip. This person seemed to have ulterior motives. For a moment she didn't know what to say. Just as she was hesitating, the second place in the live broadcast room suddenly sent a bullet screen. Xiu, if you continue like this, you will definitely be in trouble. The live broadcast room is difficult to support with ordinary viewers. What is needed is the support of the Big Brother, and the Big Brother is not a fool. After all, the gifts are real money. You can't give nothing. This was said in a rather obscure way, but Lin Xiu understood it. After all, she had been live broadcasting for so long, it was impossible for her not to understand what it meant. The second place meant that it was almost impossible to get something for nothing, and the Big Brother couldn't always be a fool. If it was before, she would definitely not listen to such words, but now she really listened to them. She was still hesitating at first, and finally made a small choice at this time. Big Brother who just spoke? What do you want? You tell me first. I'll think about it. Lin Xiu bit her lip. If it was too much, she would definitely not agree. But if it was not too much, she would compromise. How about 1 rocket to call me Dad? Your task is 3 rockets short. How about you call me Dad 3 times? Xiao Fan sent another barrage. The system's task was to call me Dad 3 times, so he didn't ask for much. Big Brother? You didn't lie, did you? Lin Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. If it was just to call me Dad, she could still accept it. 1 rocket for 1 call of Dad. It was really worth it, okay? She believed that others would call me Dad too. Seeing that the anchor had no intention of refusing, Xiao Fan directly gave him a super rocket. Anyway, he had 1 million shark fins, so he didn't feel bad about using it. Large shield machine presented to the anchor. Super rocket. Super rocket is worth 2,000 shark fins, and it has special effects, so as soon as this gift was given, special effects appeared in the live broadcast room. Wow, big brother, you gave me a super fire right away. This is 2,000 soft girls. Big brother, I can also call you Daddy. Can you give me super fire? I'm cheap. I'll call Daddy 100 times for 1 super fire. Big brother, please give me a reward. The live broadcast room immediately floated with barrages. It's such a good thing to call Daddy with rockets, and the audience said that they can do it too. Lin Xiu was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect this big brother to be so decisive. He rewarded a super rocket before she called Daddy. In addition, 1 super rocket is equal to 4 rockets, which means that she needs to call Daddy 4 times? She has never encountered such a thing as calling someone Daddy before. If it was 2 months ago, she would definitely refuse without hesitation. It's just a super fire. Who is she looking down on? But now she is down and out. Calling Daddy is secondary, and keeping this big brother is the purpose. Call Daddy, quickly, and make your voice louder. After giving the reward, Xiao Fan sent a message to urge him. His attention is now on the task. Although the anchor is beautiful, he has to wait until the task is completed before he has time to appreciate her. Thank you, Dad, for the super rocket I gave you. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Dad. Dad is so nice. Lin Xiu was a little stuttering at first, but after she called out once, she became smoother, just like a person's bottom line. The number of times it can be broken is only the difference between 0 and countless times. Wow, it sounds so nice when the anchor calls you Dad. Can the anchor call you twice? A $500 girl calls you Dad. The price is really expensive. Only the boss can afford it. Wow, I want to call you Dad too. The comments kept rising. Some people were envious, some were jealous, and of course some laughed at them. Your voice is pretty nice. I'll give you a super fire. After completing the task, Xiao Fan was in a very good mood, so he raised his hand and made another super fire. This kind of thing that doesn't require you to pay for it, it really doesn't hurt to spend it. Large shield machine gives anchor. Super rocket. Lin Xiu, who was a little embarrassed at first, immediately covered her mouth when she saw the super fire again. It has been a long time since she received super fire in a row. I remember the last time I received super fire was 2 months ago, and the last time I received super fire in a row was 3 months ago. After 3 months, she finally received super fire in a row again. It really makes people miss it. The level of this account is not high. She originally thought that sending a rocket was a lot, but she underestimated the other party. Being able to send super fire in a row, it is obvious that he is not an ordinary person. Thinking of this, she hurriedly thanked him again. Thank you for the super rocket, again. I really feel it. If it weren't for the super fire given by you, I would have almost forgotten the special effects of super fire. It's just 2 super fires, it's no big deal. I just watched your live broadcast and felt that it was not bad, so I gave it to you casually. Xiao Fan started to show off. He likes to show off, and he shows off openly. Of course, in addition to pretending to be cool, he had other ideas. Now that the system's task was completed, he still had to solve his own problems. He had been single for 20 years. Now that he had the ability, it was time to vent his anger. This anchor named Lin Xiu was pretty good looking, with regular features, delicate skin, and beautiful eyes. This beautiful beauty made Xiao Fan think differently. In the past, he had no money, so he could naturally suppress his inner desires, but now it was different. He was now a man with a system, and of course he couldn't suppress his inner desires. Of course, Xiao Fan didn't know if he could take down this anchor. After all, it was his first time, so he just took it as a practice. With millions of shark fins in his hands, he had many opportunities. Hey, the world of Big Brother is really different from ours. By the way, where are you from, Big Brother? Seeing that Xiao Fan had no intention of leaving, Lin Xiu took the initiative to find a topic to chat. At present, there was no Big Brother in her live broadcast room. It was not easy to meet a Big Brother. She really didn't want to miss it. There were so many coquettish and slutty girls outside. Once she missed it, it would be gone. I'm from Hangzhou. Where are you broadcasting live? Xiao Fan was happy to chat with the anchor. I'm from the Magic City, not far from you. Lin Xiu smiled and said, Brother, I see that your account level is not high. This should be the first time you have given so many gifts, right? I think so. I feel that you are not bad, so I gave you some, but it's not much. Ha ha ha, brother, you are too modest. 2 super hot stars are not a small amount at all. Many people only have this much salary a month. Lin Xiu's mouth corners slightly raised and said with a smile, By the way, I will make you a room manager, and you can add WeChat to our live broadcast room to give rockets. I will send it to you privately. Okay, send it to me. I have something to do and leave first. After all, it is not convenient to chat in the live broadcast room. After getting the contact information, Xiao Fan decisively left the live broadcast room. The two quickly added WeChat, but after adding WeChat, he did not take the initiative to send a message. He knew very well that it was difficult to take down the anchor in one day, and even if he did, he would not have the money to reimburse the travel expenses. So let the bullet fly for a while. There is no need to be too anxious, and now the lottery is the most correct choice. Xiao Fan opened the system lottery interface and clicked on the lottery directly. At the same time, he put his hands together and began to silently worship Guanyin Bodhisattva, asking her to bless him. Soon the lottery results came out. His luck was still average. This time he drew shark fins, which were worth 100,000 yuan. This result was disappointing, but still acceptable. After the lottery, he opened Lin Xiu's circle of friends and started to read it. He was very greedy for Lin Xiu, and there was no need to hide this, because this was the nature of most men. Maybe he would change when he was tired of playing, but he certainly couldn't calm down now. On the other hand, Lin Xiu was not in the mood to live broadcast, so she found a reason and went offline. She needed to think about how to keep this big brother and not let herself be taken advantage of. But before she could think for long, her phone rang. She thought it was a message from her big brother and quickly picked it up. After taking a look, she found that it was a message from the guild operation. Xiu, I saw you receive 2 super hits today. Did you meet the big brother today? I think I met the big brother. This is just speculation at the moment. I can't be sure if it's the real big brother. Lin Xiu replied casually. She completed the task today, so she was very confident. Whether it's the real big brother or not, since you can get 2 super hits, it must be much better than ordinary viewers. You have to work hard. According to your conditions, the live broadcast room should not be like this. I will try my best. Lin Xiu sighed and could only reply dryly. Effort is the foundation, and the brain is the most important thing. You have to think about some things yourself. With your conditions, it is not difficult to make 100,000 a month. Don't be too rigid. I will consider it. Lin Xiu bit her lip. She understood what operation meant. The choice is in your hands. Do you want to earn 100,000 yuan a month and live a glorious life? Or do you want to earn only a few thousand yuan a month and work yourself to death and not be willing to buy anything? Think it over clearly. In addition, I want to tell you one thing. People will grow old. If you can't make money when you are young, do you think you can compete with newcomers when you are older? I have several people who are worse off than you, but their incomes are higher than yours. Don't you envy them? They now earn at least 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a month and can buy whatever they want. Seeing this news, Lin Xiu clenched her fists. Of course she knew all this. Among the anchors in the same batch as her, there were several who were not as good-looking as her, but their incomes were much higher than hers. Of course, she was unwilling to accept this. The next morning, Xiao Fan had just woken up and immediately turned on the system. He originally wanted to wait until 12 o'clock last night, but he fell asleep unknowingly and missed the system's settlement time. After opening the system, Xiao Fan saw the settlement time. It took more than 5 hours last night, and the final settlement was about 2,000 yuan. He earned more than 2,000 yuan in one sleep. This was too cool. After confirming that the money had arrived, he put down his phone and continued to sleep. In the past, he had to go to work to make a living, but now it was different. He had completely forgotten about going to work. At 10:30, Xiao Fan was awakened by the ringing of his mobile phone. He picked up the phone and found that it was a call from the company. He answered it and communicated for a while, and then continued to sleep with his eyes closed. Until 1 o'clock in the afternoon, he was awakened by the phone again. This time it was a friend who asked him to have a meal together. It happened that he was a little hungry now, so he agreed. After a simple wash, he took a taxi and rushed to the destination quickly. Sitting in the car, Xiao Fan looked outside. At this moment, he found that the city seemed different from before. When he had no money, this city was just a 2-point line for him, and there was no way to go to other places. But after he had money, he found that the city was so prosperous. With a sigh, he came to the destination of this trip, a pickled fish restaurant. When he entered the restaurant, he saw his friend sitting by the window. His name was Liu Da, and he was Xiao Fan's high school classmate. At this moment, Liu Da was sitting there in a daze, and he didn't notice Xiao Fan approaching at all. Looking at his distracted eyes, Xiao Fan realized that his old classmate seemed to have encountered problems. What's the situation? I see that you look heartbroken. Did you break up? There are few reasons for men to be depressed, and breakup is often the first reason. I was dumped, Juan, that woman, he? Liu Da's tone was low, as if he was dying. Not surprisingly, I warned you a long time ago, but you still didn't believe it. Xiao Fan shook his head. In this era of freedom instead of responsibility, everything can be trampled on, and trampled on without guilt. The only thing that humans can rely on to pass on to this day is responsibility. But people now actually pursue freedom. Freedom and selfishness are one and the same. If freedom is magnified, how can selfishness not be magnified? True freedom is to be able to control your desires and understand your responsibilities. Responsibility is freedom. The freedom that modern people pursue is to do whatever they want and be ruthlessly manipulated by desires. What kind of shitty freedom is this? Can't you comfort me a few words? You just know how to say sarcastic words. Lu Da was very speechless. You are not a little woman, why do you need to comfort me? People always have to pay the price for their actions, right? Xiao Fan smiled, picked up the menu and ordered dishes without turning back. He was very hungry and wanted to eat. Don't you have a woman you like? Seeing Xiao Fan so ruthless, Lu Da couldn't help asking. Yes, I like all beautiful women. I am very philanthropic, Xiao Fan said without hesitation. I mean, do you have a woman you really like? Lu Da touched his head. This guy has always been like this, cynical. What is sincerity? Is there sincerity in this era? Don't be naive. I only like the skin. You are really hopeless. After eating for 2 hours, Lu Da finally cried heartbroken, while Xiao Fan went home with a smile. After eating and drinking, Xiao Fan's brainworm came up again. He now has only one thing in mind, that is to vent the backlog in his heart. After a man is high, he will not think about other things unless he releases pressure, and his rationality is almost zero. If you want to make such a man regain normal thinking, unless a few big horses come to pull him, it will definitely not be pulled. Lin Xiu started live broadcasting early today, and in order to make the live broadcast room more heated, she deliberately wore a little cooler today. Her white shoulders were exposed outside. After the broadcast, she patiently waited for the arrival of the big brother yesterday, hoping that today's dress would make the big brother like it, but she waited left and right, but didn't see the big brother coming. It has been more than 2 hours since the broadcast, and the big brother has not appeared. She almost couldn't help but send a message to the big brother to remind him. But she had sent a message when the broadcast started, and the big brother did not reply. In this case, she was embarrassed to disturb him. If he had something to send a message himself, it would be easy to make him angry. She looked at her gift income, which was more than 400 in 2 hours. Today, because she was dressed nicely, more people gave her gifts. If it were normal, she would definitely be happy. But she just received 2 super hot gifts yesterday, and she also wanted to be super hot today, so she was looking forward to the arrival of the big brother. She knew very well that without the big brother, the gifts she received would be limited. Lin Xiu was very depressed because she couldn't wait for the big brother. She sat in front of the camera, looking at her sexy and beautiful self, which was much better than most anchors, but her live broadcast room was a mess. Looking at the pitiful number of people in the live broadcast room, she lamented the injustice of God, and then said faintly, "New friends who come to the live broadcast room, if you like the anchor, please follow. If you think the live broadcast is good, you can send gifts to feed it." These words are to hope that the tourists who enter the live broadcast room will follow and ask for some gifts. Most anchors will do so, but the results are often very different. Some anchors can get tourists to send gifts and follow them, while some are just nonsense. After a short stay, the tourists will leave quickly, not only without sending gifts, but also without following them. Lin Xiu belongs to the latter. Although she is beautiful, she has nothing else to offer. She can't make the show lively and can't make the audience happy. Very few people can stay. Seeing that her followers didn't increase at all, Lin Xiu sighed. She found that she was really out of luck. In this vicious cycle, she would definitely be finished in the end. Just when she was extremely depressed, she suddenly saw one more person in the VIP seat. After a closer look, it was the big brother from yesterday. She, who was originally listless, immediately became energetic. "Welcome, my big brother, the shield machine, to the live broadcast room. Welcome, my shield brother. I've been waiting for you so hard. I thought you wouldn't come. I was ready to cry." Xiao Fan just entered the live broadcast room and heard this. He smiled. This anchor was targeting him, but it was good this way. Everyone would benefit from it. Thinking of this, he sent a comment. "Really? We just met and you miss me so much?" Hey, of course, how could I not miss someone as wise and handsome as Brother Dun? Lin Xiu still knows how to flatter others, and she didn't broadcast such a long live broadcast for nothing. I see that the situation in your live broadcast room is not good today. If you continue like this, you will be finished. The best method is to use a big stick and a candied date. Xiao Fan came up with a stick to suppress the host spirit. Lin Xiu, who originally thought that Xiao Fan was in a good mood, fell in an instant after hearing this. It's really going to be a mess. The number of people in the live broadcast room is getting smaller and smaller. If it keeps like this, I can't pay the rent. It's really too pitiful. The rent is definitely still affordable, but Lin Xiu is playing the victim. She hopes that Big Brother can support her more. It's too much to ask for gifts directly, so she can only pretend to be pitiful. This industry is like this. Many anchors quit broadcasting for various reasons. If you quit broadcasting, then I can only watch other young ladies. Fortunately, there are many young ladies on the platform. Xiao Fan continued to suppress. He was the Big Brother, so it didn't matter if he suppressed her. If an ordinary audience dared to suppress her like this, they would definitely be kicked out. Lin Xiu's mouth twitched. She originally thought that the Big Brother would pity her, but she didn't expect that the Big Brother actually wanted to replace her. This was too cruel. She wanted to cry. If there is no other way, I can only find a job, but if I can, I still want to continue to persevere. Lin Xiu opened her pitiful eyes. She hoped to get sympathy. Forget it, I'll support you. It's too difficult to find a job now. It's only a few thousand yuan a month. It's exhausting. It's still much more comfortable to live broadcast. Seeing that the anchor was very depressed, Xiao Fan sent a candied date in time, and a super rocket worth 2,000 yuan was sent out by him without hesitation. Large shield machine gives anchor. Super rocket 1. Lin Xiu, who was originally in a low mood, was stunned for a few seconds when she saw the sudden super rocket. After she reacted, she quickly thanked him. Woo-woo, thank you for the super rocket, Brother Shield. Thank you very much. You are so generous. Lin Xiu's mood changed. She was almost desperate after what her elder brother said, and she wanted to find a job, but suddenly a super fire, her elder brother sent her to the cloud again. From yesterday to today, the elder brother has given her 3 super fires. Such support touched her very much. This is called support, not just verbal shouting. After the joy, she was ready to chat with her elder brother for a while, but at this time she found that the elder brother had left. He left just after giving the reward. Isn't this a bit too willful? By the way, there was a super fire yesterday. There is a super fire today. There is no tomorrow. There will be no day after tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow? Lin Xiu's heart was looking forward to it. She couldn't see her way at first, but now a light suddenly appeared, which made her seem to see her way a little clearer. At 12:01 in the evening, Xiao Fan took out his mobile phone on time to check his income for the day. From 12 o'clock last night to 12 o'clock this evening, it was exactly 1 day, and he earned 8,640 yuan. Today's income plus yesterday's income, his money exceeded 10,000 yuan, which can complete the system's task too. Considering that it is already midnight and many stores have closed, he can only suppress the thought of completing the task immediately. After watching a short video for a while to divert his attention, he fell into a drowsy sleep at more than 2 o'clock in the evening. At noon the next day, when he woke up and looked at the time, he found that it was more than 11 o'clock. Instead of staying in bed, he got up immediately, washed up simply, and went straight to the nearest big hotel. Since it costs 10,000 yuan for a meal, it is definitely not okay to go to a small restaurant. Only a big hotel can consume 10,000 yuan the fastest. It took more than half an hour for Xiao Fan to walk into the lobby of the big hotel. The gentle lighting and luxurious decoration showed that the consumption here is not low. After seeing such decoration, ordinary people will subconsciously leave. After all, eating here is too luxurious for ordinary people. When the hotel waiter saw Xiao Fan, he immediately came up to ask about his well-being. The service attitude was very good. Under their enthusiastic inquiry, he told the purpose of this trip, which was to eat. Of course, eating also has grades. Under the introduction of the waiter, Xiao Fan chose a box with a consumption of no less than 999.99. The waiter was very happy to hear the news and hurriedly took Xiao Fan to the box. This is the first time Xiao Fan has come to such a good box to eat. After entering the box, he looked around curiously. The decoration of the box is very good, just like in the TV series, and the area is not small. In addition to the place to eat, there is also a sofa for rest. It is worthy of being a 9999 box. Sir, you should not be alone, right? After Xiao Fan sat down, the waiter asked enthusiastically, Well, I have a few friends. So do you want to order now, or wait for your friends to come and order? Order now and ask the kitchen to speed up. Here is the menu, sir. Take a look. Taking the menu, Xiao Fan looked at the dazzling array of dishes on it and ordered without hesitation. In fact, he could order a lot of dishes with 10,000 yuan. He ordered a set meal worth 988, with a total of 15 dishes, namely 8 flavored dishes for 100 years of happiness, 2 auspicious marinated double platters, magpie nesting with fresh scallops, dragon and phoenix dancing Buddha jumping over the wall, happy and happy red crab, cheese noodles with pepper and salt lobster, 3 stars singing spring and announcing good news, rich and noble star grouper, seasonal vegetables soaked in gold and silver soup, Hong Kong-style deep-sea abalone baked with kidney beans, Gongbao Yapin large prawns, sweet bird's nest sago, happiness and beauty, and auspicious fruits for a happy family. The names of these dishes are more fancy than one, and he doesn't know what some of the dishes are, but it doesn't matter. Just spend the money and complete the task. Everything is worth it. After ordering the set meal, he ordered a bottle of red wine, spending more than 1,000 yuan. After he had spent almost all the money in his hand, he finished ordering dishes. After the waiter left, Xiao Fan crossed his legs, picked up his phone and started to call people. His husband called Liu Da. This guy just broke up, so treating him to a good meal was just right to comfort his fragile heart. "Hello, what's the matter, Lao Xiao?" Liu Da's voice was still a little depressed. This guy was afraid that he would not be able to get over it in a short time. "Come out for dinner. I'll treat you to a good meal today, just as a comfort to you. I went home today and couldn't go to eat. Okay, I'll treat you another day when you come back. And it's just a woman. Don't take it too seriously." "I know, I'll hang up first." After hanging up the phone, Xiao Fan touched his chin and thought about who to call. As a salted fish, he had few friends and was too lazy to make friends, so except Liu Da. The other few friends were just so-so, and it felt a bit unfair to invite them to dinner. As he was thinking, he suddenly thought of someone. That is the girl he met last time. Instead of inviting those friends with whom he has a general relationship, it is better to invite beautiful women to dinner. After all, beauty is delicious. He took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Yu Xuan. "Want to eat? I'll treat you." After sending the message, he sent a location to increase the success rate of the invitation. On the other side, Yu Xuan was just about to go out for dinner with her roommates. After receiving the message, she picked it up and took a look. When she saw that it was Xiao Fan's invitation to dinner, she subconsciously wanted to refuse. After all, she was not familiar with the other party, and there were really many people who wanted to treat her to dinner, and she couldn't agree to everyone. But when she saw the location, she was stunned. Location turned out to be a 5-star hotel. She had never been to such a place. Usually, the people who pursued her would invite her to dinner in shopping malls and small restaurants. This was the first time for a 5-star hotel. "You didn't send the wrong message, did you? Are you sure you want to invite me to dinner in that kind of place?" Yu Xuan replied with doubt. "No. Are you free? If you are free, you can come directly. If not, I will call someone else." Xiao Fan would not be a bootlicker, so his reply was simple and clear. "I just happened to be free and was originally planning to go for dinner, but since you are going to treat me, I would rather take advantage of it." Yu Xuan thought about it and agreed. "Then, you can come directly. You can also call 2 friends. I ordered a lot of dishes." More than a dozen dishes, 2 people definitely can't finish them. Xiao Fan's trick can not only save food, but also try who Yu Xuan will bring. If she brings a man, then this woman will be directly excluded. "Then I'll call my sisters. Is that okay? There are 3 sisters in total." Yu Xuan glanced at her roommates and replied, "Sure." After agreeing, Xiao Fan picked up his phone to watch short videos to kill time. After Yu Xuan put down her phone, several roommates beside her asked curiously, "Who is it? You are so happy chatting?" "A friend. Let's go and I'll take you to eat something good. We won't go to the cafeteria to eat." Yu Xuan smiled and pulled her roommates outside. "But didn't you make an appointment with your boyfriend to eat in the cafeteria? Did he change his mind?" Bai Yingying, the head of the dormitory, looked puzzled. "Don't worry about him. Let him eat in the cafeteria by himself. We'll go out to eat." Yu Xuan shook her head and didn't say much. Although the 3 roommates were confused, they were smart enough not to ask. More than half an hour later, the taxi stopped in front of the hotel, and Yu Xuan got off with the 3 sisters. "Wait, Wenwen, we are eating here? Are you kidding?" The roommates were very shocked. They all knew this place. Thousands of dollars were gone easily. "Of course, how could I joke with you?" Yu Xuan opened her mouth and raised her head slightly. This feeling of shocking her roommates was very good. She liked this feeling very much. After standing at the door and chatting for a few words, the 4 entered the hotel and, under the guidance of the waiter, came to the private room reserved by Xiao Fan. At this moment, Xiao Fan was sitting with his legs crossed and watching Duyan. When he heard the sound of the door opening, he subconsciously looked over. Yu Xuan was dressed very beautifully today. In addition, the 3 girls she brought were also good. As expected, birds of a feather flock together. The beauties are surrounded by beauties. "Hello, my name is Xiao Fan. Please sit down." "Don't be polite to me." After taking a look at the 4 people, Xiao Fan stood up with a smile and said very gentlemanly. After the 4 sat down, Yu Xuan introduced them with a smile. "Xiao Fan, the 3 of them are my sisters, Bai Yingying, Shi Yanjing, and Guan Minjuan." Among the 3, Bai Yingying is estimated to be 1.7 meters tall, and her appearance is not much worse than Yu Xuan. If she were to rate them, Yu Xuan would score 93 points and Bai Yingying would score 91 points. Shi Yanjing and Guan Minjuan are a little worse, but they also have about 85 points. Girls of this level are already considered goddesses in the eyes of ordinary men. Xiao Fan felt that it was a good meal to have 4 beauties accompany him. His choice was very wise. After Xuan finished introducing them, he smiled and said, "Eat whatever you want. There is red wine here, and there will be dishes later. Don't be polite to me. Since you are Wenwen's friends, you are also my friends. This is the first time have eaten in such a box. The decoration of a 5-star hotel is really good. Thank you very much, Xiao Fan, this time." Yu Xuan said with a smile. Xiao Fan shook his head. He was just doing it for the mission, so of course he couldn't say it out loud. So he said indifferently, "It's just a meal, nothing to thank you for. This is not an ordinary meal. Ordinary people definitely don't come here to eat." Bai Yingying looked at the empty box and said, "Isn't the price of this box cheap? I heard from my friend last time that many boxes in 5-star hotels have consumption requirements." Guan Minjuan also said, while constantly observing Xiao Fan. She was very curious about how this handsome guy, so young, was so rich. "It's okay, not very expensive." Xiao Fan smiled and didn't say the price of the box. He seemed very low-key and steady. After feeling that Xiao Fan was easy to talk to, the 5 people quickly started chatting. Just as they were chatting and laughing, the kitchen started serving dishes, and 2 waiters pushed the cart into the box. Happy and Happy red crab, cheesy noodles with pepper and salt lobster, Kung Pao 1-pin large prawn, Hong Kong-style kidney bean baked deep-sea abalone, etc. A total of 15 dishes were served. These dishes were well matched, with vegetables, meat, seafood, and soup. Xiao Fan had never eaten food in a 5-star hotel before. He heard others say that the food in 5-star hotels tasted average, but it was not until now that he realized that it was sour grapes. The food in a 5-star hotel is not only well cooked, but the ingredients are also much better than those in a small restaurant. Rich people are not fools, and it is impossible for them not to taste whether it is delicious or not. 15 dishes, each one is delicious, and the 5 people are very happy to eat. At the beginning, the 4 girls were a little reserved, but slowly, without realizing it, they also ate, with big mouthfuls. After eating almost everything, the 4 girls reacted and their faces changed one by one. Yu Xuan said sadly, "It's over. I ate too much this time. I'm going to gain weight when I go back. I'm so full I forgot to control myself when I was eating just now." Bai Yingying also looked distressed. "Forget it. I've already eaten. Let's go back and lose weight." Shi Yanjing and Guan Minjuan shook their heads, looking very helpless. Listening to the 4 girls, Xiao Fan felt that women were always busy. He ignored the 4 girls and asked the waiter to come in to settle the bill. After the waiter came in, he glanced at the 4 girls, sighed in his heart, and then said in a light tone, "Hello, sir. This time the consumption is 12,000 yuan. How do you want to pay?" "WeChat payment. Now I only carry my mobile phone when I go out and I don't have any cash or cards at all." The waiter nodded, took out the code scanner, collected the money, and quickly left the box. "This meal is 12,000? It's so expensive?" After the waiter left, Guan Minjuan covered her mouth, very surprised. The other 3 girls also swallowed their saliva. They thought that 4 or 5,000 yuan would be enough, but they didn't expect it to be over 10,000. "It was so expensive. I was wondering why it was so delicious." Xianjing looked at the leftovers and wanted to pack them up to take back home. They were very expensive. "Xiao Fan, this meal is too expensive." Yu Xuan stared at Xiao Fan intently. This man is really rich. The 4 girls are all college students, so their consumption concept is not very high. A meal of a few hundred yuan is already very expensive for them. A meal of a few thousand yuan is considered a luxury, and a meal of tens of thousands of yuan can shock them. Spending tens of thousands of yuan on a meal is really crazy. There is nothing good to do with this money. Xiao Fan, what do you do? I think you seem to be about the same age as us? After leaving the hotel, Bai Yingying asked curiously. She wanted to know more about such a young, handsome, and rich man. "Nothing. Just a little business. Okay, I have something else to do. I'm leaving first. You guys can take a taxi back." Xiao Fan shook his head, didn't say anything more, turned around and left quickly. The 4 girls stood there watching Xiao Fan leave. When they could no longer see the car, Bai Yingying, Shi Yanjing, and Guan Minjuan all looked at Yu Xuan. "Wenwen, where did you meet this handsome guy? What stage have you reached? Tell the truth quickly. Also, does your boyfriend know about his existence? Don't make wild guesses. We haven't known each other for long, and nothing has happened at all." Yu Xuan shook her head and subconsciously refuted. "Oh, so that's the case. I knew that a good girl like you, Wenwen, would definitely not mess around. After all, you have a boyfriend." Bai Yingying smiled, gently hugged Yu Xuan's arm, and said, "In that case, then push his WeChat to me." "What are you going to do?" Yu Xuan immediately became alert. This woman flattered herself, and she must have bad intentions. "Nothing. I just want to get to know him. After all, he invited us to dinner, so we must thank him," Bai Yingying said with a smile. "I want to ask Xiao Fan. His WeChat can't be given to anyone casually." Yuxuan hesitated for a moment and finally chose to refuse. Wenwen, we are good sisters, and you have a boyfriend. What do you want to do? Bai Yingying winked at Xianjing and Guan Minjuan. The two immediately understood and said, Wenwen, you don't want to develop a relationship with Xiao Fan, do you? Don't think about it. Wait until I ask Xiao Fan. If he agrees to give you WeChat, I will give it to you. Yuxuan shook her head and walked quickly towards the taxi. Don't talk to the three people anymore. On the other side, Xiao Fan went straight home. After arriving home, he first took a bath. Then he worshipped the god of wealth he had just bought, and then he used up the chance to complete the task reward. With the rapid rotation of the turntable, the result came out soon. Congratulations on getting a Lamborghini Danyu gift card. With this card, you can go to the store to pick up a Lamborghini. Fuck, the god of wealth is really useful. Seeing this result, Xiao Fan did not hesitate to worship the god of wealth again. In this era, not only marriage is under the control of the god of wealth, but also luck. The god of wealth is really powerful now. After worshipping the god of wealth, Xiao Fan couldn't wait to go out. There is no man who doesn't like cars, and he is no exception. After searching the location on the internet, he took a taxi and rushed to the destination. More than half an hour later, he came to the car city, which specializes in selling cars. There are both ordinary cars and luxury cars. After getting off the car, he immediately wandered around. He had thought about buying a car a long time ago, but unfortunately he had no money at that time. But now it's different. Everything has changed. He walked outside the stores, looking at the luxuriously decorated halls of luxury cars, and looking at the cars parked in the halls, his heart beat a little faster. Passing by BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Ferrari, he finally came to the outside of the Lamborghini store. Through the large glass, he could see the Lamborghini Bull placed in the hall from the outside. The streamlined body, the scissor doors, and the shiny paint all attracted Xiao Fan's attention. No young boy could refuse such a car. After standing at the door and staring at the car for a few seconds, Xiao Fan strode towards the main entrance. Today he would take a bull home, and he would be a man with a car in the future. There were many salesmen standing in the hall, both men and women. The men were dressed in suits, looking like pyramid schemers and house sellers, while the women were wearing stockings and short skirts, looking very sexy. After Xiao Fan entered, the salesman noticed him immediately. A young female salesperson reacted the fastest and walked towards him immediately. Hello, handsome guy. I'm Shui Tao, a salesperson. I'm glad to serve you. What's your name? Shui Tao looked at this handsome guy who looked younger than her with a smile on her face. She was curious about how young he was. Could he really afford a car here? My name is Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan nodded and looked the saleswoman up and down. She was wearing a white shirt on her upper body and a short skirt of about 30 centimeters on her lower body, plus black stockings and black high heels. This saleswoman didn't look old either. She had tight facial features and fair skin. Her legs were straight and beautiful, wrapped in black stockings. It was worthy of being a place that sold Lamborghinis. The salespeople here were of high quality. Mr. Xiao, you want to know about the Lamborghini Aventador, right? Shui Tao smiled and pointed to the Lamborghini Aventador parked not far away. She just found this handsome guy looking at cars outside. How do you know which car I want to see? Xiao Fan touched his nose. He didn't even tell her what he wanted, but this woman knew it? I said I did, Mr. Xiao. Do you believe me? Shui Tao blinked her eyes and said mischievously. You are really amazing. You guessed it right? Ha ha ha, I was actually joking. I just saw you looking at the car out, Shui Tao smiled. It's not bad to find someone to chat with when you are bored. You look very happy. Do you think I will buy a car? Xiao Fan asked, looking at the other person's smiling face. It doesn't matter whether I buy it or not. It is of course a happy thing to chat with a handsome guy like you. Shui Tao took Xiao Fan to the side of Danyu and said with a smile. Xiao Fan shook his head. This woman has a good EQ and is not the type to judge people by their noses. Originally, he thought that when he entered this kind of store, because he looked very young, even if someone greeted him, the attitude should be very cold. But now it seems that he has read too many novels. How can there be so many people with dark hearts and dog eyes looking down on others? After a little sigh in his heart, Shui Tao had already taken him to the side of Danyu and began to introduce the situation of the car. Mr. Xiao, this car is the latest Lamborghini Aventador SVJ Roadster in 2019. 6.50 770 horsepower V12, 7 ISR gearbox, 2-door 2-seater hardtop convertible, 100 kilometers acceleration, 2.9 seconds. Shui Tao introduced while opening the car door in the convertible so that Xiao Fan could witness the process of folding the convertible. Xiao Fan liked this car very much. After opening the car door, he sat in the driver's seat to experience it, but soon he found the shortcomings of this car. The seat cushion is very hard and the comfort is not very good. In addition, the space in the car is not large and there is no place to put the mobile phone. In addition to the good looks and power, this car has many shortcomings, but who makes it handsome? Just when Xiao Fan was experiencing the car, Shui Tao also sat in the co-pilot. She still introduced the situation and configuration of the car with a smile on her face. Her attitude was really good. Okay, no need to introduce it. How much is this car? Touching the steering wheel, Xiao Fan asked without hesitation. This is the latest Lamborghini Aventador SVJ Roadster in 2019. It has very high configuration, so the price will be higher. It will cost about 8.7 million yuan. Shui Tao didn't expect Xiao Fan to buy it, so she said it very naturally. In fact, most people are not allowed to sit in a car worth 8 million yuan, but the other party is handsome, and she happened to be in a good mood, so she let him experience it. It's not cheap. Xiao Fan didn't have 5,000 yuan on him now. 8 million yuan is indeed a lot of money for him. Fortunately, he has a gift card, so he can afford it. Hearing this, Shui Tao smiled and was not surprised. After all, Xiao Han looked only about 20 years old. Even if his family had money, his parents would not agree. Swipe the card, I'll buy this car. Xiao Fan took out the gift card given by the system and handed it to Shui Tao without blinking. Ah? Shui Tao she didn't react for a while. I said, I bought it, swipe the card. Oh, okay. Shui Tao finally reacted. She quickly took the bank card and said with a trembling voice, Mr. Xiao, please wait a moment. I will go and get the formalities done. In addition, this car can be equipped with options. You can choose. Shui Tao was very excited at this moment. She actually sold a luxury car. You know, this car is more than 8 million. Cars of this price can't be sold many times a year. She can actually sell one, and it was sold in less than 20 minutes. She felt like she was going crazy. She was really too excited. How much commission would this be? When she told the manager the news, the other salesmen who were originally watching the show slapped their thighs one by one, really envious and jealous. Soon, the store manager came to Xiao Fan politely and said with a smile, Mr. Xiao, I am the manager of this store. I heard from Shui Tao that you want to buy this car? Well, hurry up and handle the formalities. I have something to do later. Facing this male manager, Xiao Fan was a little impatient. There was no need to waste time with a man. Okay, Mr. Xiao, I need you to sign here and enter the password. The manager took the pose machine politely and did not show any emotion because of Xiao Fan's impatience. Xiao Fan signed without hesitation, then entered the password and paid the money. Soon a long receipt was spit out from the pose machine, and the string of zeros made people's eyes numb. After paying the money, the manager breathed a sigh of relief and then asked, Mr. Xiao, are you going to drive the car away today? Can you drive it away? Xiao Fan didn't know this, so he asked back. Sure, wait a moment. I will help you with the formalities, and you can drive away when the time comes. The manager nodded and went to handle the formalities immediately. After the manager left, only Xiao Fan and Shui Tao were left in the VIP room. Xiao Fan sat on the sofa, while Shui Tao sat beside him a little uncomfortably. She had seen many rich people. After all, she worked in a luxury car dealership. But this was the first time she had seen such a young and handsome rich man. Thinking of how casually he swiped his card just now, she couldn't calm down. Looking at the beautiful woman beside him, Xiao Fan suddenly remembered something, so he asked, You should be able to help with the license plate, right? Yes, we can help with ordinary license plates for free. As for good license plates, you need to spend money to buy them, and the prices vary. Shui Tao said quickly, Then I'll buy a good license plate. The system-provided gift card also solves the license plate problem, so Xiao Fan has no pressure to buy it. Hearing this, Shui Tao quickly took out her mobile phone, then moved her butt towards Xiao Fan and said, Mr. Xiao, I'll show you the license plates our store has. If you like any, just tell me directly. Xiao Fan looked at her mobile phone. There were many numbers on her mobile phone. These numbers were very regular and ordinary people really couldn't get them. So he carefully selected them, but after looking for a long time, he found that it was pitch black in front of him, and his attention was not on the mobile phone at all. Mr. Xiao. Shui Tao soon found that Xiao Fan's eyes were not right, because the two of them were sitting together and Xiao Fan was taller so he could look down from above. Ahem, this one. How much is it? I'll take it. Xiao Fan quickly retracted his gaze. He had been a little crazy these past 2 days and would lose his mind when he saw a beautiful woman. This 1 million, Mr. Xiao, do you think it's okay? Shui Tao quickly quoted the price without mentioning what happened just now. Swipe the card. Xiao Fan waved his hand, very straightforward. Soon the manager ran over again, took the 1 million, and left quickly, without staying in the VIP seat for even a second. No one disturbed them, and there were only 2 of them left in the VIP seat. Xiao Fan closed his eyes to rest, while Shui Tao's eyes kept flickering. Mr. Xiao, let's add WeChat, so it's convenient to contact. After a moment of silence, Shui Tao took the initiative to speak and broke the silence. She said in a soft tone, If you have any problems in the future, you can contact me. As long as I can solve it, I will do my best to help you solve it. Any problem can be solved, are you kidding? Xiao Fan opened his eyes and asked with a smile. As long as I can solve it, I can solve it. Shuitao nodded and said very seriously. Hearing this, Xiao Fan's mouth curled up. This world is really like this. When you have money, someone will do everything to make you happy. Shuitao in front of him is very good looking and has a very good figure. Although she is not the top one, 85 points is more than enough. In the eyes of ordinary people, she is definitely a goddess, the kind of person they dream of. If it were in the past, such a woman would never have any contact with Xiao Fan, but now he just bought a car, and she is very proactive without him having to express his opinion. There are many beautiful women in this world, but there are not many rich men, and there are even fewer rich, young, and handsome men, so smart girls know very well what to do. Xiao Fan had no reason to refuse Shuitao, who took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. He took out his mobile phone and added a contact number with the other party. He did not think he was a good person, nor did he think he was very determined, so in the face of temptation, he naturally followed his heart. He had read some novels in which the protagonists could control their desires after becoming rich. This was incredible. The heroes in ancient times could not resist beauty. How could ordinary people resist beauty after becoming rich? How many men could resist a delicate beauty who came to him and said that she could satisfy all your requirements? Of course, there are honest men among men, but they are only a small part. Xiao Fan's dream was not big. He just wanted to live a simple life before, but now he wants to take care of some beautiful girls within his ability to help them avoid the sufferings of the world. Is your home nearby? Since Shuitao said so, Xiao Fan would definitely not be polite. He almost felt suffocated. Originally, he wanted to take down the anchor and communicate with him. Now that someone took the initiative, he would definitely not refuse. He would eat first. It's in the nearby community. Mr. Xiao, do you want to come to my house to play? Shuitao didn't expect Xiao Fan to be so direct, but she didn't refuse. I'm a little tired and want to find a place to rest. Is that okay? Xiao Fan stared at Shuitao. If this woman wanted to hook up with him, she would have to pay a price. Okay, let's go now or wait a while? Shuitao pursed her lips. Since there was no way to refuse, she agreed readily. Okay, let's go now and come back to drive the car later. Xiao Fan stood up immediately. To put it bluntly, he was a little impatient. There was no way he was such a pervert. He didn't have the ability before, so he was honest and dutiful. But now that he has the ability, of course, he can't be honest and dutiful anymore. Soon the two left the VIP lounge. Shuitao lived a few streets away from here. She rode a small electric donkey and took Xiao Fan back to her place quickly. On the way, Xiao Fan unceremoniously reached out and hugged the other's thin waist. Shuitao's waist was very soft and felt very comfortable to touch. He was very satisfied. A few minutes later, the small electric donkey rode into a community. After parking the car, Shuitao took Xiao Fan back to her place. After entering the door, Xiao Fan couldn't wait to hug Shuitao, bite her lips and kiss her. He was really impatient. Shuitao originally wanted to say a few words, but now she could only cooperate first. Let this man taste enough, and then talk about other things. 10 minutes later, Xiao Fan let go of Shuitao's mouth, hugged her to sit on the sofa, and gently stroked her stockings with his fingers. Brother Xiao, you are too impatient. Lying in Xiao Fan's arms, Shuitao said helplessly. Xiao Fan calmed down a little at this time, smiled and said, Who makes you so attractive? It's the true nature of men. Then brother, what is our relationship now? Shuitao hugged Xiao Fan's neck and asked seriously. She was concerned about this. What do you think? I don't have a girlfriend. Who doesn't say nice words. At this time, you can make promises, and after entering the sage mode, everything can be counted. Then I'll go take a shower first. Hearing the satisfactory reply, Shuitao breathed a sigh of relief. Although she knew that verbal promises were not safe, she had no other way, who made her weak. No need to take a shower. Your clothes are very nice. Xiao Fan smiled. Let's talk about taking a shower later. Now it's more important to do business. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Xiao Fan yawned while lying on the bed. After exercising for an entire afternoon, he felt very hungry. Looking at Shuitao, who was still sleeping, he stretched out his hand and pinched her body, saying, It's getting late. Get up quickly. Huh? Shuitao looked up with a confused look on her face. After 3 seconds, she finally reacted. What time is it? It's already 6 o'clock. It's getting late. I'm leaving first. If you have anything, send me a message. Xiao Fan picked up his clothes and put them on. After trying it, he calmed down a lot and was not as excited as he was at the beginning. Wait a minute, you should be hungry, right? Shuitao hugged Xiao Fan's neck from behind and whispered. What? Are you going to treat me to a meal? Xiao Fan smiled. He didn't have money to treat him now. The little money in his pocket was only enough for a roadside stall. I'll cook for you. You can taste my cooking skills. I'm a very good cook. Can you wait a while before leaving? Shuitao pleaded in a low voice. She didn't want Xiao Fan to leave like this because he would soon forget her. Okay, then you go cook. Xiao Fan hesitated for a moment and nodded in agreement. Hey, then you take a rest for a while. I'll go buy groceries. I'll come and call you when the meal is ready. Shui Tao pulled Xiao Fan back to the bed and lay down, then picked up her clothes and put them on, and walked out quickly. After closing the door, Shui Tao breathed a sigh of relief. She tidied her clothes, went to the door to change her shoes, and prepared to go out to buy groceries. Just as she was putting on her shoes, the door was suddenly knocked. Hearing this sound, Shui Tao was stunned for a moment. Then he stood up and opened the door. There was a man standing at the door, a very familiar man. Although she guessed it was him, after seeing him, Shui Tao was still a little helpless. Why did he come here? Why did you come here suddenly today? You didn't even call me before you came. Looking at her boyfriend in front of her, Shui Tao's face did not change, but her voice was relatively light. Isn't it today that I get my salary, so I came to celebrate with you? Guess how much I got last month? Bei Junan had a smile on his face and was in a very good mood. How much? 10,000? 20,000? Shui Tao naturally blocked the door. At this time, she absolutely couldn't let her boyfriend in. If something unexpected happened, it would be the end. 23,000. This month's total is 20,000. Your man is amazing. Bei Junan was very proud. It is not something that ordinary people can achieve to earn more than 20,000 a month. Seeing her smug boyfriend, Shui Tao shook her head and said, If I remember correctly, your salary was only 3,000 yuan last month. It's so unstable that I don't even bother to say anything to you. Don't discourage me. I'm working hard. Don't worry, my salary this month will definitely exceed 10,000 yuan. Bei Junan was helpless. His girlfriend liked to discourage him. Okay, I won't chat with you anymore. I have something to go out. You go back first. Shui Tao walked out of the door and naturally reached out to close the door. Just as the door was about to close, Bei Junan stretched out a hand to hold the door. Wait a minute. Wait for me to put something in. It's all your favorite food. What? At this time, Shui Tao realized that there was a box of yogurt on the ground, as well as fruits and snacks, all of which were the types she liked to eat. I just bought it. Let's put it at home first, and then we go out. How about it? Bei Junan smiled. These were bought by him on purpose. He knew his girlfriend liked to eat them. Okay. Shui Tao's eyes flickered. Then she opened the door and walked into the living room with her boyfriend. After entering the living room, she naturally pulled him into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. Bei Junan didn't find anything. After Shui Tao opened the refrigerator, he began to put yogurt and fruit in the refrigerator, while Shui Tao stood aside and waited silently. Everything was calm. Soon Bei Junan put the things in place, and Shui Tao took him outside. However, this time Bei Junan seemed to have discovered something, and his eyes stayed on the sofa. Why are your stockings thrown around and they look torn? How about I buy you 2 pairs of Balenciaga? Bei Junan picked up the tattered stockings with an evil smile on his face. Why buy Balenciaga? It's so expensive. It's just a waste of money. Save your own money. I'm not that kind of materialistic woman. Shui Tao's heart was hanging. She reached out to take her stockings, crumpled them into a ball and threw them into the trash can, saying, Put away the evil on your face. I won't send them to you. If it weren't for work, I wouldn't wear stockings. Okay. Bei Junan was a little frustrated. His girlfriend was too conservative and would never wear stockings for him to see. This made him extremely depressed. If you dare to have wild thoughts in the future, I will turn against you. Do you understand? Wearing whatever I want is my freedom. Shui Tao glared at Bei Junan, then pulled him out of the house and closed the door with his backhand. Isn't it allowed for me to think about it? Bei Junan felt a headache. He looked at his girlfriend's white legs. Such good legs, it would be a pity not to wear stockings and high heels. Not allowed. If you want to find women who like to cater to your hobbies, go find someone else. I'm not that kind of woman. Give up. Shui Tao said bluntly. Okay. Bei Junan shrugged. He was used to being lectured. Just when he was about to ask his girlfriend where to go, he suddenly saw a black bruise on her thigh. You hit your leg. Why is there such a big bruise? Seeing this, Bei Junan immediately became nervous. His girlfriend was his sweetheart, and he felt very distressed when she was injured. At this time, Shui Tao realized that there was indeed a bruise on her leg. Fortunately, she was very good at acting and said very calmly, I accidentally hit it while driving. It's nothing, and it hurts. Really nothing? Do you want to go to the hospital? Bei Junan asked nervously. If this kind of wound happened to him, he would definitely not care, but this was on his girlfriend. I said it's okay, you go back, I have something else to do. Shui Tao shook her head. I felt that my boyfriend was very annoying today, so I started to drive him away. Where are you going? Can I go with you? Bei Junan was nervous. He hadn't seen his girlfriend for a week and really didn't want to leave. No, I'm going shopping with my sister, so I'll take you with me. Shui Tao looked at Bei Junan with a serious face. How about I come to see you later? Bei Junan knew that it was impossible to follow him, so he could only make the best of it. Shui Tao hesitated for a moment, and considering that he had already refused, it would not be good to refuse again, so he nodded. After 9 o'clock. Okay, it's settled. After 9 o'clock. Junon was ecstatic and left quickly, and his mood improved. Looking at her boyfriend leaving, Shui Tao breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, when she was at home just now, her heart was also lifted. Fortunately, everything was calm in the end and nothing happened. Patting her chest, she took out her mobile phone to check the time and found that she had been dawdling for a while, so she hurried to the nearby vegetable market. The small vegetable market near the community is not large in area, but it still sells common ingredients. Shui Tao bought some beef, shrimp, crabs, etc., which she usually didn't want to buy. But today was different. Buying bad ingredients might make Xiao Fan unhappy, so she spent the money reluctantly. After buying the ingredients quickly, she hurried back home and entered the kitchen to start cooking. Shui Tao knew very well that for people like Xiao Fan, beauty was just a basic condition. People like them had no shortage of beautiful women who were willing to pay for them. If she was not the type of person who was stunningly beautiful, then in addition to beauty, personality and skills were also very important. Fortunately, her cooking skills were very good, and she had studied them deliberately, so she could perform well. Soon an hour passed, and Shui Tao had prepared the meal. She went to the bathroom to look in the mirror, and then walked into the room. In the room, Xiao Fan was still sleeping. Looking at the sleeping Xiao Fan, Shui Tao did not rush to wake him up, but picked up a black silk stocking and put it on. She knew that this man liked black silk stockings. After putting on the stockings, she climbed onto the bed and blew gently into Xiao Fan's ear. "Brother, it's time to eat. Don't sleep anymore." Xiao Fan, who was in his sleep, felt someone pressing on him and was about to wake up. After hearing the voice in his ear, he slowly opened his eyes. "What time is it?" After waking up, Xiao Fan subconsciously put his hand on Shui Tao's thigh and gently stroked it. "It's past 7 o'clock. Get up and eat quickly." Shui Tao smiled and didn't care about Xiao Fan's little action at all. After a woman accepts it in her heart, it is actually very easy to compromise. "Help me put on my clothes. I don't want to move." Xiao Fan kissed her, and then made a request or a test. "You are so lazy," Shui Tao muttered, but still picked up the clothes and pants and helped Xiao Fan put them on without hesitation. Xiao Fan was very satisfied. He liked obedient women. He didn't like those who liked to throw tantrums at all. After getting dressed, the two came to the living room. At this moment, the dishes were already placed on the coffee table. After Xiao Fan sat down, Shui Tao asked, "Brother, do you want a drink?" "No, I'm very hungry. Let's eat directly." Xiao Fan shook his head. He had consumed a lot of energy and needed to continue to replenish his energy. "Okay, brother, you eat shrimp." Shui Tao nodded, took the shrimp and peeled it for Xiao Fan, and then fed it to his mouth. Xiao Fan certainly would not be polite. He had never experienced being served by a beautiful woman. Now was the perfect time to experience it. The meal took more than half an hour. Xiao Fan hardly had to do anything except open his mouth. Shui Tao's thoughtfulness really shocked him a little. This woman is something. "I have something to go back first. I'll come to see you another day when I'm free. You can send me a message if you have anything." After eating and drinking, it was time to slip away. Xiao Fan took back his hand that had taken advantage of Shui Tao and stood up to leave. "I'll take you to the store. It's not very far, but it's still a little far." Shui Tao also stood up quickly. She had made up her mind to pester this second-generation man. "Okay." Xiao Fan didn't refuse. He was not good at rejecting women. Who made him a good man? Who liked to cherish women and help others? Not long after, Shui Tao sent Xiao Fan to the store. After a goodbye kiss with her, Xiao Fan drove away quickly. Men, after pulling up their pants, their brains will come back. Shui Tao stood there for a long time. She didn't know if her efforts today would be rewarded, so she was still a little worried in her heart. If this man ignored her in the future, she would definitely lose a lot. But she didn't regret her choice. It was difficult to meet a rich man. If you add young and handsome, it would be almost impossible. She was lucky to meet him. At 8:30 in the evening, Shui Tao lazily sat on the sofa to rest. She was also very tired today. This man was very powerful. Her legs were actually a little weak, but she was just holding on. Looking at the leftovers on the coffee table, she shook her head and was too lazy to clean up. So she picked up her phone and sent a message to her boyfriend. "I'm home. You come quickly, you can go back earlier later." "Okay, I'll be there soon," Bei Junon replied almost immediately. He set up special care so he could always be the first to know about his girlfriend's news. Shui Tao did not continue to reply to the message, but took out her tablet and opened a soap opera to watch. Compared with replying to messages, she preferred to watch the drama. After a while, there was a knock on the door. She walked over to open the door, and then returned to the sofa without even looking at her boyfriend and continued to watch the drama. "Tao Tao, there is a very good movie showing tonight. It's still early now. Why don't we go to the movie?" Beijunan was very happy and spoke cheerfully. Help me clean up the coffee table first, wash the dishes, and mop the floor, and then we can talk about other things. Shuitao glanced at him, gave him an order, and then continued watching the show. As for what Beijunan had just said, she didn't hear it at all. Beijunan could only shut his mouth. His emotions just now were directly interrupted. He could only quietly clean up the plates and bowls. However, when cleaning up the dishes, he found that there were actually 2 sets of dishes, which puzzled him very much, because there was obviously only his girlfriend in the house. He was confused in his heart, but he didn't dare to ask. He was not stupid. He could see that his girlfriend didn't seem to be in a good mood today. She must have encountered something at work. Beijunan took the dishes and returned to the kitchen. He washed the dishes as quickly as possible, then took a rag to wipe the coffee table in the living room, and finally mopped the floor. After finishing all these, he breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the living room carefully. He first glanced at his girlfriend, then slowly sat down and asked, "Were you scolded by your boss today? Or were you targeted by a customer?" "I was disgusted by the customer. The customer vomited several times and vomited all over me. After vomiting, he left very ruthlessly. It was really infuriating." Shuitao pursed her lips. "Alas, there is nothing you can do when you encounter such a customer. Who told you to be in the service industry? You can only endure it. There is nothing you can do. But this kind of person is really disgusting and simply inhuman." As expected, Beijunan hurriedly comforted his girlfriend and at the same time helped her complain about the stinky man who vomited all over her. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't be cold to you, but I'm really in a bad mood today," Shuitao said very sincerely. "Just now I asked my bestie to come and complain together, but I just can't feel better. I'm not angry. Why are you apologizing? The one who should apologize is the man who complained." Beijunan shook his head quickly, saying that he didn't blame his girlfriend for being cold at all. At the same time, he was relieved that the question about the 2 bowls was solved. "You really don't blame me? I saw that you looked reluctant when you cleaned up. Do you not love me anymore?" Shuitao looked at her boyfriend with grievance and turned the tables. "No, I swear to God, I saw that you were in a bad mood just now, so I didn't dare to speak. How could I not love you?" Beijunan's mouth twitched and he felt helpless. "Really?" Shuitao looked at her boyfriend suspiciously and said, "Then show me your phone." "Of course, I'll show you my phone too. We can look at each other's." "You can look at my phone. I trust you, so I won't look at yours." Beijunan quickly handed over his phone. As for looking at his girlfriend's phone, he had no interest at all. His girlfriend trusted him very much, so it was no problem for him to look at his phone. But after looking at it, there would be a series of greetings, such as whether he didn't trust her or didn't love her, etc. So he didn't look at it. "Forget it. I was just kidding you. But I'm very tired today, and want to rest early. How about you go back first, and I'll come to see you another day?" Shuitao looked at her boyfriend tenderly with her big eyes. Beijunan actually wanted to stay with his girlfriend for a while longer, but his girlfriend didn't look very happy, and there was a trace of fatigue on her face, so he could only nod helplessly and said he would leave now. After returning home, Xiao Fan looked at the time and found that it was already past 10 o'clock, so he took out his phone and watched the live broadcast. He just tried the taste of meat today, and he wants to eat more meat. After starting to eat meat, he can't give it up. In Lin Xiu's live broadcast room, she was in a good mood today. For 2 consecutive days, someone sent her super fire, and the popularity of her live broadcast room was rising. In the past 2 days, due to the super fire, there were obviously more people giving rewards, and there were also a lot more viewers coming to the live broadcast room. I just sent a message to the eldest brother, confirming that he would come over in a while, so she seemed more attentive during the live broadcast. In order to attract the eldest brother more, she deliberately wore a cosplay costume today, with her white shoulders exposed outside, which made people imagine. The bulging chest would also make people think about it, and she deliberately dressed up with a different makeup today. She believed that she could definitely charm the eldest brother. After all, many viewers in the live broadcast room sent barrages saying that she looked very beautiful. Looking at the position of the VIP seat, Lin Xiu sighed inwardly. Although these people praised her for her beauty, they just didn't give her rewards. People who know how to give gifts will do so even if they don't dress up much, while people who don't know how to give gifts are basically freeloaders. And they are just talking nonsense. There are more people in the live broadcast room these 2 days, but the increase in VIP seats is limited. It still depends on the Big Brother's superfire to attract tourists from other places. Logically, her live broadcast time today is almost up, but she can't wait for the Big Brother. How can she bear to go off the air? And most importantly, her task is not completed. The guild has added some resources to her in the past 2 days. In return, she needs to complete the 5-star task. Otherwise, the resources will not continue to be given to her, so she needs the big brother's help. Thinking of this, she took a look at her tasks. The 3-star task has been completed. After all, the difficulty is not very high, but there is still a lot of gap between the 4-star task and the 5-star task. Especially the 5-star task, 2 super fires are needed. Otherwise, it is impossible to complete it, and 2 super fires require 4,000 and no one except the big brother can help. So the 5-star task is not expected to be completed by others, but the 4-star task can be completed by other viewers. After all, only 300 gifts are needed to complete the 4-star task. In fact, she was a little afraid that her elder brother would not come. It was past 6 in the afternoon when she sent a message to him, but now it was almost 11 o'clock. In another hour, today would be over. So, just in case, she would complete the 4-star task first. If her elder brother really had something to do and could not come, at least she would complete the 4-star task. She wanted to pick up her phone and ask her elder brother if he would come. After all, the 5-star task was very important to her. It was related to whether the guild would increase her resources. But she had already sent a message once, and she felt embarrassed to send a message again. After all, she knew her elder brother's purpose very well. Men are all lustful. The reason why her elder brother kept sending her gifts was because he liked her beauty. In this case, she was already very embarrassed to send a message once. In the past, she would never send a message actively, but now she would send a message actively when she had no choice. She could explain the initiative once as a reminder, but it was unclear to explain the initiative twice, so she hesitated and struggled. In the final analysis, she still couldn't let go of her pride in her heart, thinking that actively sending messages to Big Brother was flattery. In fact, she knew very well that many anchors often interacted with Big Brother in private, and they were very proactive in order to keep Big Brother. But she really couldn't do it. Unless Big Brother took the initiative to send her a message, she would definitely not take the initiative to send a second message. Moreover, she wanted Big Brother to come to give her gifts. If he asked once, she had an excuse, but if he asked twice, she would be really embarrassed. She still had her self-esteem. Thinking about Big Brother for a while, Lin Xiu shook her head and put her attention back to the live broadcast room. Looking at the audience in the live broadcast room, she pursed her lips and said in a soft tone, "Do you want to see dancing? You just need to help the anchor complete the 4-star task, and I will dance for you." There are so many viewers in the live broadcast room, so there will be no problem in completing the 4 happiness task. Acting pitiful had been used when she passed the 3-star task not long ago, so Lin Xiu changed a way to ask for gifts. Her figure was still very good, and this method could always get some gifts. As she said, many gifts slowly floated in the live broadcast room. Although they were all cheap gifts, a little bit adds up to a lot. After a while, the 4-star task was finally completed. Looking at the completed 4-star task, Lin Xiu breathed a sigh of relief, then stood up and kept her promise to start dancing. She was indeed in good condition, and her chest trembled after she started dancing. Wow, what did I see? It's really comfortable to see dancing just after coming to the live broadcast room. As expected of Xiu, she always empties mo. What a bad woman. I originally planned to save some money for a good meal, but now it seems that I have to spend it. I feel bad for freeloading. I don't even have tissues anymore. There is no place to buy them in the middle of the night. It's really unlucky. Ha ha ha, I have stockpiled 10 boxes of tissues and I can't use them all. There were more barrages in the live broadcast room. Men always like to watch this kind of thing, so the atmosphere became lively. Lin Xiu danced for about 5 minutes, and when she was really tired, she returned to her position and prepared to drink some water and take a break. But at this moment, she suddenly found a familiar ID in the VIP seat. Who do I see? It's me, Shield Brother. Sorry, I was dancing just now and didn't see you coming. After seeing the big brother's ID, Lin Xiu didn't care about taking a break and hurriedly smiled to welcome him, and at the same time heaved a sigh of relief. The big brother is here, so there is hope for the 5-star task. As long as the 5-star task is completed, the resources of the guild will continue. You dance well, and your figure is very hot. Xiao Fan smiled and sent a barrage. Hey, thank you for the compliment, Shield Brother. If you want to see it, I'll dance for you. Lin Xiu said hurriedly. If ordinary people want to see it, they must first give gifts. But the big brother is different. If you want to see it, he will dance. Okay, I just watched it for a while. You can dance again. Xiao Fan certainly won't be polite. Being polite to a woman is a very stupid thing. Although she was a little tired, Lin Xiu stood up and continued to dance after seeing the barrage. Compared with just now, she was more attentive now and the arc was a little bigger. After seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room launched another barrage. Hey, why do I feel that the dance this time is more exciting? What's going on? Ha ha ha, the dance for Big Brother is indeed different. This is the difference. The anchor also has a 5-star task. We can't help her complete it at all. But Big Brother is different. It's normal for him to be more attentive. By the way, Brother Shield, this woman was just dancing to please us just now, but it's different for you. Help her. A mere 5-star task must be a piece of cake for Brother Shield. The barrage of comments rolled. Xiao Fan smiled. He could also see that Lin Xiu danced more attentively this time, so after waiting for her to finish dancing, he sent a barrage of comments and asked, "Is there anything I can help you with? If you need help, just speak up. If you don't, I may leave soon." Active help is different from passive help. The former will easily be ungrateful, while the latter will mostly be very grateful. This is human nature. There is a task that needs help. Lin Xiu quickly sat up straight, making her advantage more full, and said at the same time, "The guild gave me a 5-star task. If I can't complete it, the resources will be much less. That is to help you complete the 5-star task. You are really rude and have a big appetite." Xiao Fan didn't care about the 5-star task, but he must not agree so readily. No matter what, you can't be too straightforward with women, otherwise some women will be useless and go to the roof to ask for trouble. I have no choice. If I can't complete the task, there will be no resources. If there are no resources, there will be no recommendations. If there are no recommendations, no one will watch. If no one watches it, I can't afford to eat. Lin Xiu said pitifully, "Brother Shield, please help me. I will dance for you. If you come to the live broadcast room in the future and want to see dancing, I will dance for you." While speaking, Lin Xiu also threw a coquettish eye at the camera. In order to complete the 5-star task, she really gave it her all, licking her sexy lips with her sexy tongue. Asking for gifts is one mentality, begging for gifts is another mentality. The former is indifferent and dispensable, while the latter is a request with inner emotions. Xiao Fan will get the effect later when he asks for it. When he saw Lin Xiu asking him for help, he smiled and opened the gift interface and gave her 5 super fires. He usually gave 1 or 2 super fires on his own initiative, but this time he gave more, just to give Lin Xiu the idea that this wave of asking for gifts is not a loss, so that she will get used to asking for gifts. Shield Machine gives Anchor super rockets. After Lin Xiu finished asking, she didn't see Xiao Fan's barrage and thought it was useless. Just when she was disappointed, the Super Fire gift special effect suddenly appeared, instantly flooding half of the screen. 5 super hot. Lin Xiu was stunned for a moment, then immediately smiled and thanked. "Thank you, Brother Shield. You are so kind to me. You helped me complete the task as soon as I asked for it. I was really moved to tears." Lin Xiu was indeed a little touched. She originally only wanted to complete the 5-star task, but she didn't expect Xiao Fan to directly reward her with 5 super hots. Not only did he help her complete the task, but he also gave her 3 more. From the afternoon live broadcast to before Xiao Fan came, the total amount of gifts she received was not as many as the 1 minute just now. At this moment, she deeply felt the importance of her big brother. "It's just a few super hots. You asked for it? I can't refuse it." Xiao Fan was very generous. In reality, he really didn't have much cash, but it was completely different on the internet. This is not just a few super hots. Lin Xiu smiled and shook her head. 1 super hot is a full 2,000 yuan. Even people who earn more than 100,000 yuan a month are reluctant to give it like this. "Okay, I have something else to do. I'll leave first, and you don't have to be too tired. Get off the live broadcast early." After giving gifts and showing off his presence, Xiao Fan left decisively. As he left, many comments were posted in the live broadcast room. 666, leaving after giving gifts. This is the style of the big brother. I really admire him. If I gave 5 super hot gifts, I would definitely show off in the live broadcast room. I earn 20,000 yuan a month, but I can't bear to give super hot gifts, let alone 5 in a row. Woo woo woo, I earn 6,000 yuan a month, and I have no ability to give 5 super hot gifts. I am really speechless. When can I meet such a big brother? I am really envious and jealous. Looking at the lively situation in the live broadcast room, Lin Xiu shook her head, broadcast for more than 10 minutes, and then quickly went off the air. Since the task was completed and the big brother was here, there was no need to waste time with ordinary people, not to mention that the big brother also asked her to go off the air early and not to be too tired. After Xiao Fan exited the live broadcast room, he read a novel for a while, and after randomly rewarding a leader, he put down his phone and went to sleep. The next morning, Xiao Fan was awakened by a phone call. "Hello, who is this? What's up?" Xiao Fan answered the phone and asked in a daze, "Xiao Fan, are you coming to work today? If you don't, you will be a minor for 2 days, and half a month's salary will be deducted from you." The person who was speaking was the company manager, and his tone was full of questioning. "Oh, sorry, I fired you. Goodbye." Hearing that it was the voice of the dog manager, Xiao Fan hung up the phone without hesitation and then walked to the bathroom in a daze. 10 minutes later, Xiao Fan, who had finished washing up, went downstairs to have breakfast refreshed. In the past, he had steamed buns, fried noodles, and the like for breakfast, but now that he had money, of course he had to eat well. So he bought a bowl of shrimp porridge and a steamed bun, and then he ate happily. After eating and drinking, he returned home and turned on the computer, ready to play games, but when he clicked on the match, he suddenly remembered something. He quickly quit the queue first. Xiao Fan took out his mobile phone and opened the companion app and started looking for a young lady. It was so boring to play games alone. Soon he locked onto a young lady who had a nice photo and a nice voice, so he sent a message. "Are you free?" The message was replied almost immediately. "Yes, do you need a companion? Your voice is nice, both royal and sweet. Then send a message and I'll select you if you sound nice." Xiao Fan had selected a companion before, but because it was too expensive, he didn't select them very often. Okay, voice roller, voice lowly. After listening to the voice, Xiao Fan nodded with satisfaction and looked at the price of the young lady. 30 yuan a game was not very expensive, so he decisively placed an order to play a game, intending to try it out. Of course, you can't select only one young lady, so he selected 3 other young ladies and pulled them into a channel. "Hello, little brother. Hello, little brother. Hey, thank you for choosing me, little brother. Hey, so many people, little brother, are they your friends?" 4 young ladies greeted Xiao Fan together in the voice channel, and then they were surprised to find that except for the young lady, the rest were all young ladies. "Ahem, young ladies, let's play a round first. If you perform well, I will continue to place orders. Not all the young ladies who play with you are good, so you have to screen them simply. Oh, you are all playing with you too. What a coincidence." Hearing this, one young lady was immediately surprised. She didn't expect that the boss actually ordered 4 people to play with him. He is really rich. Her price is 30 per game, and the other people's prices are probably about the same. 4 people play a game for 120. "Boss, what position do you play? I can be a support, very good." "Boss, I can play jungle, and I can give you the head buff." "Boss, my skills are a little bit worse, but I can chat. I will chat with you." No one paid attention to the young lady who greeted him. Everyone tried to please the boss and get closer to him. It was morning time, and it was difficult to get orders. Since they were in a competitive relationship, there was no need to greet each other. There are so many people playing with each other now, which made it difficult to get orders. For example, they can only play less than 10 games a day for 30 yuan per game. "I'll play mid lane. You can discuss what to choose." Xiao Fan smiled. This feeling was very comfortable. He wanted to see if the 4 young ladies who played with him would fight each other. The 4 young ladies quickly discussed the position. Although they were competitors, perhaps because they were all girls, they spoke a little coldly, but there was no quarrel. Soon, the game started. Xiao Fan decisively chose Yasuo. The top lady immediately chose Malphite after seeing this and said with a smile, "Boss, my Malphite is really good." The jungle lady chose Lee Sin and said unyieldingly, "Boss, my Lee Sin can protect and knock up, which is very suitable for your Yasuo." The AD chose Tristana and said, "Boss, Tristana's ultimate can also knock up." Hey, boss, I play Titan. Leave this knock up to me." The support said with a smile. The 4 ladies all spoke nicely. On the surface, they were polite, but secretly they were already tit for tat. "Ahem, okay, whoever performs well, I will add 10 orders and give $100 as a reward." Xiao Fan smiled and increased the stakes. If you directly send these ladies a red envelope of 300 to 500, they may just say thank you. But if you support them at work, then their attitude will be very good, and they will try their best to make you happy. The voice channel was silent for a few seconds, and then the ladies became more enthusiastic, all wanting to get the orders and rewards. Xiao Fan played Yasuo and naturally enjoyed their enthusiasm. The jungler ganked at level 2, and then he kept wandering in the middle lane. The top laner, the Stone Man, had just reached level 6 and came to the middle lane to squat, while the support came to the middle lane from time to time. The opponent's mid laner was a sword girl. This game was arranged clearly, and it was simply worse than death. Soon the game ended, and Xiao Fan became the MVP as expected. In addition to him, the jungler and the top laner girls performed well. In comparison, the AD and the support girls were a little nervous. In fact, it was only a few hundred yuan. In reality, if they had boyfriends, they would just go there casually and would never please their boyfriends like this. But the wonderful thing is that this is work. Being wronged for work is completely different from being wronged by boyfriends at home. At home, don't even think about letting them be wronged for 30 or 30,000. But at work, being wronged for 30 is taken for granted by many people, because it is work, not 30 yuan. People's mentality is so magical. At 6 o'clock in the evening, after playing games all day, Xiao Fan stretched his body, then touched his stomach and felt a little hungry. "Boss, are we still going to play?" The jungler who had stayed behind asked softly. Hearing this voice, Xiao Fan shook his head. He had forgotten how many girls he had changed. This girl was the best and had not been eliminated until now. "No more playing. I am really going to be exhausted to death by playing with so many girls alone." "Haha, who told you to order so many girls? I'm just afraid that if you are the only one, you will be exhausted. After all, you are a girl with less physical strength. As long as the boss is happy, I will definitely not be exhausted." "Really not exhausted? You won't be exhausted no matter how you play, right?" "Boss, you are teasing me again." "Ha ha ha. Okay, I'm going to eat. Let's play another day." "Okay, boss, just contact me if you want to play. I'll be there whenever you call." After hanging up the voice, Xiao Fan washed his face, picked up the car keys, and drove out to eat. Of course, he didn't go to a restaurant to eat, but to Shui Tao's place. It would be a waste not to eat free food, and Shui Tao's cooking skills were really good. He drove all the way to where Shui Tao lived. Because there was no place to park, he could only park on the side of the road. This road was in the middle of the community and was a place where parking was allowed. After parking the car, Xiao Fan walked directly to the community. He was really hungry. He went to eat first, then exercise after eating, and then go home. "The meal is ready, just waiting for you." Shui Tao waited at the gate of the community for a long time. After seeing Xiao Fan, she immediately walked up and said with a smile, "The road was a bit congested, so I was a little slow." Xiao Fan naturally stretched out his hands to hug her slender waist and kissed her on the face. Shui Tao leaned into Xiao Fan's arms and said, "Then let's go back quickly. The food won't taste good when it gets cold." Soon the two left the gate of the community, entered the apartment building, and then took the elevator to the outside of Shui Tao's house. After Shui Tao opened the door, she pressed Xiao Fan to sit down, then squatted down to change his shoes, looking very virtuous. Xiao Fan reached out and touched her hair, without saying much. This woman is pretty good, and he can give her more benefits when the time comes. After Shui Tao changed Xiao Fan's shoes, she took off her high heels, hugged Xiao Fan and walked into the living room and said, "Yesterday you told me what you like to eat, and I made it for you today. You have to eat more." "No, you can't eat too much, otherwise you won't be able to eat other things and it will be a big loss." Xiao Fan shook his head and said, "Brother, are you going to other places for social events?" Shui Tao asked in confusion. "That's not the case. The main thing is to eat you, my little baby." Xiao Fan hugged her neck and smiled. Shui Tao blushed, reached out and patted Xiao Fan and whispered, "You are a sex maniac." More than an hour later, on the road outside the community, a tall and charming female anchor was walking on the road with a mobile phone. Her original goal was to go to the park, but she suddenly saw a Lamborghini parked on the side of the road. Looking at the luxury car, she stopped instantly and looked around to make sure there was no one. So he quickly turned the camera over and said in the live broadcast room, "Viewers, let's not go to the park first. Come and see what I encountered, a wild Lamborghini. It's incredible that there is a Lamborghini in such a place. I don't know much about luxury cars. Can anyone tell me how much this car costs?" Hearing this, the live broadcast room quickly passed by the barrage. "This is a Lamborghini Daniele. The cheapest one costs more than 6 million. If it is a top-of-the-line one, it costs more than 9 million. You are so lucky to see it on the roadside. Come closer. I haven't seen Daniele yet. Let me take a closer look at Daniele. I want to observe it carefully. This is the legendary Daniele. It's so handsome. It would be great if I had one." The female anchor originally wanted to broadcast it from a distance, but when she saw the audience in the live broadcast room unanimously requesting to watch it up close, she had to walk over. There is no way. It is also difficult for anchors now, so as long as it is not too demanding, she must try her best to cater to the audience. After all, she is not a big anchor. As a small anchor, ordinary viewers are her bread and butter because she doesn't have a big brother, and the big brother is not so easy to catch. If you want to keep the big brother, you must not only please the big brother, but also be severely targeted by the big brother. After approaching the Lamborghini, the female anchor discussed the situation of the car with the audience. The female anchor didn't know much about the car, but from the mouths of the audience, she knew that the car was very expensive. People who can afford such a car are definitely not ordinary people. Ordinary multimillionaires can't buy such a car at all. Those who can buy such a car are worth more than 100 million. Watching the audience in the live broadcast room touting the advantages of this car, the female anchor turned her eyes and said with a smile, "Although this car is praised by you, I think it has a problem." "What's the problem?" Xiao Fan, who had two mouths full, was originally preparing to drive back, but happened to see someone standing by his car, so he walked over curiously. The female anchor was concentrating on chatting with the audience in the live broadcast room. Suddenly, she heard a voice behind her, which scared her. She turned around quickly and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Xiao Fan was a handsome guy, not a gangster. She said, "This car is good in every way, but women can't sit in the passenger seat." "Why can't women sit?" Xiao Fan was very puzzled. Logically, women should be very happy to sit in the passenger seat of this car. Because the passenger seat of this car is very hot, it's easy for girls to want to take off their clothes when they sit on it. The female anchor glanced at Xiao Fan and said, "You look very young, and you probably don't understand what I'm saying, but you just need to remember to work hard to make money." "Really? If you sit in the passenger seat, will you also want to take off your clothes?" Xiao Fan blinked and asked curiously. The woman in front of him was very beautiful. He was very interested in chatting with her. Although he had just eaten, it was okay to chat for a few words. After all, men have sex and sex. I'm talking about ordinary women. I'm a big anchor, and I won't do such things. The female anchor said confidently, "Ha ha ha, what did I hear?" This woman said she is a big anchor. There are only 100 people in the live broadcast room, and she actually has the nerve to say that she is a big anchor. It's really hilarious. Today is another day of bragging, but I don't know if she will be found out. I guess she will be found out. After all, people nowadays are not stupid. In the live broadcast room, the barrage was full of complaints. "Oh, a big anchor." Xiao Fan glanced at her screen, then took out the car key and pressed it. As the car key was pressed, the headlights of the Lamborghini immediately lit up. The female anchor who was bragging froze for a moment, and her mouth twitched. "What a joke. This man is so young. I see that your live broadcast room doesn't seem to be very popular. Isn't this a big gap from the big anchor?" After showing his strength, Xiao Fan leaned on the car and teased. If it was an ordinary person, the female anchor could still refute, but the man opposite was a thorough local tyrant. She knew it herself in the live broadcast room and had no way to refute it. Ha ha ha, the anchor has met a real rich man and is now speechless. "Oh my goodness, he is the owner of a Lamborghini. He sounds young. I wonder if he is handsome." Rich people don't need to be handsome, they just need to be rich. That's right, if rich people are handsome, it's really unfair. How can ordinary people live? There were many bold comments in the live broadcast room, all discussing Xiao Fan's situation. "Are you the anchor of Do You?" After taking the initiative, Xiao Fan asked with a smile. The female anchor nodded and looked at Xiao Fan curiously. "This man is so young, but he actually drives a Lamborghini. It's too exaggerated. I took a look at your level in popularity. You don't get many rewards on the weekly and monthly rankings. You can't make much in a month, right?" Xiao Fan shook his head. The female anchor in front of him is not even a small anchor. A small anchor can at least make 6,000 or 7,000 yuan to make ends meet. And the anchor in front of him is estimated to only make 2,000 or 3,000 yuan a month, or a guaranteed salary, which is really pitiful. The female anchor's face was a little hot. She was really embarrassed that her bragging was discovered. "I also have a Douyu account, and I usually give tips to the anchor." Seeing that she didn't speak, Xiao Fan continued. "Damn anchor, hurry up and hold on to your thighs. You can drive a Lamborghini, so you must get a lot of tips. This is a real big brother. Your chance has come. Maybe you can pay the rent in the future." The live broadcast room was filled with barrages again, basically asking the anchor to seize the opportunity. "Do you want to get in the car and broadcast it live? I believe your audience really wants to see what's going on inside." Xiao Fan said again. He was very curious whether the female anchor would agree to get in the car. "I won't feel hot, so I won't take off my clothes." The female anchor finally spoke. "What do you mean by that?" Xiao Fan blinked and said, "That's your freedom. I'm just asking if you want to get in the car and take some photos of what's going on. I mean it out of kindness." "Okay then." The female anchor hesitated for a moment, but considering that the audience in the live broadcast room wanted to see what was going on inside the car, she reluctantly agreed. "Then go in and take some photos. I'll get some fresh air outside." Xiao Fan opened the car door, motioning her to do whatever she wanted, and then took out his phone to watch. Seeing that Xiao Fan had no intention of getting in the car, the female anchor breathed a sigh of relief and then got into the car. In fact, she was also very curious about what was going on inside the car. "You are satisfied now. This is what is going on inside the car. It's actually nothing serious," the female anchor said, shamelessly in the live broadcast room, while reaching out to touch the steering wheel cautiously. Outside the car, Xiao Fan had already opened Douyu and clicked on the live broadcast room of the female anchor in the car. The female anchor's live broadcast room is called Xiaoshuan Live. The popularity of the live broadcast room is around 30,000, which is pitifully low for this platform. In addition to the low popularity, Xiao Fan found that there were only less than 5 people in her VIP seat, which was almost the same as no one. Just a simple glance, Xiao Fan felt that this female anchor should be a bit miserable, but now it seems that he needs to change his mind. She is not a bit miserable, but very miserable. Even Lin Xiu, who has already been forgotten, is much better than her. But then again, this woman is not bad looking, at least 87 points, and such a beauty is unexpectedly not watched. With curiosity, Xiao Fan asked, I found that your live broadcast room is worse than I thought. Logically, you shouldn't look like this? I can't sing, I can't dance, and I don't have any other skills. As for licking big brothers, I don't have any, so there are relatively few people watching my live broadcast. Lu Yixuan said nonchalantly. Really have personality, you will starve to death like this, and you have to live first. Xiao Fan shook his head. So, as a big boss, do you want to give me a little reward so that I won't starve to death, just as a support for me? Lu Yixuan blinked and asked with a smile. Forget it, I like to see the noble starve to death. After all, the road I choose must be completed no matter what. Xiao Fan refused without hesitation. You are so stingy. I thought you rich people were very generous. Lu Yixuan sighed in disappointment. There is no other way. Only by deducting points can we save more money. Xiao Fan said as a matter of course. Heh, Lu Yixuan sneered, indicating that she did not believe it. Well, it's not impossible to give you a reward. If you can drive, take me back. When we get there, I will give you a supercar. Xiao Fan opened the passenger door and slowly got in. It is really uncomfortable to drive a supercar. In comparison, it is more comfortable to drive an ordinary car. Is it true? You are not lying? Lu Yixuan's eyes lit up. A supercar is 2,000. The most important thing is that supercars can increase popularity and attract tourists. Drive. Xiao Fan waved his hand and threw the car keys to her. Lu Yixuan took the car key, quickly closed the driver's door, and then fumbled to start the car. In fact, even if she didn't give a tip, she was willing to send this man back. After all, the opportunity to drive a Lamborghini is rare. The car started moving quickly. Xiao Fan found that the female anchor drove very steadily, so he praised her. Good driving skills, I thought it would be very bumpy. Of course, my driving skills have always been very stable. I have a good grasp of when to step on the accelerator and when to step on the brake. I will never let gasoline spray out of the exhaust pipe. Lu Yixuan said bluntly. Your driving skills are quite impressive. Why didn't I see it just now? Xiao Fan turned his head to look at her. The speed of this female driver really caught him off guard. You're going to give me a tip, so I must perform well. Lu Yixuan immediately explained the reason. Especially the word tip was a bit heavy, fearing that Xiao Fan would forget it. Don't worry, it's just a super hot one. Of course I won't neglect you. Xiao Fan smiled. He thought this girl had no suitors, but now it seems that some still have. That's good, Lu Yixuan muttered, stepped on the accelerator, and increased the speed of the car to a higher level again. More than half an hour later, the Lamborghini quietly stopped outside a residential area. After the car was turned off, Xiao Fan got out of the car, looked at Lu Yixuan on the other side, and said, Super hot. I'll give it to you next time we meet. Next time? You didn't say next time just now. Lu Yixuan's eyes widened. This stinky man actually regretted it. I didn't say I would give it to you now. I will definitely give it to you next time I come to play with you. It's just a super hot one. Xiao Fan smiled and turned to walk into the residential area. You liar, you don't have my contact information. How can you meet me next time? Lu Yixuan was furious and shouted at Xiao Fan's back. I naturally have my own way. You just wait. Remember not to starve yourself to death. Xiao Fan disappeared into the residential area without looking back. Lu Yixuan was a little dumbfounded standing next to the car. She originally thought that Xiao Fan was playing hard to get, but now that he had left, this stinky man really seemed to have no interest in her. Is it that my charm has decreased or that he doesn't like women? She was a little self-doubting. With such a beautiful woman standing next to her, the man actually walked away directly. The most important thing is that they didn't even exchange contact information, so it's almost impossible to meet next time. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. He didn't even like the anchor. To be honest, if I were the anchor, I would definitely take the initiative to chase him at this time, no matter what means I use. This is a young man driving a big bull, and the anchor just missed him like this. It's really funny. Stupid anchor. You'd better stop live streaming and look for a job honestly. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. They originally thought that the young man driving a Lamborghini wanted to flirt with the anchor, but it turned out that he just treated the anchor as a driver. It was really funny. Looking at the barrage in the live broadcast room, Lu Yixuan felt like she had eaten shit. What a woman can't stand the most is being ignored. The more powerful the ignorer, the more uncomfortable they feel. With a supporting mood, she could only take a taxi home. After returning home, she was just about to sit down when WeChat rang. She opened it and saw that it was a message from the operation. She was most afraid of seeing the operation message, but she couldn't help it. With helplessness, she opened the chat box with the operation. Lu Yixuan, the guild has arranged an internal PK for you. Since the task cannot be completed, then you have to win the PK. You only need to win 3 PK games tonight, otherwise you will be deducted 500 yuan for this month. Seeing this message, Lu Yixuan's face changed and she quickly edited the message to reply. My boss, you don't know my situation yet. How can I win 3 games? Can you change the conditions? I can't help it. This is the request of the supervisor above. Your turnover is really too bad. Do you know how much your turnover is in the past 2 weeks? It adds up to less than 3,000 yuan. I can't help it. No one rewards me. I have been working very hard on the live broadcast. Can you give me another month? Lu Yixuan replied with difficulty. It has been 3 consecutive months. From the start of the broadcast to now, your monthly turnover has not exceeded 3,000 yuan. You should also understand me. I am just an operator responsible for communication. Okay, I know. I will prepare now and start PK later. I will give it a try. Lu Yixuan sighed. She also knew that the operator could not do anything. Lin Xiu was in a very good mood. The sudden appearance of the big brother made her world brighter and the pressure of live broadcast was much less. Before each broadcast, she would worry about whether the task could be completed. If it was not completed, she would definitely be criticized by the operator. But now it is different. 3-star tasks can be completed easily, 4-star tasks can also be completed, and 5-star tasks are not difficult. As long as the big brother is there, completing tasks is no longer a problem for her, which makes her mood very good. In the evening, she chatted with the audience in the live broadcast room as usual. At this time, WeChat rang. She picked it up and saw that it was the operator, so she clicked it and started to read it. Tonight's PK, make good use of it. If the result is good, you will be given a recommended position. Can I not participate? It's hard for me to win in PK now. Lin Xiu knew her own weight very well, so she wanted to refuse this PK. That's not possible. This is arranged by the guild. Don't you have a big brother? Let him help you. Maybe you can get a good result. My big brother and I have only known each other for a few days. Our relationship is not stable. Can we wait a few more days? Lin Xiu was helpless. The guild put pressure on her when she relaxed a little. That's your business. You must participate in the PK. I'm here to inform you, not to discuss with you. Okay, I'll try my best. Lin Xiu was helpless. She knew she couldn't refuse. After exiting the chat, she sighed, rubbed her forehead with her hand, and then talked about this matter in the live broadcast room. Originally, the live broadcast room was quite lively, and there were quite a few people in the VIP seats, but after hearing that there was a PK, many people sneaked away. This situation made Lin Xiu's lips twitch. Most of the audience hates PK, so they will turn around and leave when PK is in progress. This is also one of the reasons why she is unwilling to PK. Although PK will increase the number of people, the popularity will be lost quickly. If a PK anchor does not have special means, he will not be able to retain much popularity. The best way at this time is of course to ask someone for help, but the eldest brother just rewarded 5 super fire yesterday. If she goes to the eldest brother now, the purpose is too obvious. If it is an eldest brother with whom she has a good relationship, she will go to him shamelessly. But this eldest brother has only known her for a few days. Now asking her to find someone to help her PK is really a bit embarrassing. Just when Lin Xiu was struggling to decide whether to find Xiao Fan had already come to Lu Yixuan's live broadcast room. Originally, he was going to go to Lin Xiu's live broadcast room, but who made Lu Yixuan live in the same city as him? The saying that one who is close to water gets the moon first is true. Since he lives in the same city as her, he must talk to Lu Yixuan first to see if there is a chance to meet up to watch the sunrise, have breakfast, and drink soy milk. After arriving at Lu Yixuan's live broadcast room, Xiao Fan discovered that this girl had actually gone home and did not continue to broadcast live outdoors, and the number of people in the live broadcast room had actually decreased, so he sent a barrage to ask, "Anchor, why are there fewer people in your live broadcast room? Is it because you went home to broadcast live?" Lu Yixuan was listless at the moment. She had no confidence in her PK at all, so after seeing the question in the barrage, she said without hesitation, "The anchor is going to PK. Those heartless guys have all run away, and now the anchor is alone in PK with her opponent. New big brother, welcome to the anchor's live broadcast room." PK has always been the fastest way to harvest gifts, and this method worked well a few years ago. But now with the rise of short videos, viewers suddenly find that they can see dancing and beautiful girls for free. Therefore, under the impact of short videos, PK is gradually disliked by many people. Therefore, after many anchors play PK, the audience will leave and go to other live broadcast rooms. Looking at Lu Yixuan in the live broadcast room, Xiao Fan sighed that beauty is a big problem. He has seen this anchor offline. She is really very good. Such a beautiful female anchor should have a lot of people watching. However, because of the beauty, the audience does not believe in beauties. This has led to many beautiful anchors' live broadcast rooms being watched by no one, and their popularity has declined. This is the case with the female anchor in front of him. However, there are also advantages to being unpopular. Otherwise, Xiao Fan would not be able to send barrages and chat with the other party. Anchor, do you have any skills such as singing and dancing? Xiao Fan continued to send barrages. I can sing, but I am tone deaf and can scare away many people. I can dance, but I just jump around randomly and don't look good at all. Lu Yixuan was very helpless. She had no talent at all, which was also the main reason why no one was in her live broadcast room. What can you do, host? Xiao Fan felt that this host was really a bit silly. Even if he couldn't do it, he couldn't say it. I can do the splits, and does this count as a talent? Lu Yixuan laughed at herself. This host was a bit honest. Xiao Fan didn't know how to ask. Lu Yixuan didn't care when Xiao Fan sent commas, but said to himself, Brother, do you want to apply for a card? It only costs 6 shark fins. It's very cheap. Hearing this, Xiao Fan couldn't help shaking his head. People are really magical. A beautiful woman like Lu Yixuan, let alone 6 yuan, 60 yuan, or 600 yuan in reality, you can't even invite her to dinner. But in the live broadcast room, she can actually speak nicely for a mere 6 yuan, and even ask for a gift in a humble way, which is really touching. Let's take a look first. If you don't have any talent, it's really not worth applying for a card. Xiao Fan subconsciously denied the other party. Rewards must be given, but you can't be in a hurry. After seeing this barrage, Lu Yixuan's mouth twitched. This audience's words were too hurtful. She didn't have any talent, so she couldn't help it. She now regretted entering the live broadcast industry. She remembered that when she first entered the industry, she still thought that she could definitely make a good living in the live broadcast industry with her beauty. It must be easy to make a small amount of money a month. But after really entering this industry, she found that things are not that simple. Behind the glamorous and beautiful, there is always something hidden. If you want to make money, then the live broadcast room must be popular. If the live broadcast room wants to be popular, either you have good luck, or you need the resources of the guild, or you have the continuous support of the big brother. She is not the child of destiny, so her luck is average, and the company's resources are not so easy to get. There is no free lunch in this world. If there is, then they will definitely want your life. If you want to obtain the company's resources, you must sign different contracts and complete many tasks. Once you can't complete the tasks, you must return the money you spent on the resources to the company. So the company's resources are not easy to get, and as for the last big brother, it is even more difficult. The number of big brothers on a live broadcast platform is limited, except for those companies' operating accounts. There are actually very few wild big brothers, and basically they all have fixed supporters. So if you want to meet a big brother, it is really difficult, as if you ascend to heaven, so it is better not to expect it. The most important thing is that the gifts from the big brother are not so easy to get. After all, the big brother's money is also real money, not printed by himself. With a depressed mood, Lu Yixuan started the guild war. Looking at the 5 people in the VIP seats, she was about to collapse in her heart. With this little supporter, it is simply a daydream to want to win the PK. Hello, sister. I'm very happy to PK with you. You can just call me Shuer. Soon the connection was successful, and the opponent Shuer smiled and greeted Lu Yixuan. Although Lu Yixuan was reluctant, she still responded with a smile. Hello. I am also very happy to PK with you. You are so beautiful. Hearing this, Shuer's mouth corners slightly raised. Looking at the dozens of people in the VIP seats of her live broadcast room, she was full of confidence, and at the same time used a small account to check the situation in Lu Yixuan's live broadcast room. After discovering that there were only a few people in the VIP seats of the other party's live broadcast room, she knew that she had won, so she smiled and said, You are also very beautiful. Should we start PK now, or show a talent first? Let's start directly. Showing talents is boring. Lu Yixuan shook her head. What a joke, she has no talent at all. So why let her perform a split? Then let's start. Shuer nodded. Looking at Lu Yixuan's beautiful face, she felt a little jealous in her heart. But when she thought of the cold situation in the other party's live broadcast room, her mood immediately improved a lot. Soon the two began to PK, and 2 PK bars appeared above the heads of both sides. At the beginning, the PK bars were 50 to 50, but soon Shuer's PK bar began to grow rapidly, suppressing Lu Yixuan's PK bar. In less than 5 minutes, Lu Yixuan's PK bar was completely suppressed. Her live broadcast room only received gifts worth about 10 yuan, while the other live broadcast room had a very obvious advantage of more than 300. If nothing unexpected happened, this PK was doomed to fail. Just when Lu Yixuan was ready for the next one, suddenly an account of a high level entered her live broadcast room. Under normal circumstances, she would definitely be very happy if an account of a high level entered her live broadcast room, but this account was different. His ID was Brother Shuer, and it was obviously from the other live broadcast room. Xiao Fan had just seen this ID. At the beginning of the PK, he went to the other live broadcast room. Although the host on the other side looked average, many people gave her rewards. This brother Shuer was the #1 on the list of that host. He had already swiped 3,000 or 4,000 yuan this week. Although it was not a lot, for the small host, he was already a big brother. Don't be depressed, sister. It's normal to lose to Shuer. I'll give you a plane as a consolation. Haha. This person gave a plane worth 100 yuan and then left quickly. After he returned to Shuer's live broadcast room, he immediately rewarded her with a rocket worth 500 yuan, which was simply a murderous move, of course, for a host with a thick skin. Xiao Fan watched all this silently. He could see that Lu Yixuan's face had obviously become much uglier. A beauty like her hated this kind of thing. In real life, Lu Yixuan would spit at such a mere 100 yuan, but this was a live broadcast room. Although she was very uncomfortable, she still thanked them. Host, you have to thank them for this. Are they humiliating you? Xiao Fan sent a barrage of comments in a timely manner. Seeing this barrage of comments, Lu Yixuan shook her head helplessly and said, I want to curse too, but this is a live broadcast room. Since I have chosen this industry, I can only hold it back. Who said that people in this industry can do whatever they want with money? Who said that people can do whatever they want with money? Xiao Fan laughed. It seems that this host's awareness is not very low. That's what happened to that guy just now. Although I hate him, I still thank him. He just does whatever he wants. Sighed and said, Then can I do whatever I want to the anchor? I can also give him tips. Xiao Fan asked tentatively. Lu Yixuan looked at the level of this account and found that it was in the 20s, so he said, It depends on how much you give me. Then let me show you my brother's ability to make money. Xiao Fan smiled. The foreshadowing was not bad. It was time to show his financial strength. He opened the gift interface and gently clicked twice on the icon of the super rocket. 2 super fires worth $4,000 were sent out by him without blinking an eye. The PK bar that was originally suppressed because of the super fire instantly suppressed the opponent and occupied an absolute advantage. And because the time was just right, the opponent could not fight back at all. Superfire has a broadcast, so after sending 2 passing tourists clicked on the broadcast to enter Lu Yixuan's live broadcast room, which instantly increased the popularity of her live broadcast room. Lu Yixuan didn't expect Xiao Fan to give her a reward. After all, this guy just said that he wouldn't give any reward, but the special effects of the super rockets wouldn't lie. After seeing the 2 super rockets, she was stunned for a moment. After she reacted, she quickly thanked him. Thank you for the super rockets given by my brother Shield. My brother Shield is generous. Thank you, brother Shield. Woo woo woo, brother. You are really good at lying. Didn't you say you wouldn't give any reward? This surprise came too quickly. Lu Yixuan was really excited. Those were super rockets. Compared to Lu Yixuan's happiness, her opponent Shuer looked very unhappy at the moment. She was very upset that she had to win the game, but she was actually stolen from the home. At the same time, she secretly cursed the other party for being shameless. The other party is really shameless. He doesn't dare to fight me with a real gun, needle, knife, but actually steals the home. Shameless. At this time, Shuer's brother sent a barrage and cursed the other party for being shameless in the live broadcast room. Brother, what should we do now? The other party seems to be very powerful. He has 2 super rockets right at the beginning. Will we lose later? Shuer said pitifully. Don't worry, I checked the opponent's level. It's only in the 20s. The 2 super fires just now were the opponent's full strength, so he will definitely not be able to beat me later. Shuer's brother promised. After getting the promise, Shuer breathed a sigh of relief and quickly sent a private message to the other party. Brother, if you win this time, I will have time to eat with you this week, and I will treat you to seafood then. Don't worry, I will definitely win, Shuer. Don't worry. After seeing this news, Shuer's brother's face flushed, and he couldn't wait to eat seafood. Lin Xiu was in a bad mood at the moment, because she lost the PK. Without the help of her elder brother, relying only on ordinary audiences, she still couldn't beat others in the PK. Don't be discouraged. PK is just for fun, and it's no big deal if you lose. Although she was in a bad mood, she still endured her emotions and comforted the audience in the live broadcast room. Big brother is not here today. If he were here, we would definitely win against the opponent. I feel very uncomfortable when I see the arrogant look on the other side, but unfortunately I can't do anything about it. By the way, why does the anchor want to have a big PK today? If you want to play, you should play when Big Brother is here. Anchor, I suggest you contact Big Brother. Without Big Brother's help, it will be difficult for you to win today. The audience in the live broadcast room sent barrages of advice. Looking at the barrages on the screen, Lin Xiu shook her head helplessly and said, Big Brother also has to work. He should be working now. I can't disturb Big Brother's work. Xiao, I just saw your big brother in the live broadcast room of another female anchor. He was helping that female anchor to play PK and has already rewarded 2 super hot ones. At this time, another audience sent a barrage. Seeing this barrage, Lin Xiu froze instantly. She immediately had bad thoughts in her heart. That was her only big brother. If he really went to another anchor, what would she do? Her first reaction was to ask with her mobile phone, but when she got the phone, she calmed down. She had no way to stop such things. After all, it was the big brother's freedom to reward anyone. Did I see it wrong? My big brother should be working, right? Lin Xiu forced a smile. She wanted to ask if her big brother was in the live broadcast room of that anchor, but she couldn't ask directly, so she could only ask questions. I must have seen that your big brother is now the number 1 of that anchor. If you don't believe it, go and see directly. The room number of that anchor is... The audience immediately sent the room number to prove his innocence. Let's continue the live broadcast. That's Big Brother's business. I can't control it. After getting the room number, Lin Xiu's face did not change, but she had already opened the trumpet secretly. After getting the guarantee from Big Brother, Shuer immediately regained her confidence. She connected with Lu Yixuan again and said, "Sister, congratulations on winning the first game. Then shall we start the second game now?" Lu Yixuan certainly had no objection. Her task tonight was to win 3 games of PK. Now it was just a sentence. There were still 2 games left, so she must continue to play. "Sister, we must play games openly. Forget about the last game, but don't steal the tower in this game. If you do that, it will not be glorious to win, right?" Before the PK started, in order to prevent repeating the same mistakes, Shuer specifically reminded her to prevent the tower from being stolen again. Soon the PK started again. In order to gain an advantage, Shuer's brother immediately started to brush rockets. He brushed 10 rockets in one breath. He also tried his best to eat seafood. Xiao Fan didn't remember to brush, but waited for the opponent to stop, then slowly clicked 10 super fires. It was just a gift, so who wouldn't make it the same? 10 rockets cost $5,000. 10 super fires cost $20,000. The difference between the 2 sides was 4 times. Faced with this gap, Brother Shuer was in a state of hesitation. Originally, he thought he could handle the opponent because his level was not high, but now it seems that the opponent is not ordinary. Sending 10 super fires in one breath, he is either a fool or really rich. Shuer was just staring at the PK bar at this moment. When she saw that her PK bar was suppressed, she quickly sent a private message to Brother Shuer. "Brother, don't stop. Otherwise you will definitely lose again. Increase the output, speed up, and soften the opponent. After winning the PK, I will treat you to a seafood feast." Brother Shuer certainly wanted to eat a seafood feast, but the situation now is that this feast is not so easy to eat. The opponent is obviously not an ordinary person. Even if he keeps sending, the opponent is likely to follow. After hesitating for a while, he tried to send 2 rockets. After sending them, he waited. Soon, the other party also sent 2, and they were super rockets. Seeing this, he knew that he was probably not his opponent, so he decisively stopped the loss. If he couldn't beat this one, he would switch to another one later. There was no need to fight to the death with one. At this moment, Lu Yixuan was so excited. That was a full 12 super rockets, worth 24,000 yuan. Even after deducting the public, platform, and the guild, she could still get a lot. She really met a big brother. "Brother Dun, why are you here?" Xiu is also playing PK over there. She is almost crying because of the opponent. Just when Lu Yixuan was happy, she suddenly saw such a barrage. After seeing this barrage, she was stunned for a moment, and then quickly kicked this person out and blocked him. On the other side, Lin Xiu looked at the small account that was taken out of the live broadcast room, and her face looked a little bad. She also saw the anchor, and she was really good looking, not worse than her at all. The most important thing is that her elder brother actually gave her a full 14 super fires. You know, he only gave her 8 super fires. At this moment, she felt a great crisis. Of course, Lu Yixuan didn't know about this situation. She was now in an extremely happy mood and kept thanking her elder brother for the gift in the live broadcast room. Ask the anchor on the opposite side if he wants to fight again. Xiao Fan sent a barrage. Seeing this barrage, Lu Yixuan immediately said to the opposite side, "Miss, my elder brother asked me to ask if your elder brother still wants to fight. If he does, our elder brother will accompany him to the end." In the live broadcast industry, you can be majestic with the protection of the elder brother. At first, Lu Yixuan looked very down and out, but in a blink of an eye, she immediately stood up and rode on the opposite side. Faced with this situation, Shuer was very unhappy, but did she dare to get angry? Obviously, she didn't dare to get angry. Her elder brother was obviously scared. At this time, the best way was to give in. As an anchor, she knew very well that the platform would always help customers, not employees like them. So even though she felt uncomfortable, she still forced a smile and said, "Let's not play anymore." Our brother left early because of something urgent. Your brother still wins this game. She was very clear about her brother's spending power. Her brother had some money, but he was not the type who was very rich. He could only spend 30,000 to 40,000 yuan a month at most. When there was a guild war, he would add 10,000 or 20,000 yuan, but it would definitely not be a lot. The opponent would spend more than 20,000 yuan at once, and her brother would definitely not be a match. Of course, she was not angry because of the loss. She knew very well that it was not easy to find a brother now. There were so many female anchors on the entire platform, but there were only a few rich brothers. So although she was very upset because she lost the PK, she still had to comfort her brother first and told him not to care. It was just a game. After comforting her brother, she said in a coquettish way in the live broadcast room, "Sister Yixuan, your brother is so powerful. He made my legs weak right away. Do you want to give me some medical expenses?" It was a bit embarrassing to ask for medical expenses, but Shuer didn't care. The other party's brother was very rich. She would be very happy if she just gave him a super fire. It was embarrassing to make money. Faced with this request, Xiao Fan ignored it directly. The other party's appearance was not worthy of his super fire. Although he was strong, he would only give it to people who met his requirements. Forget about others. Seeing that her elder brother didn't mean to do so, Lu Yichuan quickly said, "Sorry, my elder brother doesn't like to pay medical expenses. I'm going to hang up first." Shuer couldn't accept this situation. Her legs were weak, but she didn't pay for medical expenses. She was very upset, but it was useless to be upset. She was a small anchor and didn't dare to scold her elder brother, otherwise he would block her live broadcast room in minutes. "Thank you, Brother Shield, for the 14 super fires. Thank you, Brother Shield, for helping me win the guild war. I really appreciate it, big brother." Lu Yixuan was really excited at this moment. "By the way, big brother, let's add each other on WeChat. If you have any requests, you can tell me on WeChat." After the excitement, she immediately remembered to add the contact information. Xiao Fan would certainly not refuse this request, and soon the two added the contact information. "Hey, I really appreciate Brother Shield's reward. Big brother, do you have any requests? As long as it's not too much, it's fine. Miss, I'm in Hangzhou too. Let's go out for dinner together?" Seeing this message, Lu Yixuan was stunned for a moment, and then replied carefully, "Brother Shield, just dinner? The evening is so long, just dinner is so boring, don't you think?" Xiao Fan didn't hide it. Lu Yixuan fell into hesitation. She was not a little girl. She knew what this meant. Sure enough, there is no free lunch in the world. If it was for dinner, she could go, but for other things, she really didn't want to go. But if she didn't go, wouldn't it offend Big Brother? Just when she didn't know how to choose, she suddenly heard the door open, so she looked back and found that it was her roommate who came back. So she waved to her, turned off the microphone, and said, "Qianqian, help me see, what should I do now? What's the matter? Why are you so nervous?" Mu Qianqian walked over puzzled. "Just now a big brother gave me more than a dozen super hot messages and wanted to invite me out for dinner. Should I go?" Lu Yixuan asked with a pout. "Well, let me see the content." Mu Qianqian picked up the phone and looked at the content, then smiled and said, "This person is really anxious and his purpose is very clear. If you don't go, he will definitely be angry." "Yes, so I don't know whether to go or not." Lu Yixuan was helpless. She would definitely not sell herself for a few $1,000s. Mu Qianqian reached out and touched Lu Yixuan's face, and said with a smile, "With your looks, a dozen super hot ones are indeed too few. I give you a suggestion. Let him open an emperor and clear the free shark fin. This condition is not affordable for ordinary people, so they will take the initiative to retreat. There are many people who talk nonsense online now, so we must know how to classify and never be deceived." Isn't this a bit too much? An emperor costs 180,000, right?" Lu Yixuan swallowed her saliva. That was a full 180,000, not 18 yuan. More than 180,000? Mu Qianqian shook her head and said, "Nowadays, an ordinary girl needs 200,000 for the bride price. There are not many people like us who have 180,000. "Then I'll give it a try." Lu Yixuan hesitated, then edited it and sent the message to Xiao Fan. "Lu Yixuan, brother Dun, do you really want to treat me to a meal? Of course, if I'm not sincere, how can I give you a gift? Okay, I can't go out for a meal, but I want an emperor. Brother Dun, what do you think? Are you sure the emperor will come out for a meal? You also need to give me the shark fins you gave me, Brother Dun. Is that okay?" Wait. Seeing this message, Lu Yixuan looked up at her bestie. She had thought that her big brother would refuse and hesitate, but she didn't expect that her big brother would agree so readily. "Qianqian, does he agree?" He didn't even hesitate, and this is a full 180,000. Lu Yixuan swallowed her saliva and looked at her bestie with an unbelievable look. At this moment, she felt that this idea was really bad. This is a real big boss. What kind of shit luck are you? I'm convinced. Mu Qianqian's mouth twitched. She has been a streamer longer than Lu Yixuan, but even so, her number one only gave her more than 30,000. Every time the number one wanted to treat her to a meal, as long as this excuse came out, the other party would immediately back off. He really wants to give me money? Should I really go to him for dinner? But I don't even have a boyfriend. Lu Yixuan was a little tearful. Don't you want to remember? He wants to give you the emperor. Mu Qianqian's eyes flickered. I'm not that kind of person. Of course I don't want to go. Lu Yixuan pouted and slapped Mu Qianqian's butt hard. It's all your fault, really. You screwed me over. Actually, if you don't want to go, as your good friend, I can go on your behalf. You just need to give me the income. How about I help you suffer? Mu Qianqian said with a smile. Haha, I don't believe you. Lu Yixuan rolled her eyes and continued to send messages to Xiao Fan. Brother Shield, don't open it yet. I'm going to PK soon. I'll open it when I'm PKing. Xiao Fan was originally going to brush it. After all, the shark fin was useless, but after seeing this message, he chose to wait for a while. Soon, the second round of Guild Wars began, and the opponent was still a young lady. Hello, young lady. My name is Xiao Chu. I'm from Tianyu Guild, and I'm very happy to be able to connect with you. Xiao Chu smiled and greeted Lu Yixuan, and at the same time used a small account to enter Lu Yixuan's live broadcast room. When she saw Lu Yixuan's number one, her face changed slightly and said, Young lady, your number one is a bit fierce. In the last game, he must have beaten the opponent to a pulp, right? Hehe, about the same. My brother is very fierce. The young lady in the last game almost cried. Lu Yixuan smiled. Of course, she would not miss the opportunity to flatter her big brother. Hehe, Brother Dun is really amazing. Brother, you can come to my live broadcast room to have a look. There are many talents in my live broadcast room. Xiao Chu welcomes you to my live broadcast room very much. In front of Lu Yixuan, Xiao Chu and Xiao Fan tried to get close to each other, hoping to get familiar with each other and finally get some attention. No female anchor would refuse such a big brother. Ahem, let's start PK. Don't waste time. Lu Yixuan's face changed and she quickly pressed the PK button to make the other party's voice disappear. Facing such a shameless woman, she was really a little caught off guard. It was too blatant. This was her brother, and he must not be stolen away by other female anchors. Brother, don't believe her. This kind of woman likes to lie. It's better to go to my live broadcast room. Lu Yixuan said to Xiao Fan with a smile. To be honest, she was very worried. I think she's pretty good. She can sing and dance, and she looks very welcoming to me. I want to go and see her. Xiao Fan smiled and received the message. Brother, please stop joking with me. We still have to eat later. Lu Yixuan's heart skipped a beat. This big brother couldn't run away, so she hurried to make amends. Ha, I was just joking with you. Don't be nervous. Although the other party looked good, he was still far inferior to Lu Yixuan. He was just using the other party to suppress the anchor. After sending the message, Xiao Fan raised his hand in 5 super fires. He planned to start the Emperor's words later because he would encounter a strong one later in the PK, and it would be cost-effective to start at that time. Xiao Chu had no confidence in this game at all. After all, she knew the situation of her family, so after seeing that the opponent had 5 super fires at the beginning, she gave up completely. Her number one brother on the list only spent about 10,000 yuan and just had 5 super fires. The gap between this and the shield brother on the opposite side was too big, and there was no hope at all. Sure enough, after seeing the 5 super fires, Xiao Chu's elder brother immediately admitted defeat. He sent a message to Xiao Chu. Let's admit defeat first, conserve our energy, and wait for the next opponent to exert our strength. It's okay. Just do your best. Xiao Chu smiled and comforted her elder brother. No matter what, the game can be lost, but the elder brother cannot be lost. Hey, thank you for the super fire of Brother Shield. Brother Shield is so powerful. The opponent surrendered as soon as he made a move and dared not resist at all. Lu Yixuan smiled and thanked him. At the same time, she was glad that her elder brother did not intend to go to the opposite side, otherwise she would have no chance to play. Soon the first game ended. Without a doubt, Lu Yixuan won with an absolute advantage. Then it was the second game. Xiao Fan still opened the way with 5 super fires and waited for the opponent's reaction. It was obvious that the opponent had completely admitted defeat and had no intention of resisting at all, and won the second game again. 666, Big Brother is awesome. He totally beats the opponent. Too exaggerated, the big brother on the opposite side doesn't dare to give tips. There are indeed different levels among the local tyrants. Now I feel much better. Look at how happy the anchor is, just like a beggar who picked up 1,000,000 cash. Facing the barrage, Lu Yixuan completely ignored it. She smiled and said, Brother, how about we play the last opponent? Okay, then play the last opponent. Xiao Fan looked at the time and agreed. Soon the third opponent connected online. This time the opponent was stronger than the previous 2. and looked better. Hello Yishuan, I'm very happy to PK with you. You can just call me Muyu. Muyu has a very hot body. Although her face may not be as good as Lu Yishuan's, her body is a little better. Lu Yishuan didn't know the first two anchors, but she knew this anchor. Muyu is an anchor in the same guild as her, and can be regarded as a big anchor, which is very different from a small anchor like her. Hello, Sister Muyu. I'm very happy to compete with you, Lu Yishuan said with a smile. If she had not won 2 games in a row today, she would not have had the opportunity to compete with the opponent. Just as the two were greeting each other, a viewer with the ID Muyu Shohu entered the live broadcast room. He presented a rocket and sent a barrage saying, Miss Yishuan, please give up this game. I want to help Muyu win the championship this time. Seeing this message, Lu Yishuan blinked. Is this something she can decide? This is something that the eldest brother has the final say. If the eldest brother does not speak, she will definitely not agree. So she could only say, I'm sorry, our brother does not agree. Let's compete based on our strength this time. Faced with this situation, Muyu Shohu did not send a barrage, but left directly. Since it was going to be a real fight, there was no need to be polite. Muyu's live broadcast room was very popular, and there were hundreds of people in the VIP seats. After hearing Lu Yishuan's words, she smiled, and said, Then sister, I won't be polite. You can't cry if you lose. Ha ha ha, a small anchor actually dared to provoke Muyu. She is so brave. She is shameless. Let's see how she loses. She is really not satisfied with just one rocket. This is the first time I've seen such a bold and presumptuous little anchor. I must let her see what cruelty is. There were many sarcastic comments in the barrage of Muyu's live broadcast room. They completely looked down on Lu Yishuan. Xiao Fan didn't have too many thoughts at the moment. He just wanted to open the Emperor as soon as possible, so after the PK started, he opened the Emperor without hesitation. One Emperor costs 180,000, and after opening it, he will also give away 120,000 shark fins. The special effects when opening it are also very cool. So after he opened the Emperor, there was an immediate wave of broadcasts on all platforms. The large shield machine opened the Super Emperor in Yishuan's live broadcast. As soon as the news came out, Lu Yishuan immediately covered his mouth. This is the Emperor worth 180,000. In Muyu's live broadcast room, Muyu guarded after the PK started and began to brush the super fire, but the sudden appearance of the Emperor made him stop the action in his hands. Damn, I look down on others. The host on the other side is not simple. I slap myself twice to make myself sober. Sure enough, Emperor Xiaoyan is everywhere. We must not look down on others. I was slapped in the face this time. It's really uncomfortable. Super Emperor, there is a local tyrant on the other side, not a super tyrant. It's really too rich and inhumane. It's over. This round has been lost. Look at that PK bar. It's really speechless. There are many barrages, most of which are praising Lu Yishuan's live broadcast room. After all, the Super Emperor is not something that ordinary people can open. At this moment, Muyu covered her mouth with her hand. She actually knew that there was a big brother on the other side, but she didn't expect that the big brother on the other side would actually open an Emperor. It would be difficult to win this game. Of course, it was not only Lu Yishuan and Muyu who were surprised, but also Lin Shiyu who was peeking. At this moment, her eyes were red. That was the Emperor. Her big brother gave the Emperor to others. She wanted to cry. In this situation, Muyu could only sigh. Lu Yishuan was originally just a small anchor in the guild. Not even a small anchor. But now she has a big brother. In the live broadcast industry, having a big brother can make you powerful. Facing a big brother who opened an Emperor, even she, a big anchor, can't do anything. Her monthly turnover is only about 200,000, but an Emperor is 180,000. So in this case, it is very unwise to compete with the opponent. And most importantly, the big brother on the other side is a wild big brother. She doesn't want to offend this big brother for the time being. After all, Lu Yishuan and she are in the same guild. Maybe there is a chance to get to know that big brother. So she hesitated for a while, then picked up her phone and sent a message to her big brother. Brother, don't fight with the other party. Let her go this time. After all, she is a newcomer, and I definitely can't suppress her. Muyu Shohu originally had the idea of retreating. After all, it was more than 100,000, not a small amount. But if he retreated directly, he would appear to be timid and lose face, so he was hesitating. After seeing the message from Muyu, he breathed a sigh of relief, and sighed that Muyu had a high emotional intelligence. What did he mean by not suppressing him? He was just trying to find a way out for himself. The first game ended quickly, and in the second game, Xiao Fan used up the 120,000 shark fins he was given away. There was no doubt that he won the second game, again. What a big boss! I was really stunned. He actually gave away all the shark fins he was given away. The 180,000 were completely used up. This anchor is really lucky. Emperor Dad, Come to my live broadcast room, you only need a super fire, and you can do whatever you want. Rich people really don't treat money as money, but I work so hard for a little money, it's really fucked up. There were too many barrages in the live broadcast room, but Xiao Fan was not interested in watching them. He directly sent a private message to Lu Yixuan. Miss, you've finished swiping. It's time to go out for dinner. At this moment, Lu Yixuan was holding Mu Chanqian's arm and said excitedly, I really swiped it. I really swiped it. Mu Chanqian opened her mouth and stared at the super rocket special effects in the live broadcast room in amazement. It was the first time she saw someone send so many gifts, so she was very surprised, and at the same time she felt so jealous. These were not hers. I'm going out for dinner now. It's really you who killed me. Lu Yixuan's eyes kept flickering, and she was looking for excuses for herself. Girls like to make excuses for themselves the most. How about I go for you? Mu Chanqian said without hesitation. As long as she was given the proceeds, she would definitely go. It's already this time, and you're still kidding me, really. Lu Yixuan shook her head and directly denied the proposal. I'm not kidding. I can really go for you. Don't you believe my appearance? Mu Chanqian said quickly. Money is not important. She really wants to meet that big brother who swiped 180,000. It's really rare. Heh. Lu Yixuan sneered, ended the live broadcast, and began to take off her clothes, not caring about the other people in the room. Hey, why are you taking off your clothes? Mu Chanqian knew that she would never get this opportunity, so she laughed and teased, Shower? What else can I do? Lu Yixuan glared at her, then walked into the bathroom, not even bothering to close the door. Mu Chanqian immediately followed into the bathroom and said, After taking a shower, are you going out to eat? Do you really want to go? What are you going to do? Don't you know? If it weren't for you, why would I go? Now that I've agreed to go out, I have no choice but to go. I'm not the kind of person who doesn't keep my promises. Lu Yixuan turned on the shower and started to wash. Haha, you really know how to make excuses for yourself. Mu Chanqian reached out and touched Lu Yixuan's body and said, Such tender skin, it's a pity for a man to get it for free. What do you mean by getting it for free for a man? I just went out to eat, and I didn't do anything else. Lu Yixuan slapped her hand away, picked up the shower gel and started to wash. After a while, Lu Yixuan, who had finished taking a shower, put on a hip skirt, black stockings, and high heels, picked up her bag and was about to leave, but at this time her bestie stopped her. What? What's the matter? Lu Yixuan looked at Mu Chanqian in confusion. Mu Chanqian shook her head and whispered in her ear, Go to the convenience store outside when you leave the community. They sell it there. What are you talking about? Lu Yixuan patted her and quickly went out. After leaving the community, she looked around, quickly entered the convenience store, bought a bottle of water, and then took a taxi and set off. An hour later, she came to the shopping mall, which was the place where they agreed to meet. The weather was good today. Lu Yixuan looked very good under the moonlight. She stood in a corner of the square. Many men passing by couldn't help but keep their eyes on her. Some of the men had girlfriends. After these women found out, they immediately beat their girlfriends and condemned their boyfriends with hatred. Lu Yixuan stood there and pursed her lips. At this moment, she suddenly remembered that she was a beautiful woman, and many people pursued her. Was it really worth it today? After hesitating for a few seconds, she took out her mobile phone and sent a message. Brother, I'm here. Are you coming soon? I'll be there soon. Wait for me in 2 minutes. Xiao Fan, who had just parked the car, replied. After confirming that Xiao Fan was coming soon, Lu Yixuan put down her mobile phone and waited patiently. Miss, can I meet you? But at this moment, a boy came over with a shy face. Lu Yixuan took a look at him and thought he looked good, but it was a pity that a man's good looks were useless. Sorry, I'm waiting for someone. After rejecting the man with a cold face, Lu Yixuan looked around. She was actually very curious about what her brother looked like. After walking out of the parking lot, Xiao Fan came to the square and soon found Lu Yixuan standing there. When he saw someone approaching him, he couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, beautiful women are very popular. After the person who approached her left, Xiao Fan walked towards Lu Yixuan. When he approached her, he also looked at her carefully, although he had seen her not long ago. But at that time she was dressed very casually, not as good-looking as she is now. The hip skirt, black stockings, and high heels were the synonym of sexy, much more seductive than just now. Those two slender and round legs wrapped in black stockings looked very seductive. If you can hug these legs, you will definitely enjoy it. After all, men like beautiful legs. Sorry for the wait. Walking behind her, Shan patted her shoulder and greeted her with a smile. Feeling someone touching her, Lu Yixuan hurriedly took 2 steps forward, then turned around and looked behind her. When she saw Xiao Fan, she was stunned for a few seconds, then said in disbelief, How could it be you? Why can't it be me? What a coincidence. I meet you again. Xiao Fan smiled. The difficulty of catching such a beauty online and offline is completely different. Why did he let the other party go first? It was for the online catching. There were so many licking dogs offline, but in the online live broadcast room, it was completely different. The difference in status will make the difficulty of catching a woman drop sharply. Women are naturally more likely to surrender to people with higher status. This is determined by genes and engraved in their bones. Lu Yixuan was silent, and at the same time she was relieved in her heart. She had just guessed the identity of the other party. She originally thought it would be a greasy uncle, but now it seems that she is lucky. The one who gave her a reward was actually the handsome guy driving a Lamborghini. If this is the case, it should not be a big loss. Why are you not satisfied with me? Xiao Fan smiled and asked casually. No, Lu Yixuan shook her head quickly and said, thank you for opening the emperor for me. No big deal. Xiao Fan stretched out his hand and said, my name is Xiao Fan. You can call me Brother Xiao, or you can call me Brother. Brother Xiao, my name is Lu Yixuan. You can call me Yixuan or Xiao Xuan. Lu Yixuan stretched out her hand and shook hands with Xiao Fan. In fact, shaking hands is no longer popular in this era, and Lu Yixuan almost never shakes hands with people. But now there is no choice but to shake hands. Holding her little hand, Xiao Fan smiled and squeezed it, and then said, let's go eat first. After shaking hands, Lu Yixuan actually wanted to take her hand back, but it was squeezed, and she couldn't pull it back at all. She was embarrassed to speak, so she could only choose to acquiesce. Soon, Xiao Fan took her to a restaurant, and after ordering a few dishes, Xiao Fan chatted with her. They were all young people, so there were still topics to talk about. As they chatted, the two became familiar with each other. At first, it was mainly Xiao Fan who found topics, but gradually Lu Yixuan also took the initiative to find topics to talk about. Girls are very good at chatting. As long as they are willing to chat with you, they can continue to chat. If Xiao Fan was a middle-aged, greasy man, Lu Yixuan might be very reluctant to chat, but Xiao Fan is a handsome, rich, and handsome man, so of course she is willing to chat. The meal took more than an hour, and after the meal, the relationship was obviously much more familiar. After leaving the restaurant, Xiao Fan naturally shook her hand. Although Lu Yixuan was a little nervous, she did not dodge and let Xiao Fan hold her little hand. Even some small movements were ignored by her. Very nervous. After walking with her little hand for a while, Xiao Fan took the initiative and put his hand around her thin waist. As a man, you should take the initiative to promote the relationship. Waiting for a woman to take the initiative is stupid. Brother Xiao, actually, I originally thought that you would not open the emperor for me, so I said that. Lu Yixuan opened her mouth to quibble and make excuses for herself at the same time. She didn't want Xiao Fan to look down on her, especially when she knew that the other party was a handsome guy. Some things had to be made clear. Then let's find a place to get to know each other better? Xiao Fan said with a smile after listening to her explanation. Oh, Lu Yixuan did not refuse. Explanation and in-depth understanding do need to find a place. The next day at noon. My knee hurts? You're too hard. Lu Yixuan rubbed her slightly bruised knee and muttered softly. Xiao Fan, looking at Lu Yixuan, who was dressed neatly except for her stockings, said, how could this be your first time? Why didn't you say so earlier? If I had said so earlier, would you have let me go back? Lu Yixuan lowered her head, her voice a little hoarse. She talked too much last night, causing her throat to be a little hurt. Ha ha, maybe? Xiao Fan took her into his arms, buried his head in her hair, and gently smelled the smell of her shower gel. It's already noon, aren't you tired? Being hugged, Lu Yixuan thought Xiao Fan was going to come again, and she immediately panicked. She was really tired and wanted to go back to rest early. You've never been in love before? Xiao Fan asked curiously. In fact, he didn't expect to find a host online. He didn't have any cleanliness. He didn't have a mysophobia. But he never thought that the first time he found a host online, he actually met a clean one. This made him feel very surprised. I have been in love, but it was just a relationship. I didn't do that kind of thing. Lu Yixuan shook her head. When she was studying, her family was strict, and it was impossible for her to stay out at night. Oh, then I'll go first. Contact me if you have anything. Xiao Fan kissed her and prepared to slip away first. After all, this kind of cabbage is sometimes very difficult to deal with. Wait a minute. Lu Yixuan reached out and grabbed the corner of Xiao Fan's clothes. What's wrong? Xiao Fan just wanted to play now, but didn't want to be entangled by a woman. He was still a little nervous inside. Lu Yixuan blinked and said, you are in a hurry to leave because you are afraid that I will pester you. Don't worry, I am not that kind of person. No, I just have something to do at the company. Of course, this kind of thing cannot be admitted. Xiao Fan found an excuse and left quickly. Lu Yixuan did not speak, watching Xiao Fan leave. After hearing the sound of the door closing, she lay on the bed weakly, tears slowly flowing down her eyes. How could a girl like her not fancy the first time? If the other party was a middle-aged greasy man, then Lu Yixuan would definitely not think so much, just as if she was bitten by a dog. But the other party happened to be a handsome guy, a young handsome guy. In this case, how could she not think too much? The reason why she just held Xiao Fan was that she wanted the man to say something nice. Unfortunately, until the end, the man did not say anything nice. Lu Yixuan could see that he really just wanted to play, and it was purely her overthinking. Her inner fantasy was shattered. After Xiao Fan left the hotel, he returned to his car and turned on the system as soon as possible. Congratulations, you have completed the hidden task, demonstrated your ability as a super rich man, helped a small anchor defeat a big anchor, and obtained a precious first kill, and received 2 rewards. Reward 1, get a cash reward of 5 times the live broadcast consumption. Reward 2, kidney strength +1, making your physical fitness better. Note, hidden tasks cannot be repeated, and are very random. Anyone who wants to complete hidden tasks subjectively cannot complete them. Do you want to receive the reward now? Receive. Such a good thing, of course, must be received immediately. There is no need to hesitate. Ding! The reward has been issued, and the cash has been deposited into your bank card. Please feel free to use it. All the money is legally distributed. With the reminder of the system, Xiao Fan felt his kidneys warm up, and then his whole body was full of strength. The fatigue from a night of exercise disappeared completely at this moment. He was really very satisfied with this reward. No man would refuse this kind of reward. This reward is much better than cash. After experiencing it for a while, he took out his mobile phone. Last night, he spent more than 200,000 yuan in Lu Yixuan's live broadcast room. The 5-fold cashback is more than 1 million yuan. Now it has indeed arrived in his account. He was originally worried about not having cash, but now he doesn't have to worry. After checking the system with satisfaction, Xiao Fan drove out of the garage. Lu Yixuan cried silently in the hotel for a while, then picked up her bag and left the hotel, took a taxi and returned to her place. Back to the community, she took the elevator to the door. After opening the door, she found that her bestie was sitting there watching a TV series, so she immediately said, "Come and help me." "Not really? Although it's the first time, it's impossible that you can't walk, right?" Mu Chenqian put down the tablet and asked in confusion. It's not like she hasn't experienced it for the first time. "What are you talking about?" Lu Yixuan sat on the sofa and pouted and said, "I went to bed at more than 4 o'clock last night, and I was woken up again at more than 10 o'clock this morning." "So amazing. How is it possible? You are not lying to me, are you?" Mu Chenqian looked skeptical. It's not like she hasn't had a boyfriend before, and she knows the situation of men. "Why would I lie to you? He's only about 20 years old and looks younger than me. He's really young and energetic." Lu Yixuan sighed and said helplessly, "He's only in his 20s, not a middle-aged uncle." Mu Qian's eyes widened, and she said in surprise, "If that's the case, you didn't lose anything this time." "You don't lose anything. I'm going back to rest. Don't call me if you don't have anything to do." Lu Yixuan glared at her bestie, and then the corners of her mouth rose slightly. To be honest, she didn't lose anything. On the other side, Xiao Fan did not go home, but drove to Shui Tao's place. He was going to spend money in the afternoon. After all, the system upgrade required consumption. He just got 1 million, so it would be a waste if he didn't spend it. Shui Tao happened to be on vacation today, so when she received the text message, she waited at the door as soon as she received it. When the elevator stopped at her floor, she hurried out. "Brother, the meal is ready. Let's go eat." After Xiao Fan walked out of the elevator, Shui Tao hurriedly stepped forward and hugged his arm, smiling and taking him back to the house. "Yeah." Xiao Fan nodded and looked Shui Tao up and down. Today, because Shui Tao was at home wearing lace pajamas, the clothes were very thin, and she was only wearing pajamas, and the scenery inside could be seen through the gap. The beautiful scenery made him jealous, and he stretched out his hand and pinched it hard, and then said, "In the afternoon I want to buy something. You can go with me then." In the afternoon, Shui Tao was stunned for a moment. She originally thought that Xiao Fan was just coming to eat and eat some seafood, by the way, but she didn't expect that he would take her out. She really didn't expect this. "What, is there a problem? Do you have anything else?" Seeing her stunned, Xiao Fan frowned. Shopping alone is boring. If possible, he certainly wants to bring a beautiful woman with. "No, I'll go with my brother this afternoon." Shui Tao certainly wouldn't refuse, she agreed, and said at the same time, "Then brother, I'll go change my clothes." "Go ahead, I'll buy you something nice later." Considering that she had eaten a lot of seafood, Xiao Fan planned to buy her something nice when the time came. After all, he wasn't the kind of person who liked to get something for free. Shui Tao quickly returned to the bedroom, but she didn't change her clothes right away. Instead, she took out her cell phone and sent a message to Beijunan. "I have something urgent to do this afternoon. Let's go out and play another day." "Why is there something else going on?" "It's company stuff again. You have so many things to do in the company. Can't you just ask for leave?" The message she had just sent out was immediately replied. Looking at the message Beijun replied, Beijun sighed. There was a lot of resentment in her words, but she really had something to do, so she could only continue to send messages. If I really have something to do, baby, please understand me. I really can't take a leave. Okay, then do you have time in the evening? Can you get off the air early? We can go to the movies or something. If it's in the evening, let's talk about it in the evening. I can't be sure now. I'm very busy during this period. Okay, then you can send me a message when the time comes. Yeah, baby, love you. After sending the message, Shuitao breathed a sigh of relief and immediately began to change clothes. She opened the closet, took out several sets of clothes, and then tried them on patiently. Since she was going out with Xiao Fan, of course she had to dress nicely, otherwise she would be disliked, and she didn't want to be disliked. After changing her clothes, she returned to the living room, sat down next to Xiao Fan and whispered, "Brother, where are we going later?" "To the shopping mall, buy some clothes and other things." Xiao Fan glanced at her and then continued to eat lunch. He consumed a lot last night and needed to replenish it. After finishing the meal, the two came to the car. Xiao Fan sat in the co-pilot, and Shuitao sat in the main driver. Now he doesn't like driving by himself because it's very tiring. Half an hour later, they arrived at the shopping center. After parking the car, Xiao Fan put his arm around Shuitao's slender waist and went upstairs directly. The first stop was the Dior store, where they were going to buy things. Shuitao leaned on Xiao Fan's arms, looking at the store in front of her. Her eyes flickered. The things here were not cheap. If she were alone, she would definitely not be willing to come here to buy things. Welcome. After seeing the two of them enter the door, the clerk immediately welcomed them at the first time, with a very good attitude. Xiao Fan glanced at her and said casually, "Take us to see the summer clothes in your store. If you like them, buy 2 sets. Brother, the clothes here are a bit expensive, and the price-performance ratio is not high." Shuitao was very considerate to remind her. In fact, when buying clothes here, the price-performance ratio is not considered at all. However, it is necessary to remind her. She doesn't want to appear greedy. Such a woman will be disliked. She still wants to hold this thigh tightly. This is not what you need to consider. What do you need to look at the price-performance ratio? Things like clothes don't look at the price-performance ratio. Xiao Fan patted her butt and smiled. Before, when I didn't have money, I would buy anything based on price-performance ratio. But now I don't have time to look at price-performance ratio. It takes time to study price-performance ratio. If I had that time, I would have earned back the money long ago. Under the guidance of the clerk, the two came to the summer clothing area. Look and choose by yourself. Just tell me when you're done. Don't be polite to me, Xiao Fan said. Yeah. Shuitao nodded, pointed to a small skirt and said to the clerk, "Bring that skirt here for me to see." Shuitao is tall, about 1.7 meters tall, which is considered tall among girls, so she will look better in a skirt. After hearing what he said, the clerk quickly reached out and took the skirt, and then gave it to Shuitao to take a closer look. When Shuitao felt good, he took her to the fitting room as soon as possible. A few minutes later, Shuitao changed into the skirt and came out. The skirt was very suitable for her and fit her body very well, showing her tall figure very well. "How is it, brother? Do you think it looks good?" Shuitao liked the skirt very much, but she knew who she was buying it for, so she asked immediately. "It's pretty good. It matches you very well. If you like it, buy it." Xiao Fan waved his hand and said generously, "This skirt is a bit expensive." Tao hesitated a little. She was shocked when she saw the price just now. "How much is this skirt?" Xiao Fan looked at the clerk beside him. He had never bought luxury goods before, so he couldn't see the specific price. The clerk smiled and immediately introduced, "This skirt is our special model this year. It is specially designed by our master. The material used is very good. It is not only beautiful to wear, but also very breathable and comfortable." "Ahem, just tell me how much it is." Xiao Fan interrupted the clerk immediately when he saw that she was going to introduce it at length. "The unit price is 65,000 yuan, and there is no discount at present." The clerk saw the impatience and quickly stopped introducing and quoted the price. Shuitao was a little nervous. She liked the skirt very much, but the price was too expensive. It was more than 60,000 yuan. She would not be willing to spend so much money on a skirt. "Pack it up," Xiao Fan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it was not worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, he would not hesitate to buy it. It just so happened that the system upgrade required 100,000 consumption points. Buying 2 skirts of this kind would be enough to upgrade the system. At that time, not only would the income per second increase, but there would also be a chance to win a lottery. "Okay, sir, do you want to swipe the card or the QR code?" The clerk was delighted and quickly took out the card machine to collect the money. The price of this skirt was not low. Shuitao licked his lips. At this moment he felt that Xiao Fan was even more handsome. He bought a skirt worth tens of thousands of yuan without blinking an eye. He was so manly and much better than his incompetent boyfriend. Let's pay together later. Take us to see high heels. He must buy everything when buying things. He likes high heels, so he also wants to buy a pair. Okay, sir. The clerk nodded quickly and took them to the high-heeled shoes area, where they quickly picked out a pair of black summer high-heeled shoes. The high-heeled shoes were not cheap either, costing 35,000 yuan, plus the skirt, which was 100,000 yuan in total. Xiao Fan did not hesitate and bought them directly. It was only 100,000 yuan, and he came here to spend money today. After paying the money, the system immediately prompted the upgrade, and the upgrade rewards also came out. Compared with the first upgrade, this upgrade reward was much richer. The income of 1 cent per second doubled to 2 cents, and there were also 2 chances to draw a lottery. The rewards were very rich. However, when he saw the experience of upgrading to level 3, he fell into helplessness. Upgrading to level 3 required a consumption of 2 million yuan, which was a full 20 times higher than level 2. After a quick look at the system, Xiao Fan took Shui Tao out of the Dior store and strolled in the aisle outside. Brother, thank you. Shui Tao hugged Xiao Fan's arm and said sweetly. At this moment, she felt that her choice was not at all a loss. In just a few days, she had received a rich reward. Although she was a little uneasy in her heart, after all, rich people are sometimes stingy, but now she can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Let's go to other places and buy some other things. Xiao Fan patted her butt. He would not be stingy with women. After all, it was just a small amount of money. Brother, you don't have to buy me anymore. The skirt and shoes are enough. Shui Tao shook her head hurriedly. She still understood the principle of too much is as bad as too little. If she took too much today, she might not have it in the future. What are you thinking about? I haven't bought it myself yet. Xiao Fan shook his head. He was going to buy some good things for himself. He still had more than 900,000 yuan, which he could spend well. Soon they came to the men's clothing store, which was a Louis Vuitton store. Just like before, the clerks here were very qualified. After seeing the two of them, they immediately went up to greet them enthusiastically. Compared with women buying things, Xiao Fan bought things much faster by himself. 3 pairs of pants cost more than 60,000 yuan, and 3 pieces of clothes cost more than 70,000 yuan, which added up to about 140,000 yuan. After buying pants and clothes, he went to buy 2 pairs of shoes, spending about 60,000 yuan again. In less than 20 minutes, he spent a total of about 200,000 yuan. He simply didn't care about money. Shui Tao followed beside him, watching with fear. Today, she finally saw how rich people spend money. In the past, when she bought clothes and pants, she would have to struggle for a while when she spent thousands of yuan. By the way, do you want a bag? When passing by a Chanel store, Xiao Fan suddenly remembered that women all like bags. I have a lot of bags at home. Shui Tao looked at the store with envy, but still resisted the urge to refuse. Seeing her like this, Xiao Fan didn't say anything nonsense. He hugged her and went directly into the Chanel store. After entering the store, he asked the clerk to take them to choose. Choose 2 by yourself. Hurry up, Xiao Fan said in Shui Tao's ear. Shui Tao knew that she couldn't refuse at this time, so she picked 2 bags as quickly as possible. The 2 bags cost a total of 100,000 yuan, one for 70,000 yuan and the other for 30,000 yuan. Xiao Fan didn't know much about bags, nor did he want to know. After paying, he took her out of the store. After buying them, they returned to the parking lot. This time, they spent a full 400,000 yuan, which made Xiao Fan feel the feeling of spending money like water. Brother, are we going home now, or are we going to play somewhere else? Sitting in the main driver's seat, Shui Tao threw a wink. At this moment, she really wanted to thank her brother. Xiao Fan touched his chin and was about to answer this question when Shui Tao's phone rang. He took a look and found that it was a man's name, so he asked curiously, "Who is it?" Shui Tao, who was driving, was also startled. Looking at the 3 words Beijunan, she really wanted to curse. Why did that guy call her at this time? A friend. Although she wanted to hang up, it would be too deliberate, so Shui Tao could only force herself to be calm and look more natural. Xiao Fan picked up the phone and said, "Then I'll help you connect. You can talk to him." "Brother, it's not convenient to answer the phone while driving. Why don't you hang up first?" Shui Tao swallowed her saliva. She regretted very much at this moment. Why didn't she block the phone just now? Not an ordinary friend? Xiao Fan used facial recognition to open the phone and played with himself, with a smile on his face. "Brother, don't get me wrong, it's really just an ordinary friend." Shui Tao could only bite the bullet and deny it. She was extremely panicked at the moment. "Oh, then hang up first." Xiao Fan smiled. In fact, he didn't care who this person was. He was just playing around. Why should he care so much? "Brother, he is a suitor of mine, and he often harasses me." Seeing that the call was hung up, Shui Tao breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she didn't answer it directly, there was still room for improvement. It's normal for a big beauty like you to have suitors. I won't care, just don't bother me. Xiao Fan put down the phone and said slowly. Hearing this, Shuitao was relieved again. There was something behind this sentence, and the meaning was very clear. As long as Xiao Fan was not disturbed, he could ignore other things. In fact, if it was possible, she would have broken up with Bei Junan a long time ago, but she knew very well that she and Xiao Fan had no future. Although Bei Junan's ability was average, he was indeed quite reliable. Brother, don't worry. They will definitely not disturb you. You are not from the same world. Shuitao smiled and said obediently. Okay, go back and talk about the origin of life at your home. Xiao Fan nodded. He actually had some guesses, but there was no need to say it out loud. In fact, it was pretty good. Bei Junan frowned at the hung-up call. He couldn't think of why his girlfriend didn't answer the phone. Although it was working hours, the other party's job nature allowed her to answer the phone. In the past, when he came to the store to find her, he could get through every time he called, but just now she was hung up. This made him a little confused. Is she in a meeting now? With doubts, he walked forward, came to the store, and greeted a salesperson he knew. Brother Nan, is Tao Tao in a meeting? Oh, it's you. Shuitao is on vacation today. Didn't she tell you? Bei Junan used to come to the store often, so the salesperson also knew Bei Junan. She's on vacation? Didn't she say she was working overtime? Bei Junan was very confused. His girlfriend sent him a message saying that she was working overtime, and he was bored, so he wanted to come to the store to accompany her, but she was not there. The salesperson was stunned for a moment, then said, The overtime is over, so I left. Maybe I didn't have time to tell you. It was just a meeting. It didn't take long. Oh, thank you, Brother Nan. Then I'll go to her house to see. Bei Junan nodded, without thinking too much, turned around and left the store. The salesperson watched Bei Junan leave, then took out his phone and sent a message to Shuitao. Your boyfriend came to the store to look for you. I helped you get through it. Now I'm going to your house. Please be careful. After leaving the store, Bei Junan took the things he bought to his girlfriend's place, ready to give her a surprise. He obviously felt that his girlfriend was a little absent-minded these 2 days, and her mood seemed unstable, so he spent a lot of money to buy a bag, ready to coax his girlfriend and make her happy. Just when he rode his bike to the street in the community, he suddenly found a luxury car parked on the side of the road. Oh my God, a Lamborghini! There is such a good car here! Looking at the luxury car, Bei Junan quickly stopped his electric bike, took out his phone and took 2 photos. After looking at it for a long time, he resisted the urge to touch it, and rode into the community. After parking the electric bike, he took the valuable gift, took the elevator upstairs, and when he arrived at Shuitao's door, he rang the doorbell. After waiting patiently for a few seconds, no one came to open the door. Bei Junan pressed a few more times, but still no one came to open the door. Not at home? Bei Junan frowned, picked up his phone and called. No one answered the number you dialed? Please call again later. The call did not go through, and only a cold system prompt came out of the phone. What's the situation? Why didn't you answer the phone? Didn't you hear it? Bei Junan put down the phone helplessly. He was very depressed because he couldn't find anyone. Standing in the corridor, he looked at the green trees outside the community and wondered where his girlfriend went. By the way, call her bestie and ask. He soon thought of a way and quickly picked up the phone, found the number of his girlfriend's bestie, and dialed it. After the call was made, he waited with trepidation. Fortunately, the call was connected this time, and the voice of his girlfriend's bestie came from the speaker of the phone. Hello, Bei Junan. What do you want to talk to me about? Let me ask, is Tao Tao with you? Bei Junan breathed a sigh of relief and then asked quickly. Tao Tao? The other party was stunned for a moment, then immediately said, We were playing outside. Tao Tao went to the bathroom. Do you have something to do with her? Where are you? I'll go find you. Upon hearing the news from his girlfriend, Bei Junan's face showed joy. Wait a minute. I'll discuss with Tao Tao and ask her to call you back. I'm hanging up first. The other party responded with a sentence, and then hung up the phone directly without telling the address. Bei Junan was helpless. He originally wanted to go over, but the other party obviously didn't want him to go, so he had no choice but to sit there and wait. He had to go to work tomorrow. If he didn't see his girlfriend today, it would take several days to see her next time, so he didn't want to go back and planned to wait a little longer. Just when he took out his mobile phone and was about to kill time by reading a novel, the phone rang. After seeing clearly that it was his girlfriend's call, he quickly answered the call. Hello, what's wrong? After the call was connected, his girlfriend's voice came out, but his girlfriend's voice was a little wrong. Tao Tao, what are you doing? You can't speak fluently. Bei Junan was very confused, so he asked curiously, I'm playing with my best friend at her house. Wait for his call. Hearing this, Bei Junan's mouth twitched. He thought of the scene of 2 girls playing on the bed. It must be a very beautiful scenery. Thinking of this, he was a little tempted, but soon he sobered up, shook his head and said, "When will you come back? I'm at your door." "When did you go? What do you want to see me for?" "I missed you, so I came to see you. When will you go home? I can wait for you." Beijunan couldn't stand his girlfriend's voice. "Girls nowadays are really good at playing. It will probably take a while. You should go back first. I will send you a message when I get back. Take care of yourself, don't play too much." Beijunan was speechless. He had a reaction even through the phone. When he thought of his girlfriend's figure, his mouth was dry. "Well, hang up first." The call was hung up quickly. Beijunan put down the phone and felt a little helpless. His girlfriend would definitely not be back in a short time, but he had nowhere to go, so after thinking about it, he decided to wait. There was a small bench at the door to sit on, so he sat at the door and looked at his phone, but gradually he felt a little sleepy, so he leaned his head against the door and fell asleep. "Hey, brother, come chase me." In his dream, Beijunan vaguely heard his girlfriend's voice, as if she was playing with other people, which scared him, and he quickly looked in the direction of the voice. In his sight, his girlfriend was playing with a man who looked down on her appearance. His girlfriend was running in front and the man was chasing behind. The two were having a lot of fun. This scene made him unbelievable. How could his girlfriend, who was so proud, play with a man like this? He quickly blinked his eyes. When he looked again, previous picture was gone. Just when he was relieved, another picture suddenly appeared in front of him. If the previous picture made him panic, then the current picture made him terrified. His proud girlfriend would actually kneel on the ground at this moment. This was really incredible. Impossible, impossible. He didn't believe it, and quickly closed his eyes, then looked forward again. Sure enough, the picture just now disappeared again, which made him feel relieved. However, before he could completely understand, the picture changed, and his girlfriend appeared again not far away. At this moment, his girlfriend hugged a man's neck with both hands, and the two were kissing passionately. This picture made him crazy and wanted to run over, but he couldn't move. He could only watch the two kissing passionately. He wanted to close his eyes again, but this time it didn't work. After a while, the picture disappeared and another picture appeared. In this picture, man was sitting on the sofa drinking tea, and his girlfriend was kneeling there talking and laughing with him. Before he could look more, the picture changed again. This time, his girlfriend was lying on a bed, and the man next to her was holding a candle. The candle oil kept dripping on her back as it burned. After looking at it for 2 times, the picture changed again. This time the picture made his eyes red, and he wanted to rush over, but he couldn't control himself at all, and could only watch everything happen. After an unknown amount of time, Beijunan watched many scenes that made him angry. Suddenly his eyes went dark, and then he found that he could control his body. So he immediately opened his eyes and found that it was dark outside. He picked up his phone and looked at it. It was already 7 o'clock. He had just slept for a long time. Fortunately, it was a dream. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Beijunan breathed a sigh of relief. The scenes in the dream almost made him collapse. Fortunately, it was a dream. Why did I have such a dream? Am I a pervert? After calming down, Beijunan felt that he was a little perverted. His girlfriend was so dignified and virtuous, but in his dream, he actually imagined his girlfriend to be like that. When he thought of his girlfriend kneeling on the ground, he slapped himself hard. With a sigh, he stood up and stretched his muscles. Then he looked at the dark community outside and said to himself, "It's already night. Why hasn't my girlfriend come back yet?" Just when he was about to call his girlfriend, his cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was his girlfriend's call, so he quickly answered the call. "Hey, Tao Tao, are you ready to come back?" "Yes, I'm almost there. Are you at my door?" "Yes, I've been waiting for you at the door." "Then go buy some vegetables. There's no vegetables at home." "Okay, I'll go buy them right away." "Okay," hanging up. After hanging up the phone, Beijunan hurriedly took the elevator downstairs. After waiting for an afternoon, it was finally rewarded. Shuitao stood inside the door and watched Beijunan take the elevator downstairs. Then she returned to the living room and looked at Xiao Fan and said, "Brother, he has left. Do you want to leave now or wait a while?" "Let's go now. It's getting late. You're tired today. Go to bed early." Xiao Fan smiled, pinched her, and turned to go out. Shuitao saw him off and then quickly cleaned up. Her house was now a mess. After Beijunan went downstairs, he subconsciously looked up and found that the lights in his girlfriend's house were on. "What's going on? Didn't you turn off the lights during the day?" Beijunan shook his head and walked out of the community without thinking much. 10 minutes later, Beijunan came to his girlfriend's door after buying groceries. He found that the door was ajar, so he pushed it open and walked in. "Tao Tao, you are finally back. I fell asleep while waiting." After entering the house and changing his shoes, Beijunan came to the living room and said helplessly, "Well, I played for a while at my best friend's house, so I came back a little late. Shui Tao responded weakly while sitting on the sofa. She was very tired, really tired. By the way, I bought you a gift. Guess what it is? Seeing that his girlfriend was listless, Bei Junan quickly took out the gift he bought and put it on the coffee table, saying with a smile, "Clothes? Pants?" Shui Tao glanced at the bag and quickly retracted her gaze. No matter what it was definitely not as good as what Xiao Fan bought. "Dang dang dang, this is the bag you liked last time. I bought it for you." Bei Junan immediately took out the bag. This bag cost more than 10,000 yuan, and he was really distressed when he bought it. "Who asked you to buy it for me? I don't need it. You can save your own money and return it tomorrow." Shui Tao was worried that she had no excuse to get rid of him. Unexpectedly, Bei Junan actually offered an excuse, so she immediately got angry. The scene he had imagined did not appear, but he was scolded instead. Bei Junan was a little confused. His girlfriend really liked this bag, but she didn't want it today. What was going on? Looking at his girlfriend's impatient face, Bei Junan was very uneasy. He originally wanted to please his girlfriend, but now he angered her. "If you have nothing to do, go back early. You have to go to work tomorrow. Take this bag back and return it tomorrow." Shui Tao started to get rid of him indifferently. She was really annoyed today. Fortunately, Xiao Fan didn't care. If he did, all her efforts would be in vain. "Tao Tao, have I made you unhappy recently? Tell me, what did I do wrong? Can't I change it?" Bei Junan knelt down at Shui Tao's feet and begged for forgiveness pitifully. Although he didn't know what he did wrong, it was true that his girlfriend was unhappy, and he really couldn't bear to lose her. Shui Tao was so spineless that she immediately got angry and was about to scold him, but she saw his aggrieved expression. The words that were about to come to her mouth were swallowed again. She sighed and said, "You are not wrong. It is me who is wrong. It is me who is wrong. Tao Tao, I know I was wrong. I will never act on my own next time. Don't be angry. I will return it tomorrow." Bei Junan became more panicked. The calmer his girlfriend was, the more terrible he felt. "Well, I'll go take a shower first. You go cook." Shui Tao shook her head and turned to the bathroom. Okay, I'll go cook right away." Bei Junan breathed a sigh of relief and hurried to the kitchen. After entering the dining room, he immediately took action and prepared to cook a delicious meal for his girlfriend to cool down. But just as he was about to wash the vegetables, he found a pair of white stockings in the sink. White stockings? When did Tao Tao buy them? He reached out and picked up the stockings and found that they were tattered and looked torn. Bei Junan was confused, but now his girlfriend was angry. He didn't dare to think too much, threw the stockings away and started cooking. But when cooking, he couldn't help but imagine his girlfriend wearing white stockings. As a stocking control, he liked stockings very much. It's a pity that his girlfriend doesn't like to wear stockings, which makes his hobby unable to be satisfied. Now seeing white stockings, it's normal to think too much. After Shui Tao entered the bathroom, she turned on the shower and started to wash. With the help of shower gel, the dirt inside and outside her body was slowly washed away. After taking a shower, she washed her teeth again, and after washing them thoroughly, she changed into a clean set of pajamas and walked out of the bathroom. In the living room in less than half an hour, Bei Junan had cooked several dishes, all of which were his girlfriend's favorite dishes. After cooking, he sat there waiting anxiously. When he saw his girlfriend coming, he stood up and said, "Tao Tao, try the dishes I cooked. I have peeled the shrimp so you can eat them directly." "You eat too." Shui Tao glanced at him, picked up the bowl and chopsticks and started eating. As the food entered her mouth, the fishy smell in her mouth finally disappeared slowly. "Tao Tao, there is a pair of stockings in the kitchen. I saw that they were torn, so I threw them into the trash can. They should be useless, right?" While eating, Bei Junan hurriedly told her about this matter. Shui Tao's body stiffened and her face flushed slightly. She remembered the absurdity in the kitchen. Because she was having too much fun, she forgot that there were stockings in the kitchen. Ahem. After coughing a few times to relieve her wild thoughts, Shui Tao said, "You have money to buy a bag. It seems that you have saved a lot of money recently." "Not much, actually. You know my salary." Bei Junan was a little embarrassed. After deducting consumption, the amount of money he could save in a month was very limited. Bang! Shui Tao smashed the chopsticks on the coffee table and said coldly, "You also know that you don't have much savings, but you still have the courage to buy such an expensive bag. Have you prepared the betrothal gift?" I know I was wrong. I really won't dare to do it next time." Bei Junan lowered his head. His heart was like a knife. How could he have such a good girlfriend? Other women would want to empty their boyfriends' wallets, but his girlfriend was different. She controlled his money and didn't let him buy expensive things. This really touched him. "Hey, my best friend said she would introduce me to a man with good conditions." Shui Tao put down the bowl in her hand and said with a complicated expression, "Tao Tao, give me some. I will work hard. I really will. Please give me some time." Bei Junan raised his head suddenly and said in great panic, I only see you circling around me every day. You don't have the intention to work hard at all. I am too good to you. I should let you spend money on me. Spend as much as you can. Shui Tao said. Tao Tao, this is my salary card. You can spend it as you want. Bei Junan quickly took out a bank card and carefully placed it on the coffee table. Looking at the bank card on the table, Shui Tao shook her head and said, I don't need your money. I am not that kind of woman. I refused my best friend. You should work hard on your own. Tao Tao, don't worry. You will have what others have. Bei Junan breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Shui Tao would agree. If that happened, he didn't know what to do. You are very nervous. So in your eyes, I am that kind of woman, right? Shui Tao continued to make trouble. Tonight, she would keep making trouble and then forgive reluctantly. No, Tao Tao, don't misunderstand me. Bei Junan became nervous again. He found that as long as his girlfriend wanted to, whatever he said was wrong. Forget it. I don't want to bother with you. Let's eat quickly. Shui Tao shook her head, took out her mobile phone and sent a message to Xiao Fan, not afraid of her boyfriend in front of her. Oh. Although he didn't know why his girlfriend suddenly felt better, he didn't dare to ask more, so he could only eat silently. Well, I'm full. After you finish eating, wash the dishes and close the door when you leave. Shui Tao nodded, got up and left the living room and returned to his room. Bei Junan looked up and watched his girlfriend leave. Just as he was about to lower his head to eat, he suddenly raised his head again, but unfortunately his girlfriend could no longer be seen. Looking at the direction of the room, he swallowed his saliva. His girlfriend's pajamas were backless. Just now, he saw many small red dots on her back. The small red dots were the same as the candle dripping on the body in dreams, which made him a little terrified. Thinking of his girlfriend playing around with her bestie in the afternoon, he couldn't help but imagine a scene where two women were holding candles and playing some perverted things, which made him feel very absurd. His girlfriend was obviously the kind of dignified, virtuous, and very conservative type. How could she play such a ridiculous game? When he thought of holding a candle and letting the oil drip on her body, his body couldn't help but tremble. On the other side, Xiao Fan, who had just returned home, was about to turn on the computer to play games when he suddenly received a message from Shui Tao. Brother, look at what you have done. Photo. After seeing the message, Xiao Fan clicked on the photos and took a look. These were two body photos, one of the front and the back. In the photos, Shui Tao had a lot of small red spots on her body, which were left when she played in the afternoon. These red spots were very eye-catching on her fair skin. Ahem, that was your own request. Don't blame me. Although he had a lot of fun, Xiao Fan didn't take the blame. This project was proposed by Shui Tao herself. But it's my brother who's playing, isn't it? Okay, if you need any compensation, I'll compensate you. Xiao Fan shook his head. She was really a fairy. Such a woman was really interesting. Hey, how about you spend a day with me as compensation? Okay, then I'll owe you a day. Lin Shi was in a bad mood. Her elder brother had given so many rewards to other female anchors, and he didn't reply to her messages. This made her completely unhappy, and she was almost crying. She hoped to get an explanation or an excuse, but her elder brother ignored her, which made her very desperate. Although she was already live streaming, her attention was still on the phone, hoping that her elder brother would send her a message. Ding! Suddenly the phone rang, and there was a message coming in. She quickly picked it up and saw that it was a message from the operation. The live streaming situation these 2 days is pretty good. Keep working hard. I'll work hard. Is there anything else? I'm still live streaming. Lin Shi replied perfunctorily. Considering that you have been doing well these 2 days, the guild will give you some resources to increase your popularity and exposure. Huh? Lin Xiu, who was originally in a bad mood, felt much better after seeing this, and immediately replied, Thank you. Thank you very much. You're welcome. We help each other. What do you mean? Seeing this message, Lin Xiu immediately felt bad. Of course, there must be a reward for giving resources, so your tasks will be heavier next time. You have to work hard. What tasks? Lin Xiu felt a little scalp tingling. The guild's tasks are not simple. Actually, it's not difficult. Just make a turnover of more than 150,000 next month. As long as you work hard, you can complete it with a turnover of 5,000 every day. Seeing this message, Lin Xiu wanted to curse. 5,000 a day is very difficult for her as a small anchor. Without the big brother, how could she expect the audience to give 5,000 a day? If the big brother was still there, then she would still have the confidence to complete this task. But now the big brother ran away, the big brother ran away, the big brother ran away. I can't complete this task at all, so don't joke with me. Lin Xiu replied helplessly. How can I not complete it? Your big brother's spending is not low. You just need to work hard. But my big brother ran away. He went to give rewards to other anchors. How can he give rewards to me? Lin Xiu replied with gritted teeth. Who told you that the big brother can only give rewards to one person? I also know that your big brother opened the Emperor yesterday. Since he can open the Emperor for other female anchors, why can't he open it for you? I saw that anchor. She is also a small anchor. Before meeting the big brother, she was not as popular as you. You look not much worse than her. She can let the big brother open the Emperor. Don't you reflect on why you can't? Lin Xiu was very helpless about the questioning of the operator. She wanted to refute it, but she didn't know how to refute it. What the operator said was not unreasonable. Others can get so much reward from the big brother. Why can't she? Just when she was silent, the operator sent a message again. I believe you have already experienced the feeling of losing your big brother. You don't need me to remind you. You know why the live broadcast room has been getting better in the past few days. If you miss this big brother, it will be almost impossible for you to meet him again in the future. So you'd better do everything you can to hold on to this big brother and get to know him better. I don't know how to hold on to big brother. I sent messages to big brother, but he didn't reply. Lin Xiu bit her lip. She was trying hard, but he ignored her. You send some meaningless nonsense. How can he pay attention to you? Didn't I tell you to get to know big brother more deeply? Only by knowing big brother's strengths and weaknesses can you hold on to his thighs. Some things really don't need me to teach you. Think about it yourself. If you can't maintain this big brother, then you can wait for it to be completely cold. Find a class to attend in the future. With your academic qualifications, you can only earn 5,000 or 6,000 yuan a month by working hard. When you go to work, not only will the work be busy and you have no freedom, but you will also be scolded. The most important thing is that there is no room for advancement. I know I will work hard. Lin Xiu's face was a little pale. She knew her own academic qualifications. If she went to find a job, she couldn't find a good job at all. This is why she chose live streaming. Okay, I'm too lazy to continue talking nonsense with you. There are many people in the guild who need resources, and they all know what to do. If you don't have a big brother, the resources will not be given to you. A group of new people have come to the guild recently. They are very hard-working in order to obtain resources. They are completely different from you, who are so shy. You should take care of yourself. If you can't complete the task, this is the last time for resources. Looking at the chat dialogue on the screen, Lin Xiu was in a very bad mood. The operation was forcing her to make a choice. 3 months ago, when her turnover was still good, the operation was polite to her, but it is different now. It is really a cold world. As expected, no matter what industry you are in, performance is very important. Speaking of it, the competition in the live broadcast industry is really fierce. In this industry, no matter whether you look good or not, no matter whether you have a good figure or not, as long as your performance is not good, then what awaits you is the fate of being eliminated. Every moment there are people who can't hold on and are eliminated from this industry. But every moment there are girls who step into this industry with the dream of earning $1 million a month. In such a cruel, competitive environment, resources are very important for the guild. So even if the operation is aggressive, she still has no intention of rejecting resources. She knows her own situation. The live broadcast room is about to fall into the small anchor class. To enter the small anchor class, resources and recommendations are really important at this time. Lin Xiu understands that the reason why she is under so much pressure is because of her inner desire. Because her ability cannot keep up with her desire, she is under a lot of pressure. Accustomed to making quick money, she doesn't want to make slow money at all. Accustomed to making money at home, she doesn't want to commute to work every day. She can't accept that she needs to live an ordinary life. Accepting that one is ordinary is a reality that many people cannot accept. They try their best to prove their extraordinariness. Because of this incident, Lin Xiu's mood did not get better until the end of the broadcast. After the broadcast, she washed her face first, and then sat in front of the mirror for a while. Today he didn't come either. Did he forget his old love because he found a new one? She took out her phone and looked at Xiao Fan's profile picture. She said to herself, maybe he gave me something delicious, but I just ate the gifts and didn't give him anything delicious. It seems normal that he didn't come. She sighed, remembered her task, and opened the chat box. In the chat box, her message still didn't get a reply. As a beauty, few people didn't reply to her messages. If it was someone else, she wouldn't bother to think too much. But this one was different. It was her life-saving straw. Brother Dunn, why didn't you come to my live broadcast room these 2 days? Are you too busy with work? In the end, she still typed and sent a message. Although there were already 2 messages that had not been replied, she had no choice. Time passed slowly. About 5 minutes later, the phone finally rang. She quickly picked it up and saw that it was the eldest brother who replied. She breathed a sigh of relief and quickly opened it. I'm eating seafood with other anchors. so I don't have time to watch your live broadcast for the time being. Seeing this reply, Lin Xiu pursed her lips. It was just as she guessed. The anchor spent a lot of money, so her eldest brother ran away. Speaking of which, if she were the eldest brother, facing an anchor who only accepted gifts but did not give benefits, she would definitely choose another one. After all, the other person gave benefits. Then are you free tomorrow? Do you want to come to my live broadcast room to take a look? Although she felt that the answer was already very clear, Lin Xiu still typed to ask. She can't chat, let alone flirt. In fact, she understands that since her eldest brother is still willing to reply to the message, it means that she still has hope, but she really can't chat. I will go if I am free, but I don't know when I will be free. Oh, then I'll wait for you. After replying the message, Lin Xiu really wanted to slap herself. Such a brain-twisting reply really made her unable to complain, but she really didn't know how to reply. On the other side, Xiao Fan saw Lin Xiu's reply and didn't intend to pay attention to her. This girl doesn't know how to chat at all. She doesn't know her position. She is the boss, but she chats with him like this. In comparison, Shui Tao is much more sensible. They are both beautiful girls, but the difference is really big. Putting down the phone, Xiao Fan started to draw. The 2 draw opportunities given by the system upgrade cannot be wasted. Soon the 2 draws were over. The rewards this time almost made him laugh. The 2 draws were a shark fin card worth 2 million and a house card voucher. This house card voucher is the same as the car card. With this card, he can buy a house. In fact, the system gave him a house, but he needs to buy it himself. After having a car, he actually wanted to change houses a long time ago. Unfortunately, houses in Hangzhou are not cheap, so he has never changed. But now it is different. With this card, he can buy a house. Thinking of this, he immediately opened the second-hand housing website and started looking for a suitable house. He is now in the Gongshu area. He still likes this place very much, so he started looking for houses here. After searching for a long time, he finally set his sights on a community in Greentown. The unit price of this community is 120,000 yuan, and the house for sale is about 180 square meters, which is just right for him to live alone. The most important thing is that the houses in this community are well decorated, and he can move in directly with his luggage, without worrying about other problems, so he locked on this community. After finding a good community, Xiao Fan put down his phone and slowly fell asleep. Speaking of which, he was a little tired after playing too crazy this afternoon. The next morning, Xiao Fan drove to the agency near the community. Speaking of real estate agents, he didn't have a good impression. These days, because of the hot real estate, there are agency companies everywhere. And agents in suits and leather shoes can often be seen on the streets. Of course, this is not the reason for being annoying. The most frustrating thing is the phone harassment. These agents will call again and again regardless of whether the client has the ability or not. In the past, Xiao Fan often received calls from agencies with a salary of several thousand yuan a month, which made him very speechless. He even had to consider renting a house, and they actually asked him if he wanted to buy a house. It was really no doubt. But no matter how much you dislike them, you still have to find them to buy a house. Buying a house is a very troublesome thing. With their help, you can save a lot of trouble. When Xiao Fan's Lamborghini stopped on the road of the agency, the agents in the store immediately ran out and looked at the supercar with curiosity. Xiao Fan parked the car and walked towards the store. The agents were originally here to look the car. After discovering his purpose, someone hurriedly came to greet him. "Hello, sir. What business do you need to handle?" A young and beautiful female agent asked softly with a smile on her face and curiosity in her eyes. "Take me to see the houses in Greentown and Chenyuan, the ones with an area of more than 150 square meters. Do you have any houses available?" Xiao Fan looked at the girl. She was pretty, but not pretty, about 75 points, and was a beauty in the eyes of ordinary men. Yes, the area is about 180 square meters. What do you think?" The female agent was surprised. This client was very capable at first glance, and if he saw it, he might buy it directly. Hearing that there was a house available, Xiao Fan went into the store with her. Then the female agent immediately took out the house and introduced it. She took out several house types and asked Xiao Fan to choose the one he liked. Xiao Fan looked carefully and chose an east-facing house. The house was on the 10th floor, not too high or too low, and the view was very good. The Grand Canal was to the east. The house was a little over 180 square meters, with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. It was more than enough for one person to live in. The most important thing was that the decoration was very good, and the landlord was nearby, and it was easy to trade. After choosing the house, the agent took him to see the house as soon as possible. After seeing the house, he immediately asked the agent to contact the landlord, and the landlord came over soon. The transaction was very harmonious. Because it was a large area, the unit price was a little lower. The price of 1 square meter was 110,000 yuan, and the final total price of the house was about 20 million yuan. After signing the contract, the agent will handle other matters on behalf of him. If it is a house, you can move in today. This house has been empty before, but the landlord will hire someone to clean it every week, so it is very clean. In the evening, after moving, Xiao Fan rolled over on the 2-meter-wide bed, then opened the live broadcast platform and prepared to watch the live broadcast. He first came to Lu Yixuan's live broadcast room. He planned to give more rewards to this girl. After all, there were extra rewards for first blood. Lu Yixuan had already started the live broadcast at this moment. Because of the large number of gifts yesterday, there were many more people watching her live broadcast room than before. Originally, there were only a few people in her VIP seats, but now there are dozens of people. All of this was driven by Xiao Fan's rewards. A big brother is really too important for a broadcaster. Looking at Lu Yixuan sitting in front of the camera and chatting, Xiao Fan lamented that this girl is not photogenic. In reality, she is much more beautiful than in the live broadcast room. Her biggest advantage is that she is not photogenic, which has suppressed a lot. In comparison, some girls who look average but very photogenic have gained an advantage. The camera can only capture about 30% of the details of a person's face, so the person in the camera is actually not real. Only the self in the mirror is the real self. Speaking of which, he really had some aftertaste for her. Lu Yixuan had a good figure, fat where it should be fat, and slim where it should be slim. This kind of woman is the best. He didn't like those skinny women who were dry and uncomfortable to touch. Only immature men would like those skinny people. He was very satisfied with Lu Yixuan's situation. If it was at the beginning, he just wanted to play for a while, but now he wanted to play for a while, so he planned to keep her in a golden house. Men, no matter what, don't care about a woman's first time, but deep down, they still care very much. Since it was her first time, it's not bad to keep her by your side. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan shook his head, opened the gift interface, and rewarded her with a few super fires. He didn't have much cash at the moment, so he could only reward her first. Large shield machine rewards anchor super rocket 10. In the live broadcast room, Lu Yixuan didn't know Xiao Fan was here at all. The sudden super fire made her stunned for a moment. After she reacted, she remembered that it was her eldest brother who came to reward her with gifts. But he had already given so many rewards the day before yesterday, and now he gave 10 more super fires. This is too willful. For a moment, Lu Yixuan was fantasizing. After all, she had to treat everyone to a seafood dinner last time she gave a reward. So wouldn't she have to treat everyone to seafood again today? But her legs were still a little weak. Brother Dun, you didn't even tell me that you were here, and you gave so many gifts without saying anything. After thanking him in the live broadcast room, Lu Yixuan picked up her phone and sent a private message to Xiao Fan. After sending a private message to Xiao Fan, she sent a message to her bestie, Mu Qianqian. Qianqian, big brother is here to give me rewards again, and he gave me 10 super fires in one breath. I am really helpless. Lu Yixuan, what do you mean? Don't tell me that you are not here to show off. Mu Qianqian had just started the live broadcast, and when she saw this message, she almost vomited blood. I just want to ask why big brother treats me so well. I'm definitely not here to show off to you. Don't get me wrong. Lu Yixuan's mouth curled up slightly. Some time ago, when her live broadcast room was not doing well, her stinky bestie showed off in front of her every day. Now she has to take revenge. Haha, I don't believe you. You know why he treats you so well. Angry. If it weren't for the live broadcast, Mu Qianqian really wanted to teach her bestie a lesson. Wow, how could you misunderstand me? I really don't know the reason. By the way, how many gifts did you receive today? Your live broadcast room is better than mine, so you should have received a lot of gifts, right? Lu Yixuan almost laughed. She could already imagine her bestie's frustrated look. Thinking of that scene, she was even happier. Nothing makes people happier than making their bestie jealous. Haha, now that I have a big brother, you start to bully me, right? I worked so hard today, and the gifts I received only add up to less than 3 super hot ones. Are you satisfied now? Dripping bloody kitchen knife. Mu Qianqian really wanted to use her dragon claws to give Lu Yixuan a hard time, but unfortunately she was on the live broadcast now and couldn't leave. Then you do your best. My brother has replied to my message. Lu Yixuan was satisfied with her bestie's reply. The angrier the other party was, the happier she was, because she let her bully herself before. After seeing this message, Mu Qianqian sighed deeply. She used to be very satisfied with her live broadcast room. After all, her monthly income was still good. But there is harm when there is comparison. Compared with her bestie's live broadcast room, her own live broadcast room is really weak. Obviously, the other party was still a small anchor 2 days ago. But in the blink of an eye, the other party's live broadcast room immediately became popular because of the big brother. The turnover of the day before yesterday was much higher than her monthly turnover. She also wanted a big brother. She really wanted a big brother in her dreams. But big brothers are hard to come by. There are too few wild and ownerless big brothers on the platform. It is not so easy to meet. Just when Mu Chanchan was envious and jealous, Lu Yixuan was happily chatting with Xiao Fan. "Brother Shield, can you let me rest for 2 days? I will treat you to a meal when I recover." "Are you so anxious to treat me to a meal? You are not after my beauty. I didn't expect you to be such an anchor." Seeing this message, Lu Yixuan breathed a sigh of relief. Knees have not recovered yet. If she continues to kneel for a long time, the bruises will be difficult to go away. "Then, Brother Shield, I will treat you to a good meal when I get better." Lu Yixuan breathed a sigh of relief and sent a message. "I'm not in a hurry. You should recover well. Your health is the most important. Don't be too tired, and send a message if you encounter any problems." "Yeah, I know. Thank you for your concern, Brother Shield." Lu Yixuan felt warm in her heart. This big brother is really good. "You are mine. Of course I have to care about you. If you are sick, I will feel bad." Lu Yixuan blushed and immediately fell into fantasy. If men like beautiful women, women also like handsome men. If she could fall in love with Xiao Fan, Lu Yixuan would be very happy, but Xiao Fan's words made her think that he had other intentions. In interpersonal relationships, status is very important. If the person who sent Lu Yixuan such a message was an ordinary handsome man, Lu Yixuan would just roll her eyes and block him directly without thinking too much. The law of the jungle is engraved in the genes of organisms, especially female organisms. When they meet men they think are strong, their resistance will be naturally released. In Lu Yixuan's subconscious mind, Xiao Fan's status is higher than hers. If the two are together, then she will take advantage of them, so she will not have any resistance to the two being together. The only thing that can restrain instinct is morality. Unfortunately, in modern society, this shackle is infinitely suppressed, resulting in human nature occupying an absolute advantage. While Xiao Fan and Lu Yixuan were chatting, someone in another live broadcast room on the live broadcast platform looked unhappy. Lin Xiyu was dancing in the live broadcast room, preparing to receive a wave of gifts to increase the flow. But halfway through the dance, she suddenly saw a familiar ID, so she quickly checked it out. Large Shield Machine rewards Anchor Super Rocket 10. When she saw this platform broadcast, she almost vomited blood. Her elder brother went to that Anchor's live broadcast room to give rewards again, and he gave 10 super fires at a time, which was really generous. Looking at her gift flow, she felt even worse. Although she was working hard on the live broadcast, the gifts she received were less than 1,000 yuan, not even 1 super fire. Such a huge gap made her feel very unbalanced. It was obviously her elder brother, but other anchors gave so many rewards, and now they don't come to her live broadcast room. Of course, she didn't hate her elder brother, but hated that anchor. She stole her elder brother. Those super fires were originally hers. As long as the elder brother was still in her live broadcast room, he would definitely give her rewards. She opened her trumpet and entered the live broadcast room of the female anchor. When she saw that her live broadcast room had much higher popularity and VIP seats than hers, her eyes kept flickering. Biting her lip, she struggled for a long time, and finally took out her phone and sent a message to Xiao Fan. "Brother Shield, you haven't come to my live broadcast room for 3 days. I really miss you." When she typed this, Lin Xiyu blushed. This was a bit ambiguous. If it was before, she would definitely not have the face to send it out, but now she couldn't care less. If Lin Xiyu's bottom line was 103 days ago, then because of Lu Yixuan's existence, her bottom line has been lowered a little. But don't underestimate this. A 1,000-mile dam collapses because of ants. The bottom line is either as solid as a rock or as quicksand. Once it starts to drop, the speed behind it will get faster and faster. Xiao Fan had just finished chatting with Lu Yixuan. After receiving Lin Xiyu's message, he replied immediately, "I'm very busy and don't have time to watch the live broadcast for the time being." He knew Lin Xiyu's purpose very well. Isn't it just thinking about his shark fin? He wanted to see how far this woman could go. Now is not the beginning. He has no shortage of women, so he is not in a hurry. "Brother Dun, don't joke with me. How can a big boss like you not have time?" Lin Xiyu was very helpless. This man lied with his eyes open. He just gave tips to other female anchors and said he didn't have time. "Let me see. I'll go to your place when I have time. My time is very limited." Xiao Fan continued to pull. To deal with women, he either had to be simple and rough, or kept pulling. There was no other means. "Woo, Brother Dun, you won't have other anchors and don't want me anymore, right?" Lin Xiyu bit her lip and sent the message she didn't dare to send before. "How is that possible? I really was too busy to visit you." Xiao Fan knew that the reward would be broadcasted on all platforms, and the other party might know that he had rewarded other female anchors. But it doesn't matter. When chatting with a woman, whether she knows or not is different from whether you admit it or not. Women would rather you deceive her than admit the fact that she can't accept. They will make excuses for themselves. Really? You are not lying to me, are you? I am very simple and easy to be deceived. Lin Xiu didn't dare to say whose live broadcast room Xiao Fan went to, etc., because it would be easy for the big brother to leave completely. Of course it's true. I usually only watch your live broadcast. Xiao Fan sent the message without hesitation. This kind of words can be typed at will without thinking at all. Okay, but Brother Shield, I'm in trouble recently. Can I have a good chat with you? Lin Xiu bit her sexy lips, feeling very uneasy. Seeing this reply, Xiao Fan, who had been casual, became energetic. It seemed that this anchor was going to confront him. He was very curious about how much the other party could offer. In the past 3 days, he had actually been to her live broadcast room, but he was invisible, so she didn't know. From her live broadcast room, Xiao Fan learned that she had recently received a task from the guild, so she urgently needed his help. Otherwise, she would definitely not be so anxious. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan typed and sent a message. Oh, what's the matter? Tell me about it. Because you kept giving me rewards a few days ago, my live broadcast room's popularity gradually increased. The guild saw that I had a future, so they added resources to me and issued tasks by the way. Lin Xiu replied immediately. From what you said, this task should not be easy, right? Although he knew what the task was, Xiao Fan still asked knowingly. It's very difficult. It requires a turnover of 150,000 per month. This task is difficult for me to complete alone. If you come every day, there will be no problem, but you haven't come for 3 days. It's really difficult. In your situation, a monthly turnover of more than 50,000 is barely enough. You are sure you can't complete 150,000? Xiao Fan smiled. This guild is actually quite good. So I need help. The only big brother I know is you, Brother Dun. Can you help me? If I can't complete the task, I will definitely be in trouble in the future. You want me to help you? Xiao Fan's mouth corners slightly raised. It's easier to ask for help from others. Of course, he didn't rush to tell the purpose, but prepared to suppress him first. Yeah, if you help, there will be no problem in completing the task. Seeing that Xiao Fan didn't deny it at the first time, Lin Xiu immediately became uneasy. This is a difference of 100,000 yuan. Ordinary people can't save so much money for 2 years without eating or drinking. We are not very familiar with each other. Don't you think so? Xiao Fan seriously described how difficult it is to earn 100,000 yuan. I also know that this is a bit much, but this is for ordinary people. For you, Brother Dun, it's nothing, don't you think so? Lin Xiu bit her lip and blushed as she continued to send messages shamelessly. Do you know what the current price of college students is? There are many college students now, and many of them are beautiful. Xiao Fan did not answer her question, but changed the subject. Brother Shield, what do you mean by that? Lin Xiu's face turned pale. There is no such thing as a free lunch. 100,000 is really nothing to me, but what can I get from helping you? Mutual benefit can last long. One-sided efforts are a ripoff. I can sing for you, Brother Shield, and dance for you. If you come to the live broadcast room, you can listen to songs or watch dances anytime. At this moment, Lin Xiu found that she really didn't have much value compared with 100,000 yuan. Singing and dancing were too cheap. Do you know that 1,000 yuan can make a female college student dance for a day? And 100,000 yuan can find 100 female college students to dance. I feel that they are better. Step by step, Xiao Fan calmly denied the other party's value and used comparison to let the other party understand his situation. But people are different. Brother Shield, I dance better. Lin Xiu could only be stubborn. Change the conditions, use other conditions to exchange. You have your own advantages. Believe in yourself. This sentence is very clear. Xiao Fan's message can be understood by the other party. Lin Xiu's face finally couldn't hold it anymore. She had no other skills except singing and dancing. If she wanted to change one, then that was the only one left. But how could that be used for exchange? Brother Shield, what do you mean? I don't understand. Can you just say it directly? Her fingers trembled slightly. She typed this sentence and sent it out. She still had a little bit of luck in her heart. It's actually very simple. I plan to go to Westlake to play, but it's too boring to go alone. I need a girl to accompany me. Xiao Fan shook his head. He underestimated the other party's bottom line, but it's okay. Just keep pulling. The other party took the initiative to find him, so he would not give up easily, so he could pull slowly. Brother Shield, just play with you? Let's make it clear in advance. I'm not that kind of girl. If you want that, I won't agree. Lin Xiu had a fluke in her heart. She silently said in her heart, just accompany you on a trip, not other things. Of course, it's just for fun. I can arrange a place for you to stay and accompany you when you're bored at night. Xiao Fan sent the message without hesitation. As long as the person came, many things would be much simpler. Brother Dun, how old are you this year? Lin Xiu didn't rush to agree, but asked about his age first. She was very concerned about this. Younger than you, about 20 years old. This is a plus point, so there is no need to hide it. Brother Dun, are you kidding me? Lin Xiu was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect her eldest brother to be so young, a few years younger than herself. Why would I lie to you? Xiao Fan casually sent a handsome photo. When Lin Xiu saw the photo, she suspected that it was an online photo. She didn't believe that a rich man could be so handsome and so young. Although she was suspicious, she couldn't deny it. So she could only continue to ask, Brother Dun, do you have a girlfriend? Why are you asking this? Brother Dun, actually my family is well off, at least we don't have to worry about food, so I don't need to do that kind of thing. If you don't have a girlfriend, then we can actually talk about it. You want to be friends with me? That's no problem. Come over first. Let's meet offline first. Fan shook his head. This woman is really cunning. She even wants the position of girlfriend. She is really greedy. Can we get to know each other online first? I'm a little nervous to meet you directly. Lin Xiu sent the message carefully. Although she wanted to complete the task, she couldn't make a choice at such a price. Forget it, let's talk about it here today. Someone wants to see me. Xiao Fan planned to stop talking about it today. He was going to go out for a walk in the evening. Oh, then let's talk about it another day. Lin Xiu also knew that there was no way to continue the conversation, so she didn't insist. By the way, a beautiful girl met me 2 days ago, and we had a good chat, so I promised to give her live broadcast room 10 super hot spots every day. After sending a provocative sentence, Xiao Fan put down his phone and went to take a shower. Lin Xiu's situation is a bit special, but it is also expected and not a special case. This world is not only about right and wrong, and people in this industry are not only greedy for money and pure and innocent. There are also some people in between, who like money but also have a little self-love. Obviously, Lin Xiu is this type. This type of people is very easy to fall to both sides, whether they become greedy for money or pure and innocent. A good person is also a bad person, and a bad person can also be a good person. This is how the world is. The heroes who are high above also have a dark side in their hearts, and the bad people who are extremely evil also have a kind side in their hearts. Today, Lin Xiu chose to keep herself clean, but that does not mean that she will always be like this in the future, so there is no need to rush. Let the bullets fly a little more. Let Lin Xiu see what it means to be generous. If she can still keep herself clean at that time, it would be really amazing. On the other side, Lin Xiu sighed and said to herself, forget it, forget it. The worst case is that I will be in trouble. I really can't do such a thing. Just when she was about to put down her phone, she suddenly saw another message, so she took a casual look. After reading it, she was stunned. Sending 10 super hots every day, that is 20,000 a day and 600,000 a month. Isn't this bragging? For a moment, she regretted that she had just refused. That was a turnover of 600,000. If you add other things, it's hard to say what the monthly income will be. At this moment, she wanted to reply to the message immediately, saying that she could actually go and take a look, but after thinking about it, she stopped the idea, because 600,000 is not a small amount. Although the other party is very rich, it is uncertain whether he will give it to her. If she goes and the other party regrets it later, wouldn't it be a loss? So she is ready to take a look. That female anchor went there, so she wanted to see if she would really give her 10 super fires every day. If it was true, she would consider other things. It would only take a dozen days. Thinking of this, she sighed and opened Xiao Fan's circle of friends. She thought it was still blank, but there was a circle of friends today. It was a Lamborghini and a handsome guy. The other party seemed to be a handsome guy. Didn't he just deceive her? Looking at the photos, Lin Xiu fell into doubt. She put down her phone helplessly and regretted her refusal just now. She felt that she was just a prostitute and had a memorial archway. It was really hypocritical. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Xiao Fan drove a big bull to a clear bar. He planned to try his luck here tonight. When the Lamborghini turned off and stopped on the street, people nearby immediately looked over curiously. Although it was late, there were still many people outside. They had actually noticed the Lamborghini a long time ago, but they all thought it would drive away. Unexpectedly, the car stopped, so they all looked over curiously. Luxury cars are not uncommon in this city, but sports cars are rare, especially Lamborghini, which is hard to see. After turning off the engine, Xiao Fan did not rush to get out of the car, but sat in the car and looked at the situation outside. There were many people standing outside the bar, including several girls with good figures, but because of the night, their appearance could not be seen clearly. Hello, handsome guy, are you alone? Just as Xiao Fan was looking for a good-looking girl, a girl came to the front of the car, stretched out her hand and gently knocked on the car window, then bent her head slightly downward and greeted with a smile on her face. After hearing the voice, Xiao Fan subconsciously looked over, and what caught his eye was a bottomless canyon. This girl's capital was not small, and because she was bending over, Xiao Fan could see a very good scenery. Fortunately, he was a gentleman. After less than a minute of looking, he quickly retracted his gaze and looked at the other person's face. Dare to take the initiative to come up and talk to her. The other person looks good, about 80 points, and is a goddess in the eyes of ordinary boys. Unfortunately, it is not his dish, so he politely rejected the other party. After being rejected, a trace of regret flashed in the girl's eyes, but she did not leave immediately, but handed Xiao Fan a small note. This is my contact information. If you are interested, you can contact me. I'm always available. After handing the note to Xiao Fan, she left very casually. After watching her leave, Xiao Fan did not stay in the car, but got off and walked towards the bar. Several girls who were originally eyeing him, after seeing that Xiao Fan was a handsome guy, immediately came forward to chat with him, but were rejected one by him. After rejecting the girls who approached him, he walked into the bar. Compared with the noisy bar, the bar was much quieter. The people here spoke quietly, and there was soft music in the store. Although they were all places to drink, they were very different from bars. After finding a seat and sitting down, Xiao Fan touched his chin and began to look for his target. There were many girls in the bar, but if he wanted to find a satisfactory one, he still needed to look for it carefully. After a while, Xiao Fan saw a very nice girl with a good figure and good looks, so he walked over. There happened to be an empty seat next to her, so he sat down without hesitation. You can't be polite to women. Once you are polite to a woman, then congratulations, you have a good guy card and a spare tire card. Women hate rude people and agree to like people who don't reason with them. After sitting next to her, Xiao Fan could see her appearance clearly. She was indeed very beautiful, but he felt a little familiar. After taking a closer look, he remembered who this girl was. Yu Xuan? This is the girl who hit the battery car. Originally, he wanted to pick her up, but considering her identity and the fact that he had eaten shui tao at that time, he forgot about it for a while. Yu Xuan was dressed very sexy today. The makeup on her face looked mature. In addition, her long legs were also wearing stockings. Wearing stockings in the hot summer, her feet must be very smelly. Who are you? Yu Xuan turned around after being called by her name. When she saw Xiao Fan, she was stunned for a moment, then blinked and said, Are you Xiao Fan? Am I remembering correctly? To be honest, she had a good impression of Xiao Fan. After the last dinner, she originally thought that he was interested in her, but he didn't ask her out later, which made her confused. I remember correctly. It's a coincidence that I can meet you here. Are you alone? Xiao Fan smiled. Since he met this girl here, let's see if he can get her tonight. What a coincidence. Yu Xuan pursed her lips, glanced in the direction of the bathroom and then said, Not alone. I came with a friend. Your best friend? No, a man. Is it your boyfriend? Xiao Fan touched his chin. If he had a boyfriend, it would be really difficult to deal with him. No, a pursuer. He has been asking me out for a long time, and I can't refuse, so I went out to play with him. Yu Xuan shook her head and explained quickly. She didn't want to be misunderstood, and subconsciously raised her own value. Facing a young, handsome, and rich boy like Xiao Fan, even a beauty like her felt insecure. Just as the two were chatting, a young man hurried over and looked at Xiao Fan with a vigilant look. Xiao Wen! Who is this? The young man was helpless. He had just gone to the toilet, and someone actually approached his girlfriend. It was really taking advantage of every opportunity. A good friend. Yu Xuan glanced at him, and then introduced him to Xiao Fan. He is a classmate of mine, named Shan Xiaoyun. Hello, my name is Shan Xiaoyun, Xiao Wen's best male friend. Shan Xiaoyun's attitude was not good. He felt that the boy in front of him had ulterior motives. If his girlfriend hadn't stopped him from talking about their relationship outside, he would have definitely told the other party to give up the idea. Xiao Fan glanced at him, then looked at Yu Xuan and said, He seems to have some grievances with me, so why don't I leave first? No, he's just like that. He looks fierce, but he's actually a nice person. Yu Xuan hurriedly shook her head. She had finally met Xiao Fan, and she didn't want him to leave so quickly. If she missed this time, she might not meet him next time. Although she had his contact information, she always felt that it was cheap to ask him out on her own initiative, and that he would look down on her. So she never took the initiative to contact him. Oh, okay then, let's continue chatting. Has the wound from the last collision healed? Xiao Fan nodded, ignored the young boy next to him, and continued chatting with her. Yu Xuan was of course very willing to chat, so the two of them chatted very happily. The young boy next to them was not in a good mood when he saw the two people chatting happily, but he couldn't interrupt, so he could only drink silently. Soon half an hour passed, and the relationship between the two people became much closer. Xiao Fan glanced at the young boy who was drinking silently next to him, picked up a wine glass and handed it to Yu Xuan's mouth. Take a sip of this, it tastes very good. Xiao Fan moved closer to Yu Xuan, and the distance between them was shortened, and their fingers even touched each other's lips. This behavior is very rude. If a boy without strength does this, he will definitely not be able to avoid a slap, but Xiao Fan has strength. While chatting, the key of the Lamborghini car has been placed on the table unknowingly. The young boy next to him saw this scene and his face changed. He could still hold back when they were so happy just now, but now the action is a bit intimate. How can he hold back? Just when he was about to get angry, he found that his girlfriend looked at him pleadingly and silently opened her mouth and drank the glass of wine, without any intention of being angry. The boy clenched his fists, but did not dare to get angry. His girlfriend had begged him. If he dared to mess around, his girlfriend would definitely be angry. Fortunately, it was just a glass of wine, and it didn't matter. He comforted himself like this. How is it? Taking back the bar, Xiao Fan smiled. He was actually testing the relationship between the boy and the woman just now. Now it seems that the relationship between the two is indeed average. It tastes very good. This wine is not cheap. If I buy it myself, I definitely can't afford it. Xuan smiled. She watched the waiter mix the glass of wine, which cost 4 figures. Then if you drink my wine, you are mine, don't you think? Xiao Fan said with a smile. The biggest difference between rich people and poor people facing beautiful women is that one can be unbridled when chatting, while the other is very restrained. Yu Xuan smiled and was about to answer. At this time, the boy who had been silent all the time finally couldn't help but speak. Xiao Wen, it's getting late. Let's go back early. Hearing this, Yu Xuan's face changed. At this time, Xiao Fan said, It's really late. I'll take you home. I happen to have a car. Can you please do me a favor? Well, okay. Thank you. Yu Xuan immediately changed her words. Originally, she wanted to say that it was still early, but since Xiao said it was late, it must be late. Xiao Wen, Shan Xiaoyun's face was not very good. He didn't expect that his girlfriend would actually agree to another man. He was very angry, but he didn't dare to get angry. Yu Xuan glanced at her boyfriend, frowned, and finally said, Can you bring my friend with you? We are all going back to school and it just happens to be on the way. This is a sports car, and it can only accommodate 2 people. What a joke. The man didn't even get in his car, and Xiao Fan refused without hesitation. Hearing this, Yu Xuan looked at her boyfriend helplessly and said, You can rent a taxi to go back by yourself? Don't make it difficult for me, okay? Shan Xiaoyun clenched his fists. How could he allow him to watch his girlfriend leave in another man's car, but he didn't dare to say no. He also knew his girlfriend's temper, and she was adamant. Brother, wait for me outside for a while. I'll talk to my friend. Is that okay? Yu Xuan looked at Xiao Fan with a soft face, and her eyes were full of pleading. Okay, I'll wait for you in the car. Xiao Fan nodded and walked out very casually. The relationship between the two seemed to be unusual, and he had just made a wrong judgment. After Xiao Fan left, Yu Xuan looked at her boyfriend and said in a sweet voice, Xiaoyun, are you angry with me? Do you think I'm a bad woman? No, I don't mean that, but that man obviously has ulterior motives. Shan Xiaoyun hurriedly explained how he could be angry with his girlfriend. He was just angry with Xiao Fan. He is my cousin. It is normal for us to be close, don't get me wrong. Yu Xuan looked at him and said, My family doesn't allow me to fall in love, so our relationship must not be discovered by my cousin, otherwise he will tell my parents and then we will have to break up. No, Shan Xiaoyun heard this and shook his head. He didn't want to break up, and was glad that he didn't act impulsively just now. Well, be good. Go back first. I'll drive my cousin's car, and I'll text you when I get there. Yu Xuan was very satisfied with his reaction. Okay, although he was reluctant, Shan Xiaoyun had to agree. Well, I'm leaving. Send me a message when you get there. Yu Xuan nodded and ran out quickly. She came outside, looked around, and her sight quickly locked on a Lamborghini not far away. It's a big bull. Yu Xuan pursed her lips. She couldn't recognize the model when she saw the key just now, but after seeing the car, she immediately recognized the model. Her roommates specifically talked about luxury cars. Without hesitation, she walked over quickly, came to the car, carefully opened the passenger door, and sat in with her little butt sticking out. Xiao Fan had already started the car at this moment. After she got in, he immediately stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and burst out all his strength in an instant. In the envious eyes of the people around, the car left quickly. At this time, Shan Xiaoyun also walked out of the bar. He looked at the direction where the car disappeared and felt deeply powerless. It was obviously his girlfriend, but he could only watch her being taken away by other men. He felt very aggrieved. Standing there for a long time, he took a taxi and left in great frustration. Xiao Fan didn't know the boy's situation, and even if he knew, he could only laugh it off. The right to take the initiative in this matter lies in Xuan's hands, no matter what her relationship with the boy is. But she chose to leave with Xiao Fan, which means that she doesn't like the boy very much. In this case, he must have his own rights. After all, they are not married. Since they are not married, then it depends on their abilities. Xiao Fan, Why are you here at Qingbar today? People of your status shouldn't go to high-end clubs. In the car, Yu Xuan was silent for a while. She originally waited for Xiao Fan to speak, but he didn't speak after waiting left and right. If this goes on, the atmosphere will be awkward, so she can only take the initiative to find topics to chat. I was originally planning to go to the club, but suddenly I had a whim, so I went to Qingbar. Xiao Fan smiled and said, "It seems that it is fate given by God to meet you in Qingbar, don't you think? It's really a coincidence. Hangzhou is so big, with a population of tens of millions, and we can meet each other. It can only be said that it is really fate." Yu Xuan stretched out her hand to hook the hair in front of her eyebrows and said with a smile, "How old are you this year? Judging from your circle of friends, you should be in college, right?" Xiao Fan picked up a topic casually. This topic is boring, but he believes he can keep talking. "Yeah, I'm just a junior." Yu Xuan smiled and nodded, reaching out to touch the seat, and said with emotion, "You don't look very old, but you already drive such a good car. Your family conditions are good, right?" "It's just average, not very good. The last time we met, I was riding an electric donkey. We are actually about the same." Xiao Fan was very modest. "You are really joking. I can only ride an electric donkey, but you can choose to ride an electric donkey or drive a sports car. The difference is huge." Yu Xuan shook her head. The cheapest car costs more than 7 million yuan, and she may never be able to afford it in her lifetime. Xiao Fan smiled, drove seriously, and didn't continue talking. "Xiao Fan, you should have a girlfriend, right? You are so handsome and rich, you must have no shortage of girlfriends." Seeing that Xiao Fan didn't seem to want to talk about that topic, Yu Xuan immediately changed the topic. She didn't want to let the atmosphere quiet down. "I don't have a girlfriend yet. I haven't met the right one. Girls nowadays are all after my money. I'm really helpless." Xiao Fan said, "That's true, but there are still many girls who believe in love." Yu Xuan sat up straight, making her advantages more prominent. "I believe this, but it's hard to meet one." Xiao Fan glanced at her advantages. They were indeed not small. She should feel good, but there was no rush now. "I believe you will definitely meet such a girl." Yu Xuan pursed her lips and smiled. She wanted to recommend herself, but that would be too embarrassing. Seeing her like this, Xiao Fan decided to help her, so he said, "By the way, that boy just now must like you very much. I saw you in his eyes. Like is mutual. I don't like him at all. If it weren't for the fact that we are friends, I wouldn't want to hang out with him. Because I'm single. He keeps pestering me, and I feel helpless." Yu Xuan didn't want to mention her boyfriend, but the other party took the initiative to mention it. So she had to make it clear that they had nothing to do with each other. Otherwise it would be bad to cause misunderstandings. Hearing this explanation, Xiao Fan smiled. This girl's skills were still too low. She didn't know that the more she explained, the more trouble she would have. Moreover, the relationship between the two of them just now was obviously not ordinary. But he didn't care about it. What era is it now? There is no need to care about such details, as long as the goal can be achieved. Since she wanted to cut off the relationship, she just needed to cooperate, so he smiled and said, "It can be seen that the boy has been pestering you. Fortunately, I showed up, otherwise you would have to waste time with him. Indeed, if you hadn't come, I would have to stay there for a while, and finally find an excuse to go back." Yu Xuan nodded and said with a smile, "Since you helped me, then I will treat you to a midnight snack?" "Treat me to a midnight snack?" Xiao Fan blinked his eyes and thought of a way, so he asked, "Can you cook?" "Yes, why? Do you want me to cook for you?" Yu Xuan asked. "I don't like to eat midnight snacks outside. How about you go to my place and cook for me, just as a thank you for coming? How about it? Although I have known this girl for a short time, I only need to take her home, so other things will be much simpler. Is this convenient?" Yu Xuan was shocked. She didn't expect Xiao Fan to take her home. She was a little nervous when she looked at the sky outside, but she was very curious about what Xiao Fan's home looked like, so she didn't refuse in the end. "Very convenient. I live alone." "Okay, but we have to hurry, otherwise the school dormitory will be closed." Yu Xuan pursed her lips and said, "It's late now. I think your school will be closed after we have supper." Xiao Fan certainly wouldn't give her a chance to go back. Only a fool would believe a girl's words that the dormitory would be closed. "What should I do? I have no place to live outside." Yu Xuan's face turned bitter and she said helplessly, "In that case, then you can live at my place. There are spare rooms where I live, kind that no one has lived in." Xiao Fan glanced at her and sighed in his heart that women are really good at saying one thing and thinking another. "Will this bother you?" Yu Xuan didn't agree directly and continued to be reserved. "Don't bother me, don't bother me." Xiao Fan smiled and said, "It's settled. Stay at my place tonight." After talking about this, Xiao Fan almost drove the car to the door of his house. When he drove the car to the outside of the community, Yu Xuan looked at the nameplate of the community for a while. "Do you have a house here?" I heard that the houses here are 100,000 yuan per square meter. Yu Xuan knew this community. It was a very high-end community. Well, I felt that this place was good recently, so I bought a house and just moved in. Xiao Fan smiled and drove the car into the underground garage of the community. After parking the car, he turned off the engine and got out of the car. Let's go up first. It's not good to stand in the underground garage and be in a daze. After closing the car door, Xiao Fan looked at Yu Xuan, who was looking around, and said with a smile, "Oh." Yu Xuan quickly retracted her gaze and followed Xiao Fan obediently, walking towards the elevator. The two took the elevator to the outside of the house. Xiao Fan opened the door with his fingerprint and said, "Let's go in. I want to change my slippers?" Although she was just standing at the door, Yu Xuan could see at a glance that the house was luxuriously decorated. The marble floor was shiny, and she was embarrassed to go in. "Sit down, I'll help you change." Looking at the other person's long legs in black silk, Xiao Fan decided to be a gentleman and help her change her shoes. This is not good. Yu Xuan was a little embarrassed. After all, Xiao Fan's status was not ordinary, so he asked him to change his shoes. Xiao Fan ignored her words, stretched out his hand to press it, then half-crouched, pinched her calf with his left hand, and then slowly slid down. When he slid to her ankle, he lifted her calf with force. With his right hand, he gently took off her shoes, then pinched her black silk toes and rubbed them hard, and said at the same time, "I'll help you massage. Just consider it as the environment is tired." "Thank you." Yu Xuan blushed. It was the first time that a man rubbed her feet like this. She was a little embarrassed and her face flushed a little. After helping her change her shoes, Xiao Fan took her to the living room. When Yu Xuan saw the empty living room, she couldn't help swallowing her saliva and asked, "Xiao Fan, your house is not small, right?" "It's just so-so, only about 180 square meters. It's okay for one person to live in." Xiao Fan smiled, put his hand to the tip of his nose and smelled it, then smiled and said, "Wearing stockings in the summer, it smells a bit sour and smelly." "How is it possible?" "Absolutely impossible." Quickly denied it, and her face turned redder. This man really smelled in front of her. "Haha, I'm kidding you. I'll take you to the kitchen. The ingredients are ready." Xiao Fan smiled and took her to the kitchen. Yu Xuan followed behind. Her eyes kept looking at the house. If she wasn't embarrassed, she would even want to take out her mobile phone to take 2 good photos, and then send them to her girlfriends to show off. "You can do whatever you want. I'm going to take a bath." After bringing Yu Xuan to the kitchen, Xiao Fan left directly. He was going to enter an important environment later, so he had to take a bath first. "Oh, then I'll make supper and call you." Yu Xuan nodded. After watching Xiao Fan leave, she opened the refrigerator and began to select ingredients. Just after she selected the ingredients, her cell phone suddenly rang. She picked it up and frowned immediately. Looking at the caller ID, she hesitated for a few seconds and finally answered the call. "What's wrong? What's the matter?" "Xiao Wen, I'm already in the dormitory. Have you arrived?" "I arrived a long time ago. I just went to take a shower and forgot to send you a message." "Oh, that's good. I'm relieved." "Well, hang up first. I'm going to apply a facial mask." After hanging up the phone, she turned on the flight mode of her phone and then washed the vegetables. Although she was washing vegetables, she was absent-minded. As a girl, she knew very well what Xiao Fan, a man, was thinking. Most men are very lustful. She is so beautiful, and the other party obviously likes her. If nothing unexpected happens, something might happen tonight. Speaking of which, she has only met Xiao Fan 3 times. Logically, it is impossible for things to develop so quickly. You know, her boyfriend has been pursuing her for 2 years, and she only reluctantly agreed, and she didn't let him touch her if possible. She still wants to be ambiguous with him, for a while, grow feelings first and then come to fruition. But the current situation is very complicated. As a rich and handsome man, the other party obviously has no shortage of women. The last time she was waiting for a price, he ignored her. If she hadn't met by chance this time, she would have missed this opportunity. So, if she dares to refuse today, then there may be no chance in the future. She doesn't want to give up this opportunity. She wants to hold on to this thigh. When she was changing shoes just now, she carefully observed that there were no women's shoes in the shoe cabinet, which means that he really doesn't have a girlfriend, so her chance is very high. It is true that having a relationship directly will be looked down upon, but she has the ability to explain because she is a complete woman, so even if the relationship is too fast, it will not be looked down upon. Although this era is open, she knows very well that men care a lot about the first time. She is very glad that she has kept the most precious thing, which is her biggest bargaining chip. Thinking of Xiao Fan's financial situation, she showed determination in her eyes. This man is very good. She decided to take a gamble. Even if she can't become his girlfriend in the end, the return will definitely not be low. After taking a shower, Xiao Fan changed into loose pajamas and went straight to the kitchen. Looking at Yu Xuan standing there cutting vegetables, he smiled and walked over quickly. Yu Xuan, let me help you. Walking to her side, Xiao Fan said with a smile. You can call me Xiaowen. The full name sounds too strange. Yu Xuan smiled and shook her head. Indeed, Xiaowen sounds much better. Xiao Fan nodded, walked behind her, stretched out his hands and gently hugged her thin waist. Yu Xuan's body froze instantly when her waist was hugged. After being stunned for a few seconds, she struggled gently. What are you doing? Quickly. Feeling the extent of her struggle, Xiao Fan knew that she was just being reserved because he didn't use much strength at all. If she really wanted to struggle, she could easily break free. It is very difficult to restrain a person without hurting him. Xiao Wen, don't you feel it? I have liked you since the first time I saw you. I really like you very much. Xiao Fan lowered his head, bit her earlobe gently, and whispered in her ear. But we have only known each other for a few days. Isn't it too fast? Yu Xuan's body trembled. Her earlobe was bitten, and her originally stiff body softened instantly. Love at first sight does not require time. True love happens in a short time. Xiao Fan really came at will. Anyway, as long as the other party agreed, he could say anything. But Yu Xuan wanted to be more reserved. But Xiao Fan didn't have the patience. He picked her up, put her on the kitchen counter, and kissed her lips. At first, Yu Xuan could only be kissed passively, but she gradually cooperated, and the two kissed passionately. A few minutes later, the two separated. Yu Xuan's eyes were full of charm, and she said, "Let's go to the room." It's not very good here. Xiao Fan pointed to the marble countertop, his face full of smiles. Yu Xuan's face turned redder, but she didn't refuse. Since she chose to agree, there was no need to be hypocritical. 2 hours later, Xiao Fan was lying in the bathtub in the bathroom, squinting his eyes and thinking about what happened just now. He sighed helplessly. Looking at Yu Xuan, who was taking a bath next to him, he rubbed his eyebrows. Didn't they say that there are no perfect women among college students now? How could he meet one so easily? Originally, he had a whim today, but now it's not easy to deal with it. After all, she is a college student, not a female anchor, and she may be relied on by the other party. He regretted not asking this question at the time. Of course, after asking, he might be more excited. It is very difficult for a man to refuse a perfect woman. Just as he was thinking about this question, Yu Xuan finished her bath, turned off the shower, came to the bathtub, raised her head and stepped into the bathtub. Fortunately, the bathtub was large enough for 2 people. Fan, you are really amazing. I feel so tired. Yu Xuan hugged Xiao Fan's neck and looked at him with shining eyes. Xiao Fan subconsciously hugged her slender waist, and his fingers gently stroked her fair skin. At the same time, he said, I'm sorry, I didn't expect it was your first time. It's okay, I'm not angry. Yu Xuan said gently, my mother told me that a woman's first time should be given to the man she loves. I haven't met one in these years until you appeared. Xiao Fan is not afraid of women with material things, but he is afraid of this kind of emotional card. Women who don't seek money seek more. Material things are easy to satisfy, but spiritual things are priceless. This woman is really plotting something big. Faced with this situation, Xiao Fan planned to use the material method, so he said, I see that the cosmetics and bags you use are very cheap. I will take you to buy good ones tomorrow. Thank you, but I don't need those, Fan. I am not a materialistic woman. Please don't objectify me. Yu Xuan pleaded pitifully. That's definitely not the case. Xiao Fan hurriedly shook his head and said, Then how about this? I will transfer some living expenses to you. How about 200,000 yuan? I will transfer it to you later. 200,000 yuan is not a small amount of money. To be honest, Yu Xuan was a little tempted, but when she thought of Xiao Fan's conditions, she immediately suppressed her inner thoughts and whispered, Fan, I don't need so much money. I don't need too much money at school, so you don't have to transfer money to me. But I want you to live a better life. Money makes everything easier. No matter what, Xiao Fan wanted her to accept the money because in this way, he would feel at ease. If you want me to live a better life, you don't need money. Yu Xuan raised her head and shook it, then stepped back. This behavior made Xiao Fan stunned for a moment, and then he froze. Just as the two were getting to know each other better in Yu Xuan's university dormitory. Why hasn't Xiaowen come back yet? It's so late. Bai Yingying looked at the time and said puzzledly. She probably went to check into a room with her boyfriend. It's normal for couples to not come back at night. Shi Yunjing said indifferently. Impossible. Xiaowen would never give her body to that kind of man. It must have been an accident. Guan Minjuan shook her head and said, Xiao Zhuan is right. Xiaowen just played with that man. How could she do that kind of thing with him? Bai Yingying nodded and said, Then let's call and ask. Shi Yunjing took out her mobile phone and made a call, but the call didn't go through. There was only a system prompt. The number you dialed is not on the server. This prompt made the 3 people in the dormitory sit up. Xiaowen was their sister, and they were still very worried. Call the man who got the phone and ask him what's going on. Bai Yingying frowned. She had a good relationship with Xiaowen and was very worried about her. Yeah, Shi Yanjing nodded and immediately called Shan Xiaoyun. This time the call went through quickly. Hello, who is it? You're calling me in the middle of the night. Shan Xiaoyun's voice came from the phone. Where are you now? Have you returned to the dormitory? Shi Yanjing asked hurriedly. I'm already back to the dormitory. Who are you? Shan Xiaoyun was very angry. He was woken just after falling asleep. I'm Xiaowen's roommate. Why didn't Xiaowen come back? Do you know where she went? Shi Yanjing asked loudly. Xiaowen told me that she had returned. She went back in her cousin's car. Shan Xiaoyun's sleepiness disappeared immediately. Her cousin? Xiaowen doesn't have a cousin at all. Are you kidding me? Shi Yanjing's face was very serious. She felt that the other party was lying to her. How is it possible? Her cousin is called Xiao Fan, a young man. Shan Xiaoyun looked unhappy, and he also felt something was wrong. Oh, it's him, I know. I'll hang up first. Shi Yanjing was stunned for a moment after hearing the name, and then quickly hung up the phone. What's going on? Bai Yingying and Guan Minjuan came over immediately. She left with Xiao Fan. I guess she went to that place. She's so lucky to be able to apply for a second generation. Shi Yanjing sighed, her tone full of envy. No wonder she couldn't get through on the phone. It seems she's afraid that will disturb her good things. Bai Yingying breathed a sigh of relief, and then said sourly. Originally, she wanted the second generation chat method, but unfortunately, Xiaowen didn't give it to her, which made her very helpless. Okay, go to bed. Guan Minjuan sighed. The next day, when Xiao Fan woke up, he found that there was no one around him. Just when he thought the other party had left, the door of the room was pushed open, and Yu Shuwen walked in with a smile and breakfast. Fan, I made breakfast for you. Please try it. Xiao Fan had no choice but to open his mouth and eat breakfast first. To be honest, he was very hungry now because he consumed too much last night. After breakfast, the two of them were intimate for a while, and Yu Shuwen took the initiative to leave. After she left, Xiao Fan sighed and went to the computer to play games to relieve his depressed mood. After playing games for half a day, his depressed mood was relieved a lot. After lunch, he was ready to relax. Playing games for a long time will inevitably cause back pain. At this time, a good massage is the best way to relieve it. After searching on the map, he finally found a high-end club. This club focuses on massage, beauty, and healthcare, and there are also tea art, cinemas, chess and card rooms, etc. in the club. After driving to the club and parking the car, he slowly walked into the club that he could only watch from a distance before. The lobby of the club is luxuriously decorated, and the lighting is very warm. Welcome, sir. What services do you need? A beautiful woman in black stockings, wearing high heels, came up to him and asked with a smile. Tell me what services you have. This was his first time in such a club, so he didn't know what services were available. No problem, sir. Please come this way. The beautiful woman smiled and took Xiao Fan to the lounge area to sit down, then took out a project list and handed it to him. Sir, these are our projects. You can take a look. If you don't understand, you can ask me. Xiao Fan picked it up and looked at it carefully. Found that many of these projects were packages, so he pointed to a package worth more than 3,000 yuan and said, This is it. Arrange it for me. Sir, do you have a membership card? If you have a membership card, there are discounts and there are all kinds of benefits. The beautiful woman in stockings asked with a smile, putting her legs together. No, you can get me one. Top up 10,000 yuan first. Xiao Fan patted her thigh. Although her appearance was only 80 points, she would never touch her black stockings. Okay, sir, I'll take you there now. The black silk beauty's expression remained unchanged. The gentleman took Xiao Fan to the dressing room to change clothes, and then took him into a separate room. After arranging Xiao Fan to sit down, the beauty smiled and said, Sir, wait a moment. The technician will be here soon. I'll leave first. If you have anything, you can press the remote control. Xiao Fan nodded, watched the beauty leave, and then closed his eyes and waited silently. After a while, the door of the room was knocked, and a woman's voice came. Hello, can I come in now? Sure. Xiao Fan opened his eyes and answered, then looked at the door. Hello, sir? The door was quickly pushed open, and a woman in professional clothes walked in with a small box. After entering the door, she greeted him first and then closed the door of the room with her backhand. At this time, Xiao Fan was looking at the appearance of the woman. She looked to be around 25 or 26 years old. Her hair was piled high, and her clothes were very fitting, so her figure looked good. Her legs looked even better wrapped in stockings. Compared to Shu Wen's looks, this technician was obviously much worse, but she was also about 82.3 points, which was considered pretty. Hello, I'm technician number 32, and I'm very happy to serve you. The technician came to Xiao Fan and sat down, put down the tools in her hand, and said with a smile, I'll give you a foot bath first. Do you think it's okay? Sure, whatever the beauty says is fine. Xiao Fan smiled and nodded, not embarrassing her. The technician quickly prepared the water. After that, she reached out and put Xiao Fan's feet into the water and asked at the same time, "Sir, how do you feel about the water temperature? Do you need to adjust it?" "Sure." Xiao Fan closed his eyes and enjoyed her service. "Then I'll continue, sir." The technician nodded, reached into the water and began to massage Xiao Fan's feet. At the same time, he said, "I will give you a foot massage in 20 minutes. Now I will just give you a simple massage." Xiao Fan did not say anything. The technician's technique was really good and he enjoyed it very much. The feet are also called the second heart of the human body. This is because scientific research has proven that there are reflex areas and meridian distributions on the human feet that correspond to various internal organs. When soaking the feet in warm water, these reflex areas can be stimulated, promoting blood circulation in the human body, regulating the endocrine system, enhancing the function of human organs, and achieving healthcare effects in preventing and curing diseases. At the same time, thermal stimulation will accelerate the microcirculation of the feet and open the pores. Benefits of soaking feet in hot water. 1. Promote blood circulation. Since ancient times, the feet have been said to be the second heart of the human body. From the perspective of health theory, the feet are the farthest from the human heart and bear the heaviest burden. Therefore, this place is most likely to cause poor blood circulation. Medical books record, "The feet of a person are like the roots of a tree. When a tree withers, the roots die first, and when a person grows old, the feet age first." Hot water soaking feet is an excellent method, especially for those who often feel cold hands and feet. 2. Stimulate the acupuncture points, reflex areas, and meridians of the feet. From a medical point of view, there are reflex areas and acupuncture points of various organs and meridians on the feet. Many people have had foot massages. When the masseur presses on our feet, we feel pain and soreness. This basically means that there is something wrong with the organs in the corresponding reflex areas. Therefore, after we have a foot massage, we will feel relaxed all over. At the same time, there are 6 main meridians on the human foot, including the endpoints of the 3 yang meridians, bladder meridian, stomach meridian, and gallbladder meridian, and the starting points of the 3 yin meridians, spleen meridian, liver meridian, and kidney meridian, all on the feet. Therefore, soaking feet in hot water is equivalent to stimulating these 6 most important meridians. 3. It has a good auxiliary effect on the treatment of many diseases. People often say that rich people take tonics, poor people soak their feet, which shows that soaking feet with Chinese medicine has a great effect. Especially in modern society, with the extensive use of air conditioning and people's general love of eating cold food, there is a lot of cold and dampness in the body. Soaking feet with Chinese medicine can accelerate the excretion of coldness in the body. When people are enjoying themselves, time passes very quickly, so 20 minutes pass in the blink of an eye. Time's up, sir. Next, I'll give you a foot massage. Please relax a little. When the time came, the beautiful technician immediately took Xiao Fan's feet out of the water. She first wiped off the water stains with a towel, and then put Xiao Fan's feet on her thighs and started to massage. Massage is divided into different techniques. Many massage shops are selling dog meat under the guise of sheep, but it is obviously different here. The techniques here are very professional. After all, the price is here. It is obvious that this technique has been systematically learned, so when massaging, you know where to press to make people feel comfortable. Xiao Fan has been to a foot massage shop before, but the difference is really too big compared to here. Under the massage of the technician, his body was fully relaxed and the whole person was refreshed. The massage lasted for an hour. After the massage, the technician wiped the sweat from his forehead and said in a tired tone, "Sir, your massage is over. I'll go down first." Well, at this moment, Xiao Fan was too lazy to open his eyes. The foot massage was already very comfortable. He now wanted to experience a full body massage. The foot massage and full body massage technicians here are different, so there is no such thing as an all-round technician in this place. After the foot massage is over, you need to wait for a while. After the foot massage technician left, about 5 minutes later, the door was knocked again. After getting Xiao Fan's permission, the full body massage technician soon came in. She was wearing the same clothes as the technician just now, and the two looked similar, both around 80 points. She was very satisfied with Xiao Fan and asked her to start the massage. After the technician came in, she introduced herself like the foot massage technician just now. Then she started the massage. The technique of this technician is also very good, and the strength is very experienced, although Xiao Fan doesn't know about acupuncture points. But it can be felt that the back, which was a little sore because of playing games for a long time, was obviously relieved a lot. An hour later, Xiao Fan's fatigue was swept away, and the whole person was refreshed and full of energy. In comparison, the technician who was still very energetic just now seemed a little tired at this moment. After all, the technicians are women, and their strength is very limited. More than an hour of full-body massage consumes their strength. After the service was over, the technicians did not stay for long and went down to rest. Compared with the foot massage just now, this one was more tired. After the massage was completely over, he went to take a shower and then slowly left the club. In the evening, Xiao Fan opened the live broadcast app as usual. Thinking that he had not rewarded Lu Yixuan that girl today, he entered her live broadcast room invisibly. At this moment, Lu Yixuan was talking nonsense in the live broadcast room and did not find that the big brother who had targeted her entered the live broadcast room. Because of the guarantee of the big brother, she did not care about the live broadcast, because the rewards from other viewers were very limited. In the past, when there were no gifts, there was no way, so she could only try to please them and give more gifts as much as possible. But now it is different. So now she is very clear about the live broadcast, without any pressure, and she can say whatever she wants to say, and it will not be affected at all. Watching Lu Yixuan chatting and laughing in the live broadcast room, Xiao Fan recalled that night when she cried and cried. It was really funny. After watching for a while, he opened the gift interface and clicked on Chaohuo 20 times. $40,000 was sent out without blinking. Lu Yixuan, who was chatting, was stunned for a moment when she saw the sudden Chaohuo. After reacting, she hurried to see who sent it. When she saw that it was Xiao Fan who sent it, she breathed a sigh of relief, and then smiled and thanked him in the live broadcast room. Hey, thank you, Brother Shield, for the extra 20 Chaohuo. Thank you very much, Brother Shield. Brother Shield is generous and amazing. Well, don't get tired. I have something to do. I'm leaving first. After sending a barrage for a day, Xiao Fan slipped away. He would definitely not be able to stay in a live broadcast room alone. Lu Yixuan had taken out her mobile phone, ready to chat more with her good brother. But after seeing this barrage, she could only pout and give up this plan. Just when she was about to continue chatting with the audience in the live broadcast room, she suddenly remembered that she had not told her best friend about this news, so she quickly sent her a message. Mu Chanqian was also live streaming at this time. She was in a good mood because she received a lot of gifts today, but the sudden platform announcement made her feel bad instantly. People are afraid of comparison. She received more than 3,000 gifts today, which was originally a very happy thing, but when she saw the 20 super popular gifts on the platform announcement, she was instantly jealous. Damn Yixuan, what kind of shit luck is it that she can meet such a good big brother who really gives her super popular gifts, eh? Mu Chanqian muttered in a low voice. Just when she was complaining about the injustice, her mobile phone rang. She picked it up and found that it was a message from her bestie. As expected, it was telling her about the gifts she received. Oh, you received so many super popular gifts. Are you going to stay out all night again tonight? Do you want to treat Big Brother to seafood? Facing Lu Yixuan's boasting, Mu Chanqian fought back without hesitation. She was not the one who would give in. Chanqian, do you want to go with me? I'll introduce you to my brother. How about that? You're calling my brother so soon. Mu Chanqian immediately typed to fight back after seeing the message, but after seeing the following content, she quickly deleted the typed words. Are you sure you're not kidding me? Are you willing to introduce your big brother to me? After editing the message again, Mu Chanqian sent it out. Why would I lie to you? My brother is very capable. I can't handle it alone. Let's go together. Mu Chanqian swallowed her saliva, thinking of the gifts her bestie had received in the past 2 days, so she quickly typed, This is not good. It's really ridiculous for us to go together. Will your big brother agree? Then do you think it's okay? If it's okay, I'll take you there. If not, forget it. Lu Yixuan's mouth curled up slightly. Today she was going to ridicule her good sister. If you don't suggest it, I can help you share some of the burden. After all, we are sisters. I can't bear to see you suffer alone. Although Mu Chanqian felt something was wrong at the moment, she still couldn't escape the calculation in the face of such temptation. People, when they are bystanders, always judge the stupidity of the entrance from a high position, saying that such a low-level trap, if it were me, I would definitely not step into it. However, when these bystanders really encounter temptation, in most cases, they are more stupid than those who have entered the game, and desire directly suppresses their brains. Many people like to criticize the selfishness and inaction of those in power, but when they become those in power, they will only go further. This is human nature. When not facing desires and power, anyone can criticize from a high position, but when they really face desires and power, except for a very small number of people, most people will fall directly. When Lu Yixuan saw her best friend's reply, she couldn't help but smile, and then sent a message. Okay, go take a shower quickly, and we'll set off together in an hour. Okay, I'll go off now. Mu Chanqian didn't think much, or she didn't want to think much. After the chat ended, she found a reason to go off. After the broadcast, she first took a shower, then picked out a set of sexy clothes to put on, and finally put on black stockings and high heels. She came to the door of Lu Yixuan's room and knocked on the door. "Hey, are you ready? I'm ready." Mu Qianqian knocked on the door and asked in a low voice, "Wow, come in." Lu Yixuan was watching a soap opera. After hearing the voice, she let her sister in. Mu Qianqian quickly pushed the door open and entered. When she saw Lu Yixuan lying on the bed, she was stunned. In her eyes, the other party should be putting on makeup or changing clothes at this moment, but she was lying on the bed, without makeup and with disheveled hair. "Why don't you put on makeup?" Mu Qianqian had a bad feeling in her heart. She felt as if she was being played. Lu Yixuan looked up at her best friend and said expressionlessly, "My brother has something urgent to do, so you don't have to go for the time being." After saying this, she quickly lowered her head, fearing that she would laugh. Mu Qianqian was stunned on the spot. She spent so much time dressing herself up, but she was told that she didn't have to go. Looking at the unprepared little sister, she finally remembered the idea that she didn't want to think about just now, that she was played by the other party. "Let me see your phone." There was no evidence at the moment, and she couldn't just turn her face, so Mu Qianqian reached out for her phone. However, Lu Yixuan was prepared. She immediately put away her phone and looked at Mu Qianqian with a vigilant face, saying, "Why do you want my phone? There are my privacy in it, and I definitely can't show it to you." "Lu Yixuan, you are so brave that you dare to play with me. Tonight, I will let you see how powerful I am." Now there is no need for evidence. From the other party's reaction, Mu Qianqian knew that she was indeed played. Seeing the other person's irrepressible smile, she rushed over directly. Today, she was going to teach the other person a lesson. Hey, who's afraid of who? Lu Yixuan was not willing to be outdone and immediately started fighting with her. The two of them fought back and forth on the bed. The originally neat clothes were slowly opened as they fought, and the white flesh was exposed. It was a pity that there were only the two of them in the house now, and no one else could feast their eyes. "You are not satisfied with so many gifts, and you even tease me. You are really too much." Mu Qianqian pinched Lu Yixuan's high ground and said angrily, "I said my brother really has something to do, so I didn't dress up." Lu Yixuan pinched the other person's with her backhand and refused to admit it. "Then show me the chat records, or I won't believe your lies." "Chat records are private. Although we are good sisters, I absolutely cannot show them to you." Lu Yixuan refused righteously and said, "Also, I treat you as a sister, but you are paying attention to my elder brother. It's really hurtful." "Who paid attention to your elder brother? You said you couldn't handle it and asked me to help you. I was helping you." Of course, Mu Qianqian refused to admit it. How could she admit such a thing? "Hey, you treat me like a child. You must be paying attention to my elder brother. I see through you." Lu Yixuan continued to dwell on this topic in order to make her good sister forget the teasing just now. "I didn't. Don't frame me. I just want to help you." As expected, Mu Qianqian argued again and didn't admit to paying attention to her elder brother. "Okay, I believe you once, and we won't make trouble anymore." Lu Yixuan's mouth corners slightly raised. She was right, so even if she took advantage, they could live in peace. Humph. Although Mu Qianqian was unhappy, she still let go. She was indeed wrong in this matter. Just now, she was too jealous of the gifts, so she was bewitched for a while. Under normal circumstances, she would never be deceived. How could she share with others when she met such a good big brother? After being eliminated, she felt that she was just so stupid. In the end, when facing 20 super hot people, her desire occupied her mind and her reason was suppressed. Otherwise, how could she not distinguish such a low-level deception? "Qianqian, you can't pay attention to my big brother. If I find out, we will break up. Do you know that?" After the play, Lu Yixuan said vigilantly and seriously. It seemed like a play just now, but in fact there was also a test. Girls like to use this method. "Humph, I have long seen that you are a liar. I just play with you for a while. I don't need a big brother in my live broadcast room." Mu Qianqian found an excuse righteously. Facing such a question, whether to answer or not is a dead end, so she directly avoided the question. The woman knew how to answer the woman's quantum superposition question. "That's good. Otherwise, Lu Yixuan also snorted coldly, and then her face regained a smile. She took Mu Qianqian's arm and said, "I'll treat you to a midnight snack. What do you want to eat?" The speed at which women change their faces is really scary. She was tit for tat in the previous second, and then she was laughing in the next second. It was really scary. "Okay, I received so many gifts. I'm going to give you a good meal." Mu Qianqian also changed her attitude immediately and answered with a smile. The two quickly opened the food delivery platform, talking and laughing about what to eat, and the matter just now was directly forgotten. Of course, it is possible to really forget or remember it in mind. Women's minds are much more responsible than men. After ordering the takeaway, Mu Qianqian said puzzledly, "Don't you really have to go tonight?" No, he is very busy and doesn't even have time to reply to my message. Speaking of this, Lu was very depressed. If she said that she had no choice when she first met Xiao Fan, but now it was different. She really wanted to get to know him better. No girl would dislike a young, handsome, and rich boy, especially since he took her first time. If she said that she didn't care, she would definitely be lying. This big brother is really willful. He is completely different from those people who are eager to get contact information after a small reward. Mu Chanchan was very emotional. Otherwise, how can he be a big brother? A big brother has the bearing of a big brother. Lu Yixuan shook her head. On the other side, Xiao Fan went to bed after watching the live broadcast for a while. The next day, early in the morning, Xiao Fan was awakened by the system's prompt sound. If it was something else that woke him up, he would definitely scold him, but if it was the system, he would open it as soon as he saw it. After opening the system, he found that the system task had been updated. After a few days, there was finally a task. After going to the toilet, he lay on the bed and looked at the task given by the system. Task 1. As a super rich person, you need to show your strength. Consume 500,000 yuan on the live broadcast platform, and you will be rewarded with a chance to draw a lottery. Task 2. The super rich are always different. Let 10 female anchors call you daddy, and you will be rewarded with a chance to draw a lottery. Task 3. If you are poor, you should take care of yourself. If you are rich, you should help the world. Donate 100,000 yuan anonymously, and you will be rewarded with a chance to draw a lottery. Task 4. As a super rich person, how can you not leave an impression in the eyes of familiar people? Invite friends to a meal worth no less than 200,000 yuan to let them know what a super rich person is, and you will be rewarded with a chance to draw a lottery. 4 tasks. 4 chances to draw a lottery. Seeing that there are 4 tasks this time, Xiao Fan couldn't help but smile. The chance to draw a lottery is very rare. Although his current instant entry is not low, it is very different from the lottery. Whether it is a house, a car, or a woman, they are all obtained with things obtained from the lottery, so the lottery is really important. These days, he has been wanting to get more chances to draw a lottery, but unfortunately, the only way to get a chance to draw a lottery is to upgrade except for tasks, and he has no way. Fortunately, the tasks have been refreshed now, so we can complete them first. Among the 4 tasks, the easiest ones are the first 2. He has spent almost 400,000 yuan on the live broadcast platform these days, so he only needs to spend 100,000 yuan on Xiao Fan. And the first and second tasks can be completed together. Isn't it just to make 10 anchors call daddy? There are no anchors that Super Fire and Carnival can't handle. If there are, it must be that Super Fire and Carnival are not enough, so the second task is also very simple. The third and fourth tasks will take a little time, so he plans to complete the first and second tasks first, and after completing these 2 tasks, he will complete the remaining 2 tasks. He did it right away. He opened the live broadcast app and prepared to go to the appearance area to have a look, but suddenly he remembered that there was also a game area. Compared with the anchors in the appearance area, there are also many anchors in the game area. He has seen anchors in the game area before. There are also many female anchors in the game area. Many of them are good-looking, but because of technical reasons, their popularity is basically not high. He would definitely not give tips to the big anchors. After all, they have earned enough, so there is no need to help them. In comparison, the small anchors need more care. After entering the game area, he directly screened out the male anchors, and then he started to choose from the female anchors. Those who only have sound and photos will be ignored. If they don't turn on the camera, they are either hypocritical or ugly. So there is no need to give tips. If you are still shy about making money, then why do you have to make money? Those big anchors have to show their faces during live broadcasts, and these small anchors post a photo. Who are they trying to please? He is the big brother with real money. You can say that you can please ordinary viewers, but it is ridiculous to please the big brother. After a quick glance, he quickly selected a live broadcast room with a good cover. Of course, he didn't have high expectations. After all, many covers are deceptive now. If they are deceptive, he will report them. Now his account has more power to report than ordinary accounts. As long as there is a problem, reporting will definitely work. Soon, he entered the live broadcast room and saw a black-haired girl with straight and long hair, bangs, bright eyes, a small and delicate nose, and fair and tender skin. She is a cute beauty. It's not a photo scam. After seeing this girl, Xiao Fan gave up the idea of reporting. Such a bright girl must be taken good care of. After confirming that it was a beautiful girl, he looked at the popularity of the live broadcast and found that the popularity of this girl was only more than 10,000, and there were not many people following her. It was obvious that she was a new anchor. Viewers who enter the live broadcast room, if you like the anchor, you can follow it. Click to follow and you won't get lost. The anchor's weak voice sounded in the live broadcast room. Is it because I'm not good at playing, or my voice is not good, or I'm not good looking? Why doesn't anyone come to my live broadcast room to watch? Can anyone tell me a reason? The anchor Sasha was very helpless. Facing the pitiful number of people in the live broadcast room, she felt a little discouraged. It was said that live broadcasting was very simple, but now it seems not simple at all. Don't be discouraged, anchor. You haven't been live broadcasting for a few days. Just be decisive in time. What new anchors need is persistence. Yes, anchor, you are so good looking you will definitely be popular. Just persist. A gift of 10 yuan is considered support. Come on, anchor. You are so good looking. Sooner or later people will find you, don't worry. Although there are not many people in the live broadcast room, there are still barrages. Because there are not many people, there are no disgusting people. The audience is encouraging the anchor. Facing the audience's comfort, Sasha sighed and said aggrievedly, "But I have been live streaming for a month, and now my level is only in the teens. I should not have chosen the game area if I had known. Those young ladies who joined the guild with me chose the appearance area. Now several of them are in their 20s. Compared with them, I feel extremely unbalanced. This can't be compared. The appearance area is all about selling that. I believe you should know why someone would give them so much reward. It's just that everyone gets what they need. Yes, that's right. It's better for the anchor to stick to the game area. Although there are fewer big brothers in the game area, it is definitely better than the appearance area where there are all kinds of people and you can't see the bottom." 2 barrages floated by, describing the invisible rules of the appearance area. Compared with the appearance area, the game area is indeed much better. Of course, after all, they are in the same pool, and some things cannot be cleared up. Then you can also give me some gifts. As long as you give me gifts, I will thank you in the most cordial voice," Sasha said with tears in her eyes. "Think about it. If in reality, I am a delicate beauty like this, would it be difficult for you to talk to me? But it is different here. You don't need to be super popular or have rockets. Just a gift worth 10 yuan. I can thank you very cordially, and I will also chat with you in the live broadcast room. Don't you think it's a good deal?" 666. The anchor is cheating again. My 10 yuan pocket money was cheated out of this way. Originally I wanted to buy liquid here, but I was cheated out of 10 yuan. Now I can only buy inferior cigarettes. Zhang Wuji's mother said a lot. The more beautiful the woman, the better she is at cheating. My 10 yuan is a lot of money. The barrage in the live broadcast room rose again, and many viewers said that they had been cheated out of their money. Facing the complaints from the comments, Sasha didn't care at all and continued to say pitifully, "I didn't make any money for a month, so I didn't eat meat for a month. I ate steamed buns and seaweed soup every day, which made my advantage smaller. If I'm malnourished like this, you can only see the airport, so give me some nutrition money." Oh my God. The anchor actually has money to eat. I live in a bridge hole now. I drink river water when I'm thirsty and pick up garbage when I'm hungry. I've been living in a garbage can. I don't have to worry about food and drink here. Can the anchor give me a steamed bun? I haven't eaten steamed buns for a long time. I want to taste it. The audience were all experienced and didn't buy into the anchor's tricks. The comments were more miserable than each other. "You are all liars. You keep saying you support me, but you don't take any real action. Humph. Wait, you'll become an airport in a few days," Sasha said angrily. When she spoke, the thing on her chest trembled because of excitement. "Anchor, you are kidding, right? If you want to turn those 2 hills into airports, how many years will it take to build them?" After watching for a while in stealth mode, Xiao Fan finally couldn't help but send a barrage, exposing himself by the way. Faced with this barrage, Sasha was about to refute, but after seeing the level and title, her mouth opened slightly and she quickly changed her words. Wow, what did I see? A wild emperor, welcoming the large shield machine to Sasha's live broadcast room. This is the first time that this level of audience has come to my live broadcast room. It is really very welcome. Oh, how welcome. Verbal welcome is not gold content. How about jumping a paragraph? Xiao Fan subconsciously sent a barrage. This anchor's thing is really big and it will definitely tremble when it jumps. Brother, this is a game live broadcast room. I'm still playing games. I definitely can't jump now. Sasha smiled embarrassedly and then changed the subject and said, Brother, your ID is so weird. Why is it called University Tunneling Machine? Are you an engineer? Have you ever heard a saying, that is, cattle plowing the land can easily be exhausted to death? Xiao Fan smiled and sent a barrage. Huh? What does this mean? Sasha blinked and said, Let the cows rest more, isn't it? But if the cows rest, the land will be abandoned. Land must not be abandoned. Seeing the other party's puzzled eyes, Xiao Fan continued to send barrages. Newpie, Big Brother is worthy of being the Big Brother. Just now I didn't understand what Big Brother's ID meant, but now I understand. I want to get off the car. Driver, stop the car quickly. I'm not that kind of person. This shield machine will turn the field upside down. It's more terrifying than an excavator. No pornography? Although she didn't understand it just now, after seeing the barrage, Xiao finally understood what it meant. Her face immediately turned red, and she said angrily, "Big brother, your name is to that." Looking at the shy look of the anchor, Xiao Fan couldn't figure out whether it was true, but it didn't prevent him from sending barrages. "Host, how old are you? You don't look young, do you?" "I'm 20 this year, and I'm still a young and beautiful girl." Xiao smiled. She was still very confident about her age. 20 years old was not old at all. "Host, you're wrong. I'm not asking about age. I don't care about age. As long as I look good, it's fine." Seeing this barrage, Xiao was stunned for a moment, but soon realized that this question was not easy to answer. Those who asked this kind of question were not good people at first glance. As a game host, Xiao didn't do color, so she refused without hesitation. "I can't tell you. I'm 32E. The host's live broadcast room is a green live broadcast room, and color is absolutely not allowed. Considering that this is your first time, I forgive you." Xiao Fan smiled. Sure enough, no matter what the question is, a person's identity determines what kind of answer he can hear. If the question just now was replaced by a passerby, then there is a high probability of being blocked, but it is different when he asks it. Although the host is a little reluctant, in order to keep the big brother in the live broadcast room, he still said, "This anchor is quite interesting." He was originally planning to watch and leave, but since that's the case, he planned to chat for a while. Of course, he didn't ask those sexual questions. "Since the anchor is 20 years old, she must be studying now. Tell me, which university are you studying in?" Xiao Fan typed and asked a very serious question. "I'm not studying. Studying costs money. My family is not well off. Although I was admitted to university, I had to drop out." Xiao cried pitifully. Is it true?" Xiao Fan didn't believe it. With such good national policies these days, how could she not be able to afford to go to university? "Brother, don't listen to her nonsense. She is lying and trying to win your sympathy." 666. The anchor's deception skills are getting better and better. That pitiful look is really pitiful. Beautiful women love to lie the most, so I chose men. I am smart. A few days of barrages passed by, instantly exposing the anchor's lies without giving her any face at all. After looking at the barrage, Sasha's face remained unchanged and she said, "You are just smart. Don't you see that I am teasing you? You people just like to be smart and make me unable to continue making up stories." She is anxious. She is anxious. This is the first time I see the anchor anxious. It really makes me laugh to death. The audience is not afraid of the anchor at all. Facing her scolding, they immediately jumped out to post barrage. Sasha rolled her eyes and ignored these people. Instead, she smiled and said, "Brother, I am a sophomore this year, and I am studying at the University of Finance and Economics. There are many beautiful seniors and juniors in our school. Do you want me to introduce them to you?" "I think you are prettier than those seniors and juniors. Why don't you introduce yourself to me?" Xiao Fan is not afraid of talking. "Ha ha ha, sorry, I already have a boyfriend, so I can't introduce myself to you." Sasha smiled and immediately refused. "Just kidding, anchor. Can you add WeChat?" Xiao Fan was not surprised by this. It is normal for beautiful girls to have a boyfriend these days, so he should add a contact number first. "I didn't want to add WeChat at first, but I like you, so I'll add one." This Sasha didn't refuse, just added one WeChat. "Host, you said yesterday that you can add WeChat if you give a plane as a reward. Why don't you add WeChat now?" As soon as the host finished speaking, a barrage of comments immediately floated up, exposing the host's lie. "Ahem, yesterday was yesterday, and today I changed my mind. Is it not okay?" For the first time, Sasha felt helpless. These guys exposed her past again and again. Fortunately, she was thick-skinned, otherwise she would be really embarrassed. "In this case, then I will give you a gift. The rules cannot be broken. I am not a person who likes to get something for free." After seeing the barrage of comments, he smiled and opened the gift interface, preparing to give a super fire first. After all, he would need people to call him dad later. "Thank you very much, brother. Actually, just give me a rocket, and I don't need too many gifts." Sasha immediately raised the price. Anyway, she would make money if she gave a reward, and it would be fine if she didn't give a reward. Large shield machine rewards anchor with rocket. After seeing the gift, Sasha immediately smiled and thanked. "Hey, thank you for the rocket sent by Brother Shield. This is the first time I have received a rocket. I am really happy." A rocket is worth 500 yuan. Even after deducting the share, she can get a lot of it herself, so she is happy from the bottom of her heart. At the same time, she sighed that the big brother is the big brother and gave rockets at will. "It's the first time I gave rockets. I feel that the special effects are not as good as Superfire. I always gave Superfire in the past. Other anchors also like Superfire. I didn't expect you to like rockets." Seeing her happy look, Xiao Fan sent a barrage, which would definitely stop the other party's smile. Sasha was just about to use the computer to calculate how much she could get. After seeing this barrage, she froze. What is the saying that there is harm when there is comparison? The gap between Rockets and Superfire is 4 times. The most important thing is that this is her own request. Are you stupid? Big Brother was going to give Superfire, but this greedy woman is short-sighted. She thought Rocket was good enough, but she really underestimated Big Brother's strength. Look, the smile on her face is gone. She must be heartbroken. The barrage immediately gloated. Brother Shield, I actually like Superfire too. How about letting me see what Superfire looks like? After being frustrated, Sasha immediately begged for a Superfire with a thick skin. It's not impossible, but I still need help from other anchors, so I may have to go to other anchors to see. It was just Superfire. Xiao Fan didn't care. What he wanted was to complete the task. Oh, what is it? If possible, I am also very willing to help. Sasha said hurriedly. At this moment, she didn't even play the game, and was ready to help get Superfire. After such a long time of live broadcast, she still hadn't seen Superfire, so she was very eager for someone to reward Superfire. It's not a big deal. I just want to hear people call me Daddy. Are you willing to do me this favor? Xiao Fan smiled and sent a barrage, saying, Call me Daddy and I'll give you a reward. It's not impossible to be super popular. Brother Shield, Daddy is a respectful title. We are not related. How can you call him casually? Sasha pouted and muttered softly, Although I really want to be super popular, I am also a person with backbone. A girl's bottom line is very important. So, Daddy, are you really going to give me super popular? If you don't, I will block you. Dad, please do what you say. Xiao Fan smiled and shook his head. Sure enough, no anchor could resist the attack of super popular. Even if she is a goddess in real life, as long as she puts on the profession of anchor, she can call Daddy for a super popular. After hearing this, the audience in the live broadcast room sent barrages one by one. Sure enough, I knew the anchor might refuse. She is too shameless. I have a bottom line. It's impossible for me to call you Daddy. What a good bottom line. That's the bottom line. It really makes me laugh. Actually, I can call you Daddy. I don't need Superfire. I just need a plane. I'm cheaper. $1 per call, and the minimum is $1,000. Brother, come to my live broadcast room. I can not only call you Daddy, but also Master. No one feels disgusted with calling Daddy. On the contrary, many people want to replace the anchor. After all, that is real money. In comparison, Xiao Fan is very direct. He opens the gift interface and clicks on Superfire for 10 consecutive draws. He also needs to spend 100,000, so today is particularly generous. Large shield machine gives anchor Superfire. Wow, thank you Dad for the 10 Superfires. Thank you Dad. Dad, you are really amazing, Dad. When the Superfire special effect rose, Sasha almost jumped up, especially when she saw that there were 10 Superfires. She originally thought that she would be very satisfied with just 1 Superfire, but she didn't expect that her elder brother was so curious and gave out 10 Superfires at once. Are you happy? After giving the gift, Xiao Fan's mouth slightly raised. It felt good to be thanked by the anchor. Very happy, Dad. You are so nice. This is the first time I have received so many Superfires. Thank you so much, Dad. Sasha was so excited that she was a little incoherent. After all, these were 10 Superfires. It was impossible not to be excited. Because of her excitement, her heart beat very fast. At this moment, many viewers wanted to lick the screen. It was too tempting. Of course, not everyone was happy. In the live broadcast room, there was a viewer who was very angry at the moment. Especially when the anchor kept calling Dad, his face became very ugly. Every time he called Dad, his body trembled. Finally, he couldn't help but punch the wall in front of him. Because he was too strong, the skin on his hand was broken, and blood oozed out bit by bit. Severe pain was transmitted to his brain, but he ignored it completely. Looking at the situation in the live broadcast room, he took out his mobile phone and made a call directly. In the live broadcast room, because of the super popularity, the heat became very high. Visitors continued to enter the live broadcast room, and Sasha's attention increased at a visible speed. All this made her very happy, but at this moment, the mobile phone placed next to the computer suddenly vibrated. She looked down and found that it was her boyfriend's call. Faced with this situation, she thought it was impossible to answer the call, so she pressed the mute button and continued to chat and laugh in the live broadcast room. The main task now is to have a good chat with her big brother. Anchor, do you want to be super popular? Keep calling Daddy. Seeing that the live broadcast room was getting hotter and hotter, Xiao Fan made a request again. Anyway, he had to spend 100,000 today, so it was best to spend like this. Sasha was already very happy and excited. When she heard this, she immediately continued to call Daddy. When she thought that she could get super popular again, she called very vigorously. Looking at the well-behaved and sensible anchor, Xiao Fan smiled and raised his hand to give 10 super hits. It felt great to be a big brother. Although he looked a little silly in the eyes of others, so what? Large shield machine gives anchor super hits. Sasha, who was calling her dad, narrowed her eyes after seeing the gift's special effects. She was so happy. Oh my god, the anchor is really lucky today. She actually met such a big brother. It's so funny. The more the anchor yells, the more excited she gets. Her eyes are a little blurry. I suspect she's a little drunk. This is a real big brother. In less than half an hour, he gave 20 super hits. This is so scary. With the protection of this big brother, this anchor will probably rise to the top in the future. Alas, old viewers will not be qualified to speak in the live broadcast room in the future. There are many barrages in the live broadcast room. There are new viewers and old viewers. They are all posting barrages. Xiao Fan watched for a while, then quietly left the live broadcast room. He still needed to find 9 anchors to call dad, so he couldn't stay too long. Sasha was the first to find out that her big brother had left, so she quickly picked up her phone and sent a private message. Dad, why did you leave suddenly? Is there something wrong? Sasha was a little uneasy and was a little scared by this sudden departure. She didn't want her big brother to stop coming to her live broadcast room in the future, so she was very concerned about the reason. Something happened. I'll watch your live broadcast another day. Xiao Fan replied, and then opened the live broadcast room of other female anchors. Okay, Dad can tell me in advance next time you come. Knowing that it was not her fault, Sasha breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side, after Xiao Fan entered the live broadcast room of the female anchor, he immediately asked to call her dad. At first, the female anchor of course refused righteously. However, after he took out the super hot reward, the female anchor immediately surrendered and let him do whatever he wanted. She called her dad when he asked her to, and was very obedient. Following the same method, Xiao Fan continued to enter the live broadcast rooms of female anchors. The cheap ones only needed 1 super fire to call daddy, and even the expensive anchors only needed 2 super fires. The live broadcast rooms of 9 anchors only spent 20 super fires to complete the task. Now there was still 20,000 consumption left, so he entered Sasha's live broadcast room and rewarded 10 super fires. The live broadcast room, which had been slowly declining due to time reasons, rose again because of 10 super fires, making Sasha happy and constantly sending WeChat messages to call daddy. After the reward was over, the task was completed and he got 2 chances to draw a lottery. He put down his phone and went to take a shower. It was late today. Considering the metaphysical problem, he planned to draw the lottery tomorrow. At 12 o'clock in the evening, Sasha reluctantly closed the live broadcast room. Because of the popularity brought by the reward, it was still not low until 12 o'clock. This kind of popularity was something she had never experienced before. If it weren't for being too tired, she would be reluctant to close the live broadcast room. After the cameras were turned off, Sasha stretched and threw herself on the bed before taking out her phone. Just now during the live broadcast, her boyfriend called her several times, which puzzled her. She was live streaming and the other party knew it, and he kept calling her. Isn't this just making trouble? Just when she was about to call back and scold him, her phone vibrated again. It was her boyfriend's phone. What's the matter? Why do you keep calling me? After answering the phone, Sasha immediately said unhappily, Sasha, how can you call other people dad in the live broadcast room? Aren't you ashamed? The boyfriend's tone was also unhappy. What do you mean? Are you blaming me? Tell me clearly, what do you mean? Sasha immediately got angry. She worked so hard to make money, but this man not only didn't understand, but also had the nerve to blame her. That's not what I meant. It's just that it's not good to call someone dad in the live broadcast room. The boyfriend's momentum instantly weakened. What's wrong with that? People give me tips, and I call them daddy. Isn't that normal? Should I let them give me tips for nothing? Sasha continued to question, and her originally good mood immediately became very bad. But the boyfriend wanted to say something, but Sasha spoke first and interrupted him directly. If you had some ability, I wouldn't need to live broadcast to make money. Are you embarrassed to say so much? The boyfriend had no momentum at this moment, and his speech was a little sluggish. Why, you can't even speak now? Sasha likes this feeling of being superior. She likes her boyfriend very much. Of course, this does not affect her, belittling him. She just likes the feeling of her boyfriend being submissive. No, Sasha? Can you call me twice too? I want to hear it too. The boyfriend didn't dare to question anything at this moment, so he could only retreat and seek some comfort. You are so perverted? Can you call me daddy casually? We are boyfriend and girlfriend, and you actually want to hear me call you daddy. You are so disgusting. Sasha refused without hesitation. She is a woman with a bottom line. If she calls him daddy, she is trying to please the man. But you called others daddy in the live broadcast room. Why can't you call me daddy? The boyfriend felt wronged. In the live broadcast room, his girlfriend called him daddy happily, with a dazed look in her eyes, which made him jealous. How can it be the same? She gave me tips. I have no choice, so I can only call him daddy. Sasha said bluntly. Many things are very difficult for a person to accept, but as long as he is given a profession, he can find an excuse for himself. This is why many people can be calm when they are working, but once they go home, they are very likely to have conflicts with their family members, and their attitudes change immediately. Since you can call others, why can't you call me? I don't need more. Just calling me once is enough. The boyfriend was extremely unbalanced at the moment. No, Qin Pengfei, I tell you, if you are like this, don't blame me for turning against you. I'm not that kind of woman. Sasha rejected this request in a cold tone. In their relationship, she has to be in a superior position, so it is impossible for her to call Dad. She can only stand and speak, while the other party can only kneel and speak. Qin Pengfei was really unbalanced at the moment. He didn't agree with his girlfriend's live broadcast. Some time ago, his girlfriend's live broadcast room was deserted, and he was secretly happy. Just when he thought his girlfriend was about to give up this industry, he didn't expect that a big brother would come and reward her with so many gifts in one breath. When he heard that his elder brother wanted to hear his girlfriend call him Dad, he actually sneered. He knew his girlfriend very well, and it was impossible for her to call him Dad, but the result was beyond his expectation. Perhaps because the live broadcast room was deserted for a month, his girlfriend actually agreed to this ridiculous request. When he heard his girlfriend calling him Dad in the live broadcast room, he felt like he was going crazy, but he couldn't wait to call to stop her. But his girlfriend didn't answer the phone. Later, when the live broadcast room ended, he wanted to say something, but his girlfriend's rebuttal made him speechless. Finally, he wanted some comfort and heard his girlfriend call him, but he was still rejected. It's okay to call your elder brother Dad, but it's not okay to call your boyfriend Dad. This is really ridiculous. It's impossible to call you Dad. Don't be so perverted, but I'm free tomorrow and can go to the movies with you. Seeing that her boyfriend didn't speak, Sasha softened her tone a little. Sasha, have you added his WeChat? If it were normal, Qin Pengfei would be very happy to go shopping with his girlfriend, but now he is more concerned about other things. Yes, Sasha did not deny it, but said, I admitted openly in the live broadcast room that I have a boyfriend, so you don't have to worry. That's not what I meant. Speaking of this, Qin Pengfei felt much better inside. What's the big brother like? A woman who can't get it, still can't get it. After all, Sasha is his girlfriend. When he heard Sasha say that she had a boyfriend in the live broadcast room, he was very proud and happy. I don't understand your little thoughts. Don't worry, if I want to be with other men, I would have run away long ago. Why should I stay with you for so long? Sasha can see her boyfriend's thoughts at a glance. She knows very well that because of her strength, her boyfriend is very unconfident, so he is very nervous most of the time. In this regard, she is very happy to maintain this situation. The more nervous her boyfriend is, the happier she is, especially when her boyfriend is in awe. She really likes it. Sasha, I really don't mean that. I just asked casually. Qin Pengfei hurriedly explained. He knew very well that his girlfriend seemed very kind now. If he didn't explain and didn't have any evidence, his girlfriend would turn hostile on the spot. He didn't know how many times he had experienced this situation. Every time he turned hostile, he had to kneel down to beg for forgiveness. Well, okay, it's getting late. I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. I don't want to waste time with you. Sasha hung up the phone directly. She had other things to do. Sasha, good night. As soon as the phone was hung up, her boyfriend sent her a good night message. This was her request. She could choose not to read it, but her boyfriend had to send it. After a casual glance, she opened Xiao Fan's chat box, cleared her throat, and sent a voice message very gently. Dad, thank you very much for your gift today. It's getting late. Dad, go to bed early. Good night. The next day in the morning, after Xiao Fan got up, he simply washed up and turned on his phone. Many people sent him messages on the chat software. He was the first to click on the message from the little anchor last night. Dad, good morning. Your good daughter called you to get up. Clicking on the voice, a soft voice came out. The voice of this female anchor was really very nice. Last night, this female anchor also sent him a voice message, but he didn't reply. Today, he was in a good mood, so he simply replied, good morning. After replying the message, he was just about to check other people's messages, but the other party replied immediately. Dad, you finally replied to my message. I thought you ignored me. I was in a good mood this morning, so I replied. Xiao Fan replied casually. When chatting with a woman, you can't be too restrained. Otherwise, just wait to be played. No matter whether the other party is a goddess or not, you can reply casually. You don't need to respect the other party. To put it bluntly, what women need is not respect, but a severe blow. Only in this way can they have a chance. Why do many beautiful women have boyfriends who are gangsters? Because gangsters don't respect women, so they surrender. A person who only knows how to respect can only be treated as a good guy by women. Of course, not all women are like this. Those truly smart women don't fall for this. but there are not many truly smart women. Thank you so much for your gift last night. You gave me 30 super fire. Thank you so much. As expected, Sasha didn't care about Xiao Fan's gift but continued to reply with a smile. I have something to do. Let's chat another day. After a simple reply, he exited the chat interface and clicked on the next one. The second one was a message from Shuitao asking him when he was free. Xiao Fan still liked her very much, so he replied, I will go to see her in 2 days when I have time. As expected, Shuitao's message was almost replied in seconds. She first expressed her understanding and asked him not to work too hard. At the same time, she expressed her longing for him and very sensibly sent a few beautiful photos. Xiao Fan chatted with her for a while and then exited her chat box. The next one was the female anchor Lu Yixuan. Xiao Fan also chatted with her for a few words and finally opened the chat with Yu Xuan. Yu Xuan sent a photo and a voice message. The photo was not a beautiful photo, but a photo of the entrance of the community where he lived. After looking at the photo, he shook his head. He lived a little far from the school, but the other party came so early in the morning. With a sigh, he clicked on the voice. Fan, I was just shopping nearby and suddenly remembered that you lived here, so I came to see you. But I can't enter the community, so I waited for you at the door. Shopping nearby? If Xiao Fan believed this excuse, he would have a brain problem. The other party was obviously looking for him. The reason why he made an excuse was just for the girl's modesty. Putting down his phone, he opened the system and prepared to draw the lottery first, and then deal with other things. He completed the task yesterday and happened to be able to draw the lottery twice. After praying to the gods, he started the lottery. The big turntable spun quickly, and soon the 2 draws were used up. Congratulations, you have received a cash dividend of 5 million, which has now been deposited into your bank card. Congratulations, you have received a cashback card, which can return 1 to 10 times the amount of consumption below 5 million. After seeing these 2 rewards, Xiao Fan hurriedly bowed to the void again. Now he needed cash very much because the system needed to be upgraded and only cash could be used for consumption. He had no money before, but now he had money, so of course he would upgrade the system. So Xiao Fan changed his clothes, took the car keys and went out. He drove the Lamborghini slowly out of the underground garage, and after arriving outside the community, he did not rush to leave, but parked on the side of the road. About half a minute later, the co-pilot was opened, and Yu Xuan with sweat on her forehead appeared in front of Xiao Fan. You just got up. You must have waited for a while, right? Looking at the sweat on her forehead, Xiao Fan sighed that this girl could really wait. Although it was morning now, the temperature outside was not low, and she did not sweat even when standing there. From the time she sent the message, it can be inferred that she had waited for at least half an hour. Not long. I just bought something and saw you coming out. Yu Xuan smiled sweetly, then stuck out her butt and took the initiative to sit in the co-pilot. Xiao Fan looked her up and down. Today she was wearing a short dress and very thin flesh-colored stockings on her legs. It was uncomfortable to wear stockings in this weather. Even if they were very thin, they were still a bit hot. It was not difficult to guess why she wore them like this, because Xiao Fan liked stockings. Although it was a bit hot and uncomfortable to wear them, she still wore them, which was very thoughtful. Fan, where are you going? Is it convenient to take me with you? I have nothing to do today and want to be with you. After sitting down, Yu Xuan put her legs together, leaned her body slightly, and asked quietly, I have something important to do today, so I may not be able to take you with me. I have to go to a meeting. Xiao Fan actually had nothing to do, but he planned to tease her and let her experience a psychological gap. Meeting. Yu Xuan bit her lip and whispered, Actually, I can wait in the car. How about you take me with you? I have to take a female friend with me later. It's really inconvenient. I'll take you out to play next time. Xiao Fan shook his head and refused, looking very ruthless. Okay. Yu Xuan was very reluctant, but she still reached out to unbuckle her seatbelt, opened the car door, and stretched her legs out. At this moment, she was very unwilling in her heart. As a goddess-level beauty, this was the first time she took the initiative to find a man. However, this man obviously did not appreciate it. She had already got in the car and fastened her seatbelt, but he wanted to drive her away. She was very disappointed. Seeing her reluctant look, Xiao Fan smiled, did not speak, silently watched her get off the car, and then closed the door. Of course, although she got off the car, she did not leave, but stood there looking at Xiao Fan in the car, hoping to be retained. In response, Xiao Fan directly let the car move slowly, completely shattering Yu Xuan's last hope. Just when she was about to go back, the car suddenly reversed, which made Yu Xuan stop her action quickly, and her inner expectations rose again. Beautiful lady, you are alone. I happen to be alone too. I will give you a chance to go shopping with me. How about it? After the car stopped in front of Yu Xuan, Xiao Fan lowered the passenger window and whistled. Yeah. Yu Xuan, who was originally in a low mood, immediately became happy. She forgot about the discomfort just now, opened the door, and got in the car very neatly. Fan, where are we going? Yu Xuan squinted her eyes and asked with a smile. In fact, when she got in the car, she already knew that she had been fooled. But she didn't care. In her opinion, this should be a little joke. There is no need to be angry, or the cost of being angry is too high. If it was a person who teased her like that, she might turn her face and ignore him. Shopping. Xiao Fan smiled, started the car, and said, "By the way, you didn't have breakfast, did you?" "Not yet," Yu Xuan shook her head. In order not to miss Xiao Fan, she had no time to have breakfast. "Then I'll treat you. Eat something high in protein for breakfast. It's good for your body." Xiao Fan's mouth corners slightly raised, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. Huh? Yu Xuan looked puzzled. This sentence seemed a little wrong. More than an hour later, the car slowly drove into the underground garage of the mall. After parking the car and putting on the brakes, Xiao Fan looked at Yu Xuan on the side. At this moment, she was holding a mirror to touch up her lipstick. The lipstick that was originally on when she got in the car had been worn off at this moment. "Do you need some water?" Xiao Fan took out a bottle of water and asked very considerately. She was obviously choking when she was eating breakfast just now. "Yeah." Yu Xuan nodded quickly, took the mineral water, and drank several sips. After drinking the water, she wiped the water stains from the corners of her mouth, reached out and patted Xiao Fan and whispered, "Fan, why did you hold my head just now? I almost suffocated." "I saw that your hair was messy, so I helped you comb it." Xiao Fan smiled, opened the car door and got out. Yu Xuan certainly didn't believe this excuse, but she couldn't care, so she could only pout, then put on a smile and got out of the car. The two left the underground garage and took the elevator to the mall. Yu Xuan held Xiao Fan's hand, looked around the nearby stores, and then asked, "Fan, what do you want to buy? I see that your mobile phone is a bit old. Let me change it for you first." Xiao Fan came here to consume this time, so she didn't care much about what to buy. It happened that spending money on her could add money to the relationship between the two. With the dilution of money, the proportion of emotional cards would be greatly reduced. After all, who made him a man of affection and righteousness? Yu Xuan obviously saw this point. If he was a little more ruthless, she would take advantage of him and ignore him. "Actually, I don't need to change my phone. It's fine as long as it doesn't get stuck. Don't buy me one." The two had just known each other for a short time. Yu Xuan didn't want to spend the other person's money if she could. When she really had feelings for him in the future, she would spend the other person's money. That would be too late. So now she didn't want to spend money at all, just wanted to increase the relationship and feelings between the two. She knew very well that the money of rich people was cheap and only feelings were precious. That won't work. The phone must be changed. Be obedient. This matter was not up to the other party. If they wanted to change it, they had to change it. If they didn't want to change it, they had to change it. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Yu Xuan had no choice but to agree. "Be good. I don't like disobedient people." Xiao Fan nodded with satisfaction, put his arm around her slender waist, and walked towards the mobile phone store. When the two arrived at the mobile phone store, a clerk immediately came forward to greet them. After entering the store, Xiao Fan first bought her a Huawei 40 Pro with the highest configuration, and then bought a laptop and a tablet. This wave of money was 20,000 yuan, which made Yu Xuan feel a little cold. The more gifts she received, the more emotionally she lost. She really didn't need a laptop or a tablet, but she couldn't refuse. After buying things and asking the store to deliver them to the designated location, Xiao Fan smiled and took Yu Xuan out of the mobile phone store with a faint smile on his face. After spending nearly 20,000 yuan, his guilt would be much smaller. At present, he has no plans to get married or have a real relationship, so if the relationship can be maintained with money, then use money to maintain it. Feelings are not easy to control, and it is easy to play with fire and burn yourself. After leaving the mobile phone store, Xiao Fan took Yu Xuan into a women's clothing store and prepared to buy her some clothes to increase the proportion of money spent on her. Yu Xuan regretted going shopping at this moment. She felt that she could receive a lot of gifts directly today. This was originally a happy thing, but she was a little unhappy. However, at this point, she had no choice but to silently choose clothes. Xiao Fan was very satisfied with Yu Xuan's tact and sat aside to watch her choose clothes. At this time, a man and a woman walked into the store. Xiao Fan looked curiously, of course, mainly looking at the woman. The woman didn't look big, and her figure was very good, although her appearance was only about 85 points because of her figure. In fact, it's not wrong to target her occasionally. After all, every woman has her own flavor. Just when he was looking at the woman saw Yu Xuan not far away, so she immediately smiled and greeted her. "Xiao Wen, why are you here? Are you here to buy clothes?" The woman walked over with a smile on her face. Hearing someone calling her, Yu Shuwen turned her head to look. When she saw the woman, she was stunned for a moment and then said, "Xiwan, why are you here? Who is the person next to you?" Yu Shuwen felt very surprised. Xiwan was her classmate, and the relationship between the two was okay. However, Hangzhou is so big, it was really a coincidence that they could meet in this place. Hey, this is my boyfriend. His name is Ding Yu. Xiwan was quite proud when introducing her boyfriend. Although her boyfriend is much older than her, she didn't mind at all. "Are you here shopping alone?" After introducing her boyfriend, Xiwan asked curiously. "I came here with a very close friend." Yu Shuwen shook her head, walked to Xiao Fan's side and said, "This is my friend, Xiao Fan." "Oh, Xiao Fan." Xiwan looked Xiao Fan up and down, and then said, "He looks quite handsome, but he doesn't look very old. Is he from our school?" "No." Yu Shuwen shook her head. She did have a boyfriend in her school, but they had broken up. The one in the school could only be used for training, and it was definitely not okay to be a real boyfriend. "That's from another school. Are you guys here to buy clothes together? The clothes in this store are very expensive. Are you sure you want to buy them?" Xiwan was very curious. She knew Yu Shuwen's conditions were very average, and it was impossible for her to afford the clothes here. And the guy next to her, Xiao Fan, didn't look very old, so he shouldn't have much money. Are these two people here to buy clothes? She felt that it was not the case. Perhaps the two of them were just here to take a look. After all, there were many clothes here that cost thousands or even tens of thousands of yuan. Even her boyfriend could only come here occasionally. If you like it, buy it. If you don't like it, don't buy it. What about you? Are you here to look at clothes? Yu Shuwen smiled. She heard a hint of disdain in Xiwan's tone, which was not surprising to her. Women always like to compare with each other. With Xiwan's looks, she was originally the class flower. But because of her existence, Xiwan could not be the class flower, and there was a conflict between the two. Although they had a good relationship on the surface, they often clashed secretly. However, because she was not as good as her in all aspects, Xiwan was almost always no match for her. Of course, Yu Shuwen did not win every time. She was indeed no match for her boyfriend. After all, Xiwan was looking for a man in his 20s, who must be richer. If she had met him before, she would definitely avoid the limelight for a while. But today was different. She followed Xiao Fan out, so there was no need to be afraid of anything. More importantly, her performance represented Xiao Fan's face, so she couldn't show weakness no matter what. Men valued their appearance very much. It's not mainly about buying clothes. My boyfriend wanted to buy a watch and bought me a piece of clothes, so I came to take a look. Xiwan smiled and seemed very confident. She was indeed not his opponent in terms of appearance, but she believed that she was more capable in finding men. The other party's boyfriend didn't have much money at first glance. "Then let's pick out clothes together and help each other with advice. How about it?" Yu Shuwen smiled and took Xiwan's hand. No matter how the two of them fought, they must be good on the surface. Women will not tear their faces unless they have to. It is very normal to say one thing on the surface and another behind the scenes. They also value their appearance very much. Okay, Xiwan had no objection, so she picked out clothes with Yu Shuwen, leaving Xiao Fan and Ding Yu alone. Ding Yu's eyes were actually on Yu Shuwen. When he could no longer see her, he looked at Xiao Fan. "Brother, your girlfriend is really pretty. You must have spent a lot of effort to get her, right? It did take 3 or 4 days. It's really hard to get a pretty girl." Xiao Fan nodded. Compared to other women, it took more time for Yu Shuwen. "Brother, you're really joking. How could you get such a pretty girl in 3 or 4 days? Ding Yu shook his head, obviously not believing it. He spent several months to get Xiwan. In comparison, Yu Shuwen was even prettier. He definitely didn't believe it in just a few days. In his opinion, Xiao Fan was bragging. He probably spent at least several years chasing her. Xiao Fan shook his head. Ugly men will never understand that women have a good impression of handsome men. If you add a strong body and enough money, it's not hard for women to fall for you. Seeing Xiao Fan didn't speak, Ding Yu thought he was speechless, so he smiled and said, "Little brother, you saved money for a long time to bring your girlfriend here to buy clothes, right? It's okay. The clothes here are not expensive." Xiao Fan frowned. This man's words looked down on him. It was the first time they met, and it was easy to offend people by talking like this. Obviously, this man was jealous, so he subconsciously wanted to suppress Xiao Fan in his words, to seek psychological comfort. This kind of thing is very normal. In addition to material things, a person's inner feelings are also very important. Many people can do anything anti-intellectual to get satisfaction and desire in their hearts. The man in front of him may not be intentional, but in his subconscious, he looks down on handsome guys like Xiao Fan. In addition, Yu Shuwen is more beautiful than his girlfriend, so he subconsciously wants to get back at him. Little brother, I advise you not to waste your money on such places. With this money, you might as well buy something else. Buy clothes within your means. Ding Yu said to himself. While the two were chatting, Yu Xuan saw a dress and said to the clerk, "Bring it here for me to try on. If it fits, I'll buy it." "Okay, wait a moment." The clerk nodded and went to get the dress. After the clerk left, Xiwan said, "Xiao Wen, are you crazy? That dress costs more than 50,000 yuan. Are you sure you want to buy it?" "If Xiao Fan likes it, you can buy it." Yu Xuan didn't care. More than 50,000 yuan is indeed expensive, but that's for her. Are you kidding? You can afford, it's more than 50,000 yuan, not more than 5,000 yuan. Xiwan looked unbelievable. I can't afford it, but he can, and he's very happy for me to buy it. Yu Xuan sighed. She knew Xiao Fan's purpose very well. Just let her spend more money. In this way, even if it was her first time, if she didn't want her in the end, she would be speechless. After all, she had received so many things, and it was her fault to keep pestering him. "Is your boyfriend so rich? He looks the same age as us." Xiwan was very surprised. She really couldn't believe it. Yu Xuan didn't continue to explain. At this time, the clerk came back. She took the clothes and went to change, leaving Xiwan alone, silently in a daze. Now Xiwan didn't even have the mood to buy clothes. If Yu Xuan's boyfriend was really that good, then she was a complete loser in this aspect. Soon, Yu Xuan changed her clothes. She came to the mirror and looked at it. She was very satisfied with the skirt, but she needed Xiao Fan to be satisfied. "This skirt is really beautiful, but it's too expensive." Xiwan looked at Yu Xuan, and a trace of jealousy flashed in her eyes. She also wanted to try this skirt, but it was too expensive. She couldn't afford it at all. "You can ask your boyfriend to buy you one. It's over 50,000. He should be able to afford it." Yu Xuan smiled and turned to walk towards Xiao Fan. "Fan, does my skirt look good?" After coming to Xiao Fan, Yu Xuan asked with a smile, and turned around to show the clothes better. Yu Xuan is beautiful, and actually looks good in anything, so there is nothing to comment on this. Compared with whether it looks good or not, he cares more about the feel of the skirt, so he waved. Yu Xuan immediately understood, came to Xiao Fan, gently sat on Xiao Fan's thighs, put her arms around Xiao Fan's neck, and let him touch her body. When Xiwan's boyfriend saw this scene, he immediately felt dry in his mouth. Yu Xuan is really very beautiful. At this moment, he even disliked his girlfriend a little. Although his girlfriend is not bad, it is easy to lose if you compare goods with goods, and it is annoying to compare people. The difference between a beauty with a score of 85 and a beauty with a score of more than 90 is in the bone structure, not the facial features. "Shopkeeper, pay." After touching it, Xiao Fan felt that the fabric felt good, so he asked the clerk to come over. "Hello, sir. The price of this skirt is 58888, whether it is the fabric or the workmanship." The clerk immediately introduced. "Pay." But Xiao Fan didn't want to listen to her nonsense, so he interrupted her directly. "Okay, sir." The clerk immediately stopped talking and took out the card reader. Xiwan and her boyfriend stood there at the side, not saying a word. It was really too exaggerated to buy a skirt for 50,000 yuan. Soon, after paying the money, they walked out of the specialty store. "It's almost noon. Why don't we go shopping together and have a meal together later?" After walking out of the specialty store, Yu Xuan smiled and pulled Xiwan and said, "Okay, but my boyfriend wants to buy a watch, so he may have to buy a watch first." Xiwan nodded. When she bought the clothes just now, she felt that she had lost, and she planned to get back at the scene when buying the watch. In her opinion, Yu Xuan and her boyfriend just spent about the same amount of money. She just couldn't believe that Xiao Fan was so rich at such a young age. Even if he was a second-generation rich, his monthly pocket money must be limited. How much would be left after deducting the money for buying a skirt? "Fan, are you going to buy a watch too?" Yu Xuan looked at Xiao Fan. When she came here, she remembered hearing that Xiao Fan wanted to buy a watch. "Well, buy one to check the time. If there is a suitable one, I will buy one for you too." Buying a watch was planned. After all, it would cost millions to upgrade, and buying a watch is one of the fastest ways. "Oh, little brother, you are going to buy a watch too? You should have never bought a watch before, right?" Ding Yu was unwilling to be suppressed by a younger person in front of a beautiful woman. Seeing the opportunity coming, he quickly spoke. "I haven't bought one before. It's my first time. Do you know anything about watches?" Xiao Fan glanced at his arm. Men of this age would represent only those who have money, and it is obvious that Ding Yu is no exception. "Actually, I don't know much, but I can give you some advice later." Ding Yu smiled and became a little more confident. Soon the four of them came to a watch store. After the four of them entered the store, the clerk immediately welcomed them with a smile. The clerk looked at the four of them for a while, and then asked, "Do you need me to introduce it to you?" "Sure, recommend me a watch worth about 300,000 yuan. The brand should be well known. Also, it should not depreciate too much when sold second-hand." Ding Yu smiled and stated his needs. When he said that he wanted a watch worth about 300,000 yuan, he also glanced at Yu Shuwen next to him. All men are like this. Of course, Yu Shuwen didn't see it at all. It's not like she hasn't met a man like Ding Yu before. She doesn't like such a man at all, so she has always had a boyfriend. Only with a man like Xiao Fan, she would be willing to use herself as a bet and make a big bet on her future. Betting with a man like Xiao Fan, even if she loses, she won't lose too badly. After all, she is handsome and young, so she won't lose even if she doesn't have money, not to mention that she is very rich, so she won't lose badly in this bet. Here, we recommend Rolex. This brand is very well known and the second-hand price is also very valuable. What do you think? The clerk replied with a smile, then take me to see Rolex. Ding Yu smiled, then looked at Xiao Fan and said, little brother, how about going with me to see Rolex? No, we can just look at it ourselves. Xiao Fan shook his head and took Yu Shuwen for a stroll. He needs to buy a good-looking watch, and he will never buy one that doesn't look good. Being rejected, Ding Yu was a little disappointed. In fact, he wanted to see Yu Shuwen for a while longer. Such a beautiful woman is not often seen. If possible, he would like to add a contact number. Men are always greedy. If he hadn't seen Yu Shuwen, Ding Yu might be very satisfied with his current girlfriend. But after seeing her, his heart became itchy. 10 minutes later, Ding Yu bought a 280,000 watch on the recommendation of the clerk. After paying, Shiwan immediately ran to Yu Shuwen and said with a smile, my boyfriend's watch has been bought, a Rolex worth about 280,000. Do you have any good watches? After paying, Ding Yu also came over. He held the watch and said with a smile, brother, if you don't see anything you like, you can buy the same one as me. Although 280,000 is a bit expensive, it's worth it. Listening to the two people's words, Xiao Fan looked at Yu Shuwen and asked, what brand of watch do you think suits my temperament? Recommend it to me. It must be good-looking. How about Patek Philippe? This brand is very good. Yu Shuwen rolled her eyes and immediately thought of a high-end brand. The watches of this brand are very expensive, but she knew Xiao Fan's financial strength, so she didn't feel any pressure to recommend it. Oh, what's so good about this brand? The price doesn't matter. Xiao Fan continued to ask. He really knew nothing about watches and had never studied this aspect before. The Starry Sky series is very beautiful, but the price is not cheap. Yu Shuwen thought for a while and said. Hearing this, Xiao Fan nodded, looked at the clerk beside him, and asked, do you have Patek Philippe? Yes, sir, I'll take you to have a look. The clerk nodded immediately. Originally, she thought Xiao Fan was just here to take a look. The real buyer was Ding Yu, so Ding Yu was very regretful after being received by his colleagues. But now it seems that this young man is also a customer, and a big customer. Take us to have a look and introduce me to the Starry Sky series. Xiao Fan nodded. He just won 5 million and also got a cashback card. It would be a waste if he didn't buy it. Okay, sir? The clerk immediately took Xiao Fan to the Patek Philippe counter. After arriving in front of the counter, the clerk immediately introduced that there are currently 3 models in the Starry Sky series. The prices were 448, 300 and 78 wattles respectively. After a brief understanding, Xiao Fan bought the most expensive one. Yu Shuwen stood aside and pursed her lips silently. He bought a watch worth more than 4 million yuan without hesitation. The man she chose was really outrageous. With this money, she could definitely buy a house in Hangzhou. That was more than 4 million yuan. An ordinary millionaire would definitely not be willing to spend so much money on a watch. Ding Yu, who was standing aside, saw this scene and his face changed. Then his heart changed. If he had some other thoughts just now, he had no thoughts at all now. Anyone who could afford such an expensive watch must not be an ordinary person. He regretted his behavior just now. If he had known that this young man was so powerful, how could he dare to call him a little brother? Mr. Xiao is so generous. He bought a watch worth more than 4 million yuan without hesitation. I admire him very much. It is never too late to mend the fold after the sheep have been lost. Being able to take it and let it go is the reason why some people can make money. After seeing Xiao Fan's financial resources, Ding Yu immediately changed his tone and said with a smile, compared with mystery, Xiao, the watch I bought is really too rustic. You are joking. Your watch is actually not bad. Xiao Fan shook his head. He is not the kind of person who likes to make enemies, so when others took the initiative to give in, he did not care and gave them a way out. After buying the Patek Philippe, Xiao Fan bought 2 Vacheron Constantin watches worth 300,000 yuan and gave one of them to Yu Shuwen. Faced with the sudden surprise, Yu Shuwen paused for a moment, and then carefully took the watch. A watch worth 300,000 yuan. She had never dared to think about it before, but she didn't expect to get it so quickly now. For a while, her heart was extremely complicated. In comparison, Shiwan on the side was full of envy. This watch is 300,000 yuan. After paying, the 4 left the store. It was time to eat at this time, so the 4 went to the nearby restaurant to eat together. After leaving the mall, Xiao Fan used the 5 million cashback card. This card can give you 1, 2, 10 times cashback, so after using it, you can immediately start drawing multiples. As the dice spun quickly, the multiples soon appeared, not very large, just 2 times. In other words, you can get a cashback of 10 million, which made Xiao Fan a little helpless, but he could only accept it silently. After all, it was good to have cashback. Half an hour later, the 4 of them came to a hotel. Originally, Xiao Fan was the one who treated them, but Ding Yu insisted that he treat them, so he had no choice but to treat them in the end. Xiao Fan was a very easygoing person, so after entering the box, he quickly started chatting with Ding Yu. From the chat, he knew that Ding Yu was in the foreign trade business. While the two were chatting, Shi Wan and Yu Shuwen also started chatting on their phones. No wonder you dumped your ex-boyfriend. It turns out that you met such a super rich second generation. You are really lucky. Shi Wan edited the message and sent it. You? What are you talking about? I don't have a boyfriend. Don't frame me or I will fall out with you. Oh, our school beauty is really cruel. Shan Xiaoyun has been dating you for such a long time, but you don't admit it. Yu Shuwen saw the message, pursed her lips, stretched out her hand to pinch Shi Wan, and sent a message. He and I are just ordinary men and women. He is just pursuing me. I have never said that I have a relationship with him. Hey, he cares about you every day, but you actually rejected it. You didn't say that you had a relationship with him, but you didn't deny it either. Isn't this a tacit agreement? Shi Wan sent a message. I just don't want to hurt my classmates, so I haven't explained anything. Yu Shuwen directly refuted. Alas, beautiful women are really deceiving. Shi Wan sent a message and got up and walked out. Seeing this, Yu Shuwen hurriedly followed. She wanted to have a good talk with Shi Wan. The two left the box and went all the way to the bathroom. I saw Shan Xiaoyun yesterday. His condition is very bad. Shi Wan shook her head and said, Originally, I felt a little puzzled, but now it seems that it is because of you. He is a good man, but unfortunately I don't like him. Yu Shuwen blinked. Then why do you hold him? You hold him like a dog. Now his master doesn't want him anymore, and he cries so sadly. Shi Wan said with a smile. It is his right to like me. I was alone before, so I didn't want to hurt him, but now I have someone I like, so I can't let him harass me anymore. Yu Shuwen said nonchalantly. How cruel. Aren't you afraid that you will be abandoned like this? Shi Wan couldn't help but say. Yu Shuwen stretched out her hand, pointed at the watch on her hand, and said, What do you think? What kind of luck do I have? Seeing the 300,000 watch, Shi Wan was extremely jealous. That was a full 300,000. No way, I'm lucky. Yu Shuwen gently stroked the watch. It was 300,000, and she was a little reluctant to wear it. What's the situation of this Xiao Fan? What business does his family do? Shi Wan asked curiously. Speaking of this, Yu Shuwen shook her head. I haven't known Fan for long. I don't know what his family does, but it's definitely not an ordinary family. You call me so intimately. I really admire you. Shi Wan sighed and said, Originally, I thought I was lucky enough, but it's still a lot worse than you. Fake feelings will be seen through, so I like Fan from the bottom of my heart. Yu Shuwen blinked her eyes. She firmly believed that if she couldn't even move herself, how could she move others? At present, it doesn't matter whether Xiao Fan likes her or not. As long as Xiao Fan feels that she really likes him, the rest will be left to God. Don't get yourself into it, just in case he plays you. Shi Wan disagreed with this idea. In her opinion, feelings are all fake. Gambling, there must be winners and losers. It is impossible to be invincible. People start gambling when they are born. Yu Shuwen shook her head. Okay, what about Shan Xiaoyun? If you are really together with Xiao Fan, he will know about this sooner or later. Shi Wan asked curiously. What if he knows? There are no photos of him in my circle of friends. I don't have any close relationship with him. We are innocent. Yu Shuwen was not panicked at all. The day after she had sex with Xiao Fan, she broke up with her boyfriend. She knew very well that such things should not be delayed. You are really cruel, too cruel. Shi Wan didn't know what to say. Although she had played with men before, at least she had given them sweet treats. But Yu Shuwen was different. She was completely superior and never gave Shan Xiaoyun any sweetness. The most intimate relationship during the 2 days might be watching movies together. However, to be able to watch movies and eat with a school beauty like Yu Shuwen is, indeed, a reward for many men. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. Yu Shuwen turned and walked out of the bathroom, washed her hands, and returned to the box. Shi Wan exhaled and followed closely. The meal lasted for more than an hour. After eating, Xiao Fan and Ding Yu added a contact number. Then they left separately, and Xiao Fan took Yu Shuwen back to where he lived. Since she was here, she must enjoy it well before letting her go back. After returning home, Xiao Fan sat in the living room and watched Duyin. Yu Shuwen went to the kitchen to wash the fruit very consciously. After the fruit was liked, she took the fruit and sat next to Xiao Fan. Pick up a grape, peel it with her white fingers and put it into Xiao Fan's mouth. At the same time, he looked at the screen, but after seeing the dancing lady on the screen, she said, "How can a girl's legs be so long? The long leg special effect is too long." Hearing this, Xiao Fan put down his phone and looked at Yu Xuan's legs. Compared with the legs that can be seen but not touched on the screen, there is a pair of long legs that can be touched at will. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Yu Xuan blushed and asked in a low voice with her head down. Xiao Fan stretched out his hand to let her lie on the sofa and smiled in her ear. "Since you said that the legs are fake, then let me see yours." "You have measured my legs. They must be longer than most girls." Yu Xuan muttered in a low voice. "Then I want to take a look." Xiao Fan hugged her slender waist from behind with a malicious smile on his face. "Fan, it's still broad daylight. Don't be lewd." Yu Xuan turned her head and said coquettishly. Xiao Fan put his head on her neck and smiled. "It's just daydreaming. Let's have a good dream." After arriving in the living room, Xiao Fan found a clean place to lie down. Yu Xuan began to clean up some things that had just been left on the sofa, looking thrifty and frugal. After cleaning for more than 10 minutes, Yu Xuan finally cleaned the sofa with sweat all over her head. After finishing, she came to Xiao Fan and sat down. "Fan, what do you want to eat tonight? I'll buy it for you. Buy whatever you want. I'm not very picky about food." Xiao Fan replied casually. "Oh." Yu Xuan nodded and then went downstairs to buy vegetables. She didn't have any temper at all throughout the whole process. She was a goddess who was high above in the school and the dream lover of many men. At this moment, she seemed to have a very good temper. Not only did she not complain, but she took the initiative to buy vegetables and cook. At around 6 o'clock in the evening, Yu Xuan prepared the meal and called Xiao Fan, who was playing games, to eat. After finishing the meal, she took the initiative to clean up the dishes, wash the dishes, and came to Xiao Fan again with fruits. Xiao Fan was playing games, so he ignored her. In this regard, Yu Xuan was not angry, but silently peeled the grapes and fed them into Xiao Fan's mouth. Every woman has the mode of a good wife and a good mother, but this mode is only turned on for those who have the conditions. Don't look at Yu Xuan's obedience to Xiao Fan now. As long as she returns to school, she is still a goddess high above. She still has many suitors, but of course she disdains those suitors. Maybe when she was in a good mood before, she could find someone to tease, but it is definitely not possible now. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Xiao Fan, who was tired from playing, went to take a bath, and the water was already ready at this time. After taking a bath, hugging the soft Yu Xuan, Xiao Fan fell asleep very comfortably. Such a life is what most men dream of. The next day, early in the morning, Xiao Fan felt that he had difficulty breathing and opened his eyes. He quickly moved his head away to make his breathing smoother. He raised his head to wake himself up a little, and then he looked at Yu Xuan beside him. Yu Xuan was still sleeping at this moment, and her pajamas looked very messy because of the night. Morning is the time when men are most energetic, and at this time there is a delicate beauty beside him. A few minutes later, Yu Xuan, who was originally sleeping soundly, suddenly opened her eyes. "Fan, why didn't you wake me up? I was really scared to death." After waking up, Yu Xuan breathed a sigh of relief and then whispered, "It's the same." Xiao Fan kissed her lips. After an hour of precious communication, Xiao Fan continued to rest in his clothes, while Yu Xuan got up and went back to school. Yu Xuan took a taxi and got off at the school gate, and then walked towards the dormitory. She had classes today, so she had to prepare. But before she reached the dormitory door, a boy stopped her on the road. "Shan Xiaoyun, what's the matter with you?" Seeing the boy who stopped her, Xuan frowned. "Xiaowen, what did I do wrong that you want to break up with me?" Shan Xiaoyun asked with a haggard face. Hearing this, Yu Xuan took a step back and then said, "I have never been with you. How can we break up? But you and I went to the library, ate together, and watched movies together. All the classmates know it." Shan Xiaoyun's face was very ugly. "We went to the library to study, ate together because it was convenient, and watched movies together because I was embarrassed to refuse you." Yu Xuan took a step back again and said, "I'll say it again, we have never been together. Are you afraid that your current boyfriend will misunderstand, so you want to make it clear with me?" Shan Xiaoyun clenched her fists. Her face was angry, but she didn't dare to speak loudly. "Who told you that I have a boyfriend? I just want to study hard, so don't bother me anymore." Yu Xuan shook her head. She couldn't tell this fool about her relationship with Xiao Fan. "Do you think I'm a fool? You've ignored me since that day in the bar. It must be that man." Hearing this, Yu Xuan blinked and said with a smile, "If you say it is, it is. Anyway, I didn't admit it. Xiao Wen, please don't ignore me, okay?" Seeing Yu Xuan's attitude, Shan Xiaoyun pleaded in a low voice, "You are begging me. Just now, you looked like you wanted to hit me." Yu Xuan shook her head and said, "I didn't expect you to be such a person. I just ignored you, and you got angry. I really misjudged you. No, how could I bear to hit you? I just wanted to hit myself just now." Xiao Wen, please don't misunderstand me, Shan Xiaoyun said hurriedly with a look of panic on her face. Why do you have to do this? I said a long time ago that we can't be together. I don't like you. Yu Xuan didn't want to waste time, so she walked around her and continued to walk towards the dormitory. Xiao Wen, Shan Xiaoyun was unwilling and wanted to continue to keep her. Follow me? I'm angry. Yu Xuan said coldly. Shan Xiaoyun stopped instantly. He didn't dare to disobey Yu Xuan's words. It was already engraved in his bones. After Yu Xuan left, Xiao Fan slept until noon and had a simple meal. He turned on the computer and started playing games until the afternoon. He suddenly remembered that there were still 2 tasks to be completed, so he took out his mobile phone to call his friends for dinner. But just when he found the number and was about to call out, his mobile phone rang first. Liu Da called him first. Hello, Lao Liu, what's the matter with you calling me? After answering the phone, Xiao Fan asked curiously, Are you free tonight? I'll treat you to dinner. Liu Da said with a smile, and his voice revealed joy. What good thing happened that you want me to treat you to a meal? Xiao Fan said with a smile. Let me guess, you guys have found a girlfriend again, right? You know me well, I met a girl I like, very much these days, and we are together. Liu Da said happily. You really don't repent? Aren't you afraid of being dumped again? Xiao Fan shook his head. This guy. He really doesn't want to die without a woman. He only knows how to find a woman and talk about feelings. This time we are in true love. We will definitely not break up. Anyway, you just wish me the best. And this time my girlfriend also brought 2 friends. Both of them are girls. Liu Da was very proud. Is she pretty or not? If she is not pretty, I won't go there. Xiao Fan joked. It must be good looking. You'll know when you come over. Okay, give me an address and I'll go over now. I know that you don't need girls verbally, but you still want them in your heart. Don't worry, I'll introduce you to one when the time comes. I don't need your introduction. Send me the address and I'll go over now. Hang up. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Fan searched Baidu and found the number of the Ambassador Hotel and dialed it directly. The system's task is to spend 200,000 yuan to treat guests to a meal. Ordinary small restaurants will definitely not work. You must go to such a big hotel. Hello, this is the Ambassador Hotel. What do you need or can I help you with? The call was quickly connected. A young lady answered the phone with a nice voice. I want to book a private room. How much is the most expensive private room there? Xiao Fan opened his mouth and asked for the most expensive one. It was really not like that. Spending 200,000 yuan was still a bit troublesome, so he was simple and rough and asked for the most expensive one directly. Hello, sir. Our most expensive private room is 88888. Are you sure you want to book this room? The customer service lady asked gently. Sure, I'll be there in a while. Xiao Fan nodded. The private room was 88,000 yuan, and then he could just buy some drinks. It would be difficult to spend 200,000 yuan just by ordering dishes, but it would not be a problem if he added drinks. After hanging up the phone, he took a shower first, and then picked up the car keys and went out. Half an hour later, Xiao Fan came to the square. After parking the car, he felt a little stuffy, so he went into a nearby shop and took a few ice creams to pay. A total of 110, WeChat or Alipay. The shop owner squinted his eyes and said with a smile, What? How much? Looking at the ice creams, Xiao Fan couldn't believe it. In his memory, ice cream should not be expensive. Even Haagen-Dazs, it's not that exaggerated. A few ice creams cost more than 100 yuan, which really surprised him. He felt that the boss was cheating him. This kind of ice cream is 22 yuan per piece. I don't mean to cheat you, there are cheaper ones next to it. You can change them. The boss saw Xiao Fan's disbelief, so he quickly explained that he was a good citizen and could not be misunderstood. Forget, pay the bill. I want to see what the 22 yuan ice cream tastes like. If it were in the past, he would definitely put it back directly. Face and other things were not as important as money. But it was different now. He had money and was really curious. Why was an ice cream so expensive? Even if it was pure milk and chocolate, it shouldn't be so expensive. Could it be that gold threads were added? After paying, Xiao Fan opened an ice cream and took a bite. After the ice cream entered his mouth, he shook his head. The ice cream did have a stronger milk flavor, but that was it. It was obviously not worth the price. Just as he was chewing the ice cream, Liu Da got off the taxi with his girlfriend and her friend. Oh, Lao Xiao, you actually got here first. It seems that you can't wait to see the girl? After seeing Xiao Fan, Liu Da walked over with a smile. Just happened to be nearby, so I came over a little faster. Xiao Fan shook his head and looked at several women. Liu Da pulled his girlfriend and introduced with a smile. This is my girlfriend, Peon Shooting. You can call her Shooting. This is my friend Xiao Fan. After introducing his girlfriend, Liu Da introduced Xiao Fan. Peon Shooting looked Xiao Fan up and down, then smiled and said, Hello, you are as handsome as Liu Da said. You are as beautiful as he said. Xiao Fan praised politely. After the two greeted each other, Liu Da introduced with a smile. These two beauties, one is Shuting's good sister, Xiao Qing, and the other is her classmate, Liu Shasha. Hello, handsome guy, nice to meet you. Xiao Qing smiled and greeted, not daring to look directly at him, but was secretly looking at him. When a girl sees a handsome guy, she can't help but take a few more glances, but she is too embarrassed to look directly at him, so she can only sneak a peek. Hello, nice to meet you. Liu Shasha smiled and nodded. Compared with Xiao Qing, she was much calmer. Very happy to meet you. Xiao Fan looked at the two of them and finally stayed on Liu Shasha for a while. He didn't expect such a coincidence. This Liu Shasha was as big as she said. The weight was really exaggerated. Do you want to eat ice cream? I just bought a few, just one for each person. After saying hello, Xiao Fan waved the ice cream and asked. Liu Da's eyes stayed on the ice cream for a while and then said exaggeratedly, Damn, Lao Xiao, you actually bought this kind of ice cream. Are you crazy? More than 20 yuan a stick. Isn't it a big ripoff? Xiao Fan was speechless. How could he be a big ripoff? Looking at the other party's exaggerated expression, he sighed. Sure enough, his consumption concept was already very different from that of ordinary people. But he didn't care. He handed the ice cream to him and said, Take it and eat it. You bought it anyway. It would be a waste if you don't eat it. Besides, it's so hot. If you don't eat it, it will melt. It's a waste if you don't eat it. I've wanted to try such a cheap ice cream for a long time. Liu Da didn't hesitate. He took the ice cream and immediately divided it into 4 pieces. There were exactly 4 pieces, one for each of the 4 of them. After dividing the ice cream, Liu Da licked the ice cream and said, I have already chosen the place. Let's go now. I'll choose the place. I happen to know a place that tastes very good. Xiao Fan shook his head and refused. He needed to complete the task. If Liu Da was allowed to choose the place, the consumption would definitely be 500 yuan at most. If that happened, how could he complete the task? That's fine, but it won't taste good. You'll have to pay for it yourself when the time comes. Liu Da didn't care and said jokingly with a smile, No problem. Xiao Fan smiled and stretched out his hand to hail a taxi. His car definitely couldn't drive with 5 people, so he had to take a taxi. After getting in the taxi, Xiao Fan reported a location, and the master immediately started the car. Not long after, they arrived at the destination. When Liu Da saw the hotel sign, he was stunned. Old Xiao, the place you are talking about is not here, right? Liu Da swallowed his saliva, his face a little nervous. This place is not cheap at first glance. Xiao Fan nodded honestly. Yes, it is here. I ate here last time. The taste is absolutely first class. Old Xiao, don't joke with me. Even if I bleed a lot, I can't afford it. Liu Da looked miserable. I'll treat you. You can treat next time. Xiao Fan smiled and walked to the hotel first. Liu Da breathed a sigh of relief, and then took the 3 girls and hurriedly followed in, while curiously observing the hotel. Old Xiao, the consumption here is not low, right? Should we change places? Liu Da followed Xiao Fan and muttered in a low voice. Why are you being so polite to me? I can still afford a meal. Xiao shook his head and refused without hesitation. What a joke! He was here to complete a mission. After the group entered the gate, a waiter came over immediately. Just as the waiter was about to greet them, a voice suddenly sounded not far away. Shuting, I didn't expect to meet you here. Are you here to eat with friends? A man in a suit and leather shoes smiled and walked in front of the crowd. There were also several people in suits beside him. Seeing this man, Bian Shuting frowned and then said, It's really a coincidence. Are you here to eat with friends too? Yes, I'm having a meal with some friends. The man smiled and looked at the others. When he saw Liu Shasha, his eyes lit up and he said, Since we have met, let's eat together. It's a good opportunity for us to get to know each other. What do you think? Forget it. Let's eat separately. Bian Shuting shook his head and rejected the proposal. Why are you being so polite to me? Since we have met, we must have a meal together. Okay, don't be polite. The man smiled and spoke again. Faced with this situation, Bian Shuting bit her lip and then looked at Liu Da on the side. Liu Da was also undecided, so he looked at Xiao Fan. Old Xiao, do you think you should go with them? Who is he? From the man's eyes, Xiao Fan could see that his purpose was not simple. However, considering that he was Bian Shuting's friend, it would be better to ask. He is my high school classmate. His name is Ning Chengyang. Bian Shuting introduced in a low voice. Hearing this, Xiao Fan nodded and said, In that case, let's go together. It happens that I have already booked a private room. We can just go there directly. Okay, you book the private room and I will pay for it. Let's go now. Seeing Xiao Fan agreed, Ning Chengyang smiled and nodded, and at the same time looked at Liu Shasha again, hoping to attract her attention. Unfortunately, Liu Shasha was very calm and didn't look at him for a second. She just looked around curiously and was not attracted at all. No, I booked the box, I'll pay for it. Looking at Ning Chengyang, who was eager to show off, Xiao Fan shook his head. This man was really too impatient. Brother, you can't compete with me. I'm older than you, so I should pay. Ning Chengyang certainly couldn't give up the right to pay. You have to know that in the adult world, only those who are powerful can pay. For a meal like this with friends, the person who pays is generally the best. Then let's talk about it later. Let's eat first and discuss this issue after dinner. Although the other party had ill intentions, it was human nature for men to like women. In the case of no conflict of interest with him, he didn't want to punish the other party. Since he insisted on paying now, there was no need to persuade him. He would give up in a while. The waiter at the side was very polite. He stood by and didn't say anything until the two finished talking. Then he smiled and asked, "Sir, I just heard you say that you have booked a private room. Which one is it? I can take you there." "It seems to be private room number 3. Please help me." Xiao Fan smiled and reported the number of the private room. Hearing this number, the waiter was stunned for a moment and then hurriedly confirmed, "Are you Mr. Xiao? What's the last number of your mobile phone number?" "Yes, I just called to book the private room." Xiao Fan nodded. "Mr. Xiao, the private room is ready and the kitchen is already preparing it. Can I take you there first?" After confirming that everything was correct, the waiter hurriedly said, "Okay, thank you." Xiao Fan nodded. Soon the waiter took them out of the hall and took a car to private room number 3. The location of private room number 3 is very good. It is surrounded by the lake on 3 sides, and you can see the beautiful scenery of West Lake in the private room. As the car took the few people deeper, Ning Chengyong's face, which was originally calm, changed. He had indeed eaten here several times, but each time he ate outside. He was reluctant to go inside. The prices inside were very expensive. Even for him, eating a cheap meal would be painful for a long time. Originally, he thought he would just eat in the private room outside. In that case, he could still treat the guests. At the same time, he could show his strength in front of the beauty, but now his heart was hanging, and he also regretted it a little. "Hello, can I ask, what is the price of the 3rd private room?" Looking at the well-arranged garden scenery around, Ning Chengyong couldn't help asking the waiter about the price. "Hello, sir. Mr. Xiao has booked the 3rd private room with the best location. The minimum consumption is 8888. The waiter had a faint smile on her face. She actually heard the man rushing to pay the bill. The few days who were originally chatting, when they heard this, suddenly became quiet, and no one was talking. The price of 88888 is very exaggerated. Many people work for a year and eat and drink for free, and it is difficult to earn so much money. Beauty, you are not kidding us, right? This joke is not funny at all. One of Ning Chengyong's companions couldn't help but ask out loud. "Sir, I'm not kidding you, this is the price," the waiter said softly. The person who asked the question was silent for a moment, not knowing what to say for a moment. At the same time, the look at Xiao Fan changed. He was definitely not an ordinary person who could afford such an expensive meal. "Old Xiao, you wouldn't spend money like this, even if you had money. How about we change to another place? This is too expensive," Lu Da said in a low voice. Xiao Fan smiled and said, "This is it, and the kitchen has already started preparing. Now it can't be refunded." "Brother, I'm sorry, I didn't know that this box was this price. Ning Chengyong's face was a little hot, and he was a little careful when speaking. Seeing him like that, Xiao Fan shook his head. Men always do some ridiculous things in front of beautiful women, just to show themselves and attract the attention of beautiful women. Speaking of which, Xiao Fan had done such things before, so he knew it very well. Since the other person already knew the mistake and took the initiative to give in, he certainly wouldn't take it seriously. "It's okay. I said I'll treat you, so I'll treat you. You can eat later. Don't worry about the rest." Xiao Fan shook his head, very generous. "Thank you, brother." Ning Chengyong breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time he became much more low-key and didn't dare to hit on Lu Shasha again. Peon shooting saw this scene and sighed inwardly. She was very helpless about her classmate and couldn't walk when she saw a woman. Fortunately, Xiao Fan didn't care this time, otherwise he would have suffered. Lu Shasha, who had been looking at the scenery, also looked at Xiao Fan curiously at this moment. The price of this meal also scared her. A few minutes later, the destination arrived, and the waiter took them out of the car and then entered a large private room. The decoration here is so retro, it looks like an ancient style, and it looks like this in ancient wealthy families. After entering the private room, Xiao Qing took Lu Shasha's arm and whispered in her ear, "This style is quite good, at least it's better than the decoration of a big hotel." Lu Shasha smiled and looked around the box curiously. It was her first time to come to a place with such decoration. A box worth more than 80,000 yuan. The other people also looked around the box curiously. After all, it was their first time to come to such a place. The box is more like a presidential suite than a box. In addition to the dining area, there is also a loft for viewing the scenery. Sofa, TV, and mahjong table are really all available, and the supporting facilities are very complete. Although there are 11 people in their group, it doesn't seem crowded at all. After everyone sits down, There are still several seats for people. Old Xiao, did you win the lottery recently? Why are you spending money so lavishly? Liu Da sat next to Xiao Fan and said earnestly, even if you won 5 million, you can't afford to spend like this. It's better to save a little. I made a little money recently. Don't worry too much. I know it. Xiao Fan smiled and didn't explain too much. Such things can be just mentioned in one sentence. Then you should be careful. Liu Da nodded and didn't say more. Brother, you are younger than me, but you can treat guests in such a place. It's really amazing. What business are you in? Ning Chengyong asked with a smile. For such a person, he wanted to get to know him. A little foreign trade business? Actually, I didn't make much money, just enough to eat. Xiao Fan was very modest. The other party was not a big beauty, so there was no need to brag. Brother, you are joking. Your income is just enough to eat, which is equivalent to the annual income of ordinary people like us. I really admire you. Unlike us, we may not see the end of our lives. Ning Chengyong sighed. He originally thought that he was already very good with more than 10,000 yuan a month, but it is frustrating to compare with others. Everyone has his own life. There is no need to envy others. It is good enough to be happy. Liu Da is very open-minded. It's easy to say, but it's hard to do. You can be open-minded. Your wife can be open-minded. But what about your parents and relatives? Ning Chengyong shook his head and said helplessly, everyone wants to live a good life and want to be the best, but there is always a bottom of the pyramid. Liu Da shook his head. Everyone has different abilities. Some people are good, and some people don't care. There is nothing we can do about it. But no one is willing to be at the bottom of the pyramid. We don't expect to live at the top of the pyramid, but we still need to have a life in the middle of the pyramid. A friend of Ning Chengyong said, resources are limited, and if you don't have enough ability, you can only stay at the bottom of the tower, unless... Listening to their words, Xiao Fan also said something, but he didn't say the last sentence. Unless what? The other men asked curiously. Do you want to know? Seeing their curious looks, Xiao Fan sighed. The answer was a bit cruel, and most people couldn't accept it. Old Xiao, don't keep us in suspense. Liu Da, who had seen things through, couldn't help but urge them. Many people said they had seen things through, but in fact, they were helpless. Seeing their expectant looks, Xiao Fan didn't continue to keep us in suspense and said openly, if resources are not enough there, are resources in other places. Our planet is very large. If we have enough strength, we can use other areas to build a bottom layer. In this way, can our bottom people absorb the new bottom layer? Although they can't live a life at the top of the tower, it is definitely much better than life at the bottom of the tower. This is difficult, right? Can we see it in this lifetime? Everyone looked at each other. They hated the exploiters, but what if they themselves became exploiters? Maybe, but there is always an expectation, right? Xiao Fan smiled. In fact, this goal is only one step away. All he needs to do is overturn the guy on the other side of the ocean. In that case, no one will sit on the throne. In that case, he can sit on the throne and absorb nutrients from the lower foundation. Of course, the means must be changed, otherwise it will not last long. I really hope to see that day. I wonder if I will still be there by then. In fact, most men have a big ideal in their hearts. However, in most cases, reality suppresses this ideal. With Xiao Fan's words, their ideals are aroused again. Honor is something that cannot be seen or touched, but it is really very important. Seeing their motherland strong and prosperous is the ideal in the hearts of most boys. After all, from ancient times to the present, China has always been the one sitting on the crown. Although some people have taken root for various reasons, most of them still want to see the country's revival in their hearts. We have never risen, we have only revival. When several men were talking about ideals and the world's situation, the girls who were not interested in this were also talking about their own things. Xiao Qing sat next to Lu Shasha and whispered, Shasha, do you think I should ask for a WeChat account? It's normal for me to ask for a WeChat account when someone invites me to dinner? Do you really think so? Aren't you just craving his body and his money? Lu Shasha rolled her eyes. Are these two contradictory? Not at all. His good looks and money are his advantages. Xiao Qing said seriously, you've only known him for a day, and you're already paying attention to him. Aren't you too impatient? Lu Shasha shook her head. There's nothing I can do about it. I don't usually need a boy like this. If I miss him, I'll never meet him again. Xiao Qing tilted her neck and said, aren't you a little moved? He's so outstanding, but the one in your family is much better. You've already said that I have someone at home. How could I still be moved? Liu Shasha said. Okay, you're infatuated, you're noble, and you like a poor fool. I really admire you. Xiao Qing sighed. She really admired her sisters. Whether in school or outside, many men pursued her sister, but she rejected them all. This made her feel very surprised. After all, it seemed that she and her boyfriend were not very close. But she didn't expect that. The relationship was so strong. She was really impressed. Of course, I will definitely marry him in this life. Speaking of this, Liu Shasha's mouth corners slightly raised. I really admire you. Then tell me, do I have a chance? Xiao Qing asked with expectation. She wanted an answer that met her needs. If you want to be played by him, you can try it. It is difficult for such a man to like a woman. Liu Shasha glanced at Xiao Fan and then said, Fortunately, you are not bad looking, otherwise you don't have the qualifications to be played. You are not hitting me, you know? I don't want to hear this. Xiao Qing shook her head to indicate that she didn't want to hear this. Okay, you can fall in love with him and then break up in the end for some reasons. Liu Shasha changed the way she said it. The same meaning, but a different way of saying it can make people look more decent. That's better. Forget it. I don't like him. I'd better not add his contact information. Xiao Qing sighed with a tone of loss. She finally met a tall, rich and handsome man, but she didn't have a chance. She was really depressed. Actually, you can give it a try. As long as you keep it a secret from your boyfriend, even if you get tired of playing with him in the end, you can still be with your boyfriend. Liu Shasha smiled and made a different suggestion. You are really my best friend. You give me such a bad idea. Xiao Qing glared at Liu Shasha with a look of dissatisfaction. Liu Shasha smiled and said, Didn't you play like this when you were a freshman? How did you know? Xiao Qing looked unbelievable. She thought she had kept it a secret. Guess? Liu Shasha smiled but didn't say anything. It would be no fun if she told the reason. Heh. Xiao Qing smiled indifferently and said, Okay, let's not talk about this. How was your live broadcast? I can't believe that your boyfriend actually agreed to let you go live. He dares to oppose me? I can do whatever I want, and he can't control me, unlike you who have to be controlled by your boyfriend. Liu Shasha's mouth corners slightly raised. She enjoyed the feeling of being superior in the relationship. I'm not as good as you. I don't have your PUA methods. Xiao Qing shook her head and said, You have been live broadcasting for a month, right? How is it going? Have you met a big brother? I heard that the anchor relies on the big brother very much. It's hard to get angry without the big brother. You are so beautiful and have the skills to seduce people. You should have a big brother, right? Of course, I have met a big brother. As long as I protect this big brother, my live broadcast room will quickly become popular. Speaking of this, Liu Shasha narrowed her eyes and was very happy. Oh, how do I protect the big brother? Act like a spoiled child or other means, Xiao Qing asked with a smile. It's just a simple chat. There's no need to maintain it. How could Liu Shasha tell the whole story? She's not stupid. I heard that in order to protect Big Brother, most anchors have to pay a price. Would you? What are you thinking? I've already said in the live studio that I have a boyfriend, so that kind of thing is impossible. Then show me your contact information with Big Brother. I'm curious about how you chat. That's personal privacy. How can I show it to you? Can you show me the chat history between you and your male bestie? That's different. My male bestie and I are very pure, but you and your boss are different. Yes, it's very pure. Being honest with each other is also very pure. You really don't have any shame. That's for art. The fact is that we don't have any relationship. My boyfriend is also very relieved. Haha, do you think I'm your stupid boyfriend? Just as the two were bickering, Xiao Fan, who was not far away, took out his mobile phone, clicked on Shasha's profile picture, and sent a message. My dear daughter, what are you doing now? After the message was sent, Liu Shasha's phone vibrated immediately. She immediately shut up and picked up the phone to read it. When she saw that it was a message from Xiao Fan, she quickly clicked it and prepared to reply. Seeing this, Xiao Qing on the side opened her eyes wide and tried to peek at the screen, but unfortunately Liu Shasha's phone had an anti-spy screen and could not see it at all. Dad, I'm having dinner outside, what's the matter? Liu Shasha edited a good news and sent it out quickly. I'll watch your live broadcast tonight, but now I want to hear you call me Daddy. Is it convenient for you? Sending another message, Xiao Fan secretly observed Liu Shasha's situation. Seeing this message, Liu Shasha's face did not change. She turned off her phone, got up very naturally, and then walked to the bathroom. Xiao Fan has been observing her, watching her leave calmly, and stroking his chin to think. This girl is completely different online and in real life. She can call you daddy online, but in real life, she is very cold. Just when the waiter told him the price of the box. The other women stared at him for a long time, but she just glanced at him twice and didn't seem to be moved at all. This made him feel very strange. Could it be that this woman has two states, one is cold in reality, and the other is open online? Just as he was thinking, his phone vibrated, and Liu Shasha replied to his message, and it was a voice message. Xiao Fan knew the content without clicking on it. Considering that there were many people around, he did not click on it. Instead, he sent a message to ask the other party to send a few photos she had just taken. Soon she sent the photos, each of which was very sexy and had a looming feeling. After looking at a few photos, Xiao Fan felt the evil fire coming up and quickly ended the chat. After he put down his phone, Liu Shasha came back in neat clothes, still looking aloof. Seeing this scene, Xiao Fan was really very sad. Sure enough, many people are completely different in front of others and behind their backs. Who would have thought that such a cool girl would be very well behaved and obedient when chatting with him? Old Xiao, do you like Liu Shasha? Liu Da on the side saw Xiao Fan looking at Liu Shasha a few more times, so he couldn't help but speak. Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Looking at beautiful women, isn't that normal? Don't you look at them?" "Of course I look at them, but this Liu Shasha is very cold and it's very difficult to get her. I think Xiao Qing next to her is pretty good." Liu Da expressed his opinion. In his opinion, it is very difficult to chase a beauty like Liu Shasha. "You said that Liu Shasha is so cold on the surface. Will she be different when she is alone?" Xiao Fan smiled and said, "How is it possible? Such a cold woman is also like this when she is alone. You'd better not think too much." Liu Da certainly didn't believe this. "Xiao Fan, Shasha has a boyfriend, and the two have a good relationship. It's better for you to chase Xiao Qing. She's not bad looking." Bian Shuting beside Liu Da also said in a low voice. Xiao Fan shook his head and didn't explain anything to them. Even if he explained this, the two of them wouldn't believe it, so it was better to keep silent. Everyone chatted for a while, and after a while, the waiter started to serve the dishes, and everyone started to eat. The meal lasted more than an hour. After the meal, everyone's face was greasy, and their stomachs were full. They put down their chopsticks only after they couldn't swallow anymore. "It's worth the 80,000 yuan meal. It tastes good, but it's a pity that my stomach is limited." After the meal, Xiao Qing touched her stomach and muttered. Liu Shasha looked at her stomach and couldn't help but said, "Aren't you afraid that your stomach will explode? You eat so much? It's a rare opportunity to eat so well. I don't know when I'll have the chance again after this time." Xiao Qing shook her head, not caring at all. At this moment, the two of them didn't know that the meal was actually more than 80,000 yuan. With the drinks, it was about 210,000 yuan. However, Xiao Fan was not in the mood to shock them, so after the meal, he took them out of the box. After arriving at the gate by car, Ning Chengyong and his friends left first, leaving Xiao Fan and Liu Da and the others. "Old Xiao, Shu Ting and I are leaving first. I'll leave the other two to you. You should seize the opportunity." After Liu Da and Xiao Fan finished speaking, they found an excuse to leave with their girlfriends, leaving Xiao Fan, Liu Shasha, and Xiao Qing. "I'm going to the bathroom first. Wait for me." Xiao Fan glanced at the two women and walked towards the bathroom. When Xiao Fan left, he took out his phone to check the time, but he didn't notice that when he took out his phone, a receipt was taken out. The receipt floated in the air for a while, then fell to the ground, and Xiao Qing had sharp eyes and saw it at a glance, so she picked it up curiously. "What is this?" After picking up the receipt, Xiao Qing took a curious look, and when she saw the words, she was stunned for a moment. Then she immediately grabbed Shasha beside her and said excitedly, "Shasha, look, this is the receipt for the meal just now. The set meal is 68,000, and 3 bottles of red wine are 120,000? What kind of wine is so expensive?" Liu Shasha was also a little surprised. She didn't expect that this meal was not 88,000, but about 210,000. This was too exaggerated. "I just drank half a bottle of red wine, which means I drank a full 20,000 yuan? Xiao Qing swallowed. When she thought about how she just drank red wine as water, she felt a little wasteful. If she had known that the wine was so expensive, she would definitely drink it well. "I also drank half a bottle." Liu Shasha pursed her lips, then picked up her phone and took 2 photos. "Why are you taking photos?" Seeing her taking photos, Xiao Qing was stunned for a moment and didn't react for a while. Liu Shasha rolled her eyes and said, "Why do you say you take photos? By the way, you can post it on WeChat Moments, heh? Let others envy it." Xiao Qing quickly reacted and took up her phone to take photos. Ordinary receipts are definitely not eligible for WeChat Moments, but this receipt is completely different. Just as the two were posting on WeChat Moments, Xiao Fan also came back from the toilet. After the two girls saw Xiao Fan, they quickly put down their phones and said together, "Xiao Fan, thank you so much for letting us experience what luxury is." "You're welcome. I think it's still early. Do you want to go back or go shopping together?" The evil fire in Xiao Fan's body has not yet dissipated, so he needs help. Liu Shasha's appearance is 93 points and Xiao Qing's appearance is 87 points. It's not bad to ask them to help relieve the fire. Of course, it's difficult to ask Liu Shasha for help. This girl is very tough in reality, but it doesn't matter. It's not bad to have Xiao Qing's help. After all, she is not bad and has a good figure. It's okay for us to go back. We can go shopping together. Xiao Qing smiled and agreed without hesitation. "Okay, there is a shopping mall nearby, so let's go there to have a look." Xiao Fan smiled and nodded. There are many taxis in this place, so it's not difficult to get a taxi, and he got one quickly. 10 minutes later, the car arrived at the destination, and everyone entered the mall together. Xiaoqing is a woman who is very good at chatting. When shopping, she often takes the initiative to find topics to chat with Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan is very happy to chat with her, but unlike the happy chat, Liu Xaxia doesn't talk much. It seems that she is maintaining her aloof attitude. Anyway, she only speaks a few words occasionally. When shopping, Xiao Fan's eyes have been looking at Liu Xaxia, mainly because her capital is too big. Xiaoqing's capital is not small, but compared with Liu Xaxia's, it is simply a small witch compared to a big witch. When walking, sometimes when the stride is too big, Liu Xaxia's capital will jump. It is impossible for Xiao Fan to hold back from looking at such a beautiful scenery, because he is a vulgar person, and vulgar people like this thing. Liu Xaxia actually found that Xiao Fan was always looking at her, but she didn't care, because she was used to this kind of look. Whether in school or outside, there are many people looking at her on the road, so she is not surprised that Xiao Fan stares at her. She knows very well that most men are of the same character. Even if they have money, they are almost the same. Of course, Xiaoqing also found that Xiao Fan's eyes were always on Liu Xaxia. So after chatting for a while, she changed the subject and said with a smile, "Xiao Fan, you keep looking at Xaxia like this, which is a bit of a hooligan. She has a boyfriend." "Ahem, sorry, I took a look subconsciously." Xiao Fan touched his nose. This Xiaoqing was really bold. "Hehe, just kidding, it's normal to like to look at her. I like to look at her too." Xiaoqing smiled and said, "Xaxia's figure is really good. No one can resist not looking at her. It's human nature for you to look at her." Hearing this, Xiao Fan shook his head, looked at Liu Xaxia, and asked, "Xaxia, do you really have a boyfriend?" Many women would not say that they have a boyfriend outside, especially when they meet an excellent man, so he was very curious about how Liu Xaxia would answer this question. "Well, we have been dating for a long time." Liu Xaxia nodded and did not deny it, although she was surprised that Xiao Fan was rich. But she was just surprised, and she didn't mean to throw herself into his arms, so there was no need to hide the fact that she had a boyfriend. "I'm curious about who your boyfriend is. Is he your classmate? To be your boyfriend, he must be very capable, right?" Xiao Fan was very curious about what kind of man could make Liu Xaxia so devoted. "Yes, he's my classmate. His ability is very average, just an ordinary college student." Liu Xaxia shook her head and didn't flatter her boyfriend. "No way, you're so outstanding, but your boyfriend is very ordinary?" Xiao Fan also knows a thing or two about green tea literature. "That's right, her boyfriend is actually a loser. He has no ability, a very ordinary man." Xiaoqing smiled and belittled Liu Xaxia's boyfriend, and she was not polite at all. Xiao Fan looked at Liu Xaxia. He was a little bit unconvinced. After all, Liu Xaxia was so beautiful. How could she find an ordinary man? "Xiaoqing is right. My boyfriend is very ordinary, no different from a loser." Liu Xaxia blinked her eyes, did not defend her boyfriend at all, but admitted it. Xiao Fan was speechless. He couldn't figure it out. He really couldn't figure it out. If it was true love, then Xaxia wouldn't be so exaggerated on the internet, so he really couldn't figure out why she would be with an ordinary man. Xaxia likes ordinary men, so Xiao Fan, don't try to attract her attention. She won't like you. At this time, Xiaoqing interrupted with a smile. "Yeah." Liu Xaxia nodded and agreed with this point of view. She likes ordinary men. "Okay." Xiao Fan shook his head, knowing that it would be difficult to attract Liu Xaxia's attention, so he had to give up this plan for the time being. At this time, the three of them passed by a Chanel store. Through the large window, a beautiful and exquisite bag was hanging there. The two women stopped at the same time and looked at the bag together. "Women really like bags. Xaxia, that's the latest bag. Should we go in and take a look?" Xiaoqing asked excitedly, staring at the bag. "Look at the price. It's a full 5 figures, so don't go in and take a look." Liu Xaxia calmed down a bit, but she was still staring at the bag and couldn't bear to leave. It's a woman's nature to like beautiful things, and it's hard to change this, just like men like beautiful women. Men can't walk when they see a beautiful woman, and women can't walk when they see a beautiful bag. Looking at the two people with tangled faces, Xiao Fan said, "If you want to see it, go in and take a look. No matter if you can afford it or not, just take a look first. Forget it, just take a look outside." Xiaoqing shook her head. She was still very self-aware. She couldn't afford something of this price. Liu Xaxia also nodded, with no intention of going in. "I really admire you. In this case, I'll go in and take a look. You wait for me outside." Xiao Fan walked into the store directly, without any psychological pressure at all. It was just a bag worth tens of thousands of yuan. "Why don't we go in and take a look too?" Seeing Xiao Fan go in, Xiaoqing couldn't help but speak. "Yeah." Liu Xaxia nodded and walked into the store. Now they had no psychological pressure to enter. As a fashion brand, Chanel's store decoration is very good. After Xiao Fan entered the store, he could immediately smell a faint fragrance. It should be perfume, but unfortunately he didn't understand perfume, so he didn't know what style it was. The smell was still good, quite nice. After Xiao Fan entered the store, he walked directly to the bag. Xiao Qing and Liu Shasha followed closely behind him and also walked towards the bag. Wow, the details are good. It's really very beautiful, and it feels very comfortable to touch. When she came to the bag, Xiao Qing reached out and touched it, and then sighed. Hearing this, Xiao Fan wanted to laugh. He didn't believe that this bag looked better than two women. Even if it felt like it, their skin would definitely be more tender. It's too expensive. This bag costs more than 60,000. You'd better not touch it. If you are asked to buy it, it will be difficult. Liu Shasha sighed. This feeling of liking something but not being able to buy it was very uncomfortable. If you want it, I can buy it for you. Looking at the fiery eyes of the two women, Xiao Fan smiled and said, "You only need to meet one of my small requests, and I can buy you bags." "Thank you, no need." Hearing this, Liu Shasha directly refused. She knew without thinking that Xiao Fan's small request was not simple, so she refused without hesitation. "What do you want first?" Compared with Liu Shasha's decisiveness, Xiao Qing was different. Her mentality was different from Liu Shasha's. Xiao Fan was a little disappointed to be directly rejected by Liu Shasha, but fortunately Xiao Qing did not refuse. Just when he was about to say his request, a voice suddenly rang out. "Ah! Who is this, Xiao Qing? Why are you here? Are you also here to buy bags? This is impossible." A woman wearing a suspender skirt and dressed very coquettishly came over. She looked at Xiao Qing with disdain in her eyes. Next to her stood a man in his 30s. The man's eyes kept peeping at Xiao Qing and Liu Shasha, especially at Lianxian's advantage, which made him swallow his saliva constantly, with naked desire in his eyes. "Goying, why are you here?" After seeing this woman, Xiao Qing's face was gloomy, and she looked a little unhappy. "Why can't I be here? I'm here to buy bags too." The woman said bluntly. "Who is she?" Xiao Fan frowned slightly. This woman's IQ was a little low. She started to fire at the first sight. If she were in a palace fighting drama, this kind of woman would not even be qualified to be cannon fodder. Even if there is a conflict, as long as it is not a deep hatred, you can't ridicule her right away. She is one of my classmates. Xiao Qing shook her head. Her face was not very good. Originally, she was in a good mood, but after seeing this woman, she immediately became very bad. "Classmate." Xiao Fan nodded. There is no shortage of people with brain problems in this world. If he saw such a scene in a novel, he would still feel a little cliqued, but in reality, it seems normal. Sometimes novels still need logic, but reality does not need logic at all. Reality is much more absurd than novels. "Ying Ying, are they your friends?" At this time, the man next to Guo Ying also asked. No matter Xiao Qing or Liu Shasha, they are both very beautiful girls. After seeing them, he couldn't help but want to know more. Of course, he had no interest in Xiao Fan standing next to him. He just wanted to know the situation of these two beauties. "They are my classmates, and they all have boyfriends." Guo Ying certainly understood the thoughts of the man next to her, so she emphasized the word boyfriend. "Oh." The man nodded and was not disappointed because he had a boyfriend. In his opinion, having a boyfriend was not a big deal. "When I just entered the store, I found that you were looking at this bag. Why do you want to buy this bag?" Guo Ying smiled and looked at Xiao Qing and said, "But this bag doesn't look cheap. Can you afford it? We just look at it and we don't have to buy it." Xiao Qing said expressionlessly, "It's okay to look, but I just saw you touch it. Such an expensive bag should be forbidden to touch, right?" Guo Ying continued to find things to do. She hated Xiao Qing very much. This woman had once bewitched her boyfriend. She had made her break up with her boyfriend, and she would never forget this hatred. "Xiao Qing, let's go. Don't waste time with her." Liu Shasha, who was standing next to her, held Xiao Qing's hand and told her not to be irritated and not to let the other party succeed. "Well, let's go somewhere else." Xiao Qing pursed her lips. Although she was a little unwilling, she understood the other party's purpose. It was to irritate her through ridicule, so she knew what she should do. Speaking of which, she had a good relationship with the other party before, and they could be considered best friends. However, after the other party's boyfriend saw her, he pestered her and pursued her. She had no interest in that man, but Guo Ying thought she seduced her boyfriend and hated her. Although she explained, Guo Ying didn't believe it at all. Later, Guo Ying broke up with her boyfriend and blamed her for everything. "Why should I leave? It's just a bag." Xiao Fan smiled. It was time to show off and get slapped in the face. He had to give it his all. The two women who were about to leave stopped when they heard this. They really couldn't afford this bag, but Xiao Fan was different. This was a real big boss, and it was more than enough for him to buy a bag. Xiao Fan picked up the bag casually, shook it a few times in the surprised eyes of the three women, and tested the quality. The clerk on the side was frightened, but she didn't dare to stop him. She was a discerning person, and she could see that Xiao Fan was not ordinary. The quality is not bad. After testing the quality, he looked at Guo Ying and the others and said, "Do you want this bag? If not, I will buy it." "Ahem, we won't buy it. Guo Ying doesn't need bags." The man quickly spoke up. What a joke, this bag is tens of thousands of yuan. Go Ying's face looked a little ugly, but she didn't say anything. She certainly couldn't afford such a bag. Hearing this, Xiao Fan shook his head. He was convinced. He originally thought that the other party wanted to buy it, but he said he didn't. He didn't buy it, and he used this to mock Xiaoqing. What kind of brain circuit is this? It's really surprising and puzzling. Haha, so you came here to take a look, too. Xiaoqing heard this and immediately mocked back. The reason why she just gave in was that she thought the other party would buy it. After all, Guo Ying was accompanied by a man who looked a bit powerful. She really didn't expect that the other party would not buy it. Isn't this just a fox pretending to be powerful? Do you want this bag? Xiao Fan threw the bag to Xiaoqing casually, not taking the bag worth tens of thousands of yuan seriously at all. Xiaoqing hurriedly took the bag carefully and then didn't know how to answer. This bag is not easy to hold. When hearing this, Guo Ying stared at Xiaoqing closely. If the other party really bought this bag, she would be embarrassed. So she really wanted to hear Xiaoqing say no, and at the same time hoped that the other party was just pretending and couldn't afford the bag. Can't you talk anymore? Xiao Fan looked at the other party. This was a good opportunity. With Guo Ying as an assist, chance of taking Xiaoqing down was much greater. Of course, he would not miss it. Yes. Xiaoqing understood that Xiao Fan's purpose was not simple. After all, he had just said that a small request needed to be met. She was supposed to think carefully. But looking at Guo Ying on the side, she decided not to think too much. She would first strike a blow against this woman who had been causing trouble for her and ignore the rest. Xiaoqing. Liu Shasha quickly reminded him that a bag worth tens of thousands of yuan was not so easy to handle. This was completely different from eating. I've thought about it. Xiaoqing shook her head. Her choice was also a judgment after weighing the pros and cons, or an excuse she found in her mind. Women need excuses for many behaviors. They have an anti-payback mechanism in their hearts. It is very difficult to make them break through this mechanism directly, but if they can find an excuse, then they will break through this mechanism. This time, Guo Ying's ridicule was an excuse. Everything was to fight back against Guo Ying, not anything else. Pack it up. Hearing the satisfactory answer, Xiao Fan looked at the clerk. Okay, sir, this bag is 68,000 yuan. Do you want to swipe the card or scan the code? The clerk had been prepared for a long time, so when he heard about the payment, he immediately took out the new 2-in-1 card swipe and code scan machine. Scan the code. Who would go out with a card these days? Xiao Fan took out his mobile phone and paid with the QR code. Soon the money was paid and the bag belonged to Xiaoqing. Liu Shasha on the side pursed her lips. Xiao Fan was really too decisive. Even she couldn't be calm in her heart. Thank you. Xiaoqing was happy. This bag was hers. She was extremely happy in her heart. Guo Ying stood there with a very ugly face. Looking at Xiaoqing's smug expression, her heart was extremely uncomfortable and the anger of incompetence kept rising. I have something to do. Let's go first. The man who had originally paid attention to Xiaoqing and Liu Shasha also changed his face at this moment. However, unlike Guo Ying who stayed there, he was much smarter and took Guo Ying away directly. After Guo Ying left in disgrace, Xiaoqing took the bag and said reservedly, Xiao Fan, we just met, and you gave me a bag. This is not good. Speaking of which, she and Xiao Fan only met today. She didn't recognize him at all before. When Guo Ying was here just now, she bit the bullet and asked for it. But now that he has left, she should be reserved. After all, she and Xiao Fan are really not familiar with each other. If the two have a good relationship, she will definitely not be polite, but today they really just met. Why are you being polite to me? Don't you like the style of this bag? Looking at her like that, Xiao Fan felt speechless. Women have a lot of things to do. They obviously like it, very much, but they still pretend to be. No, I like this bag very much, but we just met today, so I'm a little embarrassed. It's just a bag. What's there to be embarrassed about? Just consider it a gift from me. Don't be polite to me. Since she wants to be reserved, Xiao Fan should cooperate. After all, he is a good man. Well, thank you very much. I will treat you to seafood alone later as a return gift. Seeing Xiao Fan's cooperation, Xiaoqing breathed a sigh of relief. She was very happy in her heart. The bag was really in her hands, and her face was still there. Liu Shasha, who was standing by, saw the two people singing the same tune and her mouth twitched slightly. This pretense made her very bored. By the way, Shasha, do you want to have one too? After dealing with Xiaoqing, Xiao Fan turned his attention to Liu Shasha. This girl is indeed difficult to deal with, but what is the character of men? The more they can't get it, the more they want it. Ancient emperors were like this, and Xiao Fan was no exception. Of course, he would try it if he had the chance. Anyway, it doesn't cost much to say a word. Yes, Shasha, you should also have one. This is Chanel. Xiaoqing immediately spoke up, wanting to drag her best friend into the water. In this way, she would not be alone. She was very curious about her best friend, what she was like in bed. whether she was as cold as she is now or had a different attitude. No, there is no need to buy such an expensive bag. Liu Shasha shook her head and refused directly. She didn't like being manipulated. Okay, Xiao Fan sighed. If this Liu Shasha could talk as well as she did online, it would be very nice. Unfortunately, she was completely unmovable in real life. Although she liked bags very much, it was obviously impossible for her to do that just for bags. Shasha, you are too cold? Are you like this during live broadcasts? Xiaoqing was very disappointed. She really wanted to see what Liu Shasha would look like when she put down her cold mask. I have always been like this. Liu Shasha was silent for a few seconds, and then replied very naturally, without a single change in her expression. Hearing this, Xiao Fan wanted to laugh. This woman is really good at pretending. She is obviously obedient in the live broadcast room. However, many women nowadays are very reserved and well-behaved in real life, but they hit hard on the internet. The goal was not achieved, and Xiao Fan led the two out of the store. Then the three of them went shopping for a while. Xiao Fan bought Xiaoqing a pair of high heels, a few Balenciaga shoes, and a set of cosmetics. After buying these, they walked out of the mall and came to the square outside. I still have something to do, so I may have to leave first. Liu Shasha looked at the time and said, You are going to live broadcast, then you go first. Xiao Fan and I will go after shopping for a while. Xiaoqing nodded. Well, you should go back early too. There are some things that the three of them know very well, so there is no need to talk nonsense. Soon Liu Shasha left, leaving Xiaoqing and Xiao Fan standing in the square chatting. It's still early. Why don't we go to the movies first? Looking at the sky, Xiao Fan said with a smile. Yeah, Xiaoqing nodded. After being alone, she could relax a lot. Not long after, the two came to the cinema, bought tickets and snacks, and entered the cinema. The cinema was dark. Xiaoqing walked in front and Xiao Fan walked behind. The two walked to the couple's seat and sat down. After sitting down, Xiao Fan put the snacks away and then very naturally reached out to hug Xiaoqing's slender waist from behind, and his fingers passed through her clothes. He gently rubbed her delicate and smooth waist skin. Xiao Fan? Xiaoqing's body stiffened. She didn't expect Xiao Fan to be so direct. It really caught her off guard. After all, the two were not familiar with each other. Seeing that her body was a little stiff, Xiao Fan smiled, picked up a popcorn with his other hand, put it to her mouth, and whispered, Come, I'll feed you, dear. Open your mouth. Although it was a bit abrupt, Xiaoqing still obediently opened her mouth and ate the popcorn. But at this time, Xiao Fan's fingers suddenly pinched her sweet tongue and then gently played with it. The originally stiff body softened immediately, and Xiao Fan took the opportunity to use his strength to hug her into his arms, taking advantage of her with both hands. Xiaoqing was powerless to resist, so she could only hug Xiao Fan's neck with both hands, look at the movie, and ignore other things. Xiao Fan played with her tongue, then turned her head and kissed her lips gently. Xiaoqing had already been moved, so she cooperated very well and kissed her wetly. The movie they were watching was a love movie, so basically there were two people watching it. However, although it was a combination of two people, there were two situations. One was intimate like Xiao Fan. The other was to watch the movie calmly. In this case, they were basically still in the pursuit stage. Although the man was itchy, he didn't dare to do it. A movie lasted for an hour and a half. When the time was up, Xiao Fan hugged Xiaoqing and walked out of the cinema. After a movie, the relationship between the two people was much better. In addition to getting to know each other deeply, they had already known each other a lot in other aspects. Shall we go to eat first, or? Outside the cinema, looking at Xiaoqing, whose face was flushed in his arms, Xiao Fan asked with a smirk. I'm not hungry. Xiaoqing's eyes were a little blurry. She was in no mood to eat now, but she was still reserved. Then let's go eat first. I feel a little hungry. Xiao Fan smiled. In fact, he was not feeling well either. But he was just playing. You, Xiaoqing pouted. This man knew what she wanted, but he wanted to eat. He was teasing her on purpose. Thinking of this, she was very angry, so she opened her mouth and bit Xiao Fan's shoulder fiercely. Hiss, it hurts. Why are you biting me? Xiao Fan didn't expect this woman to be so fierce and bite directly. Xiaoqing didn't say anything and continued to increase her strength. She was very dissatisfied with this answer. It was already so late, and she was still eating first. No, let's go to that. Xiao Fan had no choice but to change his words. Hearing this, Xiaoqing relaxed a little, but still didn't open her mouth. Buzz, buzz, buzz! In the noisy room, the sound of a mobile phone vibrating suddenly appeared. It seems that your cell phone is ringing? Xiao Fan hugged Xiaoqing's slender waist and looked at the coffee table beside him, where clothes were placed. Don't worry about it. Xiaoqing wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, That's fine. Since no one cares, Xiao Fan certainly doesn't care. The two continued to chat and communicate. After a minute, the phone stopped vibrating, but soon it vibrated again. Xiao Fan stopped what he was doing and frowned slightly. Maybe someone has something urgent to do with you. Why don't you answer it? No. Xiao Qing had already guessed who was calling, so she didn't want to answer it at all. After another minute, the phone stopped vibrating again, but it vibrated again very quickly. It was obvious that the caller was a little unwilling. You'd better answer it. Maybe there's something wrong. Xiao Fan suggested that he didn't mind Xiao Qing answering the phone. Xiao Qing had no choice but to slowly crawl to the head of the bed, take her cell phone and answer the call. Baby, what's the matter? Why do you keep calling me? Xiao Qing was actually very impatient, but she still controlled herself and didn't lose her temper. Xiao Qing, have you returned to school? The man on the other end of the phone asked very gently. Well, not yet. I'll be back in a while. What's the matter? Xiao Qing answered in a low voice. It's getting late. Let's go back to school early. It's hard to get a taxi later. Well, I know. Thank you for your concern, but I'm out with my friends and may be back later. Okay, be safe. Send me a message if you have anything. Well, I'll hang up first. When I get back to school, I'll send you a message to let you know I'm safe. Xiao Qing was already a little overwhelmed and wanted to hang up the phone early. Wait a minute. How about we go shopping tomorrow? Didn't you like a set of clothes last time? Let's go buy it tomorrow? Hearing this, Xiao Qing had no choice but to turn around and look at Xiao Fan with pleading eyes, asking him not to go too far. Xiao Fan smiled and nodded gently to show his agreement. He was a very considerate and kind person. Seeing this, Xiao Qing breathed a sigh of relief and then said to the phone, We can go shopping, but that dress is very expensive. We can't afford it. Let's not buy it. I don't like it either. Impossible. You obviously like that dress very much. You are worried about the money. The man's voice came from the microphone. You don't have to worry about the money. I am paid by a part-time job, so I can afford it. But this is not good. You worked hard to earn money, and you bought me a dress. I feel a little embarrassed. Xiao Qing wiped the sweat from her forehead and said in a low voice, Why are you being polite to me? I earn money for you to spend. Isn't that a very normal thing? Otherwise, why would I make money? The man seemed very proud, with a sense of pride in his voice. Okay, just this once. It won't happen again. Also, don't work part-time. There's no need to be so tired. You should still play when you need to play. Xiao Qing said very gently, Look at your friends. They play games in the dormitory when they are free, and you work part-time alone. This makes others think that I am the kind of vain woman. I volunteer to make money. It's none of your business. I don't like playing games. You know it. Tell me who said that to you, and I will explain it to them. It's better not to go. I will feel bad when I see you working part-time. You should have fun in college. Then I will listen to you and not work part-time for the time being. Listening to Xiao Qing's gentle words, the man's mouth corners rose. He was very proud to have such a good girlfriend. Well, is there anything else? If not, I'll hang up first. One more thing. What time do we leave tomorrow? The man's voice was cheerful. Hearing this, Xiao Qing was about to answer, but she felt something was wrong at this time and quickly covered her mouth. Xiao Qing, why don't you talk? After more than half a minute without a reply, the man was a little puzzled, so he asked, hurriedly. Xiao Qing reached out and clicked the mute button next to the red button, and then released the hand covering her mouth. Xiao Qing, can you hear it? The man's voice came again. Xiao Qing looked a little anxious, but she didn't turn off the mute. The current situation did not allow it, so she could only do it this way for now. 2 minutes later, the other party hung up the phone and called again, but this time Xiao Qing didn't answer. After 5 minutes, when Xiao Qing fell weakly on the soft big bed, she answered the phone that had been vibrating. Hello, baby, sorry, the signal was not good just now. Xiao Qing was a little weak, but her tone was still gentle. You scared me. I thought you were in trouble, but fortunately it was a bad signal. The man breathed a sigh of relief. There's nothing I can do. The phone is too old and often has a bad signal problem. Xiao Qing said, That won't do. I'll go work part-time to get you a new phone. Otherwise, really worried. Hearing this, the man quickly spoke up. Forget it. It's fine as long as it works. Phones aren't cheap these days. Xiao Qing gently refused. That won't do. You have to listen to me on this matter. You have to change your phone first. I'll buy it for you first. The man insisted. Well, okay, I'll listen to you, but where do you get the money? Phones now cost 5,000 or 6,000. How about I go work part-time too? Xiao Qing lowered her head and took a bite of fruit, then said gently, No, how can you go work part-time? You can just wait. Your man will have his own way. The man was very fond of this, so even though the phone was a little expensive, he still gritted his teeth and answered. But I feel a little bad that you go work part-time and buy me a phone by yourself. Xiao Qing licked the corner of her mouth with her tongue and said in a low voice, I'm your boyfriend, not a stranger. What's there to be sorry about? What kind of phone do you like? Apple? The man was very proud. His girlfriend's thoughtfulness filled him with strength. No, Apple. Now we support domestic products. You can buy whatever you like. I like whatever you buy. Xiao Qing said with a smile. Okay, I got it. By the way, when and what will we meet tomorrow? The man asked with a smile. Let's go to the old place at 12 o'clock. You know I can't get up in the morning, so I'll meet later. Is that okay? Xiaoqing thought for a moment, then asked. Well, sure. Go ahead, the man said. Bye, baby. Xiaoqing hung up the phone with a smile. After dropping the phone, she patted Xiao Fan and muttered, You are so mean. After Xiang Yu put down the phone, he quickly looked at his roommates and said, Brothers, do you have money? Lend me some money. Fourth brother, didn't you just get paid? Why are you borrowing money again? Did something happen to you? The eldest brother of the dormitory asked in confusion. He knew that Xiang Yu worked part-time when he had time. It was enough originally, but Xiaoqing's phone is not working, so I want to change her phone. Xiang Yu smiled embarrassedly. Change Xiaoqing's phone? Xiaoqing shouldn't be that kind of girl, right? The second brother looked over curiously and said, Xiaoqing asked you to change her phone? That's impossible, right? It should be the fourth brother who made the decision. The third brother shook his head and said, Xiaoqing is such a kind and considerate girl. How could she let others change her phone? It was indeed my own decision. Xiaoqing's phone signal was not good, and I thought it would be better to change her phone. Xiang Yu said, Xiaoqing won't agree. She feels bad for you. She can't bear to let you go out to work part-time. Mobile phones are so expensive now. How long will you work part-time? The eldest brother's tone revealed envy. They were in the same class with Xiaoqing, and they knew each other's temper very well. It doesn't matter whether she agrees or not. I'm a man. I have the final say. Speaking of this, Xiang Yu's back straightened up. Seeing his proud look, the third brother cursed. Damn it! How could Xiaoqing like you? I'm really convinced. Among the goddesses, Xiaoqing is the most gentle, considerate, and understanding I have ever met. Fourth brother, I really envy you. The second brother also sighed, with envy on his face. You can envy it. Hurry up and call out the money. I will exchange it with you when I make money. Xiang Yu was proud. Men always like to show off their women. The better the woman, the prouder they are. I still have 1,000 here. I'll transfer it to you. Don't rush to return it to me. The eldest brother sighed and said, Fourth brother, don't be obsessed with making money from part-time jobs. There are many men in our school who are interested in Xiaoqing. You'd better spend more time with her. Speaking of this, I remembered that Xiaoqing came to the dormitory to find you several times this month, but you went to work part-time. I'm really impressed. The second brother also said, Fourth brother, you should be careful not to be poached. The third brother also reminded, Your worries are unnecessary. Xiaoqing only deals with beautiful women like Liu Shasha. Other men don't have a chance. Xiang Yu shook his head very indifferently. He had great faith in his girlfriend. On the other side, Xiao Fan spit out the grape pits and said with a smile, From your tone, I can tell that you like your boyfriend very much. You two should have a very good relationship, right? Yes, my boyfriend and I have known each other since high school, and we have always had a good relationship. Xiaoqing lazily lay in Xiao Fan's arms, squinting her eyes and resting. If that's the case, then why did you agree to my request? Isn't that unfair to him? Xiao Fan asked curiously. Really? I love him. I love him very much, and I haven't cheated on him emotionally, so I'm not unfair to him, right? Xiaoqing shook her head, opened her eyes and looked at Xiao Fan, saying, Actually, I'm very serious, but who made you look so beautiful, and you bought me a bag, so I'm like this. Your excuse really makes me admire you, but I believe you are serious. Xiao Fan could feel whether someone was serious or not, so he believed it. This is not an excuse, but a fact. Anyway, I think I am very worthy of my boyfriend. Xiaoqing said very seriously. Okay, you win. There was no need to argue about this question. Xiao Fan took a step back and changed the topic, asking, You said you and your boyfriend have been together for a long time, then why are you still so serious? Is your boyfriend not good? Alas, 2 minutes is the longest time for him. Speaking of this, Xiaoqing was very helpless. She couldn't figure out why her boyfriend was so fast. So that's it, I thought. Hearing this, Xiao Fan suddenly realized that if this was the case, then it would be very clear. Okay, it's getting late. I have to go back. Let's make an appointment another day. Xiaoqing smiled, picked up her clothes and put them on. Xiao Fan didn't stop her. This woman was different from those women. When he enjoyed the other person was also enjoying him. So if the other person wanted to leave, he couldn't stop her. Looking at Xiaoqing, who was dressed, Xiao Fan picked up his mobile phone and sent her a bubbly. After seeing it, Xiaoqing smiled and said, Why, is it my nutrition fee? I guess so, goodbye. Xiao Fan smiled, got up and walked towards the bathroom. He was going to take a bath. He had just been doing more than 2 hours, and the amount of exercise was a bit large. Xiaoqing took a look at the luxuriously decorated house, picked up her bag and left very neatly, without any hesitation. She coveted Xiao Fan's money, but not much. She coveted his sexiness more, especially after they competed and communicated with each other. She felt that she liked his body more, which was why she said she would make an appointment next time. After Xiao Fan finished his bath, he changed the wet sheets and opened the live broadcast app to see if Lu Shasha had started the live broadcast. He opened her homepage, but unfortunately she hadn't started the live broadcast yet. There was no way. Xiao Fan could only click on other anchors. He hadn't been to Lu Yixuan's live broadcast room today, so he clicked in. With the announcement of the Honorable Emperor, Lu Yixuan was the first to notice Xiao Fan's arrival. She immediately stopped chatting with the audience and said with a smile, "Welcome my brother Dun to the live broadcast room. Brother Dun, you came so late today. I thought you were not coming." Many people in the live broadcast room knew Xiao Fan, so they immediately sent comments to welcome him. "Had something to do today, so I came a little late." Xiao Fan smiled and sent comments. "Are you fascinated by other beautiful girls and forgot to come and see me?" Lu Yixuan said with a smile. "You guessed it right. You were indeed entangled by other girls." Xiao Fan did not hide it and said honestly, 666, Big Brother is worthy of being a big brother. He has no shortage of women. I envy Big Brother's 10th day. I am really curious about what Big Brother's life is like. Look, the host girl's face seems to have changed a little. Is she angry? Really, the host girl is a little unhappy. There are many comments in the live broadcast room. In addition to some nonsense, there are still many interesting comments. Can't you just lie to me? You have to tell the truth. Lu Yixuan said with resentment. Women like to fantasize. How could Lu Yixuan not have fantasies about Xiao Fan, the man who took away her most precious things? If the other party was a middle-aged, greasy man, perhaps she would have forgotten what happened that night. But the other party was a man younger than her, grown up and handsome. How could she forget it? In addition, after that day, this man came to her live broadcast room almost every day to give her rewards, so her heart must have changed. If Xiao Fan proposed to be her boyfriend, she would probably not refuse. So after hearing the news about Xiao Fan and other young ladies, she must have felt bad. Of course, she didn't dare to blame the other party, so she could only speak with resentment, hoping that the other party could understand her thoughts. Xiao Fan could actually see the resentment in her eyes, but he didn't want to withdraw from this topic. If possible, it's not impossible to support Lu Yixuan, but the time is not right now, so he needs to wait. He deliberately avoided the question and sent a barrage saying, "Host, I want to see you do push-ups. Can you show me?" "Sure. Do you need me to do it now?" Not getting a satisfactory reply, Lu Yixuan felt even more resentful, but she didn't dare to show it, so she could only follow the other party's meaning. In fact, she also understood that given the other party's situation, there was indeed no shortage of women. He had other women that he couldn't avoid at all. She just needed an explanation, even if it was a lie to her. As long as he said it, she would believe it. But the other party couldn't give her such a simple request, which made her very helpless. "Okay, let's start." Xiao Fan smiled. He now had enough women, so he was not in a hurry to have sex with Lu Yixuan, and could slowly wait for the other party. Looking at this barrage, Lu Yixuan gritted her teeth, stood up, took a few steps back, and after coming to an open place, she squatted down and slowly started to do push-ups. It's hard to say whether push-ups are difficult or simple. Many men find it difficult to do 10 standard push-ups, but non-standard ones are actually not very tiring. Xiao Fan didn't expect Lu Yixuan to do a standard push-up, but after seeing her push-ups, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. This was no longer a push-up. Others do push-ups with their arms bent, but Lu Yixuan's belly went up and down with her arms straight without any bending at all. Fuck, what is this? Are the push-ups I learned fake? I really want to be that floor. I really envy that floor. Forgive me, I really couldn't help it, so I laughed. It overturned my concept of push-ups. I'm really speechless. After seeing Lu Yixuan's push-ups, the audience couldn't help but start to complain. Of course, Lu Yixuan didn't know about this. After she finished 10 floor-pressing movements, she stood up very happily. "How was it? Did I do well?" After sitting down, she asked with a smile. She wanted to get the audience's affirmation, as well as Xiao Fan's affirmation. However, when she saw the comments in the live broadcast room, her face changed, and she instantly turned red with embarrassment. "Ahem, it's pretty good. I have something to do and I'm leaving first." Xiao Fan had nothing to say. He gave Xiaohuo a reward and then slipped away. Today's goal had been achieved and there was no need to stay. Large shield machine gives anchor Chen. After seeing Xiaohuo, Lu Yixuan, who was originally guilty, regained her smile on her face. She was just about to thank Xiao Fan, but found that he had left. This made her very resentful. She bit her lips and felt a little aggrieved. She had only been in her live broadcast room for less than 10 minutes today and left. What does this mean? Did he really treat giving her a reward as a task? He didn't even think about watching for a while? Looking at the lively situation in the live broadcast room, she couldn't be happy, so she picked up her phone and sent a message. "Brother, I want to treat you to seafood. Do you have time tomorrow?" I'm very busy these days. I guess I can't have dinner with you. Let's talk about it when I'm free. Soon there was a reply to the message. When she saw the reply, Lu Yixuan's strength seemed to be drained. She had always been very confident in front of other men, but when facing Xiao Fan, her only bargaining chip was her body. But now her bargaining chip was completely useless. Others did not covet her bargaining chips, which made her feel powerless instantly. People only have various emotions when they have ideas. It is obvious that Lu Yixuan has ideas about Xiao Fan. That's why her emotions are so complicated. She wants to be with Xiao Fan, but she can't see her own advantages. Now her biggest trump card has also been rejected, and she really doesn't know what to do. Of course, Xiao Fan's thoughts are definitely not that complicated. After exiting the live broadcast room, he put this matter out of his mind. Clicking on the follow list, he took a look and found that Liu Shasha had already started the live broadcast, so he clicked in. I'm sorry, because of something tonight, the live broadcast is a little late. I apologize to everyone. Liu Shasha had just started the live broadcast, and when the audience asked her why she was late, she quickly explained. After explaining, she saw Xiao Fan enter the live broadcast room, so she hurriedly welcomed him. Welcome, my brother Dun, to my live broadcast room. You came as soon as I started the live broadcast. Shasha is very happy. My dear daughter, why are you late today? Do you need to give Dad an explanation? And what did you call Dad just now? Xiao Fan smiled and sent a barrage. Oh, Dad, I was wrong. I just started the live broadcast and called the wrong name. As for why I was late, didn't I explain it to you in a private message? Don't be angry. Forgive your daughter, okay? Liu Shasha apologized in the live broadcast room with a pitiful face, which was completely different from her cold and arrogant appearance outside. Looking at the sincere attitude of the local, Xiao Fan couldn't help but fantasize that if she could be so well-behaved in reality, it would be great. If that were the case, there would be 3 people chatting tonight, instead of him and Xiao Qing chatting alone. Large shield machine gives anchor superfire 10. Thinking of this, he gave 10 superfires and then sent a barrage to ask, the anchor looks delicate. Is she like this in real life? I'm very curious about what the anchor looks like in real life. Hey, thank you, Dad, for the 10 superfires. Dad, you are really amazing. I can't handle your output. After seeing the gift, Liu Shasha thanked him first, and then smiled and answered the question. Dad, I am very cold in real life. If I meet you in real life, I will ignore you. Really? I drive a luxury car, and you don't ignore me? Xiao Fan continued to send barrages. Hey, of course I call it performing on the internet, and I call it life in real life. The two are different, Liu Shasha said with a smile. I don't believe it. The anchor is so open online. She is definitely not conservative in real life. 1+, I feel that the anchor is bragging. In real life, she will definitely ask for the contact information of the big brother as soon as she sees him. The anchor really lies without hesitation. I really admire him. Haha, anyway, I don't believe it. Do you believe it? Almost all the audience didn't believe what Liu Shasha said, so the barrage was basically joking. In response, Liu Shasha just smiled and didn't deliberately explain anything. In her eyes, these ordinary audiences are losers. In real life, she is tired of looking at such losers. Even if this is online, she will ignore her if she can. Xiao Fan believes what Liu Shasha said. After all, he just met her in real life. She is really aloof. Even he can't do anything to her. Fortunately, this is on the internet, and his words are still very useful, so he posted a barrage. I believe what you say, but I am very unhappy now. Please send me some cool photos to relieve my mood, otherwise I will be angry. Seeing this barrage, Liu Shasha smiled and said calmly, Dad, what cool photos do you want to see? Bikinis or something else? I can send them to you. As soon as these words came out, the audience in the live broadcast room immediately exploded. Damn, host, I want to watch it too. I'll give you a rocket. How about you send me one too? It's hard to imagine that a bikini can really cover such a big thing. I'm very curious. Oh my god, this is the welfare of the top brother on the list. I'm jealous, very jealous. Host, please show it to our audience too. We want to see it too. Host, you should be clean and don't send random photos or anything. There were so many comments that it took off. Liu Shasha smiled at the dense comments, and her hands were not slow. She had already sent Xiao Fan several very classic photos. She understood the importance of her big brother very well, so she served him very well. It was just a cool photo. Bailey Feixiang rewards anchor with rockets 1. At this time, someone couldn't help but reward with rockets, and then sent a barrage to ask, Anchor, can I ask what the conditions are for adding WeChat? Liu Fengshan rewards anchor super hot. Also, how can anchor add WeChat? Can you tell me the conditions? Liu Shasha's openness finally made some old perverts unable to resist. They all wanted to see the cool photos. Thank you for the gifts from the 2 bosses. Anchors don't add WeChat, so bosses don't ask. Liu Shasha never liked to serve people. Serving a big brother was her limit, so she refused without hesitation. As long as Xiao Fan could always protect her, she didn't plan to add anyone else. Her purpose was indeed to make money, but giving up dignity once for making money was her limit. She couldn't do it to make more money and kowtow to more people. Moreover, Xiao Fan was very strong. She didn't think these people would give more rewards than Xiao Fan, so she didn't seem to feel pressured to refuse. These words made the two old perverts dumbfounded. They were originally fantasizing about cool photos, but in the end, the other party didn't even add WeChat. Faced with this situation, Bai Li Feixiang fell into silence, watching the live broadcast silently, and stopped posting barrages. In contrast, Liu Fengshan didn't want to leave it at that, so he posted a barrage and said, "How about 10 super hots? Broadcaster, I reward 10 super hots, and we will add 1 WeChat." Faced with such a request, if it were other broadcasters, they would agree. Unfortunately, Liu Shasha is not that kind of person, so she smiled and refused without any hesitation. Liu Shun was speechless. 10 super hots are a full 20,000 soft girls, and this can't make the broadcaster let go, so he had nothing to say. "Dad, did your good daughter behave well?" After refusing, Liu Shasha smiled and asked Xiao Fan for credit. Xiao Fan was not actually watching the live broadcast, but looking at the cool photos. The photos Liu Shasha posted were very exciting. She was wearing clothes in every photo, but not too much. The vagueness was very tempting, and combined with various poses, it was even more tempting. There was one photo in particular. Although the core was not visible, the pink outside was already exposed. The pink color really made people dry their mouths. After he finished looking at the photos, he happened to see the other party trying to take credit, so he couldn't help but send a barrage and asked, "What happened just now? I didn't pay attention. Can anyone explain it?" "Oh my God, Big Brother said he was not here just now. Did Big Brother really go to see the photos? No way. Isn't the anchor kidding? I collapsed. I'm very curious. Big Brother, why don't you share it so that we ordinary people can also see it?" I guess Big Brother was just looking at the photos posted by the anchor, so he didn't know the situation. Oh my God. Photos, we want to see the photos. The barrage immediately became angry. The smart audience found the problem at the first time. Looking at the barrage full of screen, Liu Shasha ignored it directly and cried to Xiao Fan with grievance. "Dad, just now there were bad guys trying to take advantage of your daughter. They even wanted to add my WeChat. I was really scared." Hearing this, Xiao Fan looked at the VIP seats again and understood that someone was trying to take advantage of Liu Shasha. This is a very normal thing to say. After all, Liu Shasha is beautiful, and her thing is so big, no man would not like it. But looking at her, she refused directly, which made him very curious. After all, no female anchor would complain about the small gifts. Just adding a WeChat, you can receive super fire. Can you refuse such a thing? When he thought of her openness when chatting with him privately, he was a little unconvinced. After all, the other party was really open during private chats. If he wanted photos, she would send them. Except for the most private places, all other places were for him to see. That's why he was a little unconvinced, but considering her aloofness in reality in that pink photo. Xiao Fan chose to believe it temporarily, so he sent a barrage. "Good daughter, you are really good. Come on, Daddy will give you a big one." Large shield machine gives anchor super rockets. After sending the barrage, Xiao Fan sent out super fire without hesitation. For now, this woman is worth so much reward. Hey, thank you for your reward, Daddy. He gives me as many gifts as ever, so many that I can't save them all. Liu Shasha thanked him happily. Although she didn't like to serve others, this big brother was really generous. If she could serve him well, she would not have to worry about food and clothing, so she accepted it reluctantly. After Xiao Fan left, Liu Yixuan was absent-minded in her live broadcast. Especially after seeing the announcement on the platform, her already bad mood became even worse. The announcement just now, wasn't it, brother done? He is giving rewards to other anchors. I took a look. There are 2 announcements in total. One for 10 super hot and one for 20 super hot. 30 super hot, 60,000 soft girls, and they are giving rewards to other anchors? Anchor, you have to work harder, otherwise your big brother will be fleeced. I think the anchor is numb. Look at her expression. There are many comments in the live broadcast room, but Liu Yixuan was not in the mood to watch. She felt very complicated at the moment. She originally thought that Xiao Fan came to her live broadcast room every day and took her virginity. He must be interested in her, but she had just offered seafood and was ruthlessly rejected. Now he is going to other anchors' live broadcast rooms to give rewards. What does this mean? Does he completely ignore her? Looking at the other person's photo on her phone, she bit her lip and couldn't help asking herself, what does this man want? He obviously provoked me, and now he is playing this trick with her. What should she do? There was another person who was in a similar mood to her. That was Lin Xiyu, the first person Xiao Fan met. She was originally chatting with the audience, but the sudden platform announcement made her fall into silence. The 30 super hot announcements made her breathe a little. The old audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but send barrages. Brother Dunn is really rich. Every day I see him giving gifts to other anchors. What a pity. Ha ha! Another 60,000 soft girl. It's a pity that these gifts are not for the anchor. Speaking of which, Brother Dunn hasn't come to the live broadcast room for a long time, right? I don't know how the anchor made Brother Dunn angry. Originally, these gifts should have been hers. The anchor must be regretting to death such a sponsor has been lost. Lin Xiu can feel distressed every day. She can see Xiao Fan's announcements every day. This guy really gives away super fire every day. His strength is not ordinary. She is really regretting her original rejection. She is thinking that if she hadn't refused, then these gifts might be hers. At the same time, in another place. Damn, this bastard. Looking at the well-behaved appearance of his girlfriend in the live broadcast room, Qin Pengfei's face was extremely ugly. Although it was just a verbal behavior, he still felt very uncomfortable when he heard it. That was his girlfriend, but she kept calling other men dad. He really couldn't accept it. Especially when he heard that his girlfriend was going to send cool photos to the other party, he almost jumped up. He knew very well how cool those photos were. Even if he wanted to see them, he needed permission. And he couldn't save them himself, but his girlfriend wanted to send them to a strange man. How could he bear it? He quickly picked up his phone and sent a message to his girlfriend. Shasha, don't send photos randomly. The other party is not a good person. What are you talking about? Why don't I understand? In the live broadcast room, Liu Shasha became casual after sending Xiao Fan away. When she saw the message on her phone, she picked it up and took a look, and then replied to the message. Didn't you say you wanted to send photos to that idiot Bangy? Don't send them randomly. The other party is not a good person. Seeing the message from his girlfriend, Qin Pengfei quickly replied. But after sending the message, he immediately felt something was wrong, and cold sweat broke out instantly. Are you spying on me? This was a voice reply. When he clicked on the voice, Qin Pengfei trembled all over. His girlfriend hated being watched, and he had just committed a big mistake. No, I happened to be in your live broadcast room and happened to hear you say that, so I'm reminding you. Qin Pengfei typed a reply tremblingly. Do you think I'm such a stupid person? I was just joking, but you took it seriously. What do you mean? Liu Shasha asked in a cold tone. I really didn't, Queen. You are so wise. It's my brain that has a problem. It's my problem. Qin Pengfei explained very nervously. If he couldn't explain it clearly today, he would feel uncomfortable. Haha, you stupid pig. Don't use your thinking logic to ask him for me. Forget it this time, but there will be a next time. Liu Shasha was very satisfied with her boyfriend's servility. This was the right way. I know, Queen. I won't dare to. Do it again. Qin Pengfei breathed a sigh of relief. His girlfriend was in a good mood today, which saved him from a disaster. Okay, I won't chat with you anymore. It's a waste of time. After exiting the chat box, Liu Shasha looked at the length of the live broadcast and then ended it. After turning off the camera, she jumped onto the bed and immediately sent a message to Xiao Fan. Dad, are you asleep? Do you need your good daughter to chat with you? On the other side, Xiao Fan was bored. After seeing the message, he replied immediately. I haven't slept yet. Now I just want to hold you down and teach you a lesson. Hey, you are angry about the photo I gave you, right? You can use the fifth girl to solve it. The fifth girl is harmful to the body. Dad still hopes that your daughter can help me solve it. What do you think? Hey, no, I won't meet you. Men are lustful. You will eat me up when the time comes. I can't let my boyfriend down. Dad, you should find someone else. By the way, you have a boyfriend. Why send me such photos? Aren't you afraid that he will be jealous? And calling me dad, isn't he angry at all? Xiao Fan was very curious about this question. Of course I'll be angry, so I secretly sent the photo. As for calling him dad, he has given me so many gifts, so he has no right to object. In that case, can't we meet secretly? Dad really wants to see you, my dear daughter. No, there is no impenetrable wall in the world. He will know about our meeting sooner or later, so it's better not to meet. And after we really meet, you will definitely want to touch me. I'm very scared. Dad is a gentleman. How could he touch you, daughter? You can rest assured. Forget it. We can have a video call, which is almost the same as meeting in person. Video calls are boring, just like watching live broadcasts, very boring. Xiao Fan still wanted to meet Liu Shasha in real life, but unfortunately she was determined. It's different, Dad. Let's have a call first. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. The next morning, Xiao Fan was awakened by the ringing of his mobile phone. He picked it up and found that it was Liu Shasha calling. This woman seduced him all night when she was video chatting with him yesterday, and now she called him again. It really made him speechless. It was really uncomfortable to see but not eat. Dad, the sun is shining on your butt. Get up quickly. By the way, are your sheets wet? After the call was connected, her charming voice came out from the microphone. My dear daughter, Just try your best to find something to do. Don't give Dad a chance, otherwise you can't get out of bed. Haha, that also requires Dad to have a chance. Unfortunately, I won't meet Dad. Bye. Xiao Fan was speechless. This woman was really arrogant, but he really had no choice. She didn't want to, and he couldn't force her. Looking at his brother who had just stood up, he shook his head, helplessly, and prepared to wash up first. At this time, the phone rang again. When he picked it up, it was a video sent by Liu Shasha, a video playback of last night. Xiao Fan, who was already angry, was so uncomfortable after seeing this video. There was no choice but to prepare to take a cold shower. But just when he stood up, he suddenly heard footsteps. He was the only one at home. How could there be footsteps unless someone else came? Fan, I brought you breakfast. The door was quickly pushed open, and Yu Shuwen walked into the room with a smile on her face. She was dressed very simply today, with a t-shirt on the upper body and a pleated skirt on the lower body. She wore sandals on her feet and painted her toes with shiny nail polish, which looked very fresh. Put down the breakfast first. Come here. Seeing Yu Shuwen, Xiao Fan found something to save his life. Yu Shuwen blinked, looked at Xiao Fan's stomach, and understood what she meant. So she put the breakfast aside, walked over quickly, and then half-crouched on the ground. It was a little after 11 o'clock in the morning, and Xiao Fan was sitting in the living room watching Douyin. Yu Shuwen was busy in the kitchen in her pajamas. After dinner, Xiao Fan sat on the sofa and Yu Shuwen lay in his arms. I will have something to do later. If you don't go back to school, stay at home alone. Xiao Fan said vaguely while eating grapes. Fan, can you take me with you? I'm so bored alone. Yu Shuwen put her arms around Xiao Fan's neck and said pitifully, To meet other women? Are you sure you want to follow me? Xiao Fan smiled and said. Yu Shuwen's face changed. This was the question she didn't want to face the most, but she couldn't escape this question. I listen to you. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Yu Shuwen pursed her lips and said softly, Aren't you angry? The woman I met is very beautiful, and we have a good relationship. Xiao Fan continued to stimulate her to see if she would be angry. It's normal to have good friends. What's there to be angry about? Yu Shuwen said. You're so good. Then I'm leaving. Call me if you have anything. Xiao Fan smiled. This answer was not bad. He would have many women in the future, so those who could stay by his side must accept her. Yu Shuwen lay on the sofa and watched Xiao Fan leave. After the door was closed, she showed an unhappy look on her face. This man is really too bad. He has to provoke her. Next time, she will take revenge and bite his brother hard to make him feel the pain. Just when Yu Shuwen was thinking about how to take revenge on Xiao Fan, the big bad guy, her cell phone suddenly rang. She picked it up and found that it was a call from home, so she quickly answered the phone. Hello, Mom. Why are you calling me? Is there anything wrong at home? Xiao Wen, it's like this. Mom will go to your place in a while. Please help me find a cheaper house so that it will be easier to rent. A very gentle voice came out of the microphone. Mom, are you coming to Hangzhou to work? Is Dad coming? Hearing this, Yu Shuwen was stunned for a moment and then asked quickly, How can your father come here when he works in a public institution? I'm here alone. I'll find a job first and take care of my old illness. Oh, then I'll take a look. If there's a house with a good location, I'll rent it first. It doesn't have to be in a very good location. Places with good locations in big cities are expensive. Cheaper places will do. How can that be? Dad will definitely blame me if I let you live in a bad place. You're saying that. Your dad can't bear to blame you. By the way, are you doing well in school? Do you have a boyfriend? Mom, what are you talking about? University should focus on academics. Yu Shuwen blushed. If her mother knew that her daughter was kneeling on the ground, she couldn't imagine whether her mother would explode. You're already in college. It's okay to fall in love, but you have to be discerning and don't look for men with no future. Don't worry, your daughter's vision can't be bad. I don't like ordinary people. Speaking of this, Yu Shuwen couldn't help but touch the sofa under her. This man was not ordinary. You said you're not in a relationship, but from your tone, this man is extraordinary, very talented, or very rich. The mother's tone was a little teasing. Mom, how could you trick me, really? At this time, Yu Shuwen also reacted and her face turned red. Ha ha ha, my dear daughter, come and tell me, have you and that man reached that point? Have you had sex? The mother smiled and then asked in a low voice. That's not so fast, we just met. Yu Shuwen had no choice but to say that they just met. As for having sex, she would definitely not say it. That's good. Girls should keep themselves clean and never confess themselves easily. I know. Okay, I have something else to do. I'll hang up first. After hanging up the phone, Yu Shuwen's face showed sadness. If her mother came, she would definitely meet Xiao Fan. But in their relationship, she didn't play a dominant role. What should she do? In the evening, I strolled outside for a day. Xiao Fan drove back home. Yu Shuwen had already left at this time. After a simple shower, he turned on his phone and watched the live broadcast. Lu Yixuan's sister had sent him a message early asking him to watch the live broadcast. He estimated that the time was about the same, so he planned to meet tonight to talk about some sensitive things. Entering Lu Yixuan's live broadcast room, Xiao Fan found that she was actually playing PK. Her opponent was a girl named Qian, who was as beautiful as her. Now Xiao Fan became interested, so he watched the two of them PK quietly. At this moment, the difference in the PK value between the two was not big. They were probably gifts worth hundreds of yuan, and it was difficult to tell the winner for a while. Unless a big brother appears, it is estimated that it can only be a 50-50 match. At this time, Qian's PK value suddenly rose and someone gave her a super fire reward. Qian smiled and thanked her, and then said to Lu Yixuan, "Yixuan, it seems that I won this round. It's just a PK, so I won. There's nothing to be proud of." Lu Yixuan pouted. Although she was a little unwilling, it was normal that she couldn't win because her brother hadn't come yet. Looking at the stubborn Lu Yixuan, Xiao Fan smiled and shook his head. This girl was stubborn all over, a typical face-saving person. It was very difficult to make her surrender. Sometimes, she couldn't stand it, but she forced herself not to say anything, which made her look a little cute. Seeing the look of wanting to win in her eyes, Xiao Fan could only open the gift list and give her super fire. Large shield machine gives the anchor, super fire 10. With the 10 super fires given out, Lu Yixuan's PK value immediately crushed Qian. Qian, who had a smile on her face, froze. The stubborn Lu Yixuan was stunned for a moment, and then a smug look appeared on her face. "Oh, the anchor's big brother is here. This one shot is 10 super fires. There is no suspense. Another 10 super hits. I'm a little numb. It's really too exaggerated. This big guy is really rich. He gives so many tips every day. He doesn't even think of money." Look at the host's smug face. He just said winning or losing is not important, but now he is so proud. Women, the speed of changing their faces is really exaggerated. It's just like my girlfriend. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room continued to rise. Most of the audience knew Xiao Fan. Yixuan, you are cheating. You said you can't call me big brother. You asked big brother to give you 10 super hits. What's the big deal? You can't afford it." Qian spoke faintly, with envy in his eyes. "I didn't call my brother. I didn't know my brother was here until he gave me a tip. You can't blame me for this." Lu Yixuan was beaming with joy and was very proud. "Who knows if you called or not? Anyway, it's unfair. This round doesn't count. Let's play another round when your brother is not around." Qian said sourly, "How can it not count? I have a brother, which is my advantage. If you have the ability, you can find a brother too." Hearing this, Lu Yixuan pursed her lips, unable to suppress her pride. "Brother Dun, why did you give so much reward right at the beginning? Yixuan and I are sisters. Just now it was a friendly PK. You broke the rules like this, which hurt me a lot. I need some medical expenses to comfort me." Mu Qian acted coquettishly in the live broadcast room. "What medical expenses, Mu Qian? You should be honest and don't play other tricks." Lu Yixuan quickly spoke up and refuted Mu Qian's words, and then directly turned off the PK microphone. After doing all this, she picked up her mobile phone and sent a message to Xiao Fan. "Brother, are you free tonight?" "I'm free today. Why do you want to treat me to dinner?" Xiao Fan did not refuse this time. "Well, brother gave me so much reward, I want to thank you in person." Lu Yixuan's mouth corners slightly raised. It has been many days since she last met Xiao Fan. She originally wanted to wait for him to make an appointment with her, but he didn't come for a long time, so she had no choice but to take the initiative to make an appointment with him. "Okay, I'll send you the address, you can come over," Xiao Fan replied. "Well, okay, brother, wait for me." After replying to the message, Lu Yixuan put down her phone happily and found an excuse to go offline. Then she took off her clothes and took a shower. However, she had just taken a shower for a while when the bathroom door was pushed open. Mu Qian leaned against the doorframe, looking at Lu Yixuan under the shower, pouted and said, "Why are you in such a hurry to go offline?" "I feel a little tired today, so I'll go offline first. Anyway, the income is not low." Lu Yixuan scrubbed herself and didn't care if she was seen naked anyway. The two of them often played together. "Haha, I see you are not tired, but want to see your good brother." Mu Qian rolled her eyes and bluntly exposed Lu Yixuan's lie. "So what? I'm going to see my brother, who made me have a good brother." Lu Yixuan was not shy and said very confidently, "You want to fall in love with your good brother, I tell you, give up this fantasy as soon as possible." Mu Qian said. Lu Yixuan's body stiffened and she didn't speak and took a shower by herself. "It's impossible for a person like him to marry you. Don't expect so much, otherwise you will be sad," Mu Qian said expressionlessly. "He may be able to support you, but he will never fall in love with you, so you have to be mentally prepared." "Shut up, you are just jealous of me, jealous that I have a good brother, and you can't meet a good brother." Lu Yixuan bit her lip and stared at Mu Qian. This stinky woman exposed all the beautiful fantasies in her heart, and told her the result nakedly, which made her very angry. "I'm jealous of you. Who doesn't want to meet a young, handsome, and rich brother?" Mu Chanshan blinked and said, "But you are too greedy. You still want feelings. I just remind you not to take the initiative to talk about feelings, otherwise you will be abandoned." "Impossible," Lu Yixuan retorted loudly. "You know it yourself. If he really likes you, he will take the initiative to ask you out these days." Mu Chanshan shook her head, turned and walked out, and said, "Yixuan, don't be too greedy. Since you have taken the money, don't expect feelings, unless he takes the initiative to mention it. Even if you like, you can't bring it up verbally. This will be very passive." Lu Yixuan bit her lip and looked a little ugly. Her originally happy mood became very bad at this moment. She took a bath that could have been finished in more than 10 minutes, but it took her almost an hour to take a bath. Finally, she changed her clothes with difficulty. She left the house absent-mindedly. After leaving the community, Lu Yixuan took a taxi and went to the designated place to wait for Xiao Fan. She dressed up very beautifully today, with light makeup on her face, which made her already beautiful face more charming. Just standing there, most of the men passing by couldn't help but take a few more glances. Some men really wanted a contact number in their hearts, but basically they didn't have the courage to come forward. Most men are self-aware. They don't have the confidence to approach such a beautiful woman. Lu Yixuan, who was originally in a complicated mood, regained some confidence in her heart after receiving these eyes. She is still pretty good. There is a long queue of men who like her. When facing Xiao Fan, she is confident. She comforted herself like this. Many times the source of women's confidence is not themselves, but the eyes of others. Why are beautiful girls confident? Because they have been pursued by boys since childhood, so they are basically very confident. According to Lu Yixuan's standards, even if she faces a better man, she is actually confident. It's a pity that she met Xiao Fan, a man with a lot of money, handsome, and who doesn't pay much attention to her. Although the two chatted, most of the time, the other party basically ignored her, which greatly reduced her confidence. Various factors added up, which led to her serious lack of confidence. If Xiao Fan was replaced by a handsome guy with a monthly salary of 20,000 or 30,000, she would become very confident. After all, it was her most valuable thing, and it was not irreplaceable in front of Xiao Fan, or the cost of replacement was not high. That's why she was not confident. Enjoying the eyes of others, Lu Yixuan waited patiently for more than 10 minutes, and then a sports car slowly appeared in front of her. There was a traffic jam on the road, so I was late for a while. After the car stopped, the passenger window was lowered, and Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Traffic jams are normal in the city." Lu Yixuan smiled, then quickly opened the door, put his butt into the car, and then his body entered the car. Being late is actually serious, but not serious. In serious cases, it is the non-dominant lateness, and in non-serious cases, it is the dominant lateness. In a relationship between a man and a woman, the tolerance of the dominant is very high. Being late is not a big deal for the dominant, and Lu Yixuan doesn't care about it. It's so hot, it must be hot to wear stockings, right? Xiao Fan helped her fasten her seatbelt and touched her thighs at the same time. Stockings are slippery. It's okay. I'm wearing ultra-thin stockings, so there's no difference. It's a lie to say it's not hot. If possible, Lu Yixuan doesn't want to wear stockings, but this man likes them. What can she do? Actually, you can take them off if you feel hot. Xiao Fan smiled, slowly started the car, and left the original place. No need. Lu Yixuan shook her head. Since she was already wearing them, she might as well take them off. Although she still had to take them off in the end, it was hard to say how to take them off. Okay? Xiao Fan nodded, his eyes lingered on her rosy lips, and then said, "The destination is still some distance away. Why don't you eat something nutritious first?" "Brother, you are still driving. It's not safe, right?" Lu Yixuan blushed. She understood what Xiao Fan meant. Xiao Fan didn't speak, nor did he look at her. He drove silently. The car fell into silence, looking at Xiao Fan, who didn't say a word. Lu Yixuan gritted her teeth and had no choice but to compromise. More than half an hour later, the car slowly drove into the underground garage of a shopping mall. "Brother, are we having dinner?" After putting on her lipstick, Lu Yixuan put down the mirror and asked curiously, "Buy something first, then eat." Xiao Fan smiled and got up and got out of the car. Lu Yixuan got out of the car quickly, walked to Xiao Fan, put her arm around him, and asked, "What should we buy?" "Brother, do you want to buy clothes? Can I help you with some advice?" "Buy you something. The bags, cosmetics, and clothes in your house are all bought online. I'll buy you something good." Xiao Fan smiled and pulled his arm out. It was very hot in this hot weather, and it was very hot to hug each other. "Brother, I don't need those things. There's no need to buy them for me." Lu Yixuan reached out and held Xiao Fan's hand. No matter what, she wanted to maintain an intimate relationship. If she didn't let him hold her arm, then she would hold hands. If I say I need to buy it, I need to buy it. Xiao Fan shook his head and wanted to pull his hand back, but found that it was locked. If he pulled it back by force, Lu Yixuan would definitely feel pain. Looking at the other party's insistent eyes, she had no choice but to let her do it. Then I'll listen to you, brother. The corners of Lu Yixuan's mouth rose slightly. She was very happy to be able to maintain an intimate relationship. Xiao Fan didn't waste any time talking. He took her upstairs and bought her 3 bags worth 180,000 yuan, with each bag costing an average of 60,000 yuan. After buying the bags, he went to buy 2 sets of cosmetics worth more than 30,000 yuan. Then he went to buy clothes, which cost about 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. Each piece of clothing was not cheap. In less than an hour, Xiao Fan spent more than 200,000 yuan on her. Lu Yixuan's original depression disappeared completely. In her opinion, Xiao Fan spent money on her like this. He must like her. Otherwise, why would he spend so much on her and dress her up so beautifully? In the eyes of women, spending money and liking are often linked. Brother, did you buy too much? This is more than 200,000 yuan. I am a little embarrassed to accept it. After buying things, Lu Yixuan said very reservedly, "What's there to be embarrassed about? It's just more than 200,000 yuan. Follow me, I will definitely not treat you badly." Xiao Fan smiled and patted her hips with his palm. The touch was really soft. "Brother, there are a lot of people here." Lu Yixuan blushed and said very reservedly. If they were not in the mall now, she really wanted to be considerate of her brother. After all, he bought so many things for her. It must be very tiring to pay for it, so she must have a good massage. Speaking of which, she was also a little greedy for Xiao Fan's color. After all that, feeling was really comfortable, and she wanted to experience it again. Ha ha! Let's go eat first, and then talk about other things after dinner. Xiao Fan took back his hand and took her out of the mall and came to a restaurant. The meal was very simple, and the two spent less than 2,000 yuan. After dinner, there were no other activities, and Xiao Fan took Lu Yixuan home to chat. That night, the two talked about the origin and inheritance of human civilization until late at night, from the living room to the kitchen, and finally talked about life in the bathtub, which was extremely enjoyable. The next day, Xiao Fan was awakened by the itch on his nose. When he opened his eyes, he found that it was Lu Yixuan who was playing with her hair. "Brother, you are awake. Do you want to get up?" Seeing Xiao Fan open his eyes, Lu Yixuan quickly retracted her little hand and stopped making funny faces. "Well, I'm a little hungry." Xiao Fan nodded, got up quickly, and put on his clothes. His stomach was rumbling now, and he urgently needed to eat something to replenish his body. "Then I'll make you breakfast," Lu Yixuan said quickly. "No, someone will come to deliver it in a while." Looking at the time, Xiao Fan estimated that Yu Xuan would be here soon. In comparison, Yu Xuan was more considerate, and Lu Yixuan could only satisfy her good brother. "Oh," Lu Yixuan nodded, picked up her clothes and put them on. "How did your knee get broken?" When she was getting dressed, Xiao Fan found that she had a problem with her knee, so he asked, "The floor of your house is too hard, and you use it so much." Speaking of this, Lu Yixuan pouted in frustration. Obviously, she could also do it on the bed, but she had to kneel on the floor, which really made her helpless. "Pay attention next time. Pay attention next time." Xiao Fan smiled, stretched out his hand and hugged her in his arms, and said, "Yixuan, I want to discuss something with you. Please think about it carefully." What is it?" Lu Yixuan pursed her lips and asked quietly, and at the same time she became nervous. "What do you think of me? Am I better than the men you know?" Xiao Fan gently bit her earlobe and asked in an ambiguous tone. "Well, brother, you are very good." Lu Yixuan did not deny it. "Then you can follow me in the future. You don't have to worry about food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Just give me a child when the time comes." Xiao Fan touched her head and said with a smile. Hearing this, Lu Yixuan trembled in her heart and said, "I am willing to marry you, brother. If you want a child, I can give you one." "Ahem, Yixuan. You didn't understand me. I don't plan to get married at the moment." "What a joke. Marriage has legal effects. How can he be cool and unrestrained at that time? So marriage is impossible." "I can wait for my brother." Lu Yixuan pursed her lips and made a final struggle. "You know what I mean." Xiao Fan didn't say anything nonsense and didn't want to give her room to maneuver. After this, Lu Yixuan fell silent. She was unwilling to be a canary. She was unwilling. "Think about it carefully. When you think about it, you can send me a message." Xiao Fan didn't rush for an answer. He patted her butt and signaled that she could go first. Lu Yixuan bit her lip, took her things, walked to the door with her head turned back every 3 steps, and stood there for a long time. Then she stretched out her hand to open the door. Just as she opened the door, the elevator just arrived at this floor. Yu Xuan, who was holding breakfast with a smile on her face, froze the smile on her face when she walked out of the elevator and saw Lu Yixuan. Looking at the woman in front of her, who looked equally beautiful as herself, she felt panic in her heart. Lu Yixuan, of course, also saw Yu Xuan. Looking at the breakfast in her hand, she thought of Xiao Fan's words just now, and her heart changed. The two women stared at each other in midair for 2 minutes, which seemed a bit scary in the quiet corridor. In the end, Yushuan took the lead to retract her gaze, adjusted her breathing, and then walked towards the house against the wall. Seeing this, Lu Yishuan stepped aside, but her eyes were fixed on Yushuan. "Sister, go back and take good care of your knee. Don't let it not heal next time, otherwise you will be hurt." Leaving a word, Yushuan stepped into the door and closed it with her backhand. Lu Yishuan stood at the door, staring at the door, not knowing what to do for a while. The appearance of this woman broke her fantasy. The beauty that she was proud of was not irreplaceable. "Am I too greedy?" After standing for a long time, Lu Yishuan whispered to herself. After taking a last look at the door, Lu Yishuan took the elevator and left. She took a taxi back to her place, put her things on the coffee table, hugged her knees, and fell into thought. No matter who they are, they all want to have dignity. Perhaps when they have no money, they will sell their dignity to make money. But when they make money, many people will use money to buy dignity. The two seem contradictory, but they are very normal. If she is in a relationship with Xiao Fan, then even if it is humble, she still has her dignity, because they are boyfriend and girlfriend. But once she chooses another relationship, even if Xiao Fan respects her, in her heart, she has no dignity. This is why she is so entangled. In fact, it is very simple to let go of the last dignity in her heart, but the last bottom line is the hardest to give up. Lu Yishuan is not that kind of person, so she is so hesitant. Hey, what are you thinking about? I don't know how long it has been." Mu Chanchan came to the living room and reached out to push Lu Yishuan a few times. Nothing. After coming back to her senses, Lu Yishuan hurriedly shook her head. "Did your brother buy these things for you?" Mu Chanchan didn't think much about it, but pointed to the things on the coffee table and asked. "Yeah." Lu Yishuan nodded. She couldn't afford these things herself. "Wow, your brother is so good to you. This is a Chanel bag, this is a lipstick." Mu Chanchan's face was full of envy. She knew these things, and each one was not cheap. Especially the Chanel bag. She had wanted it for a long time, but she could not afford it, or she was reluctant to buy it. "Very good. You didn't see his rude side. He couldn't even beg for mercy." Lu Yishuan pointed to her broken knee and said. Mu Chanchan glanced at the broken skin on her knee, rolled her eyes, and said, "You are really taking advantage of me. It's just a broken knee. What's the big deal?" "Haha, you don't know how barbaric he is. At that time, he really couldn't live or die." Thinking of last night, Lu Yishuan muttered softly, "A woman can't be afraid of a man, no matter how powerful he is, he can't turn the tables." Mu Chanchan didn't believe that Yu Tian was afraid of a cow. "He's not a normal person. He won't get tired at all. You'll know after trying it." Lu Yishuan yawned tiredly. She didn't sleep well last night. "Sure, how about you introduce me to someone? I'm not bad looking. Your brother won't refuse, right?" Hearing this, Mu Chanchan's eyes lit up and said with a smile, "You're so beautiful. My brother has so many women. You're not a big deal at all. He might not like you." Speaking of this, Lu Yishuan looked worried. She thought of the woman she met when she left. Hearing this, Mu Chanchan was stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? Did you see other women?" "Well, when he left in the morning, a woman brought him breakfast. You don't have to guess that the relationship between the two is not ordinary." Lu Yishuan sighed and said helplessly, "Then did you say hello to her? Do you know her status? Is she your mistress?" Mu Chanchan immediately became interested and asked curiously, "What mistress? What era is this?" Lu Yishuan pouted her lips, looking a little unhappy. "If there is a mistress, it should be her. Isn't this normal? A rich man can't have only one woman. Anyway, the concept of mistress must still exist." Mu Chanchan said very seriously, "If that's the case, she is definitely not one. My brother said that he has no plans to get married, so there should be no such person, right?" Lu Yishuan thought for a while and then said, "Then she is your competitor. When the position of mistress is vacant, anyone can compete for this position. How does she look?" Mu Chanchan continued to ask, "She's very pretty, on par with me. Brother can't possibly like an ugly woman." Speaking of this, Lu Yishuan sighed deeply. "In fact, I suggest you don't fight for that position. That way, you can live your life without worries about food and clothing." Mu Chanchan suggested, "Brother, he did propose that he asked me to follow him and ensure that I would have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of my life." Lu Yishuan said with mixed feelings, "It's so good. Did you agree immediately?" Mu Chanchan looked envious. She also wanted to meet such a good brother. "I'm not willing. I don't want to be just a person who is supported," Lu Yishuan muttered softly. "When there are better choices, it is difficult for normal people to be satisfied with the status quo." You are so greedy, then you choose carefully, but I remind you that people's patience is limited." Mu Chanchan shook her head. If it were her, she would definitely agree without hesitation. Of course, she would definitely not take the initiative to help Lu Yishuan make a choice. This best friend of mine is different from her. She still has fantasies about love, so the ideas must be different. In the final analysis, it is because she has never been in love. Anyone who has been in love will understand one thing. What qualifications do mortals have to enjoy love? For mortals, after desire, there is endless emptiness and more desires. So love is a luxury that ordinary people cannot enjoy. And just when Lu Yixuan was struggling with how to choose, on the other side, Fan, I bought you a crab roe bun. I ran a long way to buy it. Try it and see if it tastes good. In the living room, Yu Xuan, half lying in Xiao Fan's arms, holding a crab roe bun in her hand, said with a smile. Okay, let me try it. Xiao Fan smiled, opened his mouth and bit the crab roe bun into his mouth. After chewing for a few times, Xiao Fan's eyes lit up and he said, It's really good. Where did you buy it? Hey, it's in the upper city. That store is very popular. I went to line up at 6 o'clock. Yu Xuan smiled, picked up the crab roe bun that Xiao Fan had eaten, put it in her mouth and ate it. Then, she picked up a new bun and fed it to Xiao Fan. It's delicious, then eat more. Xiao Fan smiled and nodded, and ate breakfast slowly under her service. After breakfast, Yu Xuan took a tissue to help Xiao Fan wipe the oil stains on his lips. Then she said, Brother, I have classes today, so I have to leave later and can't accompany you. It's okay, class is more important. By the way, did you meet a woman when you came here? A very beautiful one. Xiao Fan asked casually. No, what happened? Yu Xuan smiled and didn't tell her about meeting Lu Yixuan. Although she was very curious about the identity of the woman, she knew that such things could not be asked. It's okay. Go and help me clean up the room. It was a mess when I went to bed last night. Xiao Fan didn't ask any more questions, but went to play games. Yu Xuan didn't remember to go to the room, but peeled and washed the fruit, put it next to the computer desk, and then went to the room. The room was a mess, there were some dried water, stains on the floor, and the quilt and pillow were even more messy. It's really crazy to play. Looking at the situation in the room, Yu Xuan muttered softly, and then began to clean up. She knew what the room looked like last night without thinking. Sighing, she first threw the torn stockings on the floor into the trash can, and then threw the sheets with traces into the washing machine. After she tidied the bed and cleaned the floor, she took the mop to clean the remaining water stains on the floor. And just as she was mopping the floor, her cell phone suddenly rang. She picked it up and took a look. When she saw the name of the caller, she frowned but still answered the call. Hello, what's up? Putting down the mop, she went into the bathroom and whispered, Xiao Wen, is that crab roe bun delicious? Do you want it tomorrow? If you do, I'll go and line up to buy it for you. It was a man's voice on the other end of the phone speaking cautiously. Let's talk about it later. I haven't thought about it yet. By the way, I'll transfer the money to you later. Yu Xuan thought about it and decided to ask Xiao Fan first, and then consider whether to buy it. Okay, then why don't you send me a message? If you want money, then you don't have to. How can I let you pay for breakfast for you? The man was obviously trying to please her. Shan Xiaoyun, I'll say it again. I'm not the kind of woman who likes to spend other people's money. Don't pretend to be generous with me. Yu Xuan rebuked without any hesitation. She didn't want to owe money. Yeah, I know I was wrong. I won't do it next time. Xiaowen, don't be angry. The man immediately became nervous and apologized in a hurry. That's good to know. If you have nothing else, I'll hang up first. I have something urgent to do. After saying this, Yu Xuan hung up without waiting for the other party to respond. She was not afraid of the other party's dissatisfaction. She was just a licker. Putting down her phone, she continued to clean. After an hour, she finally cleaned the house. Speaking of which, it was the first time for her to clean for others like this. She was really tired and sweaty all over. Such a big house. What should I do in the future? I can't clean it alone. Sitting on the sofa, looking at the empty living room, Yu Xuan fell into sorrow. If you don't clean, you will think that the big house is very good, but once you clean, you will find that this is really not a job for humans. After playing games all morning, Xiao Fan was ready to chat with Yu Xuan. When he came to the living room, he remembered that Yu Xuan had classes today, so he went back to school. This made him a little helpless. After thinking about it, he lay on the sofa and opened the live broadcast app. Although it was noon, there were still a lot of female anchors on the live broadcast, and there were many big anchors among them. Mr. Xiao Fan clicked into the live broadcast room of a big anchor and took a look. This big anchor is a game anchor, who happened to be playing the cloud top of LOL, and she looks really good. Most of the gamers have heard of her name, Zhou. He wanted to have a deep communication with the other party a long time ago, but unfortunately his strength is limited, so he can only fantasize about it. At present he has some strength, but there is still a little distance from being able to communicate, and it is impossible to make an appointment with a simple gift. For big anchors like this, other methods must be used, such as investing in the guild behind them. So there is no rush for this. When you have money in the future, You can acquire a few guilds to play. In this way, even the big anchors can't escape his clutches. In fact, big anchors are not necessarily much better looking than small anchors, but big anchors are blessed by popularity. Think about it, the feeling of a big anchor with tens of millions of followers begging for mercy under you. That kind of spiritual pleasure is very wonderful. The beauty of a woman is very important, but other halos are also very important, which is one of the reasons why stars are popular. After strolling around the live broadcast room of the big anchor, Xiao Fan was happy to find his target. After searching for a while, he found an anchor with average popularity but a good cover, so he clicked in with curiosity. The anchor and the cover are a little different, but the difference is not very big. She is also a goddess in the eyes of ordinary people. After taking a few glances and confirming that she is not a beauty monster, he clicked on the VIP seat to take a look. The first on the list is a person who has brushed about 20,000. Compared with other anchors, this anchor's strength is still good. The monthly turnover is about 50,000. According to 30% of the income, it is estimated that the income is more than 10,000 and almost 20,000. This income is a bit difficult, but Xiao Fan decided to give it a try. After all, she looks good. Xie Wanqing was in a good mood today, so she was very happy to chat with the water friends in the live broadcast room. After such a long time of live broadcast, this month's income made her see the future of her live broadcast. Although her monthly turnover is high, in fact, in the past few months, she was very unpopular in the live broadcast room. Of course, her live broadcast room is not very popular now. It is in a state of being a little cold. Everyone has different views at each stage. When her live broadcast room was very cold in the past, she envied those anchors with better live broadcast rooms very much, and she would be satisfied if she could be like that. But when she reached this stage, she found that there were more popular anchors above, so she defined her live broadcast room as cold again. Cold is just a concept. For those anchors at the bottom, Xie Wanqing's live broadcast room must be a little hot. As for Xie Wanqing herself, her live broadcast room is indeed not popular. It can only be regarded as a little cold. After earning more than 10,000 yuan a month, she wants to earn 50,000 yuan a month and 100,000 yuan a month. She has greater ambitions and ideals. She has been live broadcasting for about half a year. In the past 6 months, her total turnover is actually only more than 100,000 yuan. It was not until last month and this month that she really made money. In the first few months of live broadcasting, the average monthly income was only a few thousand yuan. After deducting rent and living expenses from that little money, there was no surplus at all. Fortunately, she met a person with good conditions last month, and the two are dating online. In order to support her live broadcast, the man gave her a lot of money, which gradually made her live broadcast room more popular. This made her very happy, and she was very grateful to him. The two met offline and were very satisfied with each other. He was about 30 years old, a few years older than her, but quite good. They were going to meet their parents at the end of the year and then get married. This month he gave her another 20,000 yuan in rewards. Under his influence, there were a lot more gifts in the live broadcast room. If it goes as expected, the turnover this month can reach 60,000, and her income this month will be close to 20,000. When she thought of this, she was very happy. If she made a lot of money, she could buy bags and cosmetics, which was really great. Of course, in addition to being happy, she was also a little worried. Her live broadcast room was almost at the top now. It was difficult to continue to be popular and realize the dream of earning 50,000 a month, so she was still a little melancholy. Just when she was thinking about how to realize this dream, she suddenly saw an ID with special effects enter the live broadcast room. Wow, what did I see? Isn't this Brother Emperor? Welcome, Brother Emperor, to my live broadcast room. Welcome, welcome. After a brief stagnation, Xie Wanqing immediately reacted. There are only a limited number of emperors on the entire platform, and each emperor is very special. For anchors like them, the biggest hope is that the emperor can come to her live broadcast room to give gifts. Can the anchor come out for dinner? It's a bit boring to be alone, and I want to find someone to eat with. Xiao Fan didn't say anything nonsense, and went straight to the point and stated his purpose. Brother Emperor, you are too direct. Shouldn't you do some foreplay first, and then make a request? If other accounts also posted barrages, Xie Wanqing would definitely block them without hesitation. But this is different. Large shield machine gives anchor super rafter, giving a super fire. Xiao Fan typed again. How are you now? My time is precious. Don't waste time with me. There is definitely no problem with eating, but Brother Emperor, he has a guild task, and he needs to work overtime to live broadcast if he doesn't complete it. What do you think? Xie Wanqing smiled and made her own request. This trick was taught to her by her sister. who said that when the emperor made a request, she could take the opportunity to tell him the task and ask the emperor brother to help complete it. Oh, the task. What task is it? Xiao Fan liked direct people, and since the other person was so direct, he was not polite. Hey, it's not a big task. It only takes 20 super fires to complete it. What do you think, emperor brother? Xie Wanqing said with a smile. 20 super fires, a full 40,000 turnover. She was very nervous. After all, this was not a small amount of money. Wow, the anchor is so vicious. He asked for 40,000 yuan right away. Is it inlaid with gold? The anchor is probably using this to fool the emperor. After all, even if he is the emperor, 40,000 yuan is not a small amount. I was thinking, if the emperor agrees, then the anchor will really have to go out for dinner. What will the number one do? Ha ha ha, the number one has worked hard for 2 months. Is he going to be picked for free? I don't think the anchor is that kind of person. It's probably difficult for him to refuse the emperor, so he made such a request. Xiao Fan didn't say anything nonsense about such a request. He started to reward directly. It's just 4W, it's nothing. Large shield machine gives anchor super rockets. To be honest, although the other party is the emperor, it is unrealistic to ask him to reward 40,000 yuan as soon as he arrives. So Xie Wanqing was uneasy and complicated. She didn't want to go out for dinner, but she also wanted to get rewards. She was not firm in her heart. If she was really firm, she would definitely not agree to the request to go out for dinner. After all, it is impossible to have a good meal with Big Brother. She is dating the current number one on the list. If things go well, they might get married by the end of the year. So when she said this, she regretted it a little. After all, if her number one knew about this, he would definitely be angry. Thinking of her number one, she quickly opened her mouth to regret it, but at this time, he had already given her a gift. Looking at the screen full of super fire, Xie Wanqing's face froze. The other party's actions were too decisive. It had only been a short time. He gave a reward as soon as he said it. He really didn't think money was money. Let's add a chat method first. After giving the reward, Xiao Fan sent a barrage. Okay, emperor brother. Hearing this, Xie Wanqing quickly added the other party's contact information. She had some things to make clear. Soon the two added contact information. I'll send you the address. When will you come? After the broadcast? After adding WeChat, Xiao Fan didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. Brother Emperor, are we really just having a meal? I'm not that kind of person. Xie Wanqing bit her lip, feeling very nervous. Of course it's a proper meal. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Xiao Fan replied with a smile. How can a meal be improper? The improper thing should be after the meal. Brother, I'm still young. I'll go home after the meal. Is that okay? Xie Wanqing replied cautiously. What do you think? Seeing the other party's message, Xiao Fan frowned slightly. This anchor is going to play tricks. Brother, I'm really not that kind of person. Xie Wanqing knew it wasn't that simple. Although 40,000 gifts were not a small amount, she really didn't want to go there. Are you kidding me? You made the request, and now you're playing this trick on me? Xiao Fan's mind was buzzing. It was the first time he encountered such a situation. This anchor was too naughty. On the other hand, when Xie Wanqing saw the message, she didn't know how to reply. She really didn't want to go there. Just when she was hesitating, her number one on the list sent her a message. Baby, who is the emperor in your live broadcast room? Seeing this message, Xie Wanqing's face changed, and she quickly edited the message to reply. He is a guild account. He came to the live broadcast room to boost my popularity. I have to return the gifts. Oh, you scared me. I thought someone wanted to snatch you from me. I picked up my bank card and was ready to fight him. No more gifts. I need that money to buy a house. I will be angry if you keep giving me gifts. Xie Wanqing's mouth corners slightly raised. This number one on the list is really good, so she has stopped him from giving gifts in the live broadcast room. I know, whatever you say. I'll come to see you when I'm free next month, and give you a bot. Surprise, by the way. Yeah, I'll wait for you. I'll take you to have some fun then. Xie Wanqing replied sweetly. You haven't received your salary for last month yet, so you may not have enough living expenses this month. I'll transfer 20,000 yuan to you so you can spend it first. Thank you, husband. You are so nice to me. I am so touched. After replying the message, Xie Wanqing felt very guilty. Her husband was so nice to her, but she actually seduced other people. It was really shameless. She was originally hesitant, but she made up her mind to reject the emperor's invitation. After sending the message, Xiao Fan did not talk nonsense with Xie Wanqing, but sent a message directly to the private customer service. What's the situation with your anchor? Do you care? Boss, what happened to you? Can you tell me and I will help you solve it? The private customer service replied to the message in less than 10 seconds. It was really efficient. There was an anchor who was joking with me. After I rewarded her with 20 super fires, she actually went back on her promise. Xiao Fan ed him the live broadcast. I'll handle it for you right away, boss. Can you wait for 2 minutes? The customer replied immediately and gave a guarantee. I'll give you 5 minutes. If you don't solve it for me, I'll go to other platforms and say hello to my friends. Xiao Fan had the momentum of a big customer and spoke without any politeness. Boss, don't worry, 3 minutes. I can solve it for you in 3 minutes. The customer was already sweating, and he knew very well that the boss knew the boss. If this matter is not handled well, it is very likely that many bosses will leave. There are many live broadcast platforms now. When replying to Xiao Fan's message, the customer service had found Xiwanqing's information and contacted the director of the other party's guild. What's the situation with your anchor? He has played tricks on the big boss. He gives hundreds of thousands of rewards a month. Your anchor is playing tricks on him. Are you kidding me? I know, I'll handle it right away. Don't worry. The guild director is a smart person. He knows what this means as soon as he sees it. After replying to the message, he quickly found Xiwanqing's phone number and called her. Xiwanqing, who was thinking about how to refuse, answered the phone immediately after seeing the call. Hello, supervisor, what's the matter? I'm still live streaming. After answering the phone, Xiwanqing asked in confusion. Normally, people would not call directly during live streaming. Did you just agree to the Emperor's request? He helped you complete the task and you helped him solve the problem, but now you want to regret it? The supervisor asked hurriedly. If he was right in this matter, he could still help his own anchor, but if he was not right, he could do nothing. The task I mentioned was actually an excuse. I originally wanted to block his request, but I didn't expect him to really give a reward. Supervisor, did he go to find you? Xiwanqing's tone was a little uneasy. She didn't expect that this matter would actually make the supervisor contact her personally. You are being so clever. If it was just a small boss, it would be fine. You don't even look at his size. For a big boss like this, you actually want to go back on your promise. I really admire you. Now you either complete what you promised or be permanently banned. You choose one. In addition, other platforms will also have a list of people in your situation. Think about it yourself. You have 1 minute. Looking at the hung-up call, Xiwanqing wanted to cry but had no tears. She didn't expect the consequences to be so serious. Originally, she thought that at most she could return the money to him, but now it seems that it is impossible. He doesn't need that little money at all. What he wants is for her to fulfill the agreement. Although she is unwilling in her heart, it is better to choose to agree than to lose her job. It's just a meal with him. She is willing to go for it. After thinking it through, she replied to Xiao Fan. Brother, I agree. I'll come to see you after I get off the air. But how about my travel expenses? Since he had decided to go, he certainly couldn't let himself suffer a loss. The other party was rich, so he asked for more. I'll reimburse you 5 times the full amount. How about that? Okay, I'll go there later, brother. Wait for me. After sending the message, Xiwanqing sighed and continued the live broadcast. She couldn't get off the air yet. After getting a satisfactory answer, Xiao Fan didn't care about it. He put down his phone and went to play games again. A few hours later, Xiao Fan's phone rang. It turned out that Xiwanqing had arrived and had just got off the plane. Since she had arrived, Xiao Fan picked up the key and went out to meet her at the airport. After arriving at the airport, he saw Xiwanqing, who was dressed beautifully, at a glance, so he walked over quickly and said hello. Hi, beautiful girl? Sorry, I'm waiting for someone. Seeing Xiao Fan, Xiwanqing's eyes lit up. He was really a handsome guy, but she was waiting for someone, so she politely refused to chat up with him. I'm the one you're waiting for. Let's go. Xiao Fan smiled and looked up and down at the other person's dress and figure. Are you the emperor, brother? Xiwanqing was stunned for a moment, and then she looked unbelievable. She had thought a lot before coming here, but she didn't expect that the place was a young, handsome man. If she had known that it was a handsome man, maybe she wouldn't refuse the first time. After all, she could make money and be a handsome man. In fact, it's not a loss. What do you think? Xiao Fan smiled. It is said that men are lustful. Don't women are not lustful. Don't joke. Brother, a person like you should not lack girlfriends. Why do you think of coming to the live broadcast room to find me? Xiwanqing was very puzzled. With the other party's conditions, he could find a better one in reality. Reality has its own flavor, and the internet has its own flavor. The two are not contradictory. What do you think? It seems so. Xiwanqing was speechless, secretly cursing the man as a big pig's hoof. Let's go. Xiao Fan took her hand and walked directly outside. Xiwanqing was a little resistant to being stretched as soon as they met. She struggled slightly, but found it was useless, so she gave up. The two of them came to the parking lot. When they stopped in front of the Lamborghini, Xiwanqing was very surprised. Brother, is this Lamborghini your car? Yes. Get in the car first. Brother? Wait a minute. Can I take 2 photos? Xiwanqing said shyly. Sure. Do you need me to take photos for you? The other party will need to work hard next, so small requests can still be agreed. Thank you, brother. Xie Wanqing nodded quickly. Xiao Fan shook his head and took a few photos for her. After taking the photos, he took her away from the airport. Brother, shall we go eat first? In the car, Xie Wanqing asked curiously while observing the interior. Let's eat first. Xiao Fan is not as impatient now, so he still understands the principle of replenishing energy before exercise. He drove to a good restaurant, ordered 7 or 8 expensive dishes, and then ate while chatting with Xie Wanqing. Do you have a boyfriend? Xiao Fan picked up a piece of meat for her, and then asked curiously. Xie Wanqing pursed her lips and said, I'm dating someone and we're going to get married at the end of the year, so brother, can you let me go? If that's the case, then why did you agree to my conditions? Couldn't you just refuse directly at that time? Xiao Fan shook his head and reached out to help, her hook a strand of hair behind her ear. I just wanted to use this excuse to refuse you at that time. After all, 20 super fires are not a small number. Who would have thought that you would be so generous? Xie Wanqing said helplessly. Is that really the case? Don't you have a little bit of luck? What if I give you a reward? After all, 20 super fires can bring you a lot of popularity. Xiao Fan smiled and didn't smile. The excuse for refusal was very fast. These 20 super fires were not more or less. He was very doubtful whether he really refused. I have never seen a big boss like you. If I knew you didn't care about 20 at all, I would have said 100, Xie Wanqing said. 100? Xiao Fan smiled and slid his fingers gently on her neck while whispering in her ear. 100 is not impossible. It's not a lot for me. Xie Wanqing, who was eating, froze. 100 was not just a matter of money. If she was really rewarded with so much, her live broadcast room would be able to maintain a high popularity for a long time. Brother, don't joke with me. I'm a petty person and can't take jokes. Feeling the hand rubbing on her neck, Xie Wanqing whispered. Do you think I'm joking? Xiao Fan raised the corner of his mouth and his hand slid down directly. Brother, this is a restaurant. Xie Wanqing's face changed and she quickly grabbed Xiao Fan's arm, looking at him pleadingly. She didn't expect this man to be so impatient. When she wasn't paying attention, he caught her vitals. Oh, let's go to another place. Xiao Fan knew that this was a restaurant, so after taking advantage, he withdrew his hand. Then let's go there. Xie Wanqing was a little nervous. Logically, she could go home after the meal, but could she really go back? Come sit at my place for a while, what do you think? Xiao Fan asked with a smile. Okay, but not too late, I have to go back. The most powerful thing about women is that they are stubborn. Even if they know what is going to happen, they will still be stubborn. So in many cases, you must never believe what women say. Looking at Xie Wanqing's appearance, Xiao Fan smiled, took her hand, and led her out of the restaurant. Half an hour later, the two returned to where Xiao Fan lived. The house was dark, and Xiao Fan deliberately did not turn on the lights. He groped in the dark and led Xie Wanqing to sit on the sofa in the living room. Brother, can you turn on the lights? I'm afraid of the dark. Sitting on the sofa and looking at the pitch-black surroundings, Xie Wanqing felt a little uneasy. Xiao Fan did not speak but kissed her lips directly, and at the same time, his hands began to eat meat. Just as the two were kissing wetly, the sound of a mobile phone suddenly rang. Who's calling? Hang up now. My boyfriend. Then answer it. Hello, you're calling me so late, what's the matter? Xie Wanqing covered her mouth to prevent herself from making strange noises. Actually, there's nothing. I just want to chat with you. Are you free now? The man on the other end of the phone said with a smile. I was originally going to take a shower, but since you called me, of course I'm free. After saying this, Xie Wanqing quickly covered her mouth and held the sofa tightly with her other hand. Ha ha, Wanqing, you're so nice. After we get married, I will definitely love you well. The man was very happy. The reason why he liked Xie Wanqing was because she was considerate. Hey, of course, after we get married, I will give you 2 big babies, okay? Taking a deep breath, Xie Wanqing quickly said a few words and then covered her mouth again. Of course, that's good. My mother has been urging me to have a child. I'll take you back to meet them during the Chinese New Year and have a child as soon as possible. Speaking of this, the man was even happier. Continuing the family line is engraved in the bones of many people. When many people are young, they don't like children and think it's good to live alone. But when they get older, this concept will change. People of every age have different pursuits. Of course, many people are stubborn and say that they will not have children even if they are old, but facts speak louder than words. Speaking of this, will your parents like me? I'm a little worried. Xie Wanqing turned around, from lying on her stomach to lying down, and then continued to speak in a low voice. Of course they will like you. You are so considerate and beautiful. They will definitely like you very much. The man smiled, and there was no problem. That's good, but I have another question, which is the house. Do we have to rent a house after we get married? Actually, it's okay for me to rent a house, but the child can't rent a house with us, right? After all, the law on renting a house is not very protective now, and it's easy to be driven away by the landlord. Shi Wanqing looked at the ceiling. Although the house was pitch black, she could feel that this house was not ordinary. Don't worry about this. Although you can't afford a place with a good location, you can still buy one in the outer area. A down payment of 1 million yuan and a house of about 100 square meters, I can still afford it if I try hard. Don't worry, I won't let you and your child rent a house. The man was very confident. Although the current house price is not low, his current job is still good. Am I putting too much pressure on you? How about we have children a few years later? Let's work hard to make money first? Shi Wanqing said very considerately. No, it's better to have children earlier. Girls are young and have good recovery ability. It's better to have children earlier. The man rejected the proposal. Okay, I'll listen to you. Shi Wanqing smiled, and just as she was about to say something else, body suddenly gave her feedback. She didn't care about anything else, and quickly hung up the phone. A few minutes later, Shi Wanqing leaned weakly in Xiao Fan's arms and whispered, "Brother, why don't you remind me? If he hears, my happiness in the second half of my life will be gone. I will definitely rely on you at that time." What's the matter? You can just find an excuse. Xiao Fan smiled. To be honest, it was really exciting to let Shi Wanqing make a call while communicating. That's not that simple. Men are not fools. They are not so easy to deceive. Shi Wanqing shook her head. If there was no other way, she would definitely not come out. After all, the risk was too great. Just as the two were chatting, Shi Wanqing's phone rang. She quickly picked it up and took a look, then made a quiet gesture to Xiao Fan, and then answered the phone. Wow, you been? I just fell down. It really hurts so much. As soon as the call was connected, Shi Wanqing took the initiative to cover up the fact that she hung up the phone. The man originally wanted to ask why she hung up the phone suddenly, but after hearing what Shi Wanqing said, he immediately forgot to ask this question. He said very nervously, "Wanqing, are you okay? Do you want to go to the hospital?" "No need to go to the hospital, but you need to apply some Yunnan Baiyao." After replying the message, Shi Wanqing saw Xiao Fan turned on the light, so she took a photo of her knee and sent it to him. "You see, your knee is all red. Fortunately, the floor is smooth, otherwise it will definitely be broken. Then pay attention to safety and don't fall again. Girls living alone should be careful." The man quickly sent a comforting message. "Well, I know, Yubin, you are so nice, such a good man." Shi Wanqing sighed. Her boyfriend is actually very boring, but who made him have good conditions? Such a man, so being with him is very boring but very reliable, which is why she chose him. "You are also a good woman. We are a perfect match." The boyfriend sent a message. After Shi Wanqing saw it, she was about to reply, but she found that Xiao Fan picked her up and walked towards the kitchen. So she quickly pressed the mute button and then asked, "Brother, what are we going to the kitchen for?" "Of course we are going to the kitchen to cook. You make your phone call and I can cook by myself." Xiao Fan smiled, pushed open the kitchen door and walked in, and casually put Shi Wanqing on the table. Shi Wanqing blushed, but didn't say much, and continued to chat with her boyfriend. "Yubin, do you think our first child will be a boy or a girl? Do you like boys or girls?" "Boys, I prefer boys, but girls are fine too." The man replied to the message very quickly. "What? Don't you like any child I give birth to? Why is there a distinction between men and women?" Shi Wanqing immediately asked. The man was speechless. Xiao Fan was also silent after listening to this. It was Shi Wanqing who asked the other party whether she liked boys or girls, and she gave the answer. Now she blamed her for liking boys more. What the hell is this? Setting a trap for men? Women really like this method the most. Shi Wanqing didn't care about so much. She raised the corners of her mouth slightly and said with a smile, Hey, since you like boys, then I have to want girls. I'll piss you off to death." "Girls are actually not bad. I don't favor boys over girls." The man hurriedly made amends. "Just now you said you like boys and now you say girls are also okay. You are really fickle. Men are all pigs." Shi Wanqing criticized without hesitation. The man was silent for a while. He didn't know what to say. "Haha, well, I was just kidding you. Okay, I'm going to take a shower. I'll hang up first." After saying this, Shi Wanqing hung up the phone first and hugged Xiao Fan's neck tightly with both hands. The next day, early in the morning, Xiao Fan felt a little difficult to breathe. When he opened his eyes, he found that something heavy was pressing on his face. He quickly pushed the thing away and went to the bathroom to wash up. After washing, he found that Shi Wanqing had already gotten up, so he asked, "When are you going back?" "I'm going to the bathroom first." Shi Wanqing didn't answer the question, but got up from the bed naked and went into the bathroom. Xiao Fan didn't care about her, picked up his phone and went to the living room to lie down. "Fan, I can't bring you breakfast today. I have classes in the morning, but I ordered takeout for you." When he opened WeChat, he could see Yu Xuan's message. After seeing the message, he shook his head, looked at the time, and estimated that the takeout boy would be here soon. Sure enough, in less than 3 minutes, the takeout boy brought breakfast over. Today's breakfast is a bowl of millet porridge, 4 crab roe buns, and a tea egg. Simple but delicious. Xiao Fan was already hungry after exercising most of the night last night, so he couldn't wait to open it and eat it. However, just after eating 2 bites, Xie Wanqing came to the living room and came to Xiao Fan pitifully. "Brother, I'm so hungry. Can you give me some?" "Go buy it downstairs yourself." Xiao Fan refused without hesitation. What a joke, these are only enough for himself. If he shares them, he will definitely starve, which is definitely not okay. "Brother," Xie Wanqing pouted, she was really hungry too, and now she is very greedy. "Buy it yourself." Xiao Fan refused again mercilessly. Xie Wanqing had no choice but to take out her phone to order takeout. She didn't want to go out. Xiao Fan didn't care about her. After breakfast, he went to play games. It was past 11 o'clock in the morning. After playing games for a whole morning, Xiao Fan felt a little hungry. He was just about to order takeout. The door of the room was pushed open, and Xie Wanqing walked in with a smile. "Brother, the takeout I ordered has arrived. How about we have lunch first? You haven't left yet?" Seeing her, Xiao Fan was stunned for a moment. He thought she had left after breakfast. "I didn't buy a plane ticket, so I'll leave later." Xie Wanqing pursed her lips and said in a low voice, "Oh, let's eat first." Xiao Fan didn't care. She came all the way here, so it's okay to stay a little longer. After lunch, Xiao Fan took Xie Wanqing to exercise for a while, and then continued to play games. It was not until dinner time that when Xie Wanqing came to call again, he felt something was wrong. This girl seemed a little reluctant to leave. However, considering that it was already night, he didn't say much. After 9 o'clock, he dragged the other party to play poker. In the next few days, because Yu Xuan went back to her hometown, Xiao Fan didn't rush to drive her away. After all, very comfortable to sleep with a soft person in his arms. Xie Wanqing was also very happy these 2 days. After staying in this big house for a night, she was reluctant to leave. Compared with her own pigeon cage, this house was too luxurious. On the first day, she was actually a little nervous. After all, this was someone else's house, but as she played poker at night, she felt relieved. It seemed that Xiao Fan was not in a hurry to drive her away. So after the second day, she felt much more at ease. She could wake up in a big bed every day, and the house was big enough to dance. Such a life was really a dream. Although staying here also requires some things, she doesn't care at all. She has already understood it deeply, so it doesn't matter if it's one more time or one less time. And no matter how good Xiao Fan is, she is also very happy when chatting. Men like to have in-depth chats, and women like it too. Sometimes she is very proactive. 4 days passed quickly. Just when she was about to get used to this kind of life, Xiao Fan threw her casually on the floor of the living room after the chat and said ruthlessly, "Pack up and go back first. Others will come tomorrow to avoid embarrassment when you meet." "What?" Xie Wanqing, who was about to reach out to wipe off the water stains on her body, was stunned. She looked at Xiao Fan in disbelief. The two had just finished chatting, and this man was so ruthless that he wanted to drive her away. Is he still a human being? Xiao Fan glanced at her and walked towards the bathroom on his own. He didn't want to talk nonsense. He was tired of it in a few days. In addition to the current mode, there was no mercy. "Brother, can I stay for a few more days? I also want to travel in Hangzhou. I never had the chance before." Xie Wanqing was unwilling, so she quickly got up from the ground, hugged Xiao Fan's waist from behind, and said pitifully, "You don't want to travel in Hangzhou. You just want to live with me. Have no worries about food and clothing every day, and don't have to worry about financial problems." Xiao Fan unceremoniously opened her little hands and walked into the bathroom. Xie Wanqing hurriedly followed into the bathroom and said, "Brother, are you so heartless? Even if it's just a love affair, after so many days, there should be feelings, right? Anyway, I feel like I like you, brother. Don't you feel anything at all?" "Oh, like me?" Xiao Fan smiled. "Then why do you call your family every day?" "Brother, isn't this what you asked for? Every time you call, you will be more excited." Xie Wanqing pouted her lips. During the phone calls in the past few days, she almost exposed herself several times. "Aren't you? Otherwise, why would you agree to my request?" Xiao Fan asked back. "I." Xie Wanqing blushed. The stimulation that violated morality was indeed very exciting. "Okay, be obedient and go back. I will come to see you when I have the chance. If you encounter difficulties, you can call me. If I can help you, I will help you." Xiao Fan touched her head, turned on the shower, and started to take a shower. "Brother, I really want to stay by your side. Please don't drive me away, okay?" Xie Wanqing took the shower gel and helped Xiao Fan apply it, and then begged very humbly, "What about your guy? I'm not him. I'm just playing around. You should know that." Xiao Fan pressed her against the wall and asked with a smile in her ear, "It doesn't matter. He's very busy at work and doesn't have much time at ordinary times." Speaking of this, Xie Wanqing was very depressed. She and her boyfriend could only see each other once a month, and most importantly, he chatted for a maximum of 2 minutes, which really disappointed her. In comparison, Xiao Fan was different and could make her very happy. Forget it, I don't want to be a bad guy. After taking a shower, I'll pack up and go back, shook his head. Although Xie Wanqing was good, he was really tired of playing all the time, so it was better to let her go. You are a bad person. Xie Wanqing knew that she could not change anything, so she spoke toughly. I think you are tired of playing, so you drove me away. Humph, give me back the video, I won't let you watch it. Pa! Xiao Fan's palm slapped Xie Wanqing's butt without any hesitation. What did you just say? Say it to me again? So domineering. Xie Wanqing muttered aggrievedly, not daring to repeat what she just said. Xiao Fan smiled and sighed in his heart. Women hate impoliteness, but they like domineering. The two are very contradictory, but they exist in each other. Licking dogs are very polite to women, but they can't get their hearts at all. In comparison, those impolite men are more likely to have girlfriends. The two took a bath for more than an hour. After the bath, Xie Wanqing went to pack up silently. Can you take me home? Packing up, Xie Wanqing came to Xiao Fan and begged. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes and said, Why don't you just take a taxi? My car is uncomfortable to drive. If you don't send me off, I won't leave. Seeing Xiao Fan's indifferent attitude, Xie Wanqing sat on the ground and acted like a rogue. Xiao Fan's mouth twitched, and he looked at the rogue woman, shook his head helplessly, stood up and said, Okay, can't I send you off? It's really troublesome. Hey, brother is so nice. Xie Wanqing immediately changed her face and walked out with Xiao Fan in her arms. The two came to the underground garage, and Xiao Fan drove her out of the community and drove quickly towards the airport. More than half an hour later, the car stopped steadily outside the airport. Brother, you will miss me, right? Xie Wanqing stared at Xiao Fan and couldn't help asking. Xiao Fan nodded seriously. Go, I will miss you. Xie Wanqing said nothing. She crossed the central armrest box, directly hugged Xiao Fan's neck, and kissed Xiao Fan's lips. The two kissed wetly for a long time until it became a little difficult to breathe, and then they separated with difficulty. Brother, I'm leaving now. Don't show my video to anyone else. Bye. After giving Xiao Fan a kiss on the face, Xie Wanqing left without looking back and entered the airport. After wiping the saliva off his face, Xiao Fan drove away quickly. Xie Wanqing was pretty good, but it was hard to say whether she could remember him. In the airport, Xie Wanqing sat in the waiting hall, looking at the photos on her phone, with a hint of sadness in her eyes. She had not known Xiao Fan for long, but the two had done everything they should have done, so she was not on guard against Xiao Fan. It was for this reason that in just a few days he had entered the depths of her mind, and perhaps she would never forget him for the rest of her life. After all, this man should be the best man she could meet in her life. At such a young age, he had a house in a high-end community, a valuable car, and most importantly, he was in such good health that he could make her beg for mercy. If possible, she really wanted to stay with him for a while, but unfortunately he was already tired of her, and she had no choice but to leave. Sighing, Xie Wanqing looked at the watch on her arm. This is a Vacheron Constantin watch, which he took her to the mall to buy, and it is worth 270,000 yuan. The man played a little perverted, but he was really generous and not stingy at all. It was because of all kinds of advantages that she was reluctant to leave and didn't want to leave so soon. When Xie Wanqing thought of the one kneeling on the ground, her face turned red. She shook her head to stop herself from thinking about it. She took out her mobile phone and called her boyfriend. Hey Yubin, I've thought it through and decided to live with you. You get ready. I'll go to see you in 2 days. After leaving the airport, Xiao Fan did not go home, but drove to the car city. He was going to buy a car. Although the big bull was cool, it was really uncomfortable to drive. After driving to the car city and parking it, Xiao Fan was about to go in when he suddenly saw a familiar person standing not far away. It was a woman. Seeing the back of the woman, Xiao Fan wanted to leave, but he was a little afraid to go forward. He knew this woman. She was his teacher in high school. He didn't expect to meet her here. It was such a coincidence. After taking a few steps back, Xiao Fan suddenly stood up. He was no longer the man who had nothing. Now there was no need to feel inferior. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and walked over. Teacher Che, I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence. Xiao Fan reached out and patted the other person's shoulder, trying hard to control his nervous emotions. He and she actually had a good relationship. It was true that he liked her. But men were creatures that were very easy to feel inferior. Especially when he had achieved nothing. After the college entrance examination, he fell into extreme inferiority. After graduation, they had no contact again. If they hadn't met today, they might never see each other again in this life. Today she was dressed very casually, with just a simple shirt on the upper body and a short skirt on the lower body. But even with such a simple dress, she gave people a completely different temperament. Temperament is something that cannot be seen or touched, but it really exists. Che Mengzhu felt someone touching her, so she quickly took a step forward, then frowned and turned around. When she saw Xiao Fan, her frown relaxed, her eyes shrank, and her fingers trembled slightly. Xiao Fan, why are you here? Che Mengzhu took a deep breath, controlled her situation, and asked calmly. I came here for a stroll. Teacher Mengzhu, are you here to buy a car? Xiao Fan was a little restrained. In front of her, he would be nervous uncontrollably, and this feeling made him very helpless. Obviously, he could be very natural in front of other women, but for some reason he would be nervous when facing this one. It's not buying a car, I just came here to take a look. There happened to be a car show here. Che Mengzhu smiled and said softly. In fact, she had the idea of buying a car, but she was still a little hesitant. The main reason was that she didn't have many places to use the car. She lived in the school dormitory and was very close to class, so she didn't need a car at all. Of course, the car is still useful. It can be used as a means of transportation, but the car is not a small thing, so it's hard to choose at the moment. In that case, let's go shopping together? Seeing that she seemed to be in a good mood, Xiao Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Sure. Che Mengzhu blinked, smiled and nodded, while looking Xiao Fan up and down. She was very curious about her student's recent situation, because the clothes he wore didn't look cheap. Soon, the two of them went in and strolled around together. Today was the Auto City Auto Show, so it was very lively, and there were many more cars on display here. Along the way, you can see all kinds of cars, from small commuter cars worth tens of thousands to large luxury cars worth millions, all of which were on display. After all, Xiao Fan likes those large cars, because such cars are more comfortable to drive, and the most important thing is that the interior space is large. The space inside the car is very important. His big bull has limited many movement angles due to space problems. Choosing a large car can not only seat more people, but also allow several people to get to know each other in depth, which is exciting to think about. In comparison, Che Mengzhu likes small cars more, so her eyes basically flow through the small car show. The Mini one made her unable to help but look at it a few more times. The two looked at each other for a while, then Che Mengzhu retracted her gaze, looked at Xiao Fan and said, I heard that you didn't go to college. How is your job now? It's okay, just barely, and I can support myself. Xiao Fan shook his head. What kind of job does he have now? After getting rich, he can no longer find a goal. Just barely? Che Mengzhu obviously didn't believe it, and she didn't hesitate to reach out and pinch Xiao Fan's clothes and rub them. Your clothes are not cheap, right? I know this brand. Actually, it's not expensive either. Teacher, are you really teaching now? Xiao Fan didn't have the idea of pretending to be cool, because this woman was different from other women. Yes, I can't do anything else except teaching in my life. Che Mengzhu smiled and said, You haven't answered my question yet. Don't change the subject. Actually, I just do a little business and make a little money. Xiao Fan made an excuse casually. You are still capable. Other students in the class are still studying, but you actually make a lot of money. Che Mengzhu sighed a little. Haha, just so-so. Xiao Fan was a little proud, pointing to a car not far away and said, Teacher, let's go over there and take a look. I think that car is good. That car is not cheap. Why don't we look at something else? After seeing that the car was a luxury car, Che Mengzhu subconsciously wanted to refuse. It was boring to look at something that she couldn't afford. Let's take a look first. Xiao Fan didn't listen to her and took the initiative to walk towards the car. The initiative is very important, so whether he likes the car or not, he must make Che Mengzhu obey once. He is still as willful as before. There is really nothing I can do about him. Che Mengzhu rubbed his forehead and had no choice but to follow him. Parked here is a BMX-7 and SUV with a large interior space. There is also a car model standing next to the car. This car model looks pretty good, definitely over 80 points. If it were a person, Xiao Fan wouldn't mind asking for a contact number, but now there is a top-notch person around him. He is not stupid. I feel that this car is very suitable for my temperament, and the most important thing is that the space inside the car is large enough. What do you think, teacher? After looking at the car, Xiao Fan looked at Che Mengzhu beside him. The car is not bad, but the price is not cheap. Are you planning to buy this car? Che Mengzhu was a little unconvinced. After all, the cheapest car costs millions, and Xiao Fan is so young. Of course, otherwise why come here, teacher? Do you like it? If you like it, I will buy it. Xiao Fan smiled and gave the choice to Che Mengzhu. Then I say no, I don't like it. Che Mengzhu blinked, feeling a little funny. This guy actually pretended in front of him, and there was no way because she was his student, so he could only cooperate and give him a step. No, I can see from your eyes that you like it, so I will buy this car, Xiao Fan said. Che Mengzhu pursed her lips and wanted to reach out and grab Xiao Fan's ears to wake him up, but as soon as she reached out, she was shocked. Suddenly, she remembered that Xiao Fan had already graduated, and it was not appropriate to pull his ears. So she quickly withdrew her hand and said, This car is not cheap. Although you have made some money, I still don't recommend you to buy it. After all, cash flow is very important for business. Spending money on a car is not good in case you need money urgently. Although she didn't think Xiao Fan had the money to buy it, Che Mengju didn't say it directly, but tactfully found him a way out. Men all have to save face, so she knew very well that if she said directly that she had no money, her student might really sell everything she had. It's not a big deal. If the teacher likes it, then of course I have to buy it. Xiao Fan was very determined. It was just a luxury car worth millions, and he could still afford it. You are really stubborn. Your temper hasn't changed at all. She clearly gave him a way out and let him show off twice, but this guy still wanted to show off. Che Mengju couldn't help it any longer. She stretched out her hand without hesitation, grabbed Xiao Fan's ear, and pulled it down like before. It hurts, teacher, let go. Xiao Fan reacted quickly, and quickly held Che Mengju's hand, begging for mercy. Let me go somewhere else first. In order to prevent Xiao Fan from showing off, Che Mengju had no intention of letting go. Although her hand was pinched by Xiao Fan, it was a bit unnatural for men and women, but she didn't care. In the 3 years of high school, she had become accustomed to this action. Every time she grabbed the other person's ear, the other person would pinch her hand to reduce the force of her pulling. Teacher, I can really afford this car. I'm not kidding you, and I don't mean to show off. Xiao Fan certainly couldn't leave. He really could afford the car. Are you sure? Che Mengju was not a stubborn person. Seeing Xiao Fan so determined, she was a little shaken for a moment. Really, teacher lied to you that I was a puppy. Xiao Fan swore to the sky. Okay, I'll trust you for now. Many people around had already looked over. After thinking about it, Che Mengju finally let go. Xiao Fan breathed a sigh of relief when his ear was released. It really hurt. His teacher was not merciful at all. Of course, he didn't stretch out his hand to rub his ear. The main reason was that his hand was still taking advantage of him. He was reluctant to leave his soft hand and come back to rub his ear. Che Mengju certainly found that Xiao Fan's hand was still holding hers. She glared at him fiercely and then pulled her hand back. In response, Xiao Fan smiled. In order to prevent the teacher from causing trouble, he quickly contacted the management staff of the auto show and expressed his desire to see the car. Looking at the smile on Xiao Fan's face, Che Mengju's mouth corners also rose slightly. She slowly raised her foot and gently placed it on the instep of Xiao Fan's foot. Xiao Fan, who was chatting with the management staff, felt a huge pain in his foot. He looked down and saw that the teacher's heel was stepping on him. In response, he seemed extremely helpless. Sure enough, his teacher had not changed. This kind of revengeful character was not easy to take advantage of. Fortunately, Che Mengju knew the limits very well. After stepping on the pedal for a few seconds, he naturally withdrew his foot and stood aside to listen quietly. The manager did not notice anything unusual and was chatting with Xiao Fan. Sir, this car is not cheap. Are you sure you want to buy it? Yes, I'm planning to buy one. Please introduce it to me. Xiao Fan nodded. Okay, sir. The manager said, X7 currently has 3.0 and 4.4. I wonder which one you want. The 4.4 one. The 4.4-liter one is twin-turbocharged with 530 horsepower, and the price is about 1.8 million. Xiao Fan was actually not interested in listening to nonsense. All kinds of configurations sounded annoying. After hearing the price, he waved his hand and said, No need to say anything. Arrange it for me. I want this car. Okay. The staff was stunned for a moment and then nodded quickly. Che Mengju was listening to the configuration carefully, but Xiao Fan didn't listen, which made her mouth twitch. You know, this is a car worth more than 1 million, not a few dozen dollars. How can you just decide it casually? Sir, let's talk about it in another place. It's not convenient here. But the staff didn't care so much. He smiled and led the way in front, preparing to go to the lounge to sign the contract. First, don't you think about it? This is almost 2 million. After buying it, will your cash flow be enough? Che Mengju followed Xiao Fan and reminded him in a low voice, Teacher, if you like something, it doesn't matter even if you sell everything you have. At most, you can't do business anymore. Xiao Fan smiled and said, I really underestimated you. You are really capable. You can buy a car worth 2 million. Seeing Xiao Fan's look, Che Mengju knew there was no problem, so she didn't say anything more. General. Xiao Fan was very modest. Now that you are so rich, there must be a lot of young girls around you, right? Che Mengju changed the subject and spoke in a faint tone. No, I'm busy making money and have no time to talk about love. Xiao Fan quickly denied it. What a joke. Only a fool would admit such a thing in front of other women. Che Mengju pursed her lips, looked at Xiao Fan seriously, then sighed softly, and said nothing more. Teacher, there are so many people chasing you. Do you have a boyfriend now? Xiao Fan asked. Why are you asking this? I'm just curious. When I was studying, someone was courting you every day. If I did, do you think I would go out alone? Che Mengju shook her head and looked at the ceiling. I don't know what she was thinking. Xiao Fan was happy and wanted to say something, but he had to sign the contract at this time. He had no choice but to sign the contract first. After signing the contract, it was already noon, so Xiao Fan said, "Teacher, let's go to eat first. What do you think?" "Okay, you are the big boss. I will listen to you." Chimengzhu smiled and nodded. "Okay, I'll go drive the car. You wait for me." "Okay." After saying this, Xiao Fan went to the parking lot to drive the car, while Chimengzhu waited there. But before she could wait long, a man in his 20s came to Chimengzhu's side. "Hello, beautiful lady, can we meet?" The young man held the key to the BMW in his hand, staring at Chimengzhu. Chimengzhu glanced at him, stepped back 2 steps, and said expressionlessly, "Sorry, I'm waiting for someone." "Beautiful lady, there's no need to be so heartless. Just add a contact number." The man didn't want to give up. After all, it was very rare to meet such a beautiful person. Chimengzhu frowned slightly. This man was really rude. She had already refused once, but he was still licking her face. Just as she was about to continue to refuse, a sports car drove over and honked. Looking at Xiao Fan in the main driver's seat, Chimengzhu was stunned for a moment. This car is not cheap. But now is not the time to think so much. She ignored the man, raised her legs and walked to the passenger seat of the Danyu, opened the door and get in the car very elegantly. At this moment, the man was stunned. Looking at the Lamborghini, his face turned red uncontrollably. Xiao Fan ignored the man and drove away after Chimengzhu fastened her seatbelt. "You shock me more and more. Your car is not cheap, right?" Touching the interior of the car, Chimengzhu asked curiously. Although she didn't know what kind of car it was, she knew that sports cars were definitely not cheap. "Okay, teacher, what do you want to eat?" "Do you want me to take you to a 5-star hotel for dinner?" Xiao Fan said. "5-star hotels, you should take your girlfriend there. I can go to ordinary places." Chimengzhu shook her head. It was just a meal. Going to a 5-star hotel was a complete waste. Although Xiao Fan looked rich, it was someone else's money. "Okay." Xiao Fan nodded and stepped on the accelerator. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of a 5-star hotel. "Teacher, we're here." After parking the car, Xiao Fan said with a smile. Chimengzhu looked up at the hotel sign, her mouth slightly raised, and she got off the car silently without saying anything. Xiao Fan followed her and was relieved to see that she had no objection. Sure enough, the sentence just now was a trap. If he really took Chimengzhu to eat somewhere else, he would have fallen into a trap. Fortunately, he had experienced many battles during this period, so he was very smart and did not step into the trap. The heart of a woman is really unfathomable. "I'm not that hungry. Order less dishes." After entering the hotel box, Chimengzhu spoke softly. "Okay, teacher." Xiao Fan nodded. This sentence should be true. The meal was very economical. It was just 4 simple dishes, and the cost was only a few thousand yuan. After finishing the meal, the two came to a milk tea shop. "Xiao Fan, honestly, you didn't do anything illegal, did you?" Chimengzhu was actually a little worried. She just checked Xiao Fan's sports car, and it was several times more expensive than the BMW. She still remembered that when she was studying, Xiao Fan was not rich. She was very suspicious that he had become so rich in such a short time. "Teacher, I am not that kind of person. I know very well what I should do and what I shouldn't do." Xiao Fan was very confident when he said this. He did not steal or rob. He was upright. Chimengzhu stared at Xiao Fan for a long time. Seeing that he did not dodge, he nodded without asking anything. "Teacher, shall we go shopping later?" He finally met the teacher, and he didn't want to let the other party leave too early. Chimengzhu took a sip of milk tea and said slowly, "I want to go back to rest in the afternoon. You should go shopping alone." "No, there is nothing to do when I go back. It's better to go shopping." Xiao Fan said quickly. "Do you really want to go shopping with me?" Chimengzhu licked her lips with her sexy little tongue and said, "At the beginning, someone didn't even answer my call, and now you want to go shopping with me?" "Teacher, I failed the college entrance examination at that time and was in a low mood. So, I didn't answer your call." Xiao Fan felt his scalp tingling. This guy is going to settle the score later. How long has it been? Well, why didn't he dare to contact the teacher? He was afraid of this matter. What is powerlessness? When you have nothing, you can experience what powerlessness is when you meet the girl you like. After the college entrance examination, Xiao Fan deeply understood the gap between himself and Chimengzhu, and he had endless inferiority in his heart. This is why he didn't have the courage to answer when she called him. Later, he became a salted fish, and he didn't have the courage to take the initiative to contact him, and even deliberately forgot about it. "I asked you to study hard, but you didn't listen. You were naughty every day." Speaking of this, Chimengzhu was angry and couldn't help stretching her leg to kick Xiao Fan. The high heels were extremely hard, and when they kicked Xiao Fan on the leg, he grimaced in pain. I didn't understand at the time. Although it hurt, Xiao Fan didn't dare to scream. "Ha ha!" Chimengzhu sneered and sighed slightly in his heart. He originally thought that he would never meet this enemy again in this life, but he didn't expect to meet him again. "Teacher, don't be angry. I apologize to you. Seeing that she didn't speak, Xiao Fan was a little anxious. Apologize? Che Mengzhu narrowed her eyes and said, Why do you have to apologize to me? We have nothing to do. It's definitely impolite not to answer the phone and you must apologize. Xiao Fan said with a wry smile. Take me home first. Che Mengzhu put down the milk tea and walked out on her own. Seeing this, Xiao Fan was a little anxious and hurriedly chased after her. Teacher, you have nothing to do when you go back. You might as well go shopping. I'll go back and change clothes. Che Mengzhu glanced at Xiao Fan and said very calmly. She didn't dress up at all when she went out today. She was going to go home after looking at the cars. But since she met Xiao Fan, she had to dress up. No woman would not care about beauty. Especially in front of the people they care about, they want to make themselves look prettier. Oh, okay. Xiao Fan nodded quickly and breathed a sigh of relief. A teacher is a teacher. Even if he made a mistake, he would not embarrass himself. Why is Xiao Fan so obsessed? In addition to her beauty, her personality is also the most important reason. Xiao Fan soon sent Che Mengzhu to the school gate. Because it was a high school, he couldn't go in, so he could only wait outside. It didn't take much time for Xiao Fan to change clothes, so he stood in the sun and waited patiently. At this moment, Xiao Fan looked like a considerate and warm man. 10 minutes passed quickly. The scorching sun made Xiao Fan a little overwhelmed, so he quickly went to buy an ice cream nearby. He ate the ice cream and waited for a few minutes. He really couldn't stand, so he found a cool place to squat. 10 minutes later, just when Xiao Fan was eating the third ice cream, he finally saw Che Mengzhu. Just when he was about to go over, a man suddenly got there first and blocked Che Mengzhu. Seeing this, Xiao Fan's lips twitched. This teacher is really attractive. There are so many suitors. Mengzhu, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. The man said with a smile. Che Mengzhu glanced at Xiao Fan not far away and said to the man with a smile, Is it a coincidence? Of course it's a coincidence. I just wanted to buy ice cream and I didn't expect to see you. Isn't this a coincidence? The man waved the ice cream in his hand and said seriously, Okay, whatever you say is what it is. What's the matter? Che Mengzhu asked politely, There's a new movie recently, and you're on vacation today, so why don't we go see a movie? As he spoke, the man took out a bouquet of flowers from somewhere and said, By the way, I heard that you like flowers, so I bought one for you. Do you like it? I like flowers, but not roses. I'm very sorry. Besides, I don't like watching movies. You can go and watch it by yourself. Che Mengzhu shook his head, walked around the man, and walked towards Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan stood there watching the show. He knew the man. When he was still in school, this guy was pursuing his teacher. I didn't expect that after so long, he still hasn't given up. He really has no self-knowledge. He doesn't know what kind of toad he is. It's difficult to even pursue a big goose, and he actually wants to pursue a swan. It's really beyond his ability. Mengzhu, just give me a chance. The man didn't want to give up, and followed Che Mengzhu's constant nonsense. Che Mengzhu was too lazy to pay attention to him. After walking in front of Siqi, she smiled and said, Let's go. Teacher, you are already very beautiful. Once you change into this dress, you will be even more beautiful. There are some things that women don't mention, but men can't pretend not to know. Che Mengzhu deliberately changed her clothes. If Xiao Fan was stupid enough not to compliment her, he would have something to look forward to later. Women are really petty. You are so slick, but you are never serious. Che Mengzhu's mouth corners slightly raised, and she was in a good mood. There, Xiao Fan smiled. Just as the two were flirting, the man also came over. When he saw Xiao Fan, his face changed immediately. Xiao Fan, why are you here? The man had no good feelings for Xiao Fan. It was this bastard who obstructed him in every way when he was pursuing Che Mengzhu. If it weren't for this bastard's obstruction, he might have succeeded, so he hated Xiao Fan very much. Xiao Fan graduated a year ago. Since that day, he has never seen this guy in Che Mengzhu again. He was relieved. Unexpectedly, he met this guy again now. He knew very well that he had no chance with this guy around. Why can't I be here? I am the teacher's personal bodyguard, specializing in helping the teacher to block all kinds of scoundrels. Xiao Fan was not polite to him. You? The man's face changed and he wanted to swear, but he held back when he saw Che Mengzhu beside him. It's okay for Xiao Fan to swear, but if he swears, then the impression in Che Mengzhu's heart will definitely be greatly reduced. What era is it now? You still want to pursue girls with the tricks you see in movies? Do you think Teacher Mengzhu is that kind of little girl? Xiao Fan said with a smile. To pursue a goddess-level figure like Teacher Mengzhu, you must give her luxury bags and brand-name perfumes. You are really stingy. You are unwilling to give her anything, but you are still imagining things. What are you talking about? Mengzhu is not that kind of vulgar person. Children like you don't understand at all. True love cannot be measured by material things, the man argued. Do you think love is a cheap thing? Love is an expensive luxury. Only when you meet the material conditions can you be qualified to pursue love. You keep talking about material things. Isn't it just stingy? It's really funny. Xiao Fan said bluntly. The man's face was very ugly. His good mood was immediately shattered because of Xiao Fan's words. Xiao Fan certainly noticed this, but he didn't care at all and continued. A grown man, you don't think about making money every day, you just want to get something for nothing. Are you a fool to be a teacher? If you had a little more money in your pocket, I wouldn't say that to you. You are so stingy every day, and you still go to the movies. What era is it? Watching a stupid movie. The man's eyelids kept twitching, and his inner anger was extremely strong. What men fear most is being scolded in front of the woman they like. Che Mengzhu was right next to him. He was said to be useless. Any man would be extremely angry. Hey, you look like you are still not convinced? Why do you want to hit me? Xiao Fan smiled. With such a little scheming, and he still chased the teacher. What a shame. Che Mengzhu stood there listening without interrupting, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised and a smile in the corners of her eyes. She actually didn't agree with what Xiao Fan said, but what did it matter? For these two, she would definitely stand on Xiao Fan's side. I'm too lazy to argue with you. The man suppressed his anger, turned to look at Che Mengzhu, and said, Mengzhu, you really don't want to go to the movies with me? You're talking nonsense. The teacher has to accompany me shopping, so how can I have time to accompany you to the movies? Xiao Fan unceremoniously reached out and took Che Mengzhu's hand and took her outside. Che Mengzhu smiled without saying anything, and just let Xiao Fan pull her away, ignoring the man's words the whole time. The man gritted his teeth at this moment, holding the flowers in his hand tightly, and didn't know what to do for a moment. Soon, the two came to the parking place, and Xiao Fan opened the door of the co-pilot very gentlemanly, letting Che Mengzhu get in the car first. Then he returned to the driver's seat and slowly started the car and left. Teacher, why is this guy still pestering you? Xiao Fan asked curiously while driving the car. Che Mengzhu stretched out her long legs and said with a smile, There is no way, he is my colleague. It is not good to embarrass him too much. Then next time you encounter his entanglement, teacher, just contact me. I will be there at any time and accurately strike such people. Xiao Fan smiled. Thinking about the man just now, it was really a bit shameless. This kind of person has no money. So when pursuing someone, what he pays is his face, which is a shameless emotional investment. Unfortunately, the teacher has no shortage of such things. There are so many people pursuing her. This kind of emotional investment is simply too cheap. His face is naturally the most precious, but in the eyes of others, it is worthless. That's not necessary. I don't go out much, so he basically has no chance to meet me. Today is an exception. Che Mengzhu shook her head and said. Chatting, the two came to the mall. To be honest, there is actually nothing good to visit in the mall, but Xiao Fan can't find any other excuses, so he can only stroll with Che Mengzhu in the mall. But speaking of it, the two of them are really a handsome man and a beautiful woman when they walk together, and the rate of turning back is quite high. Whether it is a man or a woman, they can't help but take a few more glances. Being handsome and beautiful is indeed very enviable. After strolling for a while, the two came to the outside of a Chanel store, where Xiao Fan stopped. What's wrong? Che Mengzhu didn't understand why he suddenly stopped. Let's go into the store and take a look. It's boring to keep walking outside. Xiao Fan pointed to the store. He knew very few luxury goods, and Chanel was one of the few. Forget it. The things here are not very good. Che Mengzhu shook her head. Chanel's things are not cheap. She understood Xiao Fan's thoughts, so she refused without hesitation. I feel good, and it's not that great just to take a look. Xiao Fan took the initiative to walk into the store. He knew that if he didn't enter the store, the answer he would get if he kept asking would definitely be no. Che Mengzhu was helpless. This little guy was really overbearing now that he had some money. It seemed that he asked her if she wanted it, but in fact he didn't give her any choice at all. Looking at Xiao Fan, who had already entered the store, she could only follow him and enter the store. Teacher, if you like anything, just pick it up. I will pay for it today. After entering the store, Xiao Fan patted his chest and said with a smile, Look at how proud you are. You are so proud of having a few stinky money. Che Mengzhu glared at Xiao Fan fiercely and then looked at it seriously. Since you have entered the store, there is no need to be pretentious. Anyway, it doesn't cost money to take a look. Xiao Fan smiled and followed her. Just as the two were looking at the bags, the door of the store was pushed open again and two women walked in, talking and laughing. Che Mengzhu put down her bag and looked over subconsciously. When she saw the two women, she was stunned for a moment. Mengzhu, why are you here? What a coincidence, I can meet you here. The two women also saw Che Mengzhu at this time. One of them was stunned for a moment and then immediately said with a smile, Chaiyuan, what a coincidence. Che Mengzhu also smiled after she reacted. She didn't expect to meet an acquaintance here. Hey, I came out to hang out with friends today. Kaiyuan walked to Che Mengzhu and said, Let me introduce you to my friend Liu Huan. By the way, is this guy next to you your boyfriend? He is so handsome. Don't talk nonsense. He is a student of mine who has graduated. I just happened to meet him today, so we came out to hang out together. Che Mengzhu explained with a smile. Okay, I believe you're quibbling. Kaiyuan nodded and then said, since we have met, let's take a look together. We can give each other some advice. How do you feel? After saying this, she looked at Xiao Fan again. Handsome boy, borrow your teacher first. You men should not like to hang around. You can rest for a while. It depends on the teacher's opinion. Although Xiao Fan wanted to sit down and rest, he knew that he could not agree without authorization, because if he agreed on his own initiative, it would easily make the teacher angry. Never underestimate the sensitivity of a woman. Even the most considerate women are grudges. The nature of women is that they are narrow-minded. The majority of male compatriots should remember this. If Xiao Fan agrees without authorization, does it mean that he is very tired of accompanying the teacher to go shopping? And is he very unhappy? This is what women think, so consent needs to be decided by women themselves. Never use men's thinking logic to think about the problems faced by women. The relationship between men and women needs to be honest, and even more needs some white lies. Then you take a break. I'll go with them to have a look. Che Mengzhu could actually see that Xiao Fan didn't like to hang around, so she didn't make it difficult for him and let him take a break. Hello, handsome guy, can we exchange WeChat? Just as Xiao Fan sat down to play with his phone, a girl suddenly came over. Hearing someone calling him, Xiao Fan looked up and found that the girl was not bad, with a look of more than 80 points. It's not bad to play with a girl of this level once or twice to taste it. If he was here with other women today, Xiao Fan would exchange WeChat with her without hesitation. But unfortunately, he couldn't control this woman today, so he didn't dare to ask for WeChat at all. Sorry, I don't add WeChat. Sighing inwardly, Xiao Fan righteously refused. Handsome guy, are you afraid that your girlfriend will find out? She's not here. The girl didn't want to give up. She had been sizing up Xiao Fan for a long time. This man was a famous brand and handsome. He was definitely a high-quality stock. I'm sorry. Xiao Fan shook his head and refused again. Women are always keeping an eye on everything. Who knows if they are looking at him? This is my WeChat. The girl had no choice but to leave a small note and then turned and left quickly. Looking at her leaving back, Xiao Fan sighed again in his heart. It must be very comfortable to give such a soft girl a shot. On the other side, Kaiyuan and Che Mengzhu were looking at bags. Mengzhu, your students are very attractive. We just left and a girl couldn't wait to get close to them. Kaiyuan picked up a bag and said with a smile, it's normal to be handsome and young and attractive. Che Mengzhu shook her head indifferently. She looked at the girl and there was no danger to her at all. Are you so relieved? Kaiyuan asked with a smile. He is just my student and it is natural for men to cheat. Do you think you can prevent it? Che Mengzhu shook her head. She was very open-minded about some things. There are indeed men who don't cheat in this world, but there are very few such men. Most men can't resist temptation when they have the ability to cheat. Of course, smart men know what is primary and secondary. You are still open-minded. Kaiyuan pursed her lips and didn't waste any more words on this topic. Instead, she pointed to a bag not far away and said, what do you think of that bag? I think it's pretty good. It looks good, but the price is really expensive. Can you afford 150,000? Che Mengzhu looked at the bag, then looked at the price, and then spoke. This is a bit expensive. Even if I can afford it, I can't bear to buy it. It's better to buy something cheaper. Kaiyuan shook her head and said, I can't afford it. You can ask your student to buy it for you. I think he should be strong. The watch on his hand is not cheap. It's just a bag. It's okay as long as it looks good. There's no need to buy such an expensive one. Che Mengzhu shook her head. Xiao Fan's ability to buy this bag is indeed not stressful, but it is completely unnecessary. Money is earned to be spent. Otherwise, what's the point of making money? Kaiyuan thought differently. She picked up another bag and said, this is it. I think it's pretty good. What do you think? It looks good, but this one costs more than 40,000 yuan. Are you sure you have that much money? She knew her friend's ability. Although her salary was not low, she couldn't just buy a bag worth more than 40,000 yuan. Hey, I really couldn't afford it before. But don't forget that I'm married and my man is not weak. Kaiyuan smiled, took out a bank card, and said with a smile, this is the card he gave me. I can spend tens of thousands of yuan a month with this card. I can definitely afford this bag. You are showing off to me nakedly. Che Mengzhu was a little helpless. Hey, you can also find a good husband. With your ability, it's no problem at all. Kaiyuan smiled, looked at another friend of hers and asked, Li Huan, have you chosen a bag? Yes, this one will do. The woman named Li Huan also came over with a bag, which was not cheap. Kaiyuan looked at Li Huan's bag and asked, how much is yours? A little over 30,000. How about you? Li Huan said very naturally, it's a little more expensive than yours, about 40,000. Yuan smiled. Chimengzhu stood aside a little helplessly. Friend was just stimulating her and introducing her to a good man. See? You just need to marry a good man and your life will be much happier. Mengzhu, you are so outstanding. You can definitely find a man better than our husband. Yuan whispered. Do you need me to introduce you to someone? My husband knows a lot of outstanding men. Forget it. I'm more comfortable alone, and there's no need to pursue brand names. Mengzhu shook her head. Her ideas were different from hers. You're just too stubborn. Yuan shook her head and pulled Mengzhu to the resting place. Have you bought it? Xiao Fan, who was playing with his phone, saw them coming and quickly put down his phone. Lu Huan and I have bought it, but Mengzhu hasn't. Yuan smiled and said, Mengzhu is reluctant to spend your money, so she plans not to buy a bag. Yuan, Mengzhu's face changed. She didn't expect Yuan to take the initiative to find trouble. Isn't this pitting her? Facing Mengzhu's scolding, Yuan didn't care and continued. Handsome, I really envy you. Mengzhu just saw a bag and liked it very much, but finally gave up. I really think about you. Xiao Fan, don't listen to her nonsense. I don't have any requirements for bags. I have many bags at home, so there is no need to buy them. Mengzhu had no choice but to look at Xiao Fan, hoping that he could be more rational. Handsome, I tell you, women are hypocritical. No woman will dislike having too many bags. Yuan added slowly. Look at Mengzhu's bag. Isn't it very beautiful? This is what she said about not having requirements. Handsome, men should have their own ideas. If you have the financial strength, you can buy the bag first. After paying, Mengzhu can still refuse it? Liu Huan also added fuel to the fire at this time. The two women sang the same tune, which really made Mengzhu's mouth twitch. She regretted not leaving the store as soon as possible. It's this bag. Yuan took the bag that Mengzhu had just picked out and said, Mengzhu has always liked this bag. Handsome boy, I see that the watch you are wearing is worth several million. It's definitely no problem to buy a bag for you. Men should take the initiative. Looking at the excited Yuan, Xiao Fan really wanted to say thank you. This assist was really timely. If it weren't for her, it would be impossible for him to buy a bag for his teacher. But now it's different. With an excuse, the considerate teacher, even if she doesn't want to, can't lose face in front of other women. Such a good opportunity. Of course, Xiao Fan can't miss it, so he immediately said, How much is this bag? Not expensive, only 150,000. Yuan quickly opened her mouth and quoted the price while observing Xiao Fan's face. She wanted to help her bestie find out whether this man is reliable. Mengzhu really couldn't speak or not at this moment. Now the atmosphere was right. If I ask Xiao Fan not to buy it, it will be embarrassing for him. A man's face cannot be easily exposed. But if Xiao Fan buys it, how can she pay for this bag worth 150,000 yuan? Will she pay for it herself? You must be kidding. It's not expensive. In this case, I'll buy it. You can give the bag to the teacher. Xiao Fan smiled. It was only 150,000 yuan, which was not a problem for him. Generous. Yuan nodded and immediately handed the bag to Mengzhu and said with a smile, Mengzhu, you are a really good student. You have a good vision. No wonder you refused me to introduce you to someone. Just wait, I will remember this grudge. Mengzhu glared at Yuan fiercely, feeling extremely unhappy. Hehe, I was wrong. Don't be angry. Yuan immediately hugged Mengzhu's arm and acted like a spoiled child. She was really flexible. Soon Xiao Fan paid the money, and then several people walked out of the store. Yuan had nothing to do, so she went shopping with Xiao Fan and the others. Thanks to her, Xiao Fan bought 2 more clothes and a set of cosmetics for Mengzhu. They shopped for an entire afternoon, and when it was almost evening, Yuan and the others had to go home to cook, so they left early. Xiao Fan and Mengzhu were left alone. Teacher, what are we doing now? Shall we go out for dinner? Xiao Fan asked. Okay, but I'll treat you this time. You've spent a lot of money today, and you've embarrassed the teacher. Mengzhu sighed. She did a simple calculation and found that Xiao Fan had spent more than 200,000 yuan on her in the afternoon. This made her very helpless. This little brat just wanted her to owe him. I'll listen to you, teacher. Xiao Fan smiled and slowly moved his hand towards hers. Mengzhu noticed this the first time, but she pretended not to know. When Xiao Fan's hand was about to get close to hers, she suddenly sped up and distanced herself from Xiao Fan. This situation made Xiao Fan helpless. In fact, he was very nervous just now, fearing that the teacher would get angry. Walk faster, you are so slow. Is it because your kidneys are not good that you can't walk fast? After pulling away, Mengzhu immediately changed the subject and gave Xiao Fan a way out. How is it possible? My kidneys are very good. Xiao Fan hurriedly denied that his kidneys were strengthened. Soon the two left the mall and came to a restaurant with good decoration. It took an hour to eat. After eating, it was dark. It's almost time. I want to go back. After paying the bill, Mengzhu said, No, it's still early, teacher. Why don't we go to the movies? She will have class tomorrow and she can't come out then, so Xiao Fan doesn't want to leave so early. Watching movies in this era? Che Mengzhu asked with a smile. At noon, Xiao Fan mocked the man like this, and this time Che Mengzhu returned the original words. Ahem! It doesn't matter what era you go to see a movie. It depends on who accompanies you to see it. Isn't that right, teacher? Xiao Fan immediately made up an excuse for himself. It seems to make sense. Che Mengzhu smiled and shook her head. How could she not know Xiao Fan's little thoughts? Then, teacher, do you think we can watch a movie? Xiao Fan hurriedly worked harder. Okay, then I'll watch it with you. Che Mengzhu nodded. In fact, she didn't want to go back so early. But as a woman, there are some things that must be asked for by men. A smart woman can make a man say what she wants, while a stupid woman will only ask for it herself. Teacher is wise. Xiao Fan was very happy and immediately took her out of the restaurant. More than half an hour later, the two came to the cinema. Xiao Fan chose a good movie and bought snacks. After preparing everything, the two entered the screening room. The environment in the screening room was very dark. After finding a seat and sitting down, Xiao Fan watched the movie very seriously. Che Mengzhu leaned gently on the chair and watched the movie with relish. About 10 minutes later, Xiao Fan picked up a popcorn and put it to Che Mengzhu's mouth. Che Mengzhu did not look back, but opened her mouth very naturally and let Xiao Fan put the popcorn into her mouth. The success of the first step of the test gave Xiao Fan a lot of confidence. While feeding popcorn, he prepared for the next test. 5 minutes later, Xiao Fan carefully picked up Che Mengzhu's Coke and drank a sip, then quietly put it back. Soon, Che Mengzhu was a little thirsty, and very naturally picked up the Coke and drank it, as if he had no idea that the Coke had been drunk. This behavior greatly encouraged Xiao Fan, and his hand quietly moved towards Che Mengzhu's hand. The two fingers were like two legs, walking carefully on the chair, fearing that something should not be disturbed. The fingers walked for a while and stopped when they were close to Che Mengzhu's arm. Xiao Fan hesitated for a moment, gently raised a finger, and gently touched the back of Che Mengzhu's hand with his fingernails. After being touched, Che Mengzhu's hand retreated a little. Seeing this, Xiao Fan's fingers were startled and retreated quickly. At the same time, Xiao Fan secretly observed Che Mengzhu's expression. After confirming her expression, he controlled his fingers to approach again. Men are really naive when they meet someone they like. If it were a woman, Xiao Fan would not be cautious. He had already touched her, and there was no way he could look back. After approaching this time, Xiao Fan touched her again. In fact, he had already made plans to retreat when Che Mengzhu's watch was closed. Although they had a good relationship when they were studying, they hadn't seen each other for a year after all, so it was normal to be unfamiliar. However, to his surprise, Che Mengzhu's arm did not retreat this time, and she completely ignored his touch and temptation. So he observed Che Mengzhu's expression for the first time and found that she was still watching the movie with relish. This made Xiao Fan bolder. He stretched out a finger and placed it on the back of Che Mengzhu's hand. After confirming that there was no reaction, then the second, the third, and finally the whole hand were placed on the back of her hand. Che Mengzhu still didn't react. Xiao Fan became more and more daring. He spread Che Mengzhu's 5 fingers apart and crossed his own fingers. The two crossed their palms. This made Xiao Fan very proud, but what he didn't know was that in a place he couldn't see, the corners of Che Mengzhu's mouth slightly raised. It is human nature to push for more and to be greedy. After taking advantage, Xiao Fan gradually became a little dissatisfied, so he pulled Che Mengzhu's hand over. He pinched her little hand with both hands and played with it gently. Xiao Fan first pinched her little finger, then pulled it a little, and then put the palm of his little finger against hers. Although the light was dim, Xiao Fan played very enthusiastically, and the soft touch made him love it. I don't know how long they played, just when he was about to pick it up and kiss it, his hand was suddenly taken back. The movie is over, let's go back. Che Mengzhu spoke very calmly, as if what happened just now had never happened. Ahem, okay. Xiao Fan nodded quickly. He was very satisfied tonight. The two walked out of the cinema one after the other, and Xiao Fan drove her back to school. After the car was stable, Che Mengzhu unbuckled her seatbelt. Don't get off the car, I can go back directly, thank you for today. Verbal thanks are not sincere at all. After the unbridled in the cinema, Xiao Fan became bolder. He stared at Che Mengzhu's rosy and sexy lips, and he wanted to take a bite if he could. Then how do you want me to thank you? Isn't the cinema enough? Che Mengzhu asked with a smile. Ahem. Xiao Fan felt a little guilty and didn't know what to say for a while. Che Mengzhu shook her head and pointed to the lowered window of the cab and said, Look over there, it seems that someone is approaching. Someone? Xiao Fan was stunned for a moment and subconsciously looked out the window. The moment he turned his head, Xiao Fan felt something wet touched his face, and when he reacted, Che Mengzhu had already opened the car door and got out of the car and left. Smart women can't beat her at all. Touching his face, Xiao Fan looked at Che Mengzhu's back, feeling helpless. He had seen countless women during this period of time, and thought he was experienced and had no fear in front of women, but today he was really weak. When facing someone he likes, he will look back and forth, and once he looks back and forth, he will be at a disadvantage. He knew this truth, but he was powerless to change anything, because being favored always makes him fearless. When facing a woman he doesn't like, a man can be unscrupulous and don't care about the other person's feelings at all. But once he meets a woman he really likes, it is normal to be restrained. With a deep sigh, Xiao Fan drove away quickly. Although he didn't eat meat today, he was very happy. Spiritual pleasure is really much more comfortable than physical pleasure. Of course, physical pleasure is the easiest to achieve, while spiritual pleasure is very difficult. On the other side, Che Mengzhu walked into the school in a happy mood. Just as she was about to return to the dormitory, she was stopped by two colleagues. "Mengzhu, who was that just now? If I'm not mistaken, it was Lamborghini, right? You have a boyfriend." A female teacher in her 30s laughed and teased. She was originally here to pick up a parcel, but she didn't expect to see Che Mengzhu getting off the car. So she stood there waiting with curiosity. A good friend. Che Mengzhu pursed her lips with a smile on her lips. "You're lying, Mengzhu. What's in your hand? Don't think we don't know this brand. We know Chanel." Another female teacher also said with a smile. "Chanel bags must be expensive, and you said that person is not your boyfriend." The teacher in her 30s smiled and said, "We are all women. There is no need to hide anything." Looking at the smiles of the two, Che Mengzhu shook her head and said nothing. "This kind of thing cannot be explained clearly. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going back first." After saying this, Che Mengzhu led her things and walked towards the dormitory. As expected of Mengzhu, her boyfriend is not an ordinary person. To be able to drive such a car, her family must be very rich. The female teacher said with great admiration. The 30-year-old female teacher nodded. "Mengzhu is so beautiful and very considerate. It's not surprising that she can find a excellent man." Speaking of which, during the day, Teacher Lu asked me about Mengzhu's news, and he is really infatuated and has been pursuing her for several years. The female teacher sighed and said, "He is stupid. With his conditions, how can he have the nerve to pursue Mengzhu? Isn't this a toad eating swan meat?" The 30-year-old female teacher shook her head and looked down on Teacher Lu. "Don't say that nonsense, otherwise he will definitely be unhappy if he knows." The female teacher hurriedly reminded, "Sk, what's the big deal? I didn't say anything wrong." The 30-year-old female teacher continued. Just as the two were chatting about gossip, Teacher Lu suddenly appeared not far away and walked towards them quickly. The two who were gossiping immediately changed the topic and greeted Teacher Lu enthusiastically after he approached. "Teacher Bai, Teacher Li, did you see Teacher Che just now? Did she come back?" After saying hello, Teacher Lu asked, curiously. "Teacher Lu, why are you asking this? Teacher Che is an adult. She knows when she will come back." The 30-year-old Teacher Bai said with a smile, "I am just concerned about Teacher Che. After all, it is late now, and it is not safe for a person to be outside." Teacher Lu said, "Teacher Lu, do you still want to pursue Teacher Che?" Teacher Li asked. Hey, this is about right." Teacher Lu smiled embarrassedly. "Teacher Lu, I advise you to give up. Do you know how Teacher Che came back?" If Teacher Lu had pursued Teacher Che before, she would definitely not object, but after seeing the scene just now, she decided to remind him. "Teacher Li, what do you mean by this?" Teacher Lu's face changed, and he felt a little bad. "Do you know about Lamborghini?" Teacher Bai on the side spoke. "Why are you talking about this suddenly?" Teacher Lu's heart jumped. That car was the one that just sent Teacher Che back. Think about it yourself. How can you compare with others? Teacher Bai shook his head and turned away. "You didn't see it wrong, did you?" Teacher Lu's voice changed. Seeing him like this, Teacher Li said, "Actually, Teacher Lu, you are not bad. It's the same when pursuing other women. Don't just keep staring at Teacher Che. Don't think that Teacher Che is usually very considerate, but this is just because she has high emotional intelligence. For a beauty like her, ordinary people can't think too much." Teacher Che is not a materialistic person, I believe. Teacher Lu was very obsessed and still didn't want to give up. Teacher Che really doesn't like money. Waiting for something that can make her happy must require a lot of money. Do you understand this? Teacher Li left after leaving a word. After returning home, Xiao Fan chatted with Che Mengzhu on the phone for a long time and didn't put down the phone until almost 12 o'clock to sleep. The next day at noon, Xiao Fan, who was sleeping, was awakened by the ringing of his mobile phone. He picked up the phone and saw that it was Yu Xuan calling, so he answered the call. "Hello, what's up? It's been several days since I last saw this girl. I missed the time when she was kneeling. Fan, are you free now? I have a problem here and I can't handle it." Yu Xuan's voice was a little helpless. "Where are you? I'll go over now." Xiao Fan immediately got up. After all, she was his woman, and only he could let her suffer any grievances. I'm on Moganshan Road. Yu Shuwen immediately reported the location. Wait, I'll go over and handle it for you. Xiao Fan put on his clothes, picked up the car keys and went out. On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Yu Shuwen breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the woman not far away, she said, Wait a moment, my friend will come over to handle it soon. Your friend will handle it? Well, I'll wait. The woman had a technological look on her face, and there was jealousy in her eyes when she looked at Yu Shuwen. Not far from her was a BMW X1 parked, and next to the car was an electric car. Xiao Wen, who did you call just now? Standing next to Yu Shuwen was a woman in her 30s with worry on her face. He's a friend of mine. Don't worry, Mom. For him, this is just a small matter. Yu Shuwen said. Your boyfriend? Will it be too much trouble for him? The mother's tone was very worried. The woman's car was a BMW, which was not cheap. She was very afraid that her daughter's boyfriend would run away. Yu Shuwen's mother was Jia Yue. Although she was already in her 30s, she still had her charm, especially the big thing on her chest, which was very big. It won't bother him. By the way, Mom, he's not my boyfriend yet. Don't yell. Yu Shuwen said. Ah, he's not my boyfriend yet, so will he really come to deal with it? Jia Yue was very worried. Even if it was a boyfriend, it would be a bit difficult to ask him to help in this situation, let alone he is not a boyfriend. No, he will definitely come back when he says he will. Yu Shuwen was very confident, although they were not boyfriend and girlfriend yet. But they had done everything they should do, and he had tasted such a shameful posture, so this kind of small matter would definitely be dealt with. Jia Yue was still very suspicious, but she didn't ask again, but thought about how to solve the problem at hand. Half an hour later, the woman was a little impatient. She said, Is your friend coming or not? Please don't waste my time. My time is very precious. Sorry, please wait a moment. Yu Shuwen apologized quickly. She was the one who hit the car. Although she was in the wrong, she understood the other party's feelings very well, so she was very sincere. I'll wait for you for 5 minutes. If you don't come after 5 minutes, I'll call the police. The woman glared at Shuwen fiercely. This woman was too beautiful, and she was really jealous. Yu Shuwen pursed her lips and was about to apologize again. At this time, a roar suddenly came, so she looked over quickly. Not far away, a sports car was coming this way. After seeing the car, Yu Shuwen breathed a sigh of relief. He's here, just wait for 2 minutes, Yu Shuwen said. The tech girl snorted coldly and looked at the sports car not far away. There were not many chances to meet a sports car on the road. Not long after, the sports car arrived nearby. When the car stopped, the tech girl hesitated for a moment. She took out her phone and walked over. She was going to see if she could get a contact number, but someone was faster than her. Yu Shuwen quickly ran to the car and opened the door of the driver's cab. Fan, you're finally here. If you had come a little later, I would have been scolded. After seeing Xiao Fan, the strength she had just shown disappeared immediately. Yu Shuwen said with tears in her eyes. Tell me what happened. Xiao Fan rubbed her head and asked very gently. It's like this. I picked up my mother from the train station today, but on the way back I was distracted and hit someone's car. Yu Shuwen roughly told her what happened. After listening, Xiao Fan roughly understood the reason. He was in the wrong, so he couldn't do anything. So he looked at the tech girl not far away and said, I'm sorry, how much did you lose? I'll compensate you. What do you think? It's nothing, just the fender was broken. It will cost several thousand yuan to repair it. The tech girl looked unhappy. She originally wanted to find the contact information of a tall, rich, and handsome man. It turned out that this tall, rich, and handsome man had a girlfriend, who was the woman who hit her car. She was so jealous. Give me the payment code. I'll compensate you 10,000 yuan for the time you wasted. What do you think? Xiao Fan didn't want to argue about this matter, so he didn't care about the few thousand yuan and gave him 10,000 yuan directly. Okay. Although he was very unhappy, he still wanted the money. She would need to lie down many times to earn 10,000 yuan, so the tech girl showed her the payment code immediately. Xiao Fan transferred the money to her soon. After taking the money, the tech girl left immediately. There were clients waiting for her, and if they kept talking, they would leave. After she left, Yu Shuwen brought Xiao Fan to her mother. After seeing Yu Shuwen's mother, Xiao Fan was stunned. This woman looked very similar to Yu Shuwen. Although she was not young, she was still good-looking, and unlike Yu Shuwen's youthful beauty, this woman had a very mature temperament. Is this yours? Although Xiao Fan guessed that the other party should be Yu Shuwen, he still asked first. She is my mother, Jia Yue, who came to Hangzhou to find a job and see a doctor, by the way. Mr. Yu Shuwen introduced Xiao Fan, and then introduced him to his mother. Mom, this is Xiao Fan, a good friend of mine. You can just call him Xiao Fan. Hello, thank you so much just now. Jia Yue could see that her daughter had an unusual relationship with this man. However, the two of them were not boyfriend and girlfriend, which made her very confused. On the surface, she was still very polite. After all, she had just helped them mother and daughter. So you are Xiaowen's mother. Hello, auntie. You can just call me Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan said politely, I have a very good relationship with your daughter. You can tell me if you have any difficulties. After a few polite words, Xiao Fan looked at Yu Shuwen and asked, Auntie, you are here to find a job. Have you found one yet? What kind of job are you looking for? What job did you do before? Xiao Fan was very happy to help. After all, she was Yu Shuwen's mother. As long as he could help, he would do his best. When he finished speaking, he was still looking at Jia Yue, especially the upper part of her belly, which was really a bit exaggerated. I'm still looking for a job. I haven't found one yet. My mother used to run a milk tea shop in a small county town. Yu Shuwen also wanted Xiao Fan to arrange a good job for her mother. After all, it is really hard to find a job now. Have you ever opened a milk tea shop? Xiao Fan thought for a while, then said, I'm planning to open a milk tea shop recently. I just haven't found a suitable store manager, so why don't I let Auntie be the store manager? Really? That's really troublesome for you. Hearing this, Yu Shuwen was happy. Being a store manager is still very easy. It's a small matter. Xiao Fan smiled, looked at Jia Yue and said, Auntie, let's add WeChat. What do you think? Sure, wait a moment. Jia Yue took out her mobile phone, clicked on the WeChat avatar, and then waited. Her mobile phone was very stuck when opening the software. Software like WeChat would not be opened for a minute. Auntie, your mobile phone is not good. You need a smoother mobile phone to be a store manager, so I'll buy you a new one. Looking at the extremely stuck mobile phone, Xiao Fan wanted to smash the phone. What era is this? How can there be such a mobile phone? It's stuck when opening WeChat. This mobile phone can still be used? Actually, my mobile phone can still be used. Jia Yue was a little embarrassed. After all, mobile phones are not cheap now. That won't do. As a store manager, there are many things that need to be handled by mobile phones, so you have to change your phone. Xiao Fan smiled and looked at Jia Yue's face. Although there were some wrinkles, she was still very beautiful. When she was young, her score was above 90. Although she is a little older now, she still has a minimum score of 80. She is really a top-notch young woman. Faced with such an enthusiastic Xiao Fan, Jia Yue was very puzzled. She didn't know what to do and could only look at her daughter. Yu Shuwen, who was originally smiling, also found something wrong. Xiao Fan was really a little too enthusiastic. Although the idea of attracting the attention of her mother was a bit absurd, considering his terrifying desire, she felt that she should be more vigilant. So she quickly said, Fan, I can buy a mobile phone for my mother, so you don't have to spend money anymore. How can this be possible? You don't have much money to begin with. What kind of mobile phone can you change? Why do you have to be so formal with me? Xiao Fan glanced at Yu Shuwen, and his tone seemed a little unhappy. No, I just feel embarrassed to ask you to pay all the time. Yu Shuwen's face changed. After so many in-depth discussions with Xiao Fan, she knew very well that Xiao Fan was dissatisfied, so her tone softened immediately. I've already said, Xiao Chan, okay, this matter is decided like this. Xiao Fan made the decision very domineeringly, and no one was allowed to object to such things. Okay, I'll listen to you. Yu Shuwen nodded, not daring to object anymore. Jie stood aside without speaking. She was very self-aware of the conversation between the young couple, but although she didn't interrupt, she was listening carefully. From the conversation between the two, she heard that her daughter almost obeyed everything and didn't dare to object to this man at all. She was not surprised by this, nor did she feel it was wrong. Although her daughter was beautiful, this man was not bad, and he was very rich. Okay, let's go buy a mobile phone first. Xiao Fan went over to help the fallen electric bike up, and by the way, took the gifts on the ground and put them on his own bike. I'll have a chance to give you a bike. It's not safe to ride an electric bike every day. After putting away the gifts, Xiao Fan threw out a candied date. Yu Shuwen, who was originally in a very depressed mood, brightened her eyes when she heard this, and quickly said, Fan, don't joke with me. I'm still taking the driver's license test, and it's useless to buy a car. When you pass the driver's license test, you can come to my place to pick up the car with your driver's license. Xiao Fan smiled and said generously, Don't regret it. Yu Shuwen swallowed her saliva. She had practiced to the third subject and would be able to take the driver's license test soon. I'm not lying. Xiao Fan closed the trunk and said, The car can only seat 2 people, and you still have an electric car. How about this? I will take my aunt to buy a mobile phone first. You are familiar with this place, and come on an electric car. What do you think? Okay, send me a location when I get there. Yu Shuwen nodded. She had just had a car accident with her mother, so she had no objection to letting her mother go with Xiao Fan first. After getting her consent, Xiao Fan looked at Jia Yue and said with a smile, Auntie, in that case you can get in the car first. Yes, Jia Yue nodded and sighed inwardly. As a person who had experienced it, she could see that the young man's eyes were not right. Soon Jia Yue got in the car. Xiao Fan took the initiative to help her fasten her seatbelt. Of course, Friction was inevitable in the middle of the journey, because she was older. After fastening the seatbelt, Xiao Fan started the car and drove towards the destination. At this time, Yu Xuan had already left. In the city, cars are not as convenient as batteries for short-distance travel. Xiao Fan, your car is not cheap. Although Jiayu had never driven a sports car before, she had heard of it. She was very curious about this young man, so she wanted to learn more about him through chatting. More than 8 million, it's not very expensive. Xiao Fan smiled and said very modestly. Jiayu was silent for a moment. She originally thought that the car would cost 1 million, but now it seems that she had low standards. She couldn't even imagine a car worth more than 8 million yuan. You know, the houses in her hometown only cost 500,000 or 600,000 yuan each. Such a car can buy more than a dozen houses, which is really too exaggerated. Xiao Fan, does your family run a company? After a long time of easing, Jiayue continued to ask questions, wanting to find out about Xiao Fan's family situation. Almost, but I also run a business, and the money for buying the car is earned by myself. Xiao Fan unceremoniously attributed all these abilities to himself. Really amazing, young and promising. Jiayue was very impressed. Sure enough, the man that her arrogant daughter fell in love with must be very powerful, and this kind of man is very common and domineering, so her daughter's temper immediately became very gentle. Thank you for the compliment, Auntie. Xiao Fan smiled, and couldn't help but look at the behemoth again. It must be very comfortable to pinch it. Jiayu actually found that Xiao Fan was looking at her, but she couldn't say anything, so she could only pretend not to see it. While enjoying the beautiful scenery while driving, Xiao Fan was in a very good mood. Thinking about mother and daughter was exciting. Of course, he just thought about it. That kind of thing is unlikely. 10 minutes later, Xiao Fan drove to the destination. At this time, Yu Xuan had already arrived. A sports car was not as fast as a battery car. It was really helpless. After the three of them met, Yu Xuan smiled and said, "You are really too slow. I have been waiting for several minutes. There is no way to speed up with the traffic lights." Xiao Fan smiled and shook his head, saying, "Okay, let's go in and take a look. It seems that there are new mobile phones launched recently." "Yeah, okay, but you don't need to buy two good ones. My mother doesn't play games, ordinary ones will do," Yu Xuan said with a smile. "That won't work. If you want to buy, you must buy good ones. The difference is not that much money." After saying this, Xiao Fan took the two into the mobile phone store. This mobile phone store is very large and has mobile phones of major brands. Yu Xuan suggested buying coarse grains, saying that this is cost-effective. Xiao Fan completely disagreed with this. Coarse grains are not as good as blue and green. After a simple look, he bought a Huawei phone. A flagship phone, more than 6,000 yuan, is not very expensive. In addition to the phone, she also bought a computer tablet, which cost more than 10,000 yuan. "Xiao Fan, I really let you spend money. I'm so sorry." After leaving the mobile phone store, Jiayue hurriedly expressed her feeling that this man gave her a very lustful feeling. But this man is really generous. He didn't even blink when he bought a mobile phone and a computer just now. You know, that's more than 20,000 yuan. If she were to earn it, I don't know how many months it would take. "Auntie, there's no need to be polite with me. We are family." Xiao Fan smiled and pointed to the street not far away and said, "Since we are all here, let's go shopping. There are clothes for sale in front. Let's go and take a look." "Fan, no need, we have enough clothes to wear." Yu Xuan hurriedly spoke, a little embarrassed. But Xiao Fan didn't care about her. He walked forward alone, came to the door of a store, and walked in directly. "Really, you don't listen to my advice at all." Yu Xuan pouted and stamped her feet. Jiayu shook her head and said, "Let's go after them. We can't let Xiao Fan go shopping alone. It's the only way. Mom, you are so considerate." Yu Xuan sighed and followed Jiayu. After Xiao Fan entered the store, he called the clerk. When he saw Jiayu and Yu Xuan enter the store, he asked the clerk to take them to choose clothes. As long as they liked it, they didn't need to ask any questions and just packed it up. Of course, Yu Xuan, the others didn't know the situation. They were just looking at the clothes and had no intention of buying them. After looking for more than 10 minutes, they were just about to find an excuse to leave with Xiao Fan, and then they found that the clerk was actually packing clothes. Seeing this, Yu Xuan hurriedly asked, and the clerk told her honestly without hiding anything. This made Yu Xuan very helpless. Now it's good. She has to buy it even if she doesn't want to. In the end, the two of them could only try it on. An hour later, the two of them left the store with big bags and small bags with Xiao Fan. After buying clothes, Xiao Fan took them to the parking lot. "Xiao Fan, it's almost time. Xu Wen and I have something to do. Do you think we should leave first?" Wearing new clothes, Jia felt a little unnatural. It was really Xiao Fan's eyes that were too aggressive, which made her very uncomfortable. If other men looked at her like this, she would definitely be angry. But Xiao Fan was different. He was her daughter's man and spent so much money on them, so she could only choose to avoid him first. It's still early. Xiao Fan certainly didn't want to let them leave now, so he looked at Yu Xuan on the side and said, Xiao Wen, didn't you like a bag last time? Now we have time. How about I take you to see it? Hearing this, Yu Xuan's eyes lit up. She also felt that it was a bit early to go back now, so she said to her mother, Mom, let's go shopping for a while. Other things can be done later or another day. Yu Xuan was brooding over that bag. She wanted it after she saw it when she was shopping with her sisters that day. But the bag was too expensive, and she certainly couldn't afford it herself. So for several days she tried her best to please Xiao Fan, wanting him to buy it for her. It would not work if she said it directly, so she asked Xiao Fan every day if the bag was nice or not, and gave very obvious hints. But Xiao Fan did not give in, and she thought he did not want to buy it for her, so she gave up. Unexpectedly, he actually took the initiative to bring it up today. Such a good bag, of course, can't be let go. Can't you buy it next time? Jiayo was a little hesitant. She still wanted to leave first. Of course, but I'm busy. I don't know when the next time will be. Xiao Fan looked indifferent. It was Yu Xuan who was anxious about this matter, not him. Women love bags, that's really crazy. After saying this, Yu Xuan was a little anxious. She didn't know when the next time would be. Maybe it would be gone. She said in the dormitory group a few days ago that she would buy that bag. It would be embarrassing if she dragged it on like this. Mom, listen to me. We'll play for a while. If we're in a hurry to go back, we have nothing to do. After thinking it through, Yu Xuan hurriedly advised her mother. Xiao Fan's attitude was particularly good today. If she missed such a good opportunity, she didn't know when the next time would come. It's just a bag. Look how anxious you are. Okay, I'll listen to you. Jaya was helpless. It was not good for her to leave when the woman was so firm. Thank you for your understanding, Mom. Yu Xuan was overjoyed. The bag was now settled. She was happy in her heart. I think Auntie seems to have something to do. How about another day? Seeing Yu Xuan persuading Jiayu, stupid. Yu Xuan pouted and patted Xiao Fan. Jiayu on the side shook her head helplessly. Her daughter was useless and was completely played around by her. But it was normal to say that, who asked for help. Okay, Auntie, get in the car, I'll take you there. Xiao Wen, you should ride your bike over there by yourself. Xiao Fan smiled, opened the door and let Jiayue get in first, and then sat in the driver's seat. Yu Xuan was completely immersed in the joy of buying bags and didn't find anything wrong. Buying bags wasted a lot of time, and it was dark when they were done, so he thought of taking them to eat first. After dinner, Xiao Fan asked, Xiao Wen, you live in the school. Auntie just came to Hangzhou. There must be no place to live, right? Yu Xuan nodded and said, I plan to find a hotel first, stay for one night, and then look for a house another day. What hotel? Have you forgotten that I have several vacant rooms there? Just let Auntie go to my place. Xiao Fan was very enthusiastic. How could his woman's mother live in a hotel? Doesn't it make him look too cold? Xiao Fan, this is not very convenient. In fact, I can live in a hotel. Jiayu's face changed. It would be really dangerous to live there. Yes, Fan, my mother will definitely disturb you if she lives there. Yu Xuan didn't support it very much. It was really that Xiao Fan had too many women. If she knew about it now, she would be really embarrassed. No, listen to me on this matter. If other people know about it, they will say that I don't respect my elders. Xiao Fan shook his head and said very simply. Faced with this situation, Yu Xuan softened immediately. She had just received the bag. It would be too shameless to oppose it. So she looked at her mother. Mom, then you should stay at Fan's place first. You can save some money, and the hotel is not safe. Okay, let's do this first. Jiayue was helpless. The two had already agreed, and it would be too disrespectful for her to object. Soon, Xiao Fan took them back to where they lived. After entering the house, Xiao Fan asked Jiaye to choose a room by herself. So Yu Xuan and Jiaye put down their things and started to choose a room. Except for the master bedroom, the other rooms in this house were actually unoccupied. The two entered a second bedroom with a bathroom, closed the door, and whispered to each other. Xiao Wen, this house should not be cheap. I see the decoration is very luxurious, and the environment of the community is also very good. How much does it cost? Looking at the decoration of the room, Jiayue asked curiously. It costs tens of thousands per square meter here, and this house costs tens of millions. Anyway, it is very expensive. It is difficult for ordinary people like us to afford such a house after working hard all our lives. Yu Xuan sighed while sitting on the bed. She was used to the soft bed here, and she was really uncomfortable sleeping on the wooden bed in school. It's so expensive. Although she had been prepared for it, Jiayue was still surprised by the price. After all, for ordinary people like her, 10 million is really an exaggerated number. He is very rich. I guess he has houses in other places, but I don't know. Yu Xuan pursed her lips and said helplessly, How did you meet him? Logically, You are people of two different levels, and it is difficult to meet. Jiayue was very puzzled. Although her daughter was good, but there are actually quite a few beauties in this world. In comparison, there are few tall, rich, and handsome men like Xiao Fan. It is very difficult to meet such a tall, rich, and handsome man. Speaking of this, it is still God's favor. Yu Shuwen smiled and told the story with a proud tone. I really don't know whether it is good or bad. It is difficult to have a result if you follow such a man. Jiayue sighed and said, Yu Shuwen's face changed, and then she said, maybe there will be a result, and even if there is no result, this house must be given to me. Otherwise I will never let him go. Can you play better than him? Jiayue shook his head, feeling that his woman was too simple. Anyway, I don't care. Yu Shuwen actually had no idea in her heart, but the road had been taken, and there was no turning back. Alas, it's your own choice, and I won't interfere. Jiayu rubbed his eyebrows and said, I hope you won't regret it in the future. What's there to regret? If you lose the bet, you lose. At most, you can find an honest man to marry in the future. Yu Shuwen didn't care. You have a stubborn temper. Jiayue shook his head and then changed the subject. Xiao Wen, isn't this Xiao Fan a little too enthusiastic? It's reasonable for him to give you so many things, but why does he give me so many things? Think about it yourself. Is there something wrong there? Think clearly before you speak. Wrong? Yu Shuwen was stunned for a moment. She felt that today was not bad. Xiao Fan helped her solve the problem and bought her a bag, which seemed to be no problem. Mom, I feel it's very normal. There's nothing wrong with it. She treats you well because she's giving me face. After thinking hard, Yu Shuwen still didn't feel anything wrong. Don't you feel anything wrong? For example, what is his gaze always looking at? Jiayue was helpless. Her daughter was really confused. That's something to think about. His eyes must be looking at me here. He's very lustful. Yu Shuwen patted her chest and whispered, Mom, I tell you, when I was with him, I often cried. Why are you telling me this? I'm really impressed by you. Jiayu rolled her eyes and said, Is it true? Why would I lie to you? Sometimes I even suspect that he's not human. Fortunately, I have 4 armies. If one can't handle it, there are others. Yu Shuwen's eyes flashed with charm. Men like that kind of thing, and women also like it very much. Bah, shameless, I won't talk to you anymore. Go and accompany him. Jiayue blushed. As an old woman, she knew the importance of that thing very well. After chatting with her mother for a while, Yu Shuwen walked out of the room, went into the bathroom to take a shower, and then walked into the master bedroom naked. You just walked in like this? You look like a goose that has lost its feathers. Xiao Fan looked up at her, then played the game by himself. His Yasuo was almost super god. Hey, this is convenient for you to eat. Yu Shuwen opened the closet, took out the stockings and lace pajamas and put them on, without feeling the slightest bit of embarrassment. She had been with Xiao Fan for quite a while, and she had gotten used to this situation countless times. After getting dressed, Yu Shuwen came behind Xiao Fan, hugged Xiao Fan's neck from behind, and said sweetly, Fan, you are so nice today. Mother has been praising you for being sensible. I am really touched. Then, how are you going to repay me? Pushing down the crystal tower opposite, Xiao Fan turned around and picked him up, came to the bed and said with a smile, You can repay me in any way you want. Yu Shuwen hugged Xiao Fan's neck and offered her soft lips. The two kissed for a long time. After they separated, Xiao Fan threw her on the bed, and the soft big bed bounced Yu Shuwen up. Looking at Yu Shuwen lying on the bed, Xiao Fan blinked his eyes. He seemed to see Jiayue's shadow and was quite excited. The next morning, when Xiao Fan woke up, he found that the woman beside him had left. He came to the living room and found that Jiayue was gone too. She must have gone out with Yu Shuwen. This made him a little helpless. He originally wanted to spend a day alone with Jiayu, but now it seems that this idea is shattered. Fortunately, although they left, they still prepared breakfast for him. After breakfast, Xiao Fan played games for a while. He felt very bored and his life seemed to have no goals. Sitting on the sofa in a daze for a while, he took out his mobile phone and opened QQ, which he hadn't played for a long time. After entering QQ, he found that there were 99 plus messages in the high school class group, so he curiously clicked in. After entering the group chat and watching for a while, he understood why it was so lively. It turned out that a female classmate in high school was now an anchor. She invited classmates to watch her live broadcast, so there were so many messages. This female classmate is called Long Lingyu. She is pretty, otherwise there wouldn't be so many people replying to the message. After all, it has been more than a year since graduation, and no one knows about chatting in the group. I heard that being an anchor is very profitable. Lingyu, did you make a lot of money? Lingyu, have you broken up with your boyfriend? Do I have a chance now? Finally, I can stare at Lingyu openly, my dream goddess. I heard that female anchors have very messy private lives. I don't know if it's true or not. Lingyu, I added you. Please agree to my friend request. Most of the people who replied to the message were boys. Long Lingyu was considered the class flower back then, so there were quite a few people who liked her. Facing the teasing and inquiries of her classmates, Long Lingyu replied to the message very naturally. It's not that much money, actually. The ones who really make money are the big anchors. If you want to add me on WeChat, you can come to the live broadcast room and have a look. Can I add WeChat by watching your live broadcast? I'm not lying. Lingyu, will you dance in the live broadcast room? I'm really looking forward to it. I want to hug you from behind, Lingyu, and make progress with you. Looking at the lively group chat, Xiao Fan was bored and sent a message. Do you have the kind of activities in your live broadcast room where you can give gifts to command the anchor? Many live broadcast rooms have such activities now. After this message was sent out, it immediately resonated with many male compatriots, and they followed suit. In response, Long Lingyu generously sent a voice message. Of course it's possible, but the gifts for rewards are not cheap. You can only command one plane once, and the command projects are also fixed. You can't do whatever you want me to do. After this voice message was sent out, someone immediately asked, can anyone tell me what a plane is and how much it is worth? 100 shark fins for a plane, equivalent to 100 yuan for a soft girl. The price is not cheap. Too expensive. We are all students. We don't have that much money to support. Forget it. I'd better get it for free. Anchors make more money than me. Xiao Fan had a deep impression of Long Lingyu, so he typed again and asked, what can I command? Can you tell me? You can perform splits, push-ups, squats, etc. Some not too excessive requirements are also okay. Long Lingyu replied to the message quickly. Seeing this reply, Xiao Fan was very satisfied. When he was studying, he also fantasized about her, who made Long Lingyu look pretty. Although he had a good relationship with the teacher at that time, it was taboo for teachers and students. At that time, hormones exploded, and every time he woke up, he thought about women. So it was natural that Xiao Fan's attention was on Long Lingyu. Unfortunately, she had a childhood sweetheart boyfriend, and the relationship between the two was very good, so he could only think about it. The dreams that could not be fulfilled in the past always make people feel uneasy. Now that there is a chance, Xiao Fan is ready to satisfy them. So he clicked on the link and entered Long Lingyu's live broadcast room. In the live broadcast room, Long Lingyu's beautiful face appeared on the screen. This face was much better than when she graduated. After looking at her face, Xiao Fan's eyes moved down and did not see the bottomless ravine. Her advantage is still not big, and Xiao Fan is not surprised about this. Girls who are beautiful and have great advantages are not common. Just as Xiao Fan was looking at Long Lingyu was surprised by the sudden entry of the Emperor. It was the first time that the Emperor entered her live broadcast room. Welcome, Brother Emperor. Enter the live broadcast room. Welcome, welcome. After a second of stunnedness, she immediately welcomed excitedly. This is the Emperor, and all he needs to do is to give him a super fire. Her live broadcast task today is completed, so she must please him. Listening to Long Lingyu's flattering voice, I couldn't help but sigh with emotion. I remember that in high school, Long Lingyu was very arrogant. She didn't care about people she didn't like. Many boys who pursued her at that time were made to cry by her, and her boyfriend also obeyed her. Just like this girl, now she knows how to please others. Sure enough, people will change. Old classmate, you don't have to be so polite to me. Xiao Fan calmly sent a barrage. Long Lingyu, who was thinking about who this emperor was stunned after seeing this barrage. Then she quickly asked, "Who are you?" "Guess who I am. There will be a prize if you guess it right." Xiao Fan wanted to tease her. "There are so many people in the class. How can I guess it? You'd better not embarrass me." Long Lingyu is not stupid. If she guesses wrong, she will definitely be unhappy, so she must not guess. Just when Long Lingyu asked who Xiao Fan was, the group exploded at this time. Oh my god, an emperor has entered Long Lingyu's live broadcast room, and he is our classmate. Fuck, who is so generous that he actually wants money to recharge the emperor. I am really envious. Is it you, Li Tian? Your family is the best in the class. It's not me. My father can't give me so much money. Don't guess blindly. Then who is it? Let me worship it quickly. Long Lingyu was also reading the messages in the group. She was actually guessing the identity of the other party. First of all, she ruled out that the other party was a female classmate. That is, he was a male classmate. The male classmate who just sent a message in the group. There were about 13 or 14 people, so she pulled up the chat history and read it carefully. When she saw Xiao Fan asking several key questions in a row, she already had a guess in her heart. But even so, she didn't dare to say it in the live broadcast room. After all, if she guessed wrong, it would really offend people. So she just asked in the live broadcast room, wanting Xiao Fan to take the initiative to say his name. Looking at the curious Long Lingyu, Xiao Fan did not embarrass her and said his name. He also posted a barrage in the live broadcast room. "I want to see you do squats. 1 super fire for 20 squats. How about it?" "Sure, no problem at all." 1 squat for 100 shark fins, such a good deal. Of course, Long Lingju would not refuse. At the same time, she was also very surprised that this person turned out to be Xiao Fan, which was really surprising. Large shield machine gives the anchor super rocket 10. Since the other party agreed, Xiao Fan rewarded 10 super fires without hesitation, which was considered support. In the live broadcast room, many classmates were watching. When they saw Chao Huo, they immediately sent messages to the group. Oh my god, the Emperor gave 10 super hots in Long Lingyu's live broadcast room. It's really exaggerated. What, 10 super hots? Who is this person? He is so rich, I am really impressed. Can I ask how much 10 super hots cost? It seems a lot from your tone. 2,000 soft girls for 1 super hot. Those who don't know can calculate it by themselves. Isn't that 20,000 yuan? This is too much of money. Is it so easy to make money now? The classmates in the group talked about it, and they were all shocked. Most of them are still studying, and a few of them have worked, but they don't make much money at all. If the person who gave the reward was someone else, they could be calm. But the person who gave the reward was their classmate, and they couldn't be calm at all. In fact, Long Lingju was also very excited. She didn't expect Xiao Fan to give 10 super hots in one breath. So many gifts made her think more. Why did she give so many gifts? Was Xiao Fan interested in her? Did he want to pursue her? It was not impossible. After all, she was pretty. Thinking of this, Long Lingju immediately sent a private message to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, why did you give so many gifts? This really scared me. I support you. After all, we are classmates. By the way, I want to see you begging for mercy. Xiao Fan replied very naturally. Beg for mercy? Long Lingyu was a little confused. Why did she beg for mercy? Squat down, you owe me 100 squats. If you owe me 100 squats, if you can't finish them, you must beg for mercy. Xiao Fan said very impolitely. Seeing this message, Long Lingyu's face changed. 100 squats would ruin her. She quickly changed the subject. Xiao Fan, it's only been a year since we last met. You're doing great now. I'll treat you to a meal some other day. Which city are you in? Are you still in Zhejiang province? Let's talk about the meal later. Do some push-ups first. Xiao Fan was interested in her, but not very much. He wanted to see her squat even more. Long Lingyu had a bitter look on her face. She didn't expect Xiao Fan to really ask her to do 100 squats. That's a full 100 squats. For a moment, she was a little self-doubting. Could it be that Xiao Fan was not pursuing her, but simply wanted to see her do 100 squats? As soon as this thought came to her mind, she immediately shook her head. How could someone have such a bad taste, and the cost was too high? It is very likely that he was embarrassed to chat with me, so he kept asking her to squat. Long Lingyu felt that she had found the reason, but then again, she was a girl who didn't exercise much. It was really hard to complete so many squats. 10 or 20 were barely enough, but 100? Xiao Fan, I'm a weak woman. I really can't complete 100. Do you want to give me a discount? After thinking about it, Long Lingyu decided to act like a spoiled child and typed quickly. It's okay. Just call me Dad 3 times in the group. What do you think? Xiao Fan was very considerate. If he wanted to cut it in half, that was fine. Ah, forget it then. Long Lingyu looked bitter. There were so many familiar people in the group, including her boyfriend. If she really called them, she would definitely be doomed. She could still consider it privately, but she would forget it in the group. With a deep sigh, she knew there was no other way, so she could only start squatting. The first 30 were not tiring, but after 40, Long Lingyu was already sweating profusely. When it came to 60, her speed was pitifully slow. In the end, it took her more than 10 minutes to complete 100 squats. Just when she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the super popular GIF special effects appeared in the live broadcast room again. Seeing this, Long Lingyu almost cried. She really didn't have any strength left. Now she couldn't do any more. Back to her seat, she picked up her phone and typed with difficulty. Xiao Fan, I don't have any strength left. I really don't have any strength left. Don't ask me to do it anymore. I really can't handle it. I didn't ask you to do it. This is a reward for you. Take a rest first. I'll give it to you later, and then you can do it. Xiao Fan smiled, and for a moment he slowly felt bad. Money can really do whatever you want. You are so bad. You're going to ruin me. Please spare me. Long Lingyu wanted a gift but didn't want to do squats anymore, so she could only send a voice message to beg for mercy. As for Xiao Fan, she now has a very high favorability. She gave him 10 super hot rewards right away. It was really generous. You should know that her monthly turnover is not even tens of thousands of yuan. Xiao Fan's gift is equivalent to her turnover for more than half a month. That's why she was willing to be more ambiguous in private messages. What's the situation? Don't frame me. I didn't play with you. If your boyfriend knew, he would definitely make trouble for me. Xiao Fan smiled. This classmate also fought for the gift. The voice message he sent was very tempting. Hey, didn't you play? Isn't it remote control? You controlled me to do squats. It must be your responsibility if I messed up. Long Lingyu's mouth corners slightly raised and she smiled and sent a voice message saying, "Don't worry, my boyfriend is very generous. As long as he doesn't mess with me, he won't be angry. Don't worry." "Really? Is your boyfriend so generous? I remember he was very stingy. When I was in school, he beat up anyone who pursued you." Xiao Fan shook his head. "It's all for life. Look at it's only been a year and such a big change has happened. That's for other people. You must be different, don't you think?" Long Lingyu licked her sexy lips. She decided to get closer to Xiao Fan. This is a big guy. If you have a good relationship with him, you may get help not only in the live broadcast room but also in life. "You are seducing me," Xiao Fan replied with a smile. "Bah, don't speak so harshly. By the way, are you free recently? I'll treat you to a meal." Long Lingyu really wanted to see what Xiao Fan was like in real life, and it would be easier to communicate with each other in person. "I'm not free recently. I have something to do, so I'll log off first." Xiao Fan slipped away. Who told him to be a gentleman? Seeing that Xiao Fan didn't reply, Long Lingyu felt a little helpless. She turned off the live broadcast room, put down her phone, and fell into thought. After leaving the live broadcast room of her old classmate, Xiao Fan looked at the followers and saw that Xie Wanqing was also live broadcasting, so he clicked in. Since Xie Wanqing left Xiao Fan's place, she moved to her boyfriend's place. Compared to living alone, living with her boyfriend can save a lot of money on rent, food, cosmetics, etc. Of course, she is still continuing her live broadcast. This is her job. The situation in her live broadcast room has been good these 2 days. Although there are not many people, there are still many people who give gifts. The daily turnover is about 1,000 yuan, and the monthly income is about 8,000 to 9,000 yuan, which is not bad. So she was in a good mood when she was live streaming. One day, when she was chatting with the audience, a boaster suddenly came to the live streaming room. This person's ID is called Happy Life After Lying Flat, and he started to brag as soon as he entered the live streaming room. He said that he made hundreds of thousands of yuan a month, and now the life of lying flat is really very comfortable. Of course, the audience in the live streaming room certainly didn't believe it. After listening to his boasting, Shi Wanshou asked curiously, "If you make hundreds of thousands of yuan a month, is it still considered lying flat?" In her opinion, if you can make hundreds of thousands of yuan a month, that is the peak of life, and it is completely different from lying flat. The real lying flat is the kind that can't make money. Brother Lying Flat immediately responded to this question. "After I made hundreds of thousands a month, I realized that there are always higher mountains. When I saw other people's income, I was a little desperate. The gap is too big." "The gap is too big?" Xie Wanqing was stunned for a moment and immediately thought of Xiao Fan. A monthly income of hundreds of thousands is indeed a lot, but compared with Xiao Fan, the gap is indeed not small. When Brother Tangping was bragging, Xiao Fan happened to enter the live broadcast room. When he saw Brother Tangping's bullet comments, he also sent a bullet comment. "Brother, in this case, then give the anchor a super fire, like me." After sending the bullet comments, Xiao Fan clicked on the gift interface and gave Xie Wanqing 5 super fires. He was still good to women, and he was really a good man. With the appearance of the super fire special effect, the guy who had just boasted just slipped away. When a fake big brother meets a real big brother, his true colors will be exposed immediately. This kind of people brag all over the sky, claiming how much they earn per month on the internet, and want to gain recognition from others by pretending to be cool. There are more and more such people now. However, you only need to ask them to give gifts, and they will leave in disgrace. Nowadays, people like to think they are very powerful, especially on the internet. Just like the average king level of Douyin, a lot of people point fingers in the comment area of the video posted by the master and scold the master for being rubbish. Whenever there is a level display, a lot of these people can be reduced immediately. For example, in the League app, where the rank is displayed, the people who talk are basically bricks and stones, and there are obviously fewer self-righteous guys. Of course, some people are really stubborn. Even if there is a rank display, even if they are bronze, they dare to scold the brick and stone king. Xie Wanqing was stunned for a moment after seeing the gift, and then hurriedly thanked with tears in her eyes. "Woo-woo. Thank you for the super fire sent by Brother Shield. Thank you very much, Brother Shield. I am so excited. What a big man. He gave me a reward when he didn't agree with me. I am really envious. I only get this much salary a month. Alas, every time I see people giving rewards, I think they have a problem with their brains, but they just earn more than me. I used to think that people who gave rewards were stupid and had a lot of money, but later I realized that the money was just their breakfast. It's really pitiful. The saddest thing is that ordinary people like us use our own mentality to apply the lives of rich people. It's ridiculous. In the barrage, many people sighed soberly. In the early days of the internet, many people were blind, but as they saw more, people with brains woke up. Shi Wanqing actually didn't have time to read the barrage. After expressing her gratitude, she took out her cell phone. To be honest, she really missed Xiao Fan a little. Men are lustful, and so are women. Xiao Fan's strong physical strength made her really linger and forget about him. In comparison, her boyfriend was really too weak. He would definitely fall down in less than 3 minutes. His physical fitness was too poor. Brother, I'll go to play with you in 2 days. What do you think? Thinking of the experience of those days, Shi Wanqing blushed and licked her sexy lips with her tongue. Don't come for now. I'm not free during this period. You can't see me even if you come. Xiao Fan refused without hesitation. This Shi Wanqing often sent him messages, obviously plotting against his body. Ah, why are you not free again, brother? Don't you have any time at all? Shi Wanqing was a little unwilling. She really wanted to go to Wushan with Xiao Fan. No, let's go another day. I need you another day, and you can come over. Forget it now. Xiao Fan really has no shortage of women now. Addition, he played with the other party for several days last time and was really tired of playing, so he refused again. Well, okay. Shi Wanqing was a little helpless. This man was really too ruthless. He refused even though she was so proactive. Just as Xiao Fan left Shi Wanqing's live broadcast room, Lu Yichuan was in a very bad mood on the other side. Yichuan, what's the situation with your eldest brother? He hasn't come to your live broadcast room for several days. These days, he has been giving gifts to other anchors. Mu Qianqian sat next to Lu Yichuan and said with a puzzled look, Whatever happens, I can't control him. Lu Yichuan answered indifferently, watching the TV series playing on the TV with lifeless eyes. You didn't fall out with your eldest brother, did you? Did he make some excessive demands? Mu Qianqian's eyes flickered. She actually noticed something was wrong a long time ago, but after observing for a few days, she asked, He and I are not really on good terms, so how can we talk about falling out? Lu Yichuan answered expressionlessly, revealing indifference and sadness in her tone. It seems to be true, but I can't figure out why you broke up with him. You two should be mainly doing business, right? Mu Qianqian frowned slightly. You should have known from the beginning that he was just playing around. Why did you have feelings for him? You think I want to? I also want to be a traitor, but can feelings be controlled? Lu Yichuan's tears flowed uncontrollably. He is not some middle-aged uncle, but a gentle and handsome guy. It's very comfortable to be with him. He buys me gifts, rewards me, and cares about me when we are together. He is the best man I have ever met in my life. How can you let me control my feelings? If he had been a little cold at the beginning, I would not have fantasized about anything, but he is so gentle. What can I do? We girls are emotional by nature. You want me to deal with the problem rationally? How can I deal with it? Looking at her best friend with tears streaming down her face, Mu Qianqian was silent for a long time and then said, But even so, you should know that a man like him can't have only one woman. Just because he has other women, you have to fall out with him. Isn't that too much? Am I the one who wants to fall out with him? Since I didn't give him a satisfactory answer to the last question, he hasn't taken the initiative to send me a message. He ignores me, not me ignoring him. Lu Yichuan became more and more excited and finally yelled, Why are you talking so loudly? Mu Qianqian glared at her and continued, He ignores you. Can't you take the initiative to send him a message? Maybe if you take the initiative, he will reply. Do you think I didn't send it? I sent several messages, but he didn't reply. What does this mean? Doesn't it mean that he doesn't want me anymore? Should I send him messages again? Lu Yichuan said angrily. Well, actually you can be more proactive, like calling or something. Put down your face is worthless. There is no need to be so serious. Mu Qianqian shook her head. If it were her, she would definitely not do such a stupid thing. It's just that she didn't reply to the message. Maybe the other brother was very busy and didn't have time to reply to the message and then forgot about it. There is no need to care too much about it. In the final analysis, Lu Yichuan was too young, had not been beaten by society, and didn't know how difficult it was to make money, which gave her the courage to do this. Why? I have to save my dignity. Even though I have knelt in front of him before, it was different at that time. I don't want to lose all my dignity. It's not that no one wants me, Lu Yichuan. There are so many people pursuing me. Lu Yichuan clenched her fists and said, Many people ask me out every day. There are so many men pursuing me. Why should I beg him humbly? Even if he is high and mighty, he should give me some news, instead of asking me to send messages actively all the time. But he really doesn't lack women. Didn't you meet him when you went there last time? If you keep doing this, he will really forget about you after a while. Mu Qianqian shook her head and said, By then, even if you regret it, he won't have time to care about you. People's energy and time are limited. If you withdraw from that position, it will soon be occupied by other women. So what, without him, it's not like I can't make money. I can support myself well. It's impossible for me to bow my head again and again. Lu Yichuan wiped her tears and was very stubborn. Alas, you are so willful. Don't you know the situation of your own live broadcast room? It was finally getting better, but now the popularity has begun to decline. Mu Chanqian said earnestly, do you know how many graduates there are this year? How many of them are girls? And how many of these girls want to be anchors? In addition to them, many people now do not go to factories to do live broadcasts. There are only a limited number of big brothers on the entire platform, and beautiful anchors are pouring in continuously. If you miss him, you may never meet a big brother again. Even if you meet him, he will be better than Xiao Fan. At worst, I can find an honest man to marry. With my looks, it's okay to find a man with a good income. Unless he takes the initiative to send me a message, I will never take the initiative again. Lu Yixuan actually understood this truth. But what can she do? Girls are not men. They are far more emotional than rational. Even if they know that emotion is wrong, they will choose it. Okay, you mean you won't be with him anymore in the future? Are you sure you won't regret it? After persuading her, Mu Chanqian's eyes began to flicker. Unless he admits that he likes me, I will definitely not be with him. Lu Yixuan gritted her teeth. What she needed was a verbal promise, even if it was a lie. Talking about money with poor people and talking about feelings with rich people, you are really enough. Don't be too greedy. How can they like you? Mu Chanqian smiled. This best friend was really too naive. The feelings of the poor are cheap and money is precious to them, while the money of the rich is cheap and feelings are precious, so of course you have to have precious things. Lu Yixuan said with reason. Haha, the reality is that the poor are only willing to talk about feelings, and the rich are only willing to talk about money. Talking about money is already very good. If I were you, I would definitely not be so greedy. Mu Chanqian did not agree with Lu Yixuan's words. You will only be played with and treated as a plaything, without independent personality dignity. Lu Yixuan said fiercely, you are not the same as before. Many people who want this are not qualified. Mu Chanqian said faintly, the ancients said a long time ago that there is gain and loss. If you want to get something, you must be prepared to lose something. I don't care so much, Lu Yixuan said. Okay, give me his WeChat. Mu Chanqian reached out to take Lu Yixuan's phone. Lu Yixuan reacted quickly and immediately protected her phone, saying with a vigilant face, why do you want his WeChat? You don't know each other. Even if you have his WeChat, he won't add you. I'll help you scold him and let him dare to bully my sisters. Mu Chanqian smiled and said righteously, forget it, he is a good person. Lu Yixuan's face changed, and then she quickly refused. What a joke, giving WeChat, there is nothing wrong with her brain. No, he bullied my best friend, I must scold him. Just give me WeChat. Mu Chanqian reached out for her phone. She had wanted to add this WeChat for a long time. In the past, she was good friends with Lu Yixuan, so she couldn't think too much, but now it's different. They have fallen out, so there is nothing to worry about. Why do you want his WeChat? Lu Yixuan looked alert. She felt that her best friend's purpose was not pure. Of course I condemn him for asking, what do you think I want to do? Mu Chanqian looked naive. Forget it, I have deleted his WeChat. Lu Yixuan hesitated for a moment, but still refused. Although she had fallen out with her brother now, what if they reconciled? If she really became a lady and gave WeChat to her best friend, wouldn't she have one more enemy? Then show me your phone. Mu Chanqian was unwilling to give up. She really didn't want to miss such a good brother. My phone is out of battery. I'll go back to the room to charge it first. Lu Yixuan got up quickly and hurried back to the room. Watching her leaving, Mu Chanqian sighed. Her best friend was really greedy. She had clearly said that she would ignore her. But she still couldn't bear to give her WeChat. She was such a good big brother. Mu Chanqian was a little unwilling to not get WeChat, but her live broadcast time was up, so she could only go back to her room to start live broadcast. Although there was no big brother in her live broadcast room, she still had many loyal fans because of the long live broadcast time. Not long after the live broadcast started, many fans came to watch her live broadcast, and the number of people in the live broadcast room was also increasing. At this time, Xiao Fan happened to be strolling in the live broadcast interface. When he saw a familiar name, he subconsciously entered the invisible and took a look. When he saw that it was Mu Chanqian, he was stunned. He knew this anchor, and it seemed to be Lu Yixuan's best friend. Lu Yixuan, that girl, didn't know what was good for her. He didn't know what her best friend was like, so he watched patiently. After Mu Chanqian chatted with the audience for a while, her number one came to the live broadcast room. She immediately welcomed him, and then found a topic to chat with the number one on the list. The number one on the list did not disappoint her. After chatting for a while, he rewarded her with a super rocket, which made Mu Chanqian very happy. The number one on the list was called Master Yu, and he was her loyal fan. He had rewarded her with more than 40,000 yuan this month. She was very grateful to this number one on the list, so she kept hanging on to him, even though he wanted to treat her to a meal. But in order to understand that he worked hard to make money, she kept finding reasons to refuse. Thank you for the super rocket reward from Master Yu. How about I do a motorcycle shake? Superfire definitely couldn't let others reward her in vain, so she took the initiative to offer to dance. The motorcycle shake was a dance that men liked to watch the most. Okay, hurry up, don't waste time. Master Yu agreed immediately. Haha, I'm so lucky to see Qianqian's motorcycle shake right after the show starts. Wait, I'm out of napkins. It's hard to deal with now. Wait for me for a few minutes. I was taking a shower. It's really the right time to come. I'm ready. Slurp. I can't control my saliva. Following Mu Qianqian's words, the live broadcast room immediately became filled with comments. There were also some small gifts that kept rising. No man could resist watching the motorcycle shake, especially when a woman with a good figure jumped up. A bunch of old perverts, if it weren't for a living. Looking at the dense barrage of comments, Mu Qianqian cursed inwardly, then stood up and took a few steps back. She was wearing something very sexy today. Her upper body was a very tight short-sleeved top, which showed off her proud parts to the fullest. Her lower body was a short skirt with stockings, which made her look very sexy. After getting ready, she jumped up. Because the movements were too intense, her upper body immediately surged, and the audience was dazzled and drooling. Damn it, I just swore to stop masturbating, but now I can't control it. It's really harmful to others. It's really harmful to others. I want to record the screen to deeply condemn the anchor's behavior. I went from 80 kilograms to 60 kilograms now, all thanks to the anchor. It's really too annoying. Thanks to the internet, we can see things that only the rich and powerful could see before. It's a pity that the rich and powerful can do it, and we can only watch. It's really frustrating. I heard that the cables in South Korea are still living such a life. I'm really envious. A group of upright gentlemen criticized the anchor's behavior righteously and sternly, asking him to restrain himself. Xiao Fan, who had been invisible, also secreted a lot of saliva after seeing the dance. This girlfriend is really good. Last time, my mind was on Lu Yixuan, and I didn't pay attention. Since I met her today, I must not miss it. He originally wanted to play games, but now he just wants to play games. It's really a bit helpless. Plans really can't keep up with changes. Since he has decided, Xiao Fan no longer hesitated and immediately started the 3 tricks, gifts, WeChat, and chatting. Without the slightest hesitation, 10 super hot guys opened the way and immediately sent barrages asking for contact information. After dancing, Mu Qianqian was sweating all over. Just when she was about to drink some water to replenish her energy, she was attracted by the sudden super hot special effects, especially after she found out that it was not just one super hot guy. Mu Qianqian held her breath. She quickly looked at the ID, wanting to see which big brother had rewarded her with so many gifts. When she saw the familiar ID, she was stunned for a moment. How could she not recognize this ID? Wasn't it the big brother she longed for? This big brother was originally her best friend, and now the two of them had a falling out. She was still thinking about how to attract this big brother to appear. Originally, she wanted to get the WeChat from Lu Yixuan first, and then find a way to communicate more. You know, she was very envious of the gifts Lu Yixuan received. Not only rewards, but also bags and so on. The most important thing is that he is young and handsome. No female anchor would dislike such a big brother. It's really hard to find him, but it's easy to get him. After realizing it, Mu Qianqian was delighted. After adjusting her mood, she immediately thanked him. Hey, thank you for the super fire reward from Brother Dunn. This is the first time I have received 10 super fires in one go. Thank you very much, Brother Dunn. 10 super fires are very powerful. Not only do they increase the popularity of the live broadcast room, but they also attract many tourists, and the barrage is even more. Of course, these can't affect Xiao Fan's plan. After the reward, he sent a barrage. Qianqian, add a WeChat. I have something to discuss with you. Okay, Brother Dunn, I will send you a private message immediately. Mu Qianqian was so happy that she agreed without hesitation. The two quickly added each other on WeChat. Mu Qianqian took the initiative to compliment him. Brother Dunn, you are really amazing. You kicked me down from the top of the weekly ranking with just one move. It's mainly because you don't give much weekly rewards, otherwise I can't beat you. Xiao Fan was very modest. That's not the case. My weekly ranking is better than most anchors. It's still Brother Dunn who is amazing. Mu Qianqian continued to flatter him. Okay, stop complimenting me. I have a question for you. Do you want more gifts? Xiao Fan got straight to the point. Mu Qianqian raised her eyes and knew that the main event was coming. She quickly typed a reply. Of course I do. No anchor would dislike too few gifts. Brother Dunn, are you going to continue to give me rewards? I'm so sorry. Your conditions are very good. I'm actually very satisfied with them. Rewarding gifts is of course not a problem. Wanting Mu Qianqian's figure when she was dancing just now, Xiao Fan protested. It was really tempting. Then why does Brother Dunn want Qianqian? You can't give Qianqian a reward for nothing, right? How about Qianqian continue to dance for you? Mu Qianqian understood Xiao Fan's purpose. But in this kind of thing, girls should be reserved, even if it's just for the sake of being reserved. Seeing Mu Qianqian's message, Xiao Fan smiled. This woman is much more sensible than her best friend. So he didn't waste any words and typed directly. Let's go out for dinner together. I will definitely not treat you badly and make sure you have enough to eat. Brother Dun, Yixuan and I are very good best friends. This kind of thing is really not allowed. Licked her lips. How could she betray her best friend, unless... I don't believe that your women's best friends are really reliable. Besides, what does our business have to do with her? Xiao Fan sent a message. That's someone else. Yixuan and I are really good friends. We live together. If she knew that I went to see you without telling her, she would be very angry. Maybe our relationship would be in trouble. Mu Qianqian touched her lips. That was love. The brothers in embroidered spring blade also had a good relationship. Since you live with her, I should be very good to women. Bags, clothes, and other things will definitely be indispensable, and they are not cheap. Xiao Fan put down his chips. Well, let me talk to Yixuan. If she agrees, I will come out to have dinner with you, Brother Dun. What do you think? Thinking of her best friend, the bags and clothes she brought home, Mu Qianqian was very moved, but she didn't rush to agree. You know, she is Lu, Yixuan's best friend, so she must join. Well, you go ask her. I'll contact you another day when I'm free. Advance and retreat is the kingly way. After 2 rounds of offensive, Xiao Fan retreated 30 miles. That's not what I meant. I'm mainly afraid that you, Brother Dun, have a relationship with Yixuan. If you don't have a relationship, you can actually consider it. Seeing Xiao Fan was about to leave, Mu Qianqian panicked immediately. This couldn't be ruined, so she let go immediately. What relationship can I have with her? She's so hypocritical. I don't want to pay attention to her. Xiao Fan continued to attack. That's good. In this case, I'll be relieved. But Brother Dun, can you really feed me? I have a big appetite. Mu Qianqian knew it was almost time, so she didn't continue to hide it. She didn't need feelings, but she needed more material things. If you can really make me happy, I will have a car, maybe even a house. I have always been generous to women. Xiao Fan raised the stakes and threw out the car and house that women like most. After seeing this news, Mu Qianqian immediately held her breath. Houses are very expensive now, millions of yuan a set. She didn't expect Xiao Fan to be willing to buy her a house. You know, it's a house. Although it's just a verbal check now, the other party is capable of completing it. If you really make the other party happy, maybe it will become true. If someone else said this to her, she would definitely not believe it, but she had seen Xiao Fan's financial resources and generosity. He gave Lu Yixuan a gift of hundreds of thousands of yuan casually, and it's not unreasonable to give her a house. Mu Qianqian is very clear about her identity. She is just a small anchor, just a goddess in the eyes of ordinary people. Yixuan, I'm sorry. It's not that I don't treat you as a sister. It's just that the chips given by others are too many. I really can't control myself. She apologized silently in her heart, and then she couldn't wait to send a message. Brother Dun, I've thought it through. I'll come to you later. What do you think? Okay, message me when the time comes. Xiao Fan succeeded, smiled, opened the gift interface, gave her 20 super fire, then exited the live broadcast room and went to take a shower. You must take a shower before eating, otherwise how can you eat well? In the live broadcast room, looking at the sky full of super fire, Mu Qianqian's mouth corners slightly raised, in a very good mood. She has already thought about her wonderful life in the future. Brand name bags and clothes can be bought at will, and there are cars and houses. It's simply the peak of life. There is really no need to work hard to make money. No need to please those losers. After an hour of dawdling, Mu Qianqian found an excuse to go off the air, and then quickly went to take a shower. Why are you taking a shower in broad daylight? Just as Mu Qianqian was humming a song and taking a shower, the bathroom door was suddenly pushed open, and Lu Yixuan asked with a puzzled look. I'm going out shopping. Of course I have to wash myself clean. Mu Qianqian felt a little guilty and quickly turned her back to Lu Yixuan, not looking at her. Then I'll go with you later. I'm just bored at home. Lu Yixuan also wanted to go out for some fresh air, so she suggested. Mu Qianqian's body stiffened, then immediately shook her head and said, I have an appointment with other people, so I won't take you. Other people? Sisters in the guild? Lu Yixuan went to the toilet and took off her pants. Well, we have already made an appointment. It's impolite to take you. Mu Qianqian looked for her own excuse. Oh, Lu Yixuan nodded and didn't say anything more. Soon, Mu Qianqian finished her shower, returned to her room naked, and began to choose clothes. Lu Yixuan originally wanted to go back to her room to sleep after going to the toilet, but she thought of her best friend for some reason. So she went to her room, and when she saw her changing clothes, she frowned slightly. Are you sure you are going shopping with your sisters? Not going out to find a man? Her best friend knew that Mu Qianqian was always very decisive when she went shopping, and it was impossible for her to carefully choose clothes. Of course. What do you think? Mu Qianqian ignored her and continued to change her clothes. It was the first time they met, so she had to dress beautifully. After all, the first impression was really important. Then let me see your phone. Lu Yixuan reached out to take the phone on the table. She didn't believe her bestie was shopping with other women. Looking at this posture, she must be going on a date with a man. For a moment, she had many guesses in her mind. Don't look. Mu Qianqian immediately put her phone away and said, even if I'm going on a date with a man, it's my privacy. Yixuan, don't go too far. Oh. Lu Yixuan's face changed. She didn't expect Mu Qianqian to speak so harshly. Since she said that, of course she couldn't say anything more. She could only turn her head and prepare to leave. Yixuan, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Don't be angry. Mu Qianqian knew that she had spoken harshly, so she quickly pulled Lu Yixuan, looking apologetic. I told you everything, including what happened with Xiao Fan. I just care about you and am afraid that you will get into danger when you go out with a man. But you are mean to me. You don't treat me as a sister at all. Lu Yixuan said aggrievedly. No. Really not, I didn't mean it just now. Mu Qianqian was very helpless. She was a little anxious just now, so she spoke a little harshly. Then show me your phone. Lu Yixuan pouted. Mu Qianqian pursed her lips. Okay, then show me yours too. Humph. Lu Yixuan snorted coldly and left angrily. Mu Qianqian breathed a sigh of relief and continued to change clothes. After carefully dressing up for a long time, Mu Qianqian chose a hip skirt and a pair of black stockings, wore high-heeled sandals, and went out with a bag. Just as she left, Lu Yixuan, who had been hiding in the room, also came out. She looked at the closed door with a flickering look in her eyes. After waiting for a few seconds, she also opened the door and walked out, standing by the elevator waiting. Soon she arrived at the bottom of the community. She walked all the way to the gate and looked at Mu Qianqian, who was standing there waiting for the car, thinking about something. She always felt that there was something wrong with her bestie, so she planned to see who she was going to meet. This sexy dress was obviously not for meeting the same sex. The other party was likely a man, and not an ordinary man. Because ordinary men have no need to hide it, it must be not simple to be so secretive. Mu Qianqian didn't know that someone was following her. When the taxi arrived, she quickly got in the car. After seeing Lu Yixuan, she also hurriedly called a taxi to follow. Half an hour later, Mu Qianqian got off at the destination. As soon as she got off the car, she saw a handsome guy waiting there. Seeing this man, the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Lu Yixuan said that this boss was very young and handsome. After seeing him in person, she felt very satisfied. Hello, are you Brother Dun? Mu Qianqian walked over and asked in a low voice. Yes. Xiao Fan nodded and then looked at Qilai seriously. Mu Qianqian's figure is the same as in the live broadcast room, very attractive, and her face is not the kind of beauty that deceives people. He is very satisfied. Very beautiful. It seems that I have good taste. After looking at her, Xiao Fan smiled and stretched out his hand. Mu Qianqian blinked and quickly stretched out her hand, and the two shook hands. At this time, Mu Qianqian's eyes saw the watch in Xiao Fan's hand. When she saw the watch, she was stunned. She had seen this watch some time ago, and it seemed to cost more than 3 million. This discovery made her heart beat faster. This man is really too rich, wearing a 3 million watch on his hand. You know, watches are just decorations. Generally, people with a net worth of 1 million are reluctant to buy watches worth tens of thousands. It is too expensive. Those who can buy watches worth tens of thousands basically have a starting net worth of several million. Those who can wear watches worth hundreds of thousands have a net worth of at least tens of millions. Otherwise, they would never buy it. And those who can wear watches worth millions have a net worth of at least hundreds of millions. And they are the kind of people worth tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. After all, it is still very difficult to take out millions of cash to buy a watch. Cash flow is a reflection of strength. Thank you, Brother Dun, for the compliment. Mu Qianqian smiled, bowed her head to thank him, and then wanted to take back her hand. But she found that Xiao Fan had no intention of letting go, so she looked up at him. I'm afraid you'll get lost, so it's better to hold your hand. Xiao Fan had no intention of letting go, so he pulled her away. Mu Qianqian was a little helpless. Although she was prepared, the speed was too fast, not giving her a chance to be reserved. Let's go shopping up there and buy you something, Xiao Fan said as he walked. I'll listen to Brother Dun. Mu Qianqian blinked. Buying her something, such a good thing, she certainly wouldn't refuse. You girls should all like bags. Let's buy a few Chanels first, how about it? Xiao Fan asked with a smile. Mu Qianqian swallowed her saliva immediately. This big brother was really generous. He took her to buy bags before they did anything when they met. She was glad for her choice. Fortunately, she came out. If she refused for her bestie, she would really feel sorry for herself. Whatever Brother Dun says, buy it. Mu Qianqian took the initiative to move closer to Xiao Fan and held Xiao Fan's hand. Xiao Fan shook his head inwardly. Girls really like expensive things. In fact, they like bags and clothes. But liking is liking, and it is actually very difficult to make them pay for bags and clothes. Girls seem to like expensive bags and clothes, but in fact, they like the expensive ones, not the bags. In order not to waste time, the shopping speed is very fast. In less than half an hour, Xiao Fan bought her 3 bags, 2 sets of clothes, a pair of shoes, and a set of cosmetics. A soft girl spent about 130,000. After spending this money, Mu Qianqian looked at Xiao Fan with tenderness. Since ancient times, sugar-coated bullets have been the most deadly. Many people have not eaten sugar-coated bullets, so they don't know the power of sugar-coated bullets. Xiao Fan's actions made Mu Qianqian feel that Xiao Fan seemed to like her. Otherwise, why would he buy so many things for her? Of course, after this feeling came out, it was quickly suppressed by her reason. She didn't want to be the same as her best friend. While Xiao Fan and Mu Qianqian were shopping, Lu Yixuan was also in the mall. She followed Mu Qianqian all the way. It was just that the taxi driver's skills were not good, so he was a little slow. When he arrived, Mu Qianqian was no longer visible. There was no way, she could only wander around in the mall, hoping to run into her best friend. But there were so many malls, how could it be so easy to run into someone? After spending more than half an hour, she still didn't find anyone. Just when she was about to give up, she suddenly saw a familiar back. When she saw that person, she was stunned for a moment, and then she looked at the person who had entered the elevator. Why is he here? Lu Yixuan was puzzled and, after thinking about it, she gritted her teeth and followed him. She was very curious. Why was Xiao Fan here? Was it a coincidence? In the underground parking lot of the mall, Mu Qianqian touched her stomach and said, "Brother Dun, I feel a little uncomfortable. I need to go to the toilet. Can you wait for me?" "Well, go ahead. I'll wait for you in the car." Xiao Fan nodded and walked to his car alone. When he came to the car, Xiao Fan opened the door and put his things in, then stood outside and waited. After Lu Yixuan walked out of the elevator, she looked around and finally saw Xiao Fan standing there. She looked at him carefully. After making sure there were no other women, she tidied her hair and then walked over slowly. Soon she passed by Xiao Fan and looked at the BMW parked there. She pursed her lips. This person changed the car. He was really rich. At this time, Xiao Fan had already seen her, but he just glanced at her and then continued to look down at his phone. In this situation, Lu Yixuan immediately stopped and was about to walk over. She looked at Xiao Fan, who was playing with his phone. She felt mixed emotions. After all, she was a beautiful woman and dressed up beautifully today, but this man actually ignored her. Even if he had eaten her, he couldn't be so ruthless. She mustered up the courage to come over and give him a chance to speak, but this man ignored her. Mu Qianqian walked out of the bathroom and was about to walk to the parking lot when she saw Lu Yixuan first. This made her face change, and she had some guesses in her mind. Could it be that her good friend had discovered something? As soon as this thought came out, she immediately shook her head. It shouldn't have happened, otherwise her best friend would have called her long ago. Thinking of this, she quickly took out her mobile phone and sent a message to Xiao Fan. "Brother Dun, I'll wait for you outside. You drive out first. It's not good for Yixuan to find out. After all, she and I are best friends." This kind of thing must not be known to her best friend, otherwise she will definitely have a conflict with her. Although she is greedy for money, she also values her best friend very much. Xiao Fan was playing with his mobile phone. After seeing Mu Qianqian's message, he got in the car directly. Fastening his seatbelt, he stepped on the accelerator and drove out directly, completely ignoring Lu Yixuan beside him. Lu Yixuan's face changed drastically. She stood here and didn't leave. She knew what it meant very well. As long as the other party spoke, she would give in. But this man actually left directly without paying any attention to her. Wasn't he looking down on her? Men are really pigs, so ruthless. I'm so angry. Looking at the car going away, Lu Yixuan stomped her feet and tears flowed uncontrollably. From childhood to adulthood, she has been the center of attention, but this man didn't take her seriously at all, making her kneel and crawl. But even though she was so obedient, he didn't move at all, which made her very sad. She had just given in, but this man was so heartless. "Hello, little sister, are you okay?" Just as she was crying, a man came over and asked with a concerned look on his face. "I'm fine, thank you." Lu Yixuan glanced at the man, then turned around and left quickly. How could she not know what this man was thinking? But how could she look down on such an ordinary man? It's so beautiful. It's a pity that it's all cheap to the rich. The man looked helpless. He just watched for a while and understood some of the situation. Such a beautiful woman was ruthlessly abandoned, which made him sigh. On the other side, Xiao Fan drove outside, picked up Mu Qianqian, and went to a place where they could get to know each other better. The two talked about the origin of life in the living room, learned about the mysteries of the universe in the kitchen, and talked about life ideals in the bathroom. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, Mu Qianqian limped out of the high-end community. Standing at the entrance of the community, she looked inside the community and recalled Xiao Fan's big house. Such a big house, she really seemed to own it. It's a pity that it's not her house. She sighed and thought of Xiao Fan's body, which made her face blush. He's really not a human. How can a man's body be so strong? Touching her lower abdomen, Mu Qianqian muttered softly. Soon, the car came. She took a last look at the community and then got in the car quickly. It was getting late, and she had to go back early. An hour later, she finally returned home. When she opened the door, she found Lu Yichuan sitting in the living room. Why didn't you do a live broadcast today? She felt a little embarrassed, so Mu Qianqian asked with a forced smile. I'm not in the mood. Lu Yichuan responded, then looked at Mu Qianqian. When she saw that Mu Qianqian's lips were a little swollen, she looked puzzled. Why are your lips swollen? Oh, don't say it. I accidentally fell while shopping, and my lips fell to the ground. It hurt me to death. Mu Qianqian limped to the sofa and sat down, complaining. You are really careless. Lu Yichuan shook her head, and then looked at the bag that Mu Qianqian put on the coffee table. Aren't you going to live? Buying such expensive things? Lu Yichuan was very surprised. None of these bags were small brands. They were all big brands, and they were definitely not cheap without looking. Making money is for spending. Why do you care so much? Mu Qianqian made up an excuse to perfunctorily. You are so cool. Lu Yichuan shook her head and then said in a low voice, I met him when I went out today. Ah, what did you say? Mu Qianqian actually doubted why her best friend went back to that mall, but she could only play dumb without evidence. I said, I met that stinky man today. Lu Yichuan repeated weakly. Where did you meet him? Mu Qianqian was curious, and her acting skills reached their peak. Lu Yichuan did not speak, but carefully observed her best friend who was showing evidence. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, she said, In a mall, I originally wanted to relax, but I didn't expect to meet him. Did you communicate with each other? Mu Qianqian felt her heart beating a little faster. No, he didn't pay any attention to me at all. I had already walked up to him. Lu Yichuan shed tears as she spoke, looking heartbroken. Men all want to save face. Maybe he is angry too. Maybe you should take the initiative a little more. Mu Qianqian pursed her lips and looked at her best friend, feeling a little embarrassed. I have been very proactive. He only needs to touch me or say a word, but he didn't. He was indifferent. Lu Yichuan became more and more sad as she spoke, especially when she thought of some bad speculations. He is really a stinky man. He has no feelings at all. I strongly condemn him. Mu Qianqian immediately helped to scold him. She knew very well that Lu Yichuan was venting her emotions, not needing her to solve the problem, although it was right to help scold him. Many women vent their emotions when they complain to others, and want you to resonate with them and attack together. Instead of solving the problem, they don't need to solve the problem. They just need to vent their emotions. This is emotional thinking. Qianqian, do you think I'm really wrong? I just need a little bit of his pity, but he is reluctant to give it. Lu Yichuan leaned on Mu Qianqian and stretched out her hand, burying her head in Mu Qianqian's chest. It's definitely not your fault. Girls always think too much. It's still his problem. He is too ruthless. Mu Qianqian felt very empty when she spoke. After all, she had just gotten to know the man in depth. Really? Won't lie to me just to comfort me, right? Lu Yichuan stared at the kiss mark under Mu Qianqian's collar in a daze. She felt very uncomfortable. She was naive, but she was not stupid. Of course not. We are best friends. I must hate the person you hate. Mu Qianqian said righteously. That's good, then you and I will scold that stinky man together. Lu Yichuan retracted her gaze and said with a forced smile. No problem. What do you want me to scold? The man is a big bad guy, a big pig's hoof, a bastard, and... Okay, the man is a big bad guy, a big pig's hoof, a bastard, and... A week passed in a flash. On this day, Xiao Fan took Yushuan's packed gift to the parking lot. Fan, you will go home for a few days. Do you want me to accompany you back? Yushuan asked a question again. Ever since she knew Xiao Fan was going home, her mind has been on this. She really wanted to go back with Xiao Fan. If Xiao Fan's parents approve of her, wouldn't her position be secure? So she really wanted to accompany him. Hearing this, Xiao Fan hooked his finger at her, and Yushuan hurriedly moved closer. Xiao Fan kissed her on the lips and then got in the car. What a joke, taking a woman back. He's not stupid. Yushuan was unwilling, but had no choice but to watch the car drive into the parking lot. Not long after, Xiao Fan drove onto the elevated road and was finally able to step on the accelerator. At about 10:30, he drove down the expressway, and just after getting off the highway, his cell phone rang. He took a look and found that it was his mother, so he parked the car next to him and answered the call. Xiao Fan, are you there? Mom, not yet. Just got off the highway. It will take a while. You guys wait a while. Xiao Fan said with a smile. Okay, drive slowly on the road. Don't be in a hurry. I know. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Fan put down his phone, and after getting the system, he didn't dare to rush home. because that would easily make his parents suspect that he made so much money by committing a crime. So during this period, he often found excuses to hint at how he made money. After such a long period of hinting, coupled with the continuous return of money, his parents accepted a lot. While Xiao Fan was driving on the other side, Xiao Fan's mother was sitting in the community leisure area chatting with others. "Chunlian, is your son coming back?" The auntie next to her saw Xiao's mother put down her phone and asked curiously. Xiao's mother smiled and nodded and said, "Well, he will be back soon. When the time comes, you can introduce my son to your good daughters." "Of course, there is no problem. What kind of job does Xiao Fan do now?" The aunties next to her asked very curiously. He didn't have much of a job, so he started his own business and opened a small company. Speaking of this, Xiao's mother was very proud, with a smile on her face. "This little bastard, he likes to spend money recklessly when he makes a little money. He insisted on replacing our refrigerator, air conditioner, and TV. A refrigerator costs more than 20,000 yuan, which is really a waste. Showing off one's son is the biggest hobby of parents at this age." Xiao's mother shook her mobile phone while talking and said, "He also insisted on replacing this mobile phone for me. I heard it costs more than 7,000 yuan, but it is really useful." The aunties next to her were extremely envious. They also had children, but there was nothing to show off, especially those whose sons and daughters immigrated, who were now even more silent. In the past, they would be proud of their children's abilities, but after a long time, everyone found that they were just ungrateful people who immigrated abroad and left their parents at home, pitiful. Although many aunties' children are not promising, they are at least filial, which is much better than those who don't come back to see their parents for several years. At their age, material things are all fake. What they want is care and companionship. Unfortunately, these are very precious, and only children from ordinary families have time for them. Don't look at the many poor people on the internet who are not filial. That's just the effect of the internet magnification. Filial piety has always been the most important thing in China. Most people are filial, and a small number of unfilial people can be uploaded to the internet as soon as they appear, because this is the news. News is not the norm, but the extreme. When an extreme becomes the norm, it is not qualified to be on the news. Some people are confused by the internet, which is really pitiful. It looks turbulent on the internet, but the reality is not like that. Filial piety comes first among all virtues. Judging by the heart, not the deeds, there are no filial sons in poor families. Lust is the first of all evils. Judging by the deeds, not the heart, there is no perfect person in the world. Just when the aunts envied Xiao's mother, a big sister in white clothes came over. "Oh, isn't this big sister Wang? How come you are free today?" After seeing her, a big sister asked with a smile, "Come out for a walk. What were you talking about just now? You seemed so happy." Sister Wang found a place to sit down and then asked with a curious look on her face, "It's Sister Lu's son who is coming back. Let us introduce a good girl to her son," a sister said with a smile. "Oh, it turns out that Chunlian's son is coming back. Your son hasn't been back for half a year. It's really rare." Sister Wang smiled and the gold bracelet on her hand sparkled. "He is very busy at work, and he has to take time out every time he comes back," Xiaoma said with a smile. "How did Xiao Fan come back? Did he take a car or drive?" Sister Wang continued to ask. "He drove back. Shan also bought a car," the aunt next to her said with a smile. "Driving is good?" Sister Wang nodded. "It's really convenient to have a car now. After my son bought a car, it's much more convenient to come back." "Sister Wang, your son bought a BMW, right?" a sister asked. "It seems to be a BMW, more than 300,000 yuan." Sister Wang said casually, but her eyes looked at Xiaoma. "It costs more than 300,000 yuan. Sister Wang, your son is only 27 years old, right? That's really amazing." The aunts on the side were all surprised. Nowadays, cars are very cheap and can be bought for tens of thousands of yuan, but it is still very surprising to be able to buy a car worth more than 300,000 yuan. Alas, it's just like that. He is already 27 years old and still has no girlfriend. I am really anxious. Sister Wang shook her head. "Do you want me to introduce one to your son?" The elder sister on the side immediately asked kindly. Originally, the focus was on Xiao's mother, but now it has changed immediately. Comparison is actually more common among older people. "Mom, what are you doing here? Didn't you say you were going to buy something?" At this time, a man came over and said to Sister Wang, forget it, let's go now." Sister Wang smiled and then said to the sisters, "My son is going to buy jewelry for me. I won't talk to you for now. We'll go first." As soon as these words came out, the old sisters were envious again, but at this time, a car drove over. "This is a BMW. Whose child is it?" This is an old neighborhood, so everyone knows each other and is very curious about whose car this is. Just when everyone was wondering, the car stopped and Xiao Fan opened the door and got out. Everyone was stunned when they saw Xiao Fan and then looked at Sister Wang. Just now, Sister Wang used her car to overshadow Sister Lu. Now her son is back and also drives a BMW, which is really good. Xiao Fan, did you buy this car? Compared to the surprise of the aunts and sisters, Sister Wang's son, Liu Dafa, was very shocked. The aunts and sisters only knew that this car was a BMW, but he knew that it was a BMW X7. Although he also drove a BMW, his car was only more than 300,000 yuan, and it was bought with a loan. He didn't believe that Xiao Fan could afford it. After all, he was several years younger than him. He was more willing to believe that the other party rented it, but he was not so stupid as to ask directly, "Is this car expensive?" Sister Wang immediately noticed something was wrong. She knew her son very well. Since he asked this question, there must be something wrong. "Mom, it's only over 1 million yuan. The high-end one is almost 2 million yuan, Wang Dafa explained in a low voice. Sister Wang was extremely shocked when she heard this. It was too arrogant to buy a car for over 1 million yuan. At this time, Xiao Fan also spoke up. He smiled and said, "I just picked it up." Hearing this, Liu Dafa hurriedly took a closer look and found that the car was indeed very new. It was unlikely to be rented. This discovery made him feel very complicated. He was originally very satisfied with his grades, but now he was really uncomfortable when he compared them. "Mom, I bought you 2 necklaces. Try them on when you get home." Xiao Fan smiled and walked towards his mother. "Your car is not cheap, right?" Xiao's mother knew that Xiao Fan had a car because Xiao Fan often mentioned it when he called. But she had no idea that the car was actually a BMW, which surprised her. "It's not expensive, actually." Xiao Fan smiled and said, "If you have nothing to do, let's go home first." Looking at the aunts and sisters around him, Xiao Fan wanted to leave first. He really didn't know how to deal with these people. Okay, let's go home first." Xiao's mother deliberately glanced at Sister Wang and then left with Xiao Fan. After they left, the aunts and sisters immediately started discussing. "Sister Lu's son is really promising. He is only 20 years old this year, and he bought a BMW. It's amazing. Who has a daughter and doesn't seize it? Such a good opportunity can't be missed. Why don't I have a daughter? If I have a daughter, she will definitely marry Xiao Fan." Just as they were discussing, Sister Wang and her son walked aside. "Mom, what does Xiao Fan do?" Liu Dafa asked curiously. Sister Wang shook her head. "I don't know either. I heard from Sister Liu that it seems that he is looking at starting a company." "Starting a company, is it so amazing?" Liu Dafa was thoughtful. On the other side, Xiao Fan and his mother went home and found that his father was not there. So he asked without thinking, "Where is Dad? Where did he go?" From childhood to adulthood, Xiao Fan went home to see his mother and asked his father, and asked his mother when he saw his father. This has become a habit. "Your father went to buy vegetables. He wants to cook a good meal for his baby son." Mom smiled. After saying this, Mom spoke again. "Do you have a girlfriend?" "How old am I? I don't have time." Xiao Fan shook his head. He had many girlfriends and didn't know what his mother was asking. "That won't work. I'll arrange a blind date for you. You can't be without a girlfriend at this age," Mom said immediately. Xiao Fan smiled bitterly. It's hard to refuse such a thing, so he can only do this first. The next day, early in the morning, Xiao Fan was awakened by the ringing of his mobile phone. He picked it up and found that it was an acquaintance calling, so he answered the call. "Hey, Brother Li, what's up?" "Xiao Fan, you didn't even tell me you were back. Your sister-in-law and I miss you. I'll treat you to lunch." "No problem, I'll come see you later." Xiao Fan certainly wouldn't refuse such a thing. Brother Li's name is Li. They were neighbors when they were young. Li is 5 years older than Xiao Fan, and the two families live across the street. Both of his parents are workers. After the factory closed down, the old couple set up a stall in the market to do some small business and worked hard to save money for Li to marry a wife. Li is different from Xiao Fan. He is eloquent and found a good job after graduating from college. Later, at a party, he met his current wife, Leng Xiwan. Leng Xiwan graduated from a dance academy and is extremely beautiful, especially her 1.75-meter tall figure, slender and slim, making her the most beautiful scenery wherever she goes. Although Xiao Fan and Li are not childhood friends, they still have a very good relationship. When they were young, they climbed over the wall together to watch white buttocks and did many ridiculous things. For example, when they were 13 or 14 years old, they pooled their money to buy a telescope, and then lay on the balcony together to peek at the young woman in the building opposite taking a bath. At that time, while they were peeping, they would also discuss how round the woman's butt was, how big her breasts were, and so on. Of course, this kind of thing will be exposed one day, but Xiao Fan pushed all the responsibility on Li, who made him older. Because of this reason, Li was beaten by his mother, and the beating was very fierce. The kind of skin and flesh were torn. Because of doing many things, the relationship between the two is very good. After confirming the meal, Xiao Fan got up and told his mother that he would not eat at home at noon, and then took out his mobile phone to chat with several women. At noon, Xiao Fan took his things to the place where he ate. The place where he ate was a small 4-story house. In the small county town, such buildings accounted for the majority. Looking at this building, Xiao Fan was in a trance. Before he went to Hangzhou, he often ate with Li and others. Later, when he went to Hangzhou, he never came to such a place to eat again. Just when he was in a trance, something suddenly flew out of the upstairs window, which scared Xiao Fan, and he quickly dodged to the side. After he dodged, he had time to see what it was. After finding that it was a light lid, he breathed a sigh of relief and then raised his head to curse. Looking up, he saw a pretty face sticking out of the window of the restaurant on the 4th floor. She looked at Xiao Fan and at the same time stretched out half of her white arms, smiling and waving at him. She was Leng Xiwan, Li's wife. Leng Xiwan was usually very dignified and charming, and looked like a lady, but sometimes she would play very crazy, like a little girl, and sometimes she would chat with Xiao Fan about dirty jokes. The two had a good relationship. Before she went to Hangzhou, she was very concerned about Xiao Fan's life and often helped him wash and iron clothes. The two had a very harmonious relationship, really like an older sister. Xiao Fan knew that the things just now must have been lost by her, and his original anger disappeared immediately. Facing her, Xiao Fan really couldn't blame her. He could be indifferent to the woman who did it for money, but he couldn't be indifferent to these people who had known each other for a long time and had a good relationship with him. After all, he was a person, and it was normal for him to have feelings. Feelings can sometimes be measured by money, but sometimes they can't be measured. Just like yin and yang, they are all opposite things. After looking at her, Xiao Fan shook his head helplessly and turned to walk into the stairs. Although the restaurant has a small front, it is very clean inside. The proprietress is very diligent and wipes the tables until they shine. His chef is also very good at cooking. Many residents in the community like to dine here. Xiao Fan used to like to eat here. The food is not expensive and delicious. No one doesn't like it. He walked all the way to the restaurant door and pushed open the glass door of the restaurant. He found that there were many customers inside. The business here is really good. The waiter ran around in a hurry with the plates, busy and bustling. More than a dozen tables were already full. Xiao Fan walked to the table near the window and saw Leng Xiwan and her best friend, Xiao Qingmei, chatting there with smiles on their faces. He looked around but didn't see Li. Just as he was about to ask, he was patted on the back, and he turned around immediately. Li was reeking of alcohol and waved to him with a smile. There was already a hint of drunkenness in his eyes, and it was obvious that he had drunk too much. Xiao Fan shook his head, walked to the dining table, and sat down on a chair near the inside. Xiao Fan, did you bring anything good for your sister-in-law this time? Your sister-in-law is so good to you, she shouldn't have any, right? Leng Xiwan put her left hand on her chin and looked at Xiao Fan. Sorry, I really forgot. Xiao Fan put the bag on the table and said apologetically. Hearing this, Leng Xiwan's eyes turned cold, and she reached out and took the bag without hesitation, unzipped it and started looking for it. But after searching for a long time, she found that there was nothing in the bag, only a pair of headphones and a few red photos. So she threw the bag back on the table and complained with an unhappy face. You didn't bring me a gift when you came back from Hangzhou, Xiao Fan. You really have no conscience. I'm so good to you. Seeing her pouting, Xiao Fan smiled and ate the food leisurely, looking like he didn't care. Seeing this, Leng Xiwan kicked Xiao Fan directly, then stood up and came to Xiao Fan and turned her pockets without any hesitation. After searching for a while, she soon found a jade bracelet in Xiao Fan's trouser pocket. After getting the bracelet, she put it on herself immediately and said with a smile, I knew Xiao Fan would never forget the kindness of my sister-in-law. I like this bracelet very much, hey? She was very satisfied with the bracelet. After putting it on, she looked at Li, who was drinking. Husband, do you think this bracelet is suitable for me to wear? Of course, Li didn't dare to say it was not suitable. He opened his mouth and flattered him. Then he looked at Xiao Fan and said, Xiao Fan, you really value love over friendship. You always give gifts to your sister-in-law and never give me gifts. I can't help it. Who let my sister-in-law treat me well? When my parents were busy, my sister-in-law washed my clothes. Xiao Fan smiled and said nonchalantly, Oh, are you jealous? On the side, Leng Xiwan's best friend Xiao Qingmei smiled and glanced at Xiao Fan, then looked at Li with a smile. How is that possible? I'm not that kind of person. Li shook his head, drank his wine, and said, with Xiwan's looks, there are countless men drooling over her. There are quite a few men around us. If you want to be jealous, it should be them. It's not Xiao Fan's turn at all. That's true? Xiao Qingmei nodded, without saying anything more. Leng Xiwan sat aside and smiled and shook her head. She was dressed very conservatively today, but she was born to be a clothes rack. No matter what kind of clothes she put on, she would look very beautiful. Her long black hair was scattered on her shoulders, and occasionally it would stir up some strange emotions in people's hearts. From the moment she walked into the restaurant, the eyes of the men around her never left her body. But some were more subtle, while others seemed unscrupulous. From her long legs to her slim waist, to the corners of her eyes and eyebrows, every part was not spared. If there were no men around, many people would definitely come forward to chat with her. Li is tall and handsome. Xiao Fan is also tall and handsome. Because of the presence of the two, other men have the courage to come forward. After all, unlike some women who have no self-awareness, most men are very self-aware. I will stay in my hometown for 2 days. How about we go out to play tomorrow? Xiao Fan suggested while eating. No time. I have to go on a business trip. If you come back a little later, you may not see me. Li put down his wine glass and said helplessly. Xiao Fan, you don't know that he has been on business trips frequently recently, leaving your sister-in-law alone in the empty room every day. Leng Xiuan pouted and said very dissatisfiedly, What's the situation? Is Brother Li so busy now? Did he offend his boss? Xiao Fan frowned slightly. Going on a business trip is really not a good thing. It is very tiring. No, it's mainly because the company's business is good, so I'm a little busy. Li shook his head and sighed deeply. You two, it's better to change jobs. Your current jobs are too hard and you don't make money. Xiao Qingmei on the side shook her head and said, My current job is not bad. How about you come to my company? Xiao Qingmei is now a manager, so she is very confident in her words. It is still no problem for her to arrange 2 people. Hearing this, the couple shook their heads together. Xiao Qingmei's job is a sales position, and they really don't like this position. Okay, let's not talk about this. Let's go sing. How about I treat you? Xiao Fan knew that Leng Xiuan hated the profession of sales, so he took the initiative to change the subject. Sure, let's have a good time before the business trip. Li immediately agreed. The 2 women had no objection, so soon the 4 of them left the restaurant and went to a nearby karaoke bar to sing. Entering the karaoke bar, they ordered a few groups of beer. The 4 of them drank and sang. Xiao Fan and Leng Xiuan were not good at singing, so they watched Li and Xiao Qingmei sing. The 2 sang a few love songs together, and they sang well. After they finished singing, they felt that Xiao Fan and Leng Xiuan would not sing well, so they asked them to sing a song. However, their singing was really not good, so they could only read along. After staying in the karaoke bar for more than an hour, everyone left the karaoke bar. After leaving the karaoke bar, Xiao Qingmei left first because they did not live together. Xiao Fan returned to the residential area with Li and his wife. Xiao Fan's family has 2 old houses, one for his parents and one for him. He used to live with his parents, but after he turned 18, he moved out on his own. After all, men have their own privacy. The next morning, Li hurriedly went on a business trip. Xiao Fan and Leng Xiuan saw him off and went home. At noon, after eating at his mother's house, Xiao Fan returned home and fell on the bed to watch TV. He didn't like watching TV before because it was not good. But since he met a host by chance, he has become interested in watching TV. The host's name is Lan Yuqian. He only likes to watch the programs she hosts. He can turn off the TV after watching her programs. Now he is considered a loyal audience of Lan Yuqian. This host used to be a popular actress in the TV station, but for some reason, she is no longer popular. Although she is still beautiful and dignified, she can only host some small programs that are not very popular. Xiao Fan guessed that she should be suppressed. After all, TV stations are places that value relationships very much, so it is normal to be suppressed. Bang, bang, bang! Just as he was engrossed in watching, there was a knock on the door. Listening to the urgent sound, he knew who it was without guessing. Only Leng Xiuan would knock on the door in such an impolite way, but why would she look for him at noon? Getting up from the bed, walking to the door and opening the door, Xiao Fan couldn't help but brighten his eyes and saw Leng Xiuan walk in a beautiful dress. She wore a black tight underwear on her upper body, a casual gray bodice on the outside, and a pair of slim-fitting skinny jeans on her lower body. She was sexy and generous, showing the unique mature charm of a young woman next door. Xiuan, you are not going to go shopping at night dressed like this, are you? Xiao Fan felt that his eyes could not be controlled, and his throat was a little dry at the same time. Leng Xiuan's fullness was swaying in front of his eyes. It made his brother a little unconvinced. Leng Xiuan didn't notice this at all, but just walked to Xiao Fan and excitedly waved a flyer in her hand. Xiao Fan, I heard that Tesco supermarket is having a big sale on its opening. Let's go and have a look now. Things must be cheap when it just opened. It's so hot, Xiuan. Why don't you forget it? Xiao Fan had no interest in these things at all. If possible, he just wanted to watch TV and chat with Xiuan, which was better than shopping. Looking at the excited Xiuan, he felt a little puzzled. In his memory, Xiuan should not be interested in such activities. How long has it been since he went to Hangzhou? Could it be that she has changed her temper so quickly? This is impossible. No, I must go. Are you sure I can go alone? There are so many bad guys outside. What if they take advantage of me? Leng Xiwan pouted and glared at Xiao Fan without any courtesy. I'll go. It's okay for me to go. You just want me to carry things for you. Xiao Fan had no choice but to agree because he couldn't stand such a look. That's more like it. Leng Xiwan's mouth corners rose happily and her white and delicate fingers snapped. Xiao Fan shook his head, went back to the room to put on his shirt, and then followed her downstairs. Following behind, looking at Leng Xiwan's swaying figure, he was a little jealous of Lily's luck. This bastard can marry such a beauty. Did he save the world in his previous life? Compared to the one in front of him, the female anchors that Xiao Fan played with were a level lower, not only in appearance, but also in temperament. What are you dawdling about? Hurry up! After walking for a while, Leng Xiwan found that Xiao Fan was slow, so she immediately said, "The nearest bus is coming soon. If you miss it, you have to wait at least 20 minutes. Don't dawdle." Xiao Fan wanted to say that he had a car, but after thinking about it, he shut up. Sometimes taking the bus is better than driving. Soon the two came to the place where they were waiting for the bus. Facing the scorching sun, Xiao Fan was a little overwhelmed, so he suggested, "Xiwan, how about we take a taxi? Take the bus when we get back." "No, Xiao Fan, don't always spend money lavishly. It's not easy to make money now." Leng Xiwan immediately refused. Xiao Fan had no choice but to wait silently. He knew that if he kept talking nonsense, Xiwan would definitely lecture him, so he had better shut up. After another 2 minutes, the bus finally came slowly to the waiting place. Can this bus still be driven? Looking at the shabby bus, Xiao Fan felt a little regretful. He thought the buses in his hometown were the same as those in Hangzhou. Now it seems that the buses in his hometown are very bad because of the economy. Don't talk nonsense, get on the bus quickly. Leng Xiwan felt very normal, and she squeezed forward quickly and got on the bus soon. Xiao Fan had no choice but to squeeze in. Speaking of it, he hasn't squeezed in a bus for a long time. When he was in Hangzhou, there were electric donkeys for nearby places and subways for distant places. After he had money, he could also drive. There were many people on the bus, so there must be no seats left. After paying, the two walked inside. As the beautiful Leng Xiwan got on the bus, the eyes of the men around her swept over. Facing these eyes, Leng Xiwan was a little embarrassed to stand in front, so she pulled Xiao Fan to the back of the car, where there was more space, but it was shaking violently because of the bad road conditions and the shabby car. So the car was shaking as it drove, and it seemed like it was going to fall apart at any time. Several times, the two of them lost their balance and fell to the ground. In this situation, Xiao Fan's eyes were of course on Leng Xiwan, for fear that she would bump into something. At this moment, Leng Xiwan held the handrail tightly with both hands, but because the car was shaking too much, her body swayed from side to side like a willow in the wind. But because she had a good figure, this kind of swaying had a different kind of beauty. Faced with this situation, Xiao Fan swallowed his saliva and quickly reached out to hold her soft waist to prevent her from really falling. When his hand touched her clothes, Xiao Fan felt the smooth and soft feeling, which made his heart sway. Although he had hugged many women's waists, for some reason, none of them were as stimulating as this time. Perhaps this is the difference between physical satisfaction and spiritual satisfaction. Of course, Xiao Fan is a gentleman, so when this feeling appeared, he immediately shook his head to stop himself from thinking about it. Leng Xiwan was a little uncomfortable just now because of the shaking, but fortunately Xiao Fan helped her to stabilize. She breathed a sigh of relief and was about to thank him. At this time, the bus suddenly stopped, and then the door of the bus was opened, and a large group of people squeezed in. There were quite a few people in the bus originally, and with the appearance of this group of people, the whole bus was completely packed, with heads everywhere. But the driver didn't care so much. After closing the door, he started the car again. As the car started, a quarrel broke out in the car. One moment, someone shouted, "Why did you step on my foot?" And the next moment, someone shouted, "Stinky hooligan." It was really chaotic. Leng Xiwan also regretted this situation a little. She didn't expect there would be so many people today. If she had known this earlier, she would definitely not take the bus. It was really too crowded and noisy. Of course, the main reason was not this. The clothes she wore today were what she usually didn't want to wear. She spent more than 2,000 when she bought them. She was really worried that they would be accidentally scratched by others. If that really happened, she would really regret it. Just when she was regretting, she was suddenly bumped, which made her even more uncomfortable. Turning around, she saw that it was still a man, so she quickly spoke and said in Xiao Fan's ear, "Xiao Fan, stand behind me, otherwise the person behind me will bump into me." Xiao Fan was originally standing in front of her. Hearing this, he quickly changed his position and let Leng Xiwan stand in his position. He stood behind Leng Xiwan to protect her. After standing firmly, Xiao Fan hugged Leng Xiwan's thin waist as he did just now to prevent her from falling, but the touch of her abdomen made him feel a little bit. If he could not think too much about it just now, the soft touch of her abdomen now really made him a little distracted, and because she was standing behind him, Leng Xiwan's body was completely leaning on his arms, and her hair was just under his nose. He didn't even need to smell it deliberately. He could smell a faint fragrance, which made Xiao Fan extremely uncomfortable. His willpower was too poor. In addition, Leng Xiwan's height was just about the same as his, and because she was wearing high heels, she was even taller. This resulted in the abdomens of the two being at about the same height, with Leng Xiwan's being a little higher. The two were pressed together, and because of the shaking of the bus, they were constantly shaking. At first, Xiao Fan was still normal, but as time went by, he couldn't resist anymore, because the shaking was really too severe. Faced with this situation, Xiao Fan's mind went blank. After all, the woman in front of him was not the woman he wanted. So Xiao Fan's heart was really lifted, fearing that she would turn around and slap him. After a few minutes of anxiety, Xiao Fan breathed a sigh of relief when he found that Leng Xiwan did not make any other moves. At the same time, he became bolder. 200 words. After an unknown amount of time, the car slowly stopped at a stop. After the door opened, several people got off the car one after another. Xiao Fan supported Leng Xiwan, who was limp, and asked in a low voice, "Sister-in-law, should we get off the car?" Leng Xiwan just leaned on Xiao Fan's arms without saying anything, which made Xiao Fan feel uneasy. What happened just now was enough for him to have a free meal. He was really a little guilty. It's over. It's over. If I tell my parents about this, I will be ruined. Impulse is really the devil. At this moment, Xiao Fan really regretted his behavior just now. It's not here yet. Wait a while. Just when Xiao Fan couldn't help but apologize, Leng Xiwan stood up straight, distanced herself from Xiao Fan, looked out the window, and said in a calm tone. Xiao Fan was relieved when he said this. He stood aside and waited honestly, and at the same time sighed that the man really couldn't control himself. He was really too ridiculous just now. After a while, they finally arrived at their destination. After getting off the car, the two came to the outside of the mall. Looking at the mall with people coming and going, Xiao Fan looked at Leng Xiwan. There are too many people. Let's go back. After taking a look at the mall, Leng Xiwan shook her head and had no intention of going in. She just wanted to go back to take a shower and change clothes. Then let's take a taxi back, Xiao Fan suggested cautiously. Yes, Leng Xiwan had no objection this time. Soon, the two of them took a taxi. In the taxi, Xiao Fan sat in the co-pilot seat of the taxi. His eyes seemed to be looking forward, but he was actually looking at the rearview mirror. In the rearview mirror, Leng Xiwan leaned on the backrest of the back seat without saying a word. Her hair blocked her entire face. I don't know what she was thinking. An hour later, the taxi arrived near the community, and the two got off very tacitly. After getting off the car, Leng Xiwan walked in front, and Xiao Fan walked slowly behind. Looking at her back, Xiao Fan wondered whether he should apologize. He didn't want to affect his relationship with Leng Xiwan because of this incident. But this kind of thing really can't be explained. I always feel that I can't open my mouth and don't know where to start. As they were about to get home, Xiao Fan finally mustered up the courage to speak. He really didn't want to become strangers to Leng Xiwan because of this matter. Sister-in-law, just now about... Just as he was stuttering, Leng Xiwan suddenly turned around with a smile on her face and said in a calm tone, "It was really crowded just now. I should have listened to you and called a taxi earlier. I really trouble you this time, but you are Lili's good brother, so I won't be polite to you. I'm going home first." After saying this, she accelerated her speed and entered the apartment building. Soon after, the sound of the door closing was heard. Hearing this, Xiao Fan sighed. The tone was very strange. She never said that before. Sure enough, what happened just now made her very angry, which made Xiao Fan very helpless and regretful of his impulsiveness just now. Fortunately, although her tone was a bit strange, she still had a smile on her face. It seemed that the relationship had not yet reached the point of breaking up. Don't mention what happened just now in the future. Maybe you can forget it. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan breathed a sigh of relief, took out the key, and went home. In the next few days, Xiao Fan went out early and came back late, and spent most of his time fishing outside. He didn't plan to see Leng Xiwan these days. It would be better to let her calm down for a few days before meeting. But some things are really hard to forget. On this day, Xiao Fan was lying on the bed sleeping, and he dreamed of what happened that day in his sleep. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that he also dreamed of Li, which really scared him. When he woke up, he found that he was sweating all over. It was obvious that the dream just now made him very guilty. After drinking a sip of water, he went into the bathroom to take a shower, trying to calm himself down. But some things, the more you don't want to think about them, the easier it is to think about them, and the more you can't get them, the more you want to get them. He likes Leng Xiuan. He liked her the first time he saw her, but he didn't have the ability before, so he didn't dare to think about it. Now he has the ability, but for various reasons, he dares not think too much. But what happened on the bus was like opening Pandora's box, making him unable to control himself. If Leng Xiuan had slapped him cleanly at that time, he might not have done that. But on the bus, until the end, Leng Xiuan did not resist at all, so how could he not think too much? Men are the kind of animals that become extremely confident when you give them some feedback. After taking a cold shower, Xiao Fan felt refreshed. Just when he was about to go back to bed, there was a hurried knock on the door in the living room. Bang, bang, bang! Xiao Fan was a little helpless. He wanted to sleep for a while, but he didn't expect his sister-in-law to knock on the door at this time. Is the timing so accurate? There was no other way. Xiao Fan had to simply put on his clothes and pants and go over to open the door. After opening the door, Leng Xiuan, who was dressed beautifully, smiled and ordered in an unquestionable tone, "Hurry up and go downstairs to help sister-in-law carry the things up." After saying this, she hurried downstairs without waiting for Xiao Fan to reply. Looking at her back, Xiao Fan was very puzzled. How could this woman run so smoothly in high heels and never sprain her ankle? Unable to figure out this matter, he didn't think much about it. He came downstairs weakly and found that there were a lot of things here. What are these? Why are there so many? Looking at the big cardboard boxes, Xiao Fan's mouth twitched. Hey, some clothes, daily necessities, and some other things. Just move them up. Smiled slyly, revealing a row of neat and fine teeth, and said softly, "Men and women work together, and the work is not tiring. Sister-in-law, I'm watching the pile downstairs. You hurry up and get it up. Sister-in-law will cheer you up." Xiao Fan had no choice but to pick up a box and start going upstairs. They lived in a staircase apartment, and Leng Xiuan's house was on the 5th floor. It was really tiring to move things on such a high floor. In addition, the weather was hot, and Xiao Fan was sweating all over after a few trips. After half of the things were moved, Leng Xiuan came over with a smile, squatted down and said, "Take a break. Sister-in-law will massage you." After that, she stretched out her white fingers, gently placed them on Xiao Fan's shoulders, and began to massage back and forth. The movements were gentle and soothing, and Xiao Fan was so comfortable that he almost cried out. Enjoying the massage of the beauty, Xiao Fan felt itchy in his heart, so he looked back with a squint. My sister-in-law's green fingers were really white and thin, and her nails were painted with nail polish, which made her nails look even more beautiful. Just when Xiao Fan was about to lose his mind, he was suddenly kicked in the back. "It's almost done. Hurry up and continue moving. Don't waste time." Although he was reluctant, Xiao Fan had to continue moving things. After spending a lot of effort, he finally finished moving the things. Xiao Fan was also very tired, mainly because he kept going up and down the stairs. Looking at Xiao Fan, who was panting, Leng Xiuan pinched his waist and smiled, then pushed him into the bathroom. "Throw out your clothes. I'll wash them for you." Xiao Fan did not refuse. He was sweating all over his body and really needed to wash. After taking off his clothes, he opened a crack in the door and threw his clothes out. Leng Xiuan, who was outside, saw Xiao Fan being so cautious and couldn't help but laugh. "You little brat, you actually know how to be shy. Have you grown all your hair yet?" Facing her teasing, Xiao Fan closed the door directly. If it was any other woman, he would have to let the other party know how powerful he is. Unfortunately, this woman is his sister-in-law. Although Xiao Fan felt itchy, he didn't dare to do anything. "I'm going to get a package." Just as he turned on the shower, Leng Xiuan shouted outside. Xiao Fan didn't care and turned on the water to soak for a while. It must be very comfortable to soak in cold water on such a hot day. After soaking for a while, just when he was about to get up, he suddenly heard a loud voice from outside. "Mom and Dad, why are you here? Why didn't you call me before you came? This is really too sudden." This is Leng Xiuan's voice, and she deliberately raised her voice. Hearing this voice, Xiao Fan's face changed. He was naked in Leng Xian's house alone with her. If Lili's parents saw this, it would be difficult to explain. Thinking of this, he quickly picked up a towel and wiped it simply, then quickly left the bathroom, preparing to find a place to hide first, so as not to let misunderstandings happen. At this time, he heard Leng Xiuan's voice again. "Why is the door so difficult to open today? Mom and Dad, wait a minute. I'll study how to open it." Xiao Fan knew that people were buying him time, so he looked around and finally walked out of the living room on tiptoe naked and swam to the bedroom with a spacewalk. After entering the bedroom, he immediately looked for a place to hide, looking left and right, and finally he got under the bed. Just as he hid his body, the door outside was pushed open and 3 people walked in with laughter. "This is too unlucky. Lili's old parents. They didn't come yesterday or the day before yesterday. Why did they come now?" Lying under the bed, Xiao Fan felt very depressed. He was helping with the work, but now he had to hide. If Lily's parents see this, there will be no way to defend themselves. Xiao Fan shook his head. He was naked now. Even if he explained that he was here to help, others would definitely not believe him. Just when he was extremely depressed, a voice came from the living room again. Leng Xiuan said in a panic in the living room, "Mom, can I help you hang the clothes? Your eyesight is not very good, so let me hang them." "Xiaoleng, I can do it myself. I can still see clearly now, but it won't be possible later. Go and help your father move the vegetables at the door in first. They are all green food." Li Li's mother rejected Leng Xiuan's kindness. Listening to the conversation between the two, Xiao Fan's mouth twitched. He understood that it was not only him who was panicking, but Leng Xiuan was also very panicked. After all, if Li Li's parents found him, Leng Xiuan would really be in trouble. "Xiaoleng, I'll help you put the food on the balcony of your house. After all, it's open there, so it won't be a problem to put it there." At this time, Li Li's father's voice sounded, and it seemed that he was going to the balcony. Hearing this, Leng Xiuan hurriedly said, "Dad, I'll put it there. You take a rest first." She didn't know where Xian was hiding, so she really didn't dare to let the two of them walk around. If they found Xiao Fan, it would really be the end. "No, I'll put it there." Li Li's father insisted on going by himself. But Leng Xiuan didn't dare to let him go, so she hurried over to get the things. Then she went to put it on the balcony by herself. After finding that there was no one on the balcony, she breathed a sigh of relief. She had just observed it when she entered the door. There was no one in the bathroom, no one in the living room, and no one on the balcony now. In this case, Xiao Fan should be hiding in the bedroom. Thinking of this, she breathed a sigh of relief. There was no accident. Lily's parents should not go to her bedroom, so Xiao Fan basically wouldn't be discovered. After the two left, she just let Xiao Fan leave. After putting the things away, she adjusted her mood and returned to the living room. Xiao Fan lay under the bed for a long time, and then his chest felt tight, so he gently turned his body and looked out the door, only to see Lily's father carrying a large bag of vegetables and walking towards the balcony. Seeing that neither of them had any intention of coming to the bedroom, he quickly pulled the bed curtain down hard to add a little insurance for himself. At this time, the three of them had already sat down, and Lily's parents were sitting on the sofa. Leng Xiuan made tea for them and sat cross-legged on the floor opposite. Xiao Fan's current position happened to be able to see Leng Xiuan's face. Seeing that she looked nervous and her eyes glanced into the bedroom from time to time, he knew that she had guessed his hiding place. The three of them were chatting in the living room. When Lily's parents knew that Lily was on a business trip, the old mother immediately complained. She said that she had finally come here, and this child was outstanding again. It was really too unfortunate. Leng Xiuan on the side said quickly, "Next time you come, you can call me first, so that you won't encounter this kind of thing." In this way, the three of them began to chat. After chatting for an unknown period of time, Leng Xiuan changed the subject and said, "You finally came here. Let's go out for a good meal. Otherwise, Lily will definitely scold me when he comes back and treat his parents badly." Hearing this, Xiao Fan wanted to give her a thumbs up. He was really uncomfortable lying under the bed and wanted to go home early. If the three of them could go out for dinner, he wouldn't have to lie under the bed. Although the idea was good, Lily's parents didn't want to go out for dinner at all, saying that it was a waste of money to go out for dinner. They could just eat at home, and they happened to bring fresh vegetables. Leng Xiuan certainly didn't want to do that, so she insisted on going out for dinner. Now staying a little longer would be more risky, so even if the two were unhappy, she would take them out for dinner. However, she grumbled about her mother's stubbornness. Faced with Leng Xiuan's insistence, her mother said coldly, "Xiaoleng, I know that you are in charge of the family's money, but even so, you have to be thrifty and not spend lavishly. Aren't you going to buy a house? If you spend money like this, when can you buy a new house?" Faced with her mother's insistence, Leng Xiuan was very helpless and finally had to use her trump card. "Mom, I can't cook. Lily used to cook. The food I cook is not edible at all." The old father, who had been silent on the side, immediately came to life. He smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if you can't cook. It's very bad for girls to cook. I can do it." Listening to the conversation between the three people, Xiao Fan felt cold in his heart. If he didn't go out to eat, it meant that he had to lie under the bed. Lying down was very uncomfortable. In order to relieve the discomfort of his body, he needed to constantly adjust his posture. And he couldn't hit the bed when adjusting his posture, otherwise there would definitely be an accident. It was really aggrieved. Thinking that he is worth tens of millions now, if he hadn't met someone familiar, he really wouldn't have to feel so depressed. Time passed little by little, and soon it got dark. The old father went to cook, and the old mother was chatting with Leng Xiuan. After the meal was ready, the three of them ate while talking and laughing. After the meal, Leng Xiwan cleaned up the table. Then she turned on the TV for the two elders to watch, and went to the kitchen to make a bowl of rice, and then walked towards the bedroom. Faced with this situation, the old mother was a little puzzled and asked curiously, "Xiaoleng, didn't you eat just now?" "I'm not full, so I plan to eat a little more." "Mom, you watch TV. Don't worry about me." Leng Xiwan immediately found an excuse. "Not full?" The old mother was stunned for a moment because she just saw Leng Xiwan eat a bowl of rice. After a moment of confusion, she suddenly realized that her daughter-in-law might be pregnant, so her appetite became bigger. After figuring this out, she immediately smiled and said in a soft tone, "Then eat more. If it's not enough, tell me and I'll ask your dad to cook for you right away." Looking at the suddenly enthusiastic old mother, Leng Xiwan was a little puzzled, but now was not the time to think about these things. She quickly walked into the room and then closed the door with her backhand. In the living room, the old mother also shared her guess with the old father, and the two immediately discussed it happily. After Leng Xiwan entered the room, she turned on the light and looked around. There was no one in the room, so she bent down and put the bowl under the bed. Xiao Fan under the bed was already hungry. After seeing the meal, he immediately took it and started eating. It was actually very uncomfortable to eat while lying down, but fortunately there was a beautiful view in front of him, so he reluctantly accepted it. Leng Xiwan stood in front of the bed, so her feet and calves were in Xiao Fan's sight. As a foot control, he liked feet very much. I didn't dare to observe carefully before, so I didn't know what Leng Xiwan's feet were like. Now I have the opportunity to observe them immediately. Her calves were slender, white and tender, and her feet were crystal clear and smooth. These legs were prettier than any other woman he had ever seen, and he really wanted to play with them. Leng Xiwan didn't pay attention to the bed at the moment. She was concentrating on the door, fearing that someone outside would suddenly come in. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. No one came in until Xiao Fan finished his meal, which made her feel relieved. She didn't dare to stay in the bedroom for too long because of the clean dishes. She hurried out and closed the door. Leng Xiwan came outside to observe the situation of her parents, put the dishes in the kitchen, and then returned to the bedroom. She wanted to say a few words to Xiao Fan. However, before she could open her mouth after entering the door, she heard footsteps behind her. She immediately turned her head and found that it was her old mother. "Mom, what's the matter?" Leng Xiwan forced herself to calm down. The old mother smiled and said kindly, "Xiaoleng, I have a picture of mandarin ducks playing in the water. I'll paste it for you." "Mom, give it to me. It's better for us to paste it together when Li comes back." Leng Xiwan blushed and said shyly, "Okay." The old mother nodded, then looked around the room and found it a bit messy. Considering that her daughter-in-law might be pregnant, she quickly said, "It just so happens that I have nothing to do now. I'll help you clean up, so you don't have to clean up by yourself." Hearing this, Leng Xiwan was shocked. If she really cleaned up, something would definitely go wrong, so she quickly said, "Mom, how can I ask you to help clean up? I can clean up by myself. You can just take a rest." Faced with Leng Xiwan's dissuasion, the old mother completely ignored it and stubbornly started cleaning. Xiao Fan was shocked by this behavior, and he quickly leaned inside, fearing that he would be discovered. Leng Xiwan couldn't let the old mother go on like this, so she quickly reached out to stop her. Faced with this situation, the old mother did not dare to use force, and could only say, "Xiaoleng, you are pregnant. You can't do this kind of physical work. Let go quickly." Leng Xiwan originally felt a little puzzled. Why was this old mother so enthusiastic? It turned out that she suspected that she was pregnant. In this case, the matter was easy to deal with. She immediately said, "Mom, who told you that? I am not pregnant. I just went for a checkup with Li a few days ago. Don't misunderstand." "Huh?" Hearing this, the smile on the old mother's face immediately disappeared, and she turned around and left, without any interest in cleaning. Leng Xiwan was relieved. If she had asked the old mother to continue cleaning, Xiao Fan would have been discovered. Xiao Fan's heart was still beating wildly until now. Just now, Li's old mother had to bend down to wipe the edge of the bed. If that was really the case, there would be no place to hide. After all, there was only a small space under the bed. Leng Xiwan didn't dare to stay in the bedroom anymore, so she quickly turned off the lights and prepared to go out for a walk. But when she reached the door, she felt a little worried, so she simply turned off the safety of the room. Now the power in the room was off, and she couldn't turn on the lights no matter what she did. In that case, even if the old mother came, the risk would be much smaller. As long as the room was dark, the old mother would definitely not see anything. As for the old father, there was no need to worry. There was a difference between men and women, and the old father would not easily enter his daughter-in-law's room. After doing all this, she felt a little relieved. In order not to arouse the suspicion of the old lady, she simply left the door open. Anyway, it was pitch black inside. Lily's old father was watching TV. He was addicted to TV, so Leng Xiwan stayed with him. After what happened just now, the old mother was not very happy at the moment, and her face was not very good. She ignored Leng Xiwan completely. Leng Xiwan took the initiative to say a few words, but the old mother didn't respond. Her temper also came up, and she went to take a shower directly. Because of the long-term tension, she had sweated a lot. After entering the bathroom, she took off her clothes and turned on the shower. Of course, she didn't dare to take a long shower, fearing that something unexpected might happen outside. She only showered for more than 10 minutes, then quickly dried herself, put on her pajamas, and went out. After taking a shower, she watched TV with the two elders until after 10 o'clock, and Leng Xiwan was already a little sleepy. At this time, the two of them planned to go back to bed. After seeing the two elders enter the room, Leng Xiwan turned off the lights in the living room. After returning to the room, she did not rush to speak, but sat for a few minutes to make sure that it was quiet outside. Then she whispered, "They are already asleep. You should be careful and don't make any noise. The elderly sleep very lightly." "I know." Xiao Fan was already sore at this moment and couldn't wait to get off the bed and go home to relax. The two quietly came to the door of the room, listened for a while, and made sure that there was no one. The two Leng Xiwan immediately patted Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan immediately opened the door and prepared to go out, but just as he stepped out, a cough suddenly rang out. Xiao Fan immediately retracted his foot and pricked up his ears with a vigilant look. Not long after, the sound of the door being pushed open was heard, followed by footsteps coming here. This scared Xiao Fan. He looked around, jumped onto the bed immediately, and covered himself with a quilt. The room was pitch black now. As long as the old mother didn't go to the bed and touch around, she wouldn't find it. This is why he chose the bed. Leng Xiwan was very nervous. She also hurried to sit down by the bed, waiting for her old mother to come over. After she sat down, Xiao Fan immediately came over, hugged her lower abdomen with both hands, put his legs on her legs, and then covered the cup so that the two people became one. Hiding behind Leng Xiwan, smelling her body fragrance, Xiao Fan felt that it was not a loss to lie there for an entire afternoon. If he hadn't laid the groundwork for an entire afternoon, he would definitely not have gotten the sweetness he had now. Leng Xiwan was actually a little uncomfortable and wanted Xiao Fan to get under the bed, but her old mother had already come over, and there was no time at all, so she was quickly pushed away. "Mom, what's the matter?" Leng Xiwan asked immediately. She just wanted to send her old mother away and let Xiao Fan leave quickly. The old mother closed the door with her backhand and whispered, "Xiao Leng, I just thought about it for a while, and there are some things I must talk to you about." Holding the soft Leng Xiwan, Xiao Fan didn't hate the old woman that much now. If she didn't attack him, he wouldn't be able to take advantage of her. Of course, he only dared to hug her and didn't dare to do anything else. He knew very well that Leng Xiwan was completely different from those women who were blinded by money, otherwise she wouldn't have married Li. If he dared to mess around, the two of them might not meet again in this life. Honesty is sometimes cheap, but sometimes very precious. People have two sides in their lives. One is the body, the other is the spirit. One is the material and the other is the soul. Some people abandon their souls for material things, but some people ignore material things for their souls. With Leng Xiwan's conditions, she can find a very good man, even if she is married, but she has never been, so Xiao Fan knows very well that she is not the kind of person who will give up her soul for material things. So even if his hands are soft and smooth, his mind is still clear. He had played too much last time, and he must not mess around this time. After all, some things can only be one and not two. At this moment, Xiao Fan kept singing the Taoist Qingxin Sutra, thinking about the beautiful woman. 100 years later, the beautiful woman is a skeleton, and the beautiful woman is a skeleton. Leng Xiwan's figure is very graceful. The charming curves, beautiful figure, and slender waist all make Xiao Fan a little obsessed. He doubts whether Lu Xiaohui is a man. Leng Xiwan's body was a little stiff at this moment. It was the first time that she was hugged by another man like this. Even though Xiao Fan and she had a very close relationship, she was a little embarrassed. However, her mother was right in front of her. She didn't dare to move too much and could only deal with her mother's words. "Mom, tell me, I'm listening." "Xiao Leng, you and Li have been married for so long. Why don't you have a child? In a few years, you will be older." The old mother came to the bed and sat down, asking with great concern, "Mom, you should ask your son about this matter. He is too busy with work and doesn't want a child. You really can't blame me." Leng Xiwan moved back a little and explained in a low voice, "How can we listen to men about family matters? We women must have the final say. Don't worry about whether he agrees or not. As long as you are pregnant, Mom will definitely stand on your side." The old mother said anxiously, Faced with this, Leng Xiuan was a little silent. This kind of thing is not something you can just want. There are also physical and psychological problems. It is really hard for her to describe her husband. Seeing Leng Xiuan didn't speak, the old mother frowned and asked, "How many times a month do you have sex? Is it frequent?" Leng Xiuan blushed at this question. The most important thing was that there was Xiao Fan behind her. How could she answer this question? She could only say vaguely, "Mom, why are you asking this? This is the privacy of the couple. Your mother is also a woman, not an outsider. Besides, there is no one else in the room. Why are you shy?" The old mother continued to ask, "Tell me how many times quickly and don't lie." At this moment, Xiao Fan's ears also perked up. He really wanted to know how many times Lili could have sex in a month with such a beautiful wife. If this was his woman, twice a day would definitely be indispensable. After all, women need to be moisturized. About 3 times. Faced with the old mother's questioning, Leng Xiuan knew that it would be a waste of time if she didn't say it, so she could only speak in a low voice. "What?" The old mother was extremely surprised. She even felt that she had heard wrongly. The two of them were so young, and they only had sex 3 times a month. Isn't that too little? Xiao Fan was also very surprised. He even couldn't believe that such a delicate beauty only had sex 3 times a month. He was now a little suspicious that his good buddy was not good enough and was not a normal man. "This is 3 months. Since it had been said, Leng Xiuan did not continue to hide it. This kind of thing was not her problem. Is Lili not in good health? The old mother's tone was a little trembling. She was very jealous of her daughter-in-law's appearance. Her son was actually indifferent? No, he is in good health, but he likes to watch movies by himself. Speaking of this, Leng Xiuan's face turned red. He doesn't like to touch me, so we don't have sex often. After saying this, Leng Xiuan felt her face burning hot, mainly because Xiao Fan was behind her. If other men knew about this, she was really very shy. If it wasn't for letting the old mother leave quickly, she really didn't want to say it. Lili's mother's face changed, and finally she gritted her teeth and said, "This kind of thing is definitely not Lili's own doing. I guess he learned it from Xiao Fan when he was a child. Don't look at that little bastard's young age, but he really has a lot of tricks. Most of the bad things were instigated by him to do. He is really a big bad guy." Xiao Fan, who was eating melons, was really shocked. How could such a thing be blamed on him? Isn't this a bit too much to pass the buck? "Mom, don't talk nonsense." Leng Xiuan felt Xiao Fan's hand trembling, so she spoke quickly. "I'm not talking nonsense," the old mother said angrily. "When they were young, it was Xiao Fan who instigated Lili to buy a telescope together and then peek at the woman on the opposite building. So he must have been the one who led him to watch movies. I knew this guy was not a good thing. I would not have let Lili play with him earlier. Now he has been led astray." Lili was speechless for a moment. This old woman's skill in passing the buck was really good. Everything was the responsibility of others. Her son is the best, and he really wants to argue with her. However, considering the special situation, he plans to let Leng Xiuan make up for his loss of slander. The hand that was originally honest began to be dishonest. Leng Xiuan knew very well what kind of temper Lili had, so she didn't believe the old mother's words at all. Just when she was about to explain, her body stiffened immediately. She knew that Xiao Fan was angry and wanted to take revenge on the old mother. "Mom, I know Xiao Fan's character. You can't frame him." Holding Xiao Fan's palm, Leng Xiuan quickly spoke for Xiao Fan, wanting Xiao Fan to calm down and not vent his anger on her. Xiao Fan heard Leng Xiuan's explanation to himself and knew that the opportunity just now was gone. Many times, excuses are needed. Now that the excuse is blocked, he can only continue to be honest and dare not push it any further. Just when he was away, little disappointed, the old mother spoke again. She saw that her daughter-in-law was actually talking to other men. Her temper immediately came up. "He is not a good man at all. He is idle every day. He failed to get into college. He seems to be going to Hangzhou to develop his career, but he is actually hiding there and dare not go home. He is just an incompetent man." These words were a bit harsh. Xiao Fan's face changed and his originally calm hands immediately moved. How could he miss such a good excuse? Even if he was questioned afterwards, he was not afraid. Leng Xiuan, who was about to continue explaining, was frightened by Xiao Fan's sudden attack. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and did not shout. She immediately pressed Xiao Fan's hand to stop him from messing around. "Xiao Leng, why are you here?" The old mother found that Leng Xiuan was a little abnormal, so she asked hurriedly and at the same time came close to take a closer look. "Mom, I'm fine. I just choked on my saliva." Leng Xiuan blushed and explained in a low voice. At this moment, Xiao Fan did not dare to mess around. He really did not expect that Leng Xiuan's body was actually sensitive. If he had known earlier, he would definitely not have used so much strength just now. "You are such a fool. You can even choke on your saliva." The old mother shook her head, blaming him. Mom, you can't say bad things about others. When you encounter problems, you should look for the reasons in yourself. Leng Xiwan was extremely nervous at the moment, fearing that her old mother was saying bad things about Xiao Fan. If that happened, she would be retaliated again. What problem can I have? It's all the problem of that little bastard. If it weren't for him, my Lili would definitely be a good child. The old mother was very stubborn. It was difficult to change what she had determined, so she was really rude when she scolded Xiao Fan. Hearing this, Xiwan knew that something was wrong. She bit her lips immediately and covered her mouth with her hand to be on guard. Seeing that Leng Xiwan didn't speak, the old mother said a few bad things about Xiao Fan with a cold face. Seeing that her daughter-in-law ignored her, she got up and left. After leaving the room, the old mother returned to the second bedroom, but as soon as she entered the second bedroom, she heard a deafening snoring, which made her look unhappy. She gave the old man a fierce look and took the quilt to the living room to sleep. On the other side, after the old mother left, Leng Xiwan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly whispered, "Xiao Fan, I'm going to apologize to you about her. Please let me go quickly. I know you are not that kind of person. Hurry up." Leng Xiwan, "I'm very angry now. Why does she say that to me? I don't accept it." Xiao Fan certainly didn't want to let go. Such a good opportunity. If he let go, it would be gone. He was a little bit too excited. There was really no chance before, and today there was finally an opportunity for him to give up. It was really difficult. Leng Xiwan's face changed drastically. She knew that this matter was not easy to handle, so she quickly begged. Leng Xiwan stretched out her hand to pry Xiao Fan's arm, but she couldn't pull it apart. Her hands pressed on it tightly, and from time to time she increased her strength in a very annoying way. She didn't expect to be treated so frivolously by Xiao Fan. She had no idea what Xiao Fan would do next, so she didn't dare to move, for fear of provoking his ferocity. The two of them just sat there in a stalemate. Xiao Fan had no other thoughts at the moment. He just felt that the woman in front of him was so charming. Of course, he didn't dare to move again, for fear that Leng Xiwan would scream loudly and make things out of control. However, it was impossible for him to stop now. After sitting like this for more than 10 minutes, Xiao Fan sat behind her and blew on her neck. Leng Xiwan felt itchy all over her body, so she turned around with difficulty and begged Xiao Fan in a trembling voice, "Xiao Yu, please, let me go." Xiao Fan felt that her breath was like orchid, and a faint fragrance entered his nose, which made him intoxicated. He saw that her face was flushed, and her eyes were full of spring waves, floating with an attractive and shining spirit, which was indescribably charming. Xiao Fan saw that she did not mean to shout for help, and in a moment of excitement, he hugged her and lay on the bed, and turned over and rode on her. Leng Xiwan finally panicked, and she didn't know where she got the strength from, and suddenly stretched out her hand to push Xiao Fan away, struggling to sit up. Without waiting for her to straighten up, Xiao Fan pushed her down again, held her delicate face with both hands, and bent down to kiss her. Leng Xiwan shook her hair desperately to prevent him from succeeding. She kicked her legs, but her legs were too long and she kicked too hard, accidentally hitting the edge of the bed. Two noises were heard, which sounded particularly loud in the dark night. As soon as the sound came out, the bodies of the two froze in an instant, and their foreears stood up involuntarily. At this moment, they finally remembered that there were people outside. If they were discovered, they would really be doomed. For a moment, the hearts of the two were lifted, and even Xiao Fan did not dare to move at this time. What's wrong? What is Xiao Leng doing in the room? It's so noisy at night. The old mother was just about to fall asleep when she was awakened by the noise. Adding to what happened just now, her tone seemed very unhappy. "Mom, I'm sorry, I just bumped into something." Leng Xiwan hurriedly explained. If the old mother came at this time, then the two of them really have nowhere to hide, and it's very scary to think about it. "Don't do so many things at night, go home quickly," the old mother said, closed her eyes and went back to sleep. "Okay, Mom, I know." After Leng Xiwan answered, she waited for a long time until the old mother didn't move, and then continued to fight with Xiao Fan. Of course, this time, although the movements of the two were still very intense, they were tacitly understood and very careful. Leng Xiwan didn't dare to kick again, for fear of kicking other places and making noises, so she could only use both hands to push Wang Xiu's shoulders hard. Not letting him get close to her and take advantage of her, she used her feet to push Xiao Fan's head at the same time. Because she was a dance major, Leng Xiwan's flexibility was very good, and her body was incredibly flexible. So she easily put her feet against Xiao Fan's chest, preventing him from getting close, and kicked out hard. Xiao Fan was completely unprepared for this, and was kicked out by her directly, and his body retreated a full half-meter backward. Faced with this situation, he was very helpless. If he wanted to subdue a woman, he would need to use a lot of force, but if he used too much force, she would definitely get hurt. Of course, he was reluctant to hurt Leng Xiwan, so the current situation occurred. Through the moonlight outside, Xiao Fan found that Leng Xiwan was smiling with her lips pursed, looking very proud. This immediately gave him confidence. It seemed that Leng Xiwan was not angry. If that was the case, what was there to be afraid of? Just continue. This time he did not choose to attack violently, but chose to outsmart her. He held one of her ankles with his backhand, gently stroked her soft feet with his fingers, and slowly applied force to start tickling her. Leng Xiwan's face changed and her body immediately struggled, and she covered her mouth at the same time, fearing that she would make a sound because of the itch. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Fan seized the time, pinched her hands, pressed her back on the bed, and sat on her back. After Leng Xiwan reacted, she found that she could no longer resist unless she struggled violently with her legs. But that would definitely make a lot of noise, so she could only whisper, "Xiao Fan, how can I live like this in the future? If you continue to do this, I will have to jump off the building to prove my innocence after you leave." Xiao Fan, who had won the victory, was just about to be happy, but when he heard this, he immediately shuddered. At this time, he remembered his relationship with Leng Xiwan. "Xiwan, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. You must not be stupid." Xiao Fan quickly let go and apologized in a low voice. "Xiao Leng, why are you talking again when you are not sleeping at night?" The two people's voices were very low, but they were still heard by the old mother, who questioned angrily, "Mom, I'm sorry. I sent a message to Li Li." Leng Xiwan quickly covered Xiao Fan's mouth and explained at the same time, "What time is it and you haven't sent a message yet? Don't you know that I sleep lightly? I think you really don't want me to sleep." The old mother complained loudly, venting her dissatisfaction. Originally, she was very resentful towards Leng Xiwan because she had not been pregnant. Now that she had an excuse, she could complain without any burden. "Don't talk nonsense. Go back to your room quickly and don't bother Xiao Leng. It's normal for young people to make some noise at night." At this time, the old father spoke and scolded the old mother. The old mother immediately shut up and honestly took her things back to her room without causing trouble for Leng Xiwan. Leng Xiwan's eyes were always looking outside the door. When she heard the sound of the door closing, she breathed a sigh of relief and punched Xiao Fan at the same time. "It's all your fault. You almost ruined my reputation." "Xiwan, I was wrong. I was just angry just now. Look at what the old woman said about me." Xiao Fan hurriedly made excuses for himself. If there was no excuse for this kind of thing, it would be difficult to deal with. "Humph, then tell me how to compensate me. Verbal apologies are meaningless." Leng Xiwan was not really angry. She just wanted to blackmail Xiao Fan, the thug. "Let him be unruly. Touch him, dare to touch him anywhere. He is really bold." These words made Xiao Fan feel relieved. Things that can be negotiated are not difficult. In many cases, it is difficult not to negotiate. Tonight, if Leng Xiwan is not angry and asks him to go back with a smile, then he is really a little scared. If that is the case, it is very likely that they will never see each other again. Now that they can negotiate, of course he can accept it. So he hurriedly said, "Xiwan, tell me, as long as I can do it, I can satisfy you." "Well, let me think about it." Leng Xiwan touched her chin and thought for a few seconds, then said, "I want beautiful clothes. You have to treat me to a meal, not a roadside stall, and I need a small gift." She became more and more excited as she spoke and put forward a lot of conditions, all of which were what girls wanted. In response, Xiao Fan hurriedly nodded. Problems that can be solved with money are not a problem for him, so he agreed immediately. After negotiating the conditions, Leng Xiwan did not dare to let Xiao Fan stay at home. After all, accidents are very likely to happen. So after waiting for a while and making sure it was very quiet outside, she went out to check the wind first, and after making sure that no one was in the living room, Xiao Fan tiptoed to the outer door, gently opened the door, and left the house. After Xiao Fan left, Leng Xiwan lay on the bed weakly, and her calmness just now was all fake. As a woman, how could she not care about those things? But she really didn't want to fall out with Xiao Fan. So she could only put forward conditions one by one to give the two a way out, so that neither of them would be embarrassed. For the next 2 days, everything was calm. On this day, Xiao Fan watched several children playing in the community. Although it was a hot day, the children were playing very enthusiastically, and no one was afraid of the heat at all, which reminded him of his childhood. Just when he was in a trance, he suddenly heard the sound of firecrackers not far away, and he subconsciously looked over. He found that a group of people were walking in at the entrance of the community. Someone was getting married, so it seemed very lively. This scene reminded him of when Li Li got married a few years ago. At that time, he was stunned when he saw Leng Xiwan for the first time. He couldn't believe that a man like Li Li could marry such a beautiful woman, which surprised him for several days. Just as he was thinking about it, his cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Li Li's call, which made him feel a little guilty. After all, he had taken advantage of Leng Xiwan too much these days, and he couldn't forget that soft and proud place. After hesitating for a few seconds, he finally answered the phone. After all, it was a bit unreasonable to be confused. "Hey, Brother Lee, what's the matter?" "Brother Fan, transfer money to me now. I need it urgently. Hurry up, otherwise your life will be in danger." Li's voice was very anxious. "What happened? Do you want me to tell Leng Xiwan?" Xiao Fan's heart moved. He called himself to ask for money instead of calling Leng Xiwan. It was probably that kind of thing. No, don't tell Xiwan. You make money for me first, and I will pay you back when I have private money in the future." When he heard that he was going to tell Leng Xiwan, Li became even more anxious and hurriedly stopped him. "Okay, how much money do you need, and what exactly is the matter?" Xiao Fan was still a little worried about Li. If his life was really in danger, he would definitely call the police. "I was set up by a honey trap. You know the place I'm going to on this business trip is a bit remote. The people here are too tricky. Hurry up and give me 20,000 yuan, otherwise I'm really finished." Li's tone was full of regret. Honey trap? Xiao Fan was stunned for a moment, and then he felt like laughing. This guy has a beautiful woman at home, but he doesn't want her and actually goes out to find other women. It's really speechless. It's not an ordinary honey trap. Otherwise, I would definitely not fall for it. I won't say so much. Transfer the money first. Li was very helpless. "Okay, you wait." Xiao Fan shook his head, opened Alipay and transferred 20,000 yuan to him. Speaking of it, he also took advantage of someone's wife, plus the relationship between the two. A mere 20,000 yuan is nothing to waste. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Fan couldn't help thinking whether he would have a chance to really have sex with Xiwan, if he really did. Even if he spent 200,000 yuan, he felt it was worth it. After all, Xiwan was from a good family, completely different from those coquettish bitches. Just as he was thinking about it, his cell phone rang again. This time, it was Leng Xiwan's call. He quickly answered the call. "Hello, Xiwan, what's going on? Where are you?" "I went to your house and knocked on the door, but no one answered." Leng Xiwan's faint voice came from the microphone. "I'm at the children's play area in the community. What's going on?" "I'm free today. Let's go out for a walk." "Sure, how do we go? Take the bus or take a taxi?" Xiao Fan missed taking the bus. There was silence for a while after he said this, and then a faint voice came. "Xiao Fan, don't you have a car?" "Can't. You bear to let me sit for a while?" No, I just forgot." Xiao Fan didn't want to drive, because driving wouldn't allow him to take advantage. "I'll wait for you in the basement." After leaving a word, Leng Xiwan hung up the phone. Looking at the beeping phone, Xiao Fan shook his head. After becoming rich, there were only a handful of women who dared to hang up on him directly. Apart from his mother, there were only the teacher and Leng Xiwan. He had no way to deal with these two people. This was how good families were. Sighing, he quickly went to the basement. When he walked to his car, he saw Leng Xiwan. Today, Leng Xiwan was dressed very sexy and charming. Not only were her eyebrows carefully trimmed, but she also painted her lips with bright colors. She wore a tight top on her upper body, revealing half of her snow-white skin on her chest, and she also had a bracelet on her hand given by Xiao Fan. She wore a black mid-length skirt on her lower body, with only stockings inside. Her jade legs were faintly visible through the black stockings, making people want to find out more. Xiao Fan swallowed his saliva after taking a look. Originally, he wanted to be a gentleman, but this kind of dress was too tempting. Isn't this a test of his ability? Use this to test him? Can that man withstand such a test? "Xiao Fan, does it look good?" Leng Xiwan stood there and let Xiao Fan look at her. After waiting for a long time, she asked with a smile. "It looks good, Xiwan. You are really stunning in this." Xiao Fan swallowed his saliva again and really wanted to touch it. Leng Xiwan smiled and said, "After all, you drive $1 million luxury car. If you don't dress up nicely, it will be embarrassing. Let's go." Not long after, they arrived at the mall. After parking the car, the two entered the mall. After entering the mall, the two went straight to the clothes on the third floor, and Leng Xiwan started shopping immediately. She walked into each clothing store, trying this one and looking at that one, and she couldn't let go of each one. However, there were clothes that she had never bought. The prices of these clothes were actually very cheap, but she still couldn't bear to buy them. Seeing her like this, Xiao Fan smiled helplessly. He knew very well that Leng Xiwan was saving money for him. Although she drove a good car, it was obvious that she still didn't want to spend too much money. Perhaps because she was afraid that he would be burdened too much. After following her for a while, Xiao Fan looked up at the fourth floor, which also sold clothes, but they were high-end clothes. After stroking his chin and thinking for a few seconds, Xiao Fan took Leng Xiwan's hand and left the third floor directly and walked towards the fourth floor. He really had no shortage of money, so he had to go to the fourth floor to buy clothes. "Xiao Fan, what are you doing? Let me go, quickly." You are too bold in public. Leng Xian was held, and she was stunned for a second, then her face turned red, and she immediately waved her hand to hit Xiao Fan a few times, and threatened, Xiao Fan, you are really getting bolder and bolder now. If there is a next time, I will definitely tell your mother and let her teach you a lesson. Ahem, Xiuan, I think the clothes on the 4th floor are better. Let's come here to see. What do you think? Xiao Fan smiled, ignoring her threat. After coming to the 4th floor, he pointed to the shops and said. Leng Xiuan frowned slightly, stood at the stairs and looked at those shops and hesitated for a moment, then shook her head and said, Those shops are selling to the gullible. I don't want to be a gullible. Let's go back to the 3rd floor. The clothes on the 3rd floor are actually very beautiful, and the materials are not bad. Xiuan, don't save money for me. It really doesn't cost much, said. This is a matter of money. I don't like the clothes here. Leng Xiuan was stubborn. Then go to the 3rd floor. I want to go shopping here. Xiao Fan didn't say anything nonsense and walked straight to the front. He knew very well that women were very hypocritical and needed him to give them a way out. Leng Xiuan bit her lip and watched Xiao Fan walk into a specialty store. Seeing the name of the specialty store, she whispered, Stinky boy, you dare to leave me here with just a few stinky money. It's really too much. After a few curses, she finally followed him into the specialty store. It would be too boring for her to go back to the 3rd floor to shop alone. After entering the store, she glared at Xiao Fan fiercely and then smiled and looked at him. What girl doesn't like good clothes? Xiao Fan shook his head. Women have a lot of things to do, but who can make him like it? Since he likes it, he can only spoil it. After choosing for a while, Xiuan took a fancy to a cheongsam. She was tall to begin with, and wearing this cheongsam made her legs look even longer. After seeing the other women who were looking at clothes in the store, they were extremely envious of Leng Xiuan's figure and height. The clerk next to him was also very considerate. He immediately praised Leng Xiuan several times, and then came to Xiao Fan and said, Handsome boy, your girlfriend looks so beautiful in this cheongsam. She really looks like a fairy. How much? Xiao Fan didn't waste any words and asked the price directly. More than 47,000. The clerk immediately quoted the price. Well, check out. Xiao Fan nodded without blinking. Leng Xiuan was really happy to hear the praises from the people around her. The corners of her mouth were slightly upturned, and the corners of her eyes were full of smiles. She really liked this dress and wanted to buy it. But after seeing the price, her heart changed. At the same time, she felt that she didn't like it very much. In the end, she reluctantly took off the cheongsam. She said to the clerk, This dress is indeed beautiful, but I don't think it suits me. Let me take a look. The clerk heard this and immediately smiled and said, Beauty, your boyfriend has already paid for it. This dress is already yours. Hearing this, Leng Xiuan was stunned for a moment, then immediately glared at Xiao Fan, pulled him to the corner and whispered, What are you doing? This dress is more than 40,000 yuan. Why did you buy it? You just bought a car. Don't you have to pay off the car loan? My stomach hurts a little. I'm going to the toilet first. Xiao Fan found an excuse and slipped out. Seeing this, Leng Xiuan had no choice but to find the clerk to return the money, but the clerk just smiled and said that he needed to be in person to refund the money. She had no choice but to take the clothes and leave. When she came outside, she looked at Xiao Fan, sitting on the chair. She ignored him and walked towards the elevator with a cold face. Seeing this, Xiao Fan hurriedly followed her. Just when Xiao Fan thought Leng Xiuan was going to the 3rd floor, she unexpectedly walked out of the mall directly. Xiuan, aren't you going shopping anymore? Looking at the mall behind him, Xiao Fan couldn't help asking, and then he bought a piece of clothing. Leng Xiuan glanced at him and said, I'm afraid of you, so we're shopping outside. That's fine. Xiao Fan was relieved to see that she was not really angry. After the two walked for a while, Leng Xiuan suddenly stopped and said, This money is considered as a loan from me, and I will pay it back to you slowly in the future. Didn't we agree to give it as a gift to compensate you, Xiuan? As long as you are not angry, this little money is really nothing. Xiao Fan immediately refused. What a joke. Although money is important, it also depends on the person. No, it's too expensive. More than 40,000. Almost 50,000. Leng Xiuan was still a little embarrassed and bit her lip. Xiuan, to be honest, it's really not expensive. My car is fully paid for, and I don't need to change the mortgage, so you should just accept it, Xiao Fan said. You were so good to me before, just treat it as a gift. There's really no need to be so fussy. But it's too expensive. How can I accept it? I didn't do anything bad before. Leng Xiuan pouted and said, I don't want to owe you a favor. Just tell me what you need my help with. As long as I can do it, I will agree. Seeing her like this, Xiao Fan rolled his eyes and said, Really, Xiuan, you won't lie to me, right? Why would I lie to you? Tell me what it is. As long as I can do it, it's fine. Leng Xiuan nodded. Seeing her like this, Xiao Fan didn't hesitate to whisper in her ear. How is it possible, Xiao Fan? You really pissed me off. After hearing what Xiao Fan said, Leng Xiwan's face changed immediately, and she raised her leg and kicked Xiao Fan without hesitation. After kicking, she threw the bag of clothes into Xiao Fan's hands and said, "Take the clothes back yourself. I don't need them." Seeing her like this, Xiao Fan knew that her anti-slut system was activated. All decent women have this system. So he quickly said, "Xiwan, why are you so serious? I was just joking. Why are you really angry? I have been reflecting on myself these 2 days, and I am determined not to make trouble again in the future." Leng Xiwan raised her legs and wanted to leave. After hearing this, she hesitated for a moment. To be honest, she liked this dress from the bottom of her heart. If she had never had it, it would be acceptable. But now that she had it, it would be more uncomfortable to give it away than to peel her skin. Xiao Fan said it was a joke. She thought about it and reached out to take the bag of clothes back. Seeing her like this, Xiao Fan breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time sighed in his heart that it was really risky to have a relationship with a decent family. The two walked for a while and changed a street. Leng Xiwan opened her bag and took out a mask and put it on. This puzzled Xiao Fan. "Xiwan, why are you wearing a mask? It's so hot, aren't you hot?" Leng Xiwan did not answer, but continued to walk forward in silence. After walking for a few minutes, she suddenly stopped. With a serious look in her eyes, she pulled Xiao Fan and whispered, "Xiao Fan, I definitely can't agree to your one-day time, but 1 hour is fine. I promise to be your wife for 1 hour, but you have to remember that this is just a joke. I can't let your brother Li down, so there are some things you have to know clearly. I'm not that kind of woman." Xiao Fan was a little confused. He was really joking just now, because he knew very well that it was impossible to get Xiwan to agree. But he never thought that Xiwan actually agreed in the end. Does this count as a further development of the relationship? Although the following words are very serious, women's mouths are deceiving ghosts. Don't look at what they say, look at what they do. By the way, for this hour, you can't touch me, and you are not allowed to say rogue words. Anyway, without my permission, nothing is allowed. Leng Xiwan was still a little embarrassed, so she added a lot of words later. At this time, Xiao Fan finally reacted. He immediately smiled and said, "Then let's go to a place. Time is running out, let's go now." "Ah, are we going there?" Leng Xiwan blinked, very confused. "I remember there is a hotel not far away. We can go there to rest for a while." "What do you think, honey?" Xiao Fan said mischievously and ran forward directly. He didn't want to be kicked again. It really hurts to kick people with high heels. "Xiao Fan?" Leng Xian was immediately irritated and stretched out her legs to kick Xiao Fan, but at this time Xiao Fan had already run away. So she immediately chased after him and slapped him with her bag from behind. The two played for a while until they were a little out of breath, and then they walked into a cold drink shop one after the other. After ordering 2 cups of milk tea, the two found a seat to sit down and rest. However, Leng Xiwan still refused to give up. She stepped on Wang Xiu's foot under the table and twisted it hard. Xiao Fan grimaced in pain, but he didn't dare to scream because he had a brain problem. After a long while, Leng Xiwan calmed down and took her foot back, drinking her milk tea elegantly. Seeing this, Xiao Fan breathed a sigh of relief, took a sip of milk tea, glanced at the envious eyes of the men around him, smiled and leaned over to whisper, "Xian, can I call you my wife? This should be okay, right?" "Of course not. Nothing is allowed without my permission." Leng Xiwan blushed slightly, and the people around were watching. "Oh." Xiao Fan sighed and sighed in his heart that it was really difficult to deal with a good family, or those green tea sisters were considerate. Seeing Xiao Fan's disappointed face, Leng Xiwan laughed. She stood up and walked out and said delicately, "My husband is gone." Hearing this, Xiao Fan hurriedly followed him out. He had heard other women say the word husband to him many times, but this time he felt it the most. This may be the simultaneous satisfaction of the soul and the body. "Xiwan, you call me husband. Can I call you wife?" After coming outside, Xiao Fan asked. "No, I can call you, but you can't." Leng Xiwan refused with a red face. At this time, the atmosphere was a bit ambiguous, just like a young couple playing. Xiao Fan didn't speak, but only used the corner of his eyes to appreciate the pretty lady beside him. Leng Xiwan knew that Xiao Fan was looking at her, so she was a little flustered, so she looked at her watch and hurriedly said that the time was up and the experience was over. "Ah, it's been less than 20 minutes, Xiwan. Are you going to cheat?" Xiao Fan looked at the time and expressed his objection. Leng Xiwan did not explain. She smiled and said, "I'm tired. Let's go back." Xiao Fan had no choice but to drive the car. Soon, the two of them set out on the road home. In the car, Leng Xiwan played with her fingers. She was a little worried about Xiao Fan. After hesitating for a while, she still said, "Xiao Fan, you are in such good condition now. It is actually very easy to find a girlfriend. It is not difficult to find a girlfriend who is prettier than me." "I know, Xiwan, don't worry." I won't mess with you again. Xiao Fan wanted to say that other women could not be as attractive as you, but he didn't dare to say it after all. After returning to the community, Leng Xiuan didn't give him any chance and went straight home. Xiao Fan couldn't go home directly. After dinner, Xiao Fan was lying on the bed watching TV. As long as time permitted, he would watch every episode of Lan Yuqian's program. Just when he was enjoying Lan Yuqian with relish, Leng Xiuan suddenly walked into his house. Xiuan, what's wrong? Xiao Fan quickly stood up and asked. Xiao Fan, the washing machine in my house is broken, so I'll wash it at your house first. Leng Xiuan shook the clothes in her hands and walked straight into the bathroom. Xiao Fan didn't care and continued watching TV. At the same time, he planned to find a girl to vent tonight. It has been several days since he came back. He hasn't eaten meat, so it's really a bit hard to bear, especially since he was tempted by Xiuan the past 2 days. Soon, Leng Xiuan left. It was obvious that she didn't dare to stay in Xiao Fan's house. After all, Xiao Fan was really a bit too much recently. Xiao Fan watched her leave and then went to the bathroom to use the toilet. However, after entering the bathroom, he found a pair of underwear on the ground. He hurriedly bent down to pick it up, feeling the soft and smooth texture, and couldn't help but have wild thoughts. He was a little tempted by Leng Xiuan's appearance. Looking at the spinning washing machine, he hesitated for a moment and didn't put the underwear in. After using the toilet, he returned to the room and found a place to put the underwear. Although it was a bit obscene, he picked it up. Just as Xiao Fan put away his underwear, Leng Xiuan walked into the house again. Xiuan, is there anything else? Xiao Fan felt a little guilty. Leng Xiuan didn't speak, but lowered her head and looked around, apparently looking for something. Seeing this, Xiao Fan immediately helped to find it, and at the same time was glad that he was a little faster. After searching for a while and not finding it, Leng Xiuan shook her head helplessly, gave up the search, and then turned and walked into Xiao Fan's room. This scared Xiao Fan, and he hurriedly followed and said, Xiuan, why are you in my room? I see that you haven't hung your clothes out to dry these days, so you must have a lot of clothes. I'll help you wash them together. After saying this, Leng Xiuan directly opened the closet and picked up the clothes that were thrown underneath. Seeing this, Xiao Fan swallowed his saliva, turned around and walked out of the room, and then went straight downstairs. When Leng Xiuan picked up all the dirty clothes, she found a pair of underwear underneath. After seeing the underwear, her face changed, and then she immediately became angry. Xiao Fan, you stinky hooligan! How dare you do such a thing? After cursing, she immediately went out to settle the score with Xiao Fan, but after arriving in the living room, she found that he had already run away. This made her teeth itch with anger, but there was nothing she could do, so she could only leave in frustration. After waiting for a long time, Xiao Fan dared to go home. The next day, Xiao Fan was sleeping in bed and was suddenly awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. He originally thought about hanging up the phone, but when he saw that it was his mother's call, he had no choice but to answer it. Hello, what's up, Mom? Son, you have a blind date today. Don't forget the time. Mom, can I not go? Your son is not old this year. That's not possible. They are already here. How can you not go? Okay. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Fan got up helplessly, drove out of the community, and went to the blind date according to the address given by his mother. This is a cafe. After parking the car, he walked in with a smile. The woman is a college student who just graduated not long ago. Her name is Lu Yuhuan. She looks okay, but just okay. If Xiao Fan were an ordinary person, he would definitely not look down on her, but with his current conditions and experience, he really looked down on her. So Xiao Fan just chatted with the other party very politely for a while. The ending was not the slightest bit unexpected. The blind date failed. Of course, the girl was a little unwilling and wanted to add Xiao Fan's contact information and said that she could wait for him. In this regard, the idea is of course to refuse directly. The women he has now are all very beautiful, and this girl is really not good enough. After returning home, of course, he was inevitably scolded by his mother. However, because he is making a lot of money now, his mother didn't care too much. She said a few words and let him go. After getting away with the consumption, he returned home and opened the live broadcast app to find a local girl to chat with and relieve his depression. He was going to find one last night, but because of some small episodes, he forgot. After entering the software, he found that his old classmate Long Lingzhu was broadcasting live, so he clicked in curiously. After entering the live broadcast room, he found that something was wrong. She was actually arguing with a viewer. This is really too strange. It is very embarrassing for the anchor to quarrel with the audience. In the live broadcast room, Long Lingzhu was wearing a black cheongsam and said with a bad face, I have said long ago that I am a green live broadcaster, and I don't do those messy things. Don't think that you can do whatever you want after giving me money. The one who quarreled with her was a viewer named Kai Huaze. After listening to Long Lingyu's words, he immediately sent a barrage. Do you think I am a fool? How can I really not do those things? Why did you say that you can add WeChat? I don't care. Either agree or return the money to me. Refund the money. I will return my part of the profit to you, and you can find a platform for the rest. Long Lingyu said indifferently, rewarded in full. You have to return the full amount to me, otherwise I will trouble you every day. Kaiwaze was very unwilling and threatened. Long Lingyu looked ugly. She really didn't want to quarrel with the audience unless it was absolutely necessary, but this Kaiwaze was really too much. He actually asked her to spend the night with him. How could this be possible? She is not such a woman. This really made her very angry. Xiao Fan looked at it for a while, then sent a message to Long Lingyu. What's going on? Is this person looking for trouble? Long Lingyu was angry and didn't want to read the messages her boyfriend sent her, but after seeing that it was Xiao Fan's message. After hesitating for a while, he still picked up the phone. This person is disgusting. He gave me a few super fires and actually wanted me to accompany him. After I refused, he asked me to return the money. If I didn't return the money, he threatened me. Typical can't afford to play. Don't pay attention to this kind of person. Just block him directly. Xiao Fan sent a message. Long Lingyu, this is not good. After all, he really gave me a reward. It's okay to return my part of the profit to him. Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? Xiao Fan felt a little speechless. Long Lingyu didn't know what to say, so she could only send a few nods. It seems that your brain was really kicked by a donkey. Xiao Fan sent a message. I didn't. Please stop making sarcastic remarks. I'm really annoyed. Long Lingyu was very helpless. This kind of thing is really hard to deal with. She really wanted to cry. She actually encountered such a thing. For the sake of our old classmates, I will help you. Please cooperate. If it were someone else, Xiao Fan would definitely watch the show and eat melons. But after all, they are old classmates, so if he can help, he will help. It's okay to bully others, but what's wrong with bullying others? After sending the message, Xiao Fan directly rewarded 20 super fires, and then sent a message. Are you going to eat with the anchor? Long Lingyu was a little confused at first, and didn't know how Xiao Fan was going to help her. But after seeing the super fire, she vaguely understood. So she immediately said, the anchor is a green anchor, no appointments. Thank you for the gift. I gave the gift to invite you, but you didn't invite me. You are joking. Xiao Fan continued to send barrages. The anchor really doesn't want to make an appointment, but the anchor can push my share of the profit to you. What do you think? Long Lingyu cooperated. Who are you looking down on? Only a jerk would ask the anchor to return the money. It's just 20 super hits. Xiao Fan posted a barrage. The audience, who were originally watching the show and eating melons, after seeing this scene, they immediately began to mock him as a flower thief. It's really shameful to give a few thousand